Chapter 1 Rebirth. Dull pain instantly swept through her body the moment she regained consciousness, and Jiang Mayan couldn't help but grunt in pain. Doctor, quickly, Miss White is awake. Miss White? Consciousness finally coalesced when she heard this sentence, and Jiang Mayan abruptly opened her eyes, breathing heavily like a drowning person regaining air. The gentle light cast down, and she stared dead at the gorgeous and delicate chandelier above her head, full of incredulity. What's going on? Isn't she dead? Young master, Miss Bai has woken up. It's okay. Ears suddenly filled with the noisy sounds around, Jiang Muyan slowly turned his head, on a pair of chilly to the extreme black eyes, suddenly stunned. Sikong City? She subconsciously tried to get up, but there was a sudden dull pain in her leg. Hiss. Don't want the leg anymore, you can move it all you want. Sikong Cheng's cold and low voice came out, instantly causing her body to tremble and rest her movements. It wasn't until a couple of people in white lab coats doctor-like approached her and examined and questioned her closely that she snapped out of it in a one-word reply. She, reborn. The scene in front of her was the beginning of the nightmare of her last life. Before she was recognized back by the Jiang family, when she was still by Mayan, she was suddenly imprisoned one day by this Sikong Cheng, the heir of the first great family of the imperial capital with crippled legs, and after a few days of fear and trepidation, she finally couldn't help herself from jumping off a building and escaping for her life. The very next day, however, she gets a suicide note from Kong Ray that her mother had gas poisoning and committed suicide. Since then she hated the Sikong Cheng, felt that this man is the murderer of her mother. At the instigation of Zhang Yingfeng and Zhang Ruo several times to fight against this man, but only until the last moment to realize that they are simply a complete fool. Jiang Mayan glanced at the dark night outside the window and realized that it was already the middle of the night, and her heart suddenly sank. With a jerk of the covers, she forced herself to get out of bed with the pain in her legs. Are you crazy? Sikong Cheng held her down with one hand, his gaze steeply cold, his lingering aura teaching people to feel chills all over their bodies. Jiang Muyan violently shook off his hand and looked straight over, a tremor in her voice. My mom will have an accident tonight. Sikong Cheng, I want to leave. The temperature in the room plummeted for a moment, and no one dared to utter a single breath. Butler Gowie even sucked in a mouthful of cold air, thinking, Auntie A. He hasn't seen anyone dare to talk to his own young master like this. This broke his leg trying to escape. How come his guts got bigger with it? And Sikong Cheng's brows were clear and cold, his expression indifferent, and he was not the least bit indifferent to her words. Seeing that he did not respond, Jiang Muyan color gradually cold. If the real life of a life still did not keep the people of the most dear, then she wants this life to do what? Suddenly, her gaze fell on the legs of Sikong Cheng, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Later in her last life, she was forced by her Jiang family to marry Sikong Cheng, who had disabled legs, but only she knew that these legs were not wasted at all. However, it is not difficult to understand. Sikong Cheng from birth is destined to be the family heir, but with his age must be very difficult to convince. If you do not pretend to be a little more vulnerable, live or not live to grow up are undetermined. In the middle of the day, she stared at the man as tightly as she remembered the angular face. The corner of her lips suddenly hooked up a meaningful smile. Your legs, is it really a waste? A sentence that caused an uproar in everyone's heart, and the room suddenly became pin-sharp. Butler Gowie looked at the surrounding people's shocked looks. Cold sweat was coming out, busy stepping forward with a stiff smile. Young master, it seems that Miss Bai is no longer in any serious trouble. They can all make jokes, huh? Then I'll take the doctors down first? Waving his hand to signal them to leave, when only two people were left in the room, his icy gaze locked onto Jiang Mayan. What do you mean by what you just said? Knowing that her words had indeed hit Sikong Cheng squarely in the dead center, Jiang Mayan paused but did not pick it out. I've made my point clear. There are some things that are said so much that naturally people will start to get suspicious. She looked straight at the man sitting in the wheelchair, a hint of imperceptible harshness in her firm gaze. So, Xing Xiao had better let me go now. Otherwise I don't know what will come out of this mouth of mine. But then I heard the man snort and his eyes gradually narrowed. I see you don't want to live. At that, Jiang Mayan's eyes flickered with a certainty. I'm not ashamed to die, but if I expose the secret of your leg, are you sure it's worth it? After a moment of silence, she added with a raised eyebrow, and barring that, I don't just know that your leg isn't ruined. I know a lot of other things as well. Oh, Sikong Cheng's face was slightly cold. A hint of danger gradually revealed in his eyes. What else do you know? What else do you know? Jiang Muyan bit her lip. She also knows that this man is overbearing, selfish, cold and unreasonable, and knows that this man appears to be unassuming on the surface, but in reality, the killing and decisive city is extremely deep. However, this man never really hurt her throughout. A moment later, she swept the man up and down, her eyes flirty. I also know you have a deep scar on your thigh, a small mole on your waist, and on your back. Enough! Sikong Cheng raised his voice to interrupt her. looking at Jiang Mayan with a gaze that shifted from the initial indifference and detachment to dismay, and finally settling into disbelief. How does she know these things? Believe it now? Jiang Muyan glanced at the man's complexion. Small sample, she at least clothes to take care of him for a period of time. He has a little what marks have long been seen by her. So, can you let me go now? In this life, she will not repeat the same mistake. She will step by step to bring out those two bastard calves. She will make them lose their reputation and pay the price. After a long time, as she speculated on how to get out the door the hard way if it didn't work yet, she finally heard the man's response. I'll send someone to take you back, but if you dare to lie to me. Sikong Cheng's slightly narrowed eyes were cold to the extreme. You know the consequences. When he finished speaking, he moved his fingers slightly and turned his wheelchair to leave the room. Chapter 2, I'm a telepath. Outside of the Anyuan neighborhood, several black sedans with unreadable license plates slowly came to a stop. Jiang Mayan limped out of the car holding the door and walked towards the neighborhood without stopping for a moment. Behind him in the car, Sikong Cheng's expression was obscure, raising his eyes to signal the few maids he brought down to help. Young master, do you need me to follow and take a look? The butler carefully glanced at his own young master's complexion. Sikong Cheng's gaze sunk slightly and he did not say a word. A few minutes later, outside the door of room 1204, Jiang Mayan restrained her trembling hands and pushed the door in. The pungent smell of gas hit her. Her heart sank unexpectedly, and the next moment she began to frantically search the room. Mom, where are you? Mom! She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she ran into the room and saw that the person in the bed had woken up just in time. Mayan, what are you doing back here? Bai Shu, who was suddenly woken up in bed, was full of doubts, and when she saw that it was her own daughter standing in the doorway with a bandage wrapped around her leg, she was startled. What happened to your leg? Jiang Muyan's eyes suddenly red, jumped over and hugged her, but in addition to calling out a mom, no longer able to say anything else, since discovering that she had been reborn, her spirit had been taught, fearing that this was all a dream now, and it was only at this moment that she finally came down to earth. Bai Shu subconsciously hugged her own daughter and patted her lightly twice, looking stunned. What's wrong? Jiang Mayan ignored and hugged the person he hadn't seen for half a lifetime before rubbing the tears from the corners of his eyes and letting go of her. Mom, didn't you even realize you left the gas on? Upon hearing this, Bai Shu then noticed that the air was filled with the smell of gas leaks, and her face suddenly changed. What's going on? Her brows furrowed. The gas. I clearly remembered to turn it off. Then did anyone come to the house today? Jiang Mayan immediately pursued the question, her heart accelerating somewhat uncontrollably. Bai Shu thought for a moment and hesitantly glanced at her. There's no one else. It's just that sister of yours who came over. Jiang Mayan's fingers tightened inch by inch, and a cold light flickered in her eyes. Sure enough, she also only realized after she understood that her mother had severed her relationship with her family for her father back then, and had always had a depressed heart. So in her last life, after she got the suicide note, she never suspected anything, so much so that she always harbored a grudge against Sikong Cheng, but was grateful to the Jiang family's two murderers who had killed her mother. Now it seems that the gas leak was really the work of Jiang Yingfeng and Jiang Rui. In the living room, the housekeeper hurriedly turned off the gas and opened the windows to ventilate the room. Dizzy at the same time couldn't help but be secretly shocked in his heart. Was really guessed by this Miss White? While Sikong Cheng, who was listening to the conversation of the people in the room, subconsciously rubbed his fingertips that were holding the handle. It wasn't long before Jiang Mayan and Bai Shu walked out of the room. Seeing the people who suddenly appeared in the living room, Bai Shu froze and immediately blocked her own daughter with vigilance. You? Who are you? Although the person in this wheelchair has a handsome face and extraordinary temperament, but his body is gloomy and bloomy, which is a little disturbing for no reason. Jiang Muyan clutched her mother's hand, glanced at Sikong Cheng. Mom, they are my friends, dropping me off on the way. Sikong Cheng nodded his head slightly in a gesture before looking lightly at Jiang Mayan. It's getting late. Time to go back. Hearing a hint of warning in his words, Jiang Mayan's brow peaked slightly as she slowly pondered in her heart. With the lessons learned from her last life, she certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to go head-to-head with this man again, and there was still a long way to go to deal with those two little bastards from the Jiang family. So, she had to hold on to this golden leg for the time being. Turning her head to hand her mother a reassuring look, she explained, Mom, I was just passing by and came back to check on you. I have class tomorrow, so I really should get back. Bai Shu was surprised, opened her mouth but didn't say anything else. She just said with a worried face, okay, then you go back quickly. Don't run around anymore if your leg is injured, okay? Somehow, she always felt as if her daughter was different somewhere. Jiang Mayan nodded her head in response and pacified a few more sentences before following Sikong Cheng out. Back in the car, the man gave a slight sideways glance. How did you know there would be a gas leak in the house? Previously this woman had clearly been kept in his room and hadn't been in contact with anyone outside of the villa. So why did she suddenly think of this after waking up? Jiang Mayan looked slightly pensive, turned her head and said in a faint voice, how else can I know? With my mom telepathy. Telepathy? The corners of Sikong Chang's forehead jumped slightly. His icy gaze carried a clear disbelief, yet he could not find words to refute for a moment. However, without waiting for him to ask again, Jiang Mayan had already leaned back and directly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Mayan was woken up by 1,000 calls from the servants. Perhaps the ups and downs in her heart were too tiring. She was so sleepy that she simply couldn't keep her eyes open, and she didn't even remember how she got back last night. What are you doing? She looked sleepily at the servants, full of confusion, but a cold voice suddenly came from the doorway. Get up and come with me to the company. Seeing that it was Sikong Chang, Jiang Mayan subconsciously tugged the quilt upwards, and alertly returned. Going to the company? To do what? What's wrong with this guy? I don't think she was allowed to go to the office in her last life, right? After a moment of silence, Sikong Chang collected the complex colors in his eyes and spat out a sentence that could not be questioned. I'll give you 10 minutes. With those words, he was pushed and turned away. 10 minutes. The servants glanced at each other and immediately pounced towards Jiang Mayan with their hands and feet, looking like they wanted to tear her apart. Jiang Mayan busily grabbed the collar. Hey, you guys don't come over. What are you guys doing? Not allowed to take off my clothes. Half an hour later, the Tixing Group building. Jiang Mayan was brought into a room that resembled an abandoned conference room by Sikong Chang. Keep an eye on it. No one is allowed to come in. Sikong Chang commanded to the men next to him. At those words, Jiang Mayan looked up in dissatisfaction. You brought me to the company just to spy on me in a different place? The Gaoi behind him was scared to death by this little auntie's bold words and broke into a cold sweat, and quickly spoke out. MS. Bai is mistaken. The young master is going out to talk about cooperation today, and it's only for fear that you'll be bored that he'll bring you to the company. Afraid I'll be bored, then let me go. Jiang Mayan returned with a straight face, but the next second she suddenly gave a start. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Sikong Chang is going out to talk about cooperation today? What's the point of explaining so much to her? Sikong Chang coldly glanced at Gaoi, clearly disliking him for meddling too much. Gaoi hurriedly shrank back like a quail. Yes, young master. He was about to push his young master to go out, but he heard a sudden stabbing sound from behind him. Jiang Mayan got up violently and narrowed her eyes at Sikong Chang. You can't go. Chapter 3. That's your reason. What did you say? Sikong Chang turned back. A ripple rippled in his eyes that looked like deep tans, but it was clearly a sign of danger. Jiang Mayan let out a tisk and said with a look of impatience, I said, you can't go to this cooperation. In her last life, she remembers clearly that after the jumping incident, Sikong Chang had an accident in one of his collaborations, which brought huge losses to the family. This incident was a very big blow to him, and even after a long period of time did not come to the company. Think it was weakened a lot of power. At that time, she had been immersed in the blow of her mother's death, and she could be said to hate Sikong Chang to the bone, and her heart was so free in knowing about this matter. But now, since she knew the truth, she couldn't watch her backer fall just like that. Besides, in her last life after that, Sikong Chang's temperament became even more violent, which was not a good thing for her. Hearing her commanding tone, the aura on Sikong Chang's body steepened. You're teaching me things? No one has ever dared to talk to him like that. Young master, Gao Yi, who was next to him, hurriedly advised. Miss Bai must be joking again. Time is running out. Today's cooperation is important. He cried inwardly in pain. This Miss Bai is afraid that she didn't fall and hurt her leg yesterday, but broke her brain, right? How can she still have a change of temperament? Jiang Mayan rolled her eyes in her mind, not the least bit intimidated by Sikong Chang. In her previous life, she suffered from half a lifetime of pent-up anger and aggression, hated Sikong Chang, but didn't dare to let out a single fart when she was in front of him. And in this life, she doesn't suffer from anyone's anger. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Sikong Chang. I'm telling you, if this cooperation comes to fruition, I guarantee you. What? Sikong Chang subconsciously frowned and asked. Jiang Mayan smiled. Guarantee you lose your pants. Gao Yi. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I hearing this? He raised his hand to hold back his jaw that had fallen off in shock, and warily turned his head to look at his own young master, realizing that he hadn't even stormed into a rage, and then his jaw nearly fell off again. This doesn't make sense. Is he daydreaming? Seeing that the back of Sikong Chang's hand holding the handle was bruised but his face was expressionless, Jiang Mayan couldn't help but shiver. Why did it feel like the calm before the storm? Avoiding really pissing someone off more than it's worth, she suddenly sank down and put on a stony face. You don't believe me? A trace of consternation crossed Sikong Chang's eyes, and he remained silent for a moment before coldly saying, give me a reason to believe you. If she really was the same woman who had saved her life all those years ago, it was worth believing for once. Jiang Mayan pondered for a moment, then suddenly limped to the door and lifted her chin at Cowie as well as the other bodyguards. You guys go out. I want to talk to your young master alone. How is this going to work? Cowie was shocked, his head swinging faster than a rattle drum. No no no. I can't leave young master alone with outsiders. In case, Cowie, you guys go out first. Si Kong Chang interrupted his babbling with a faint voice, his deep cold gaze sweeping towards Jiang Mayan. He'd like to see what this woman had to convince herself of. Oh yeah, where's the key to this door? Jiang Mayan said with a natural demeanor. Don't wait for something bad to happen in a while and the door won't open. Si Kong Chang narrowed his eyes slightly. The key is in the drawer. Once this room is locked it can only be opened from the inside, and although the surrounding three sides are glass, it can be considered safe from knives and guns. Jiang Mayan nodded thoughtfully, secretly saying that it was very good. When Gao Yi and the others went out, she moved quickly to lock the door, while she swaggered and rummaged through the keys in the drawer. You mean this one? Seeing Si Kong Chang nodding, she immediately turned around and walked towards the restroom, and a few moments later, a toilet pumping sound came from inside. Si Kong Chang's face changed, and he looked over there almost unbelievably. She flushed something down the toilet. Jiang Mayan walked out with a leisurely demeanor, and when she saw that Si Kong Chang's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, she almost laughed out loud with a snort. So he's had his moments? Heck, let this man imprison her, mentally abuse her, and scare her badly enough in his last life. Let's see who's in the lead now. That's your reason? Si Kong Chang gritted his teeth and asked, while then turning around, he shouted at his men outside the glass floor-to-ceiling window. Someone, find a way to open the door for me. Gao Yi, who was guarding the outside, was busy pressing his ear over. Young master, isn't the key inside? Si Kong Chang glared fiercely at Jiang Mayan behind him and spoke coldly to the outside. Cut the crap and go figure it out. Gao Yi, what did you say? Young master? I can't hear you. This room was Si Kong Chang's former office, which had been built especially sturdy for physical reasons, and the soundproofing effect was naturally nothing to write home about. Jiang Mayan clapped his hands and let out a light laugh. I see it, you just don't struggle. Today even if you shout your throat out there won't be anyone to save you. At those words, Si Kong Chang turned back violently, the anger in his body seeming to turn into substance. He slowly approached the woman not far away. Seeing that she didn't dodge, a look of demeanor suddenly more furious. Who gave you the guts to throw away the key? Jiang Mayan innocently spread her hands. Sorry, my hands slipped. She glanced out the glass window and saw that Gao Yi and the others had returned to their senses, jumping to their feet to get someone to break down the door and unlock it, and couldn't help but let out a laugh. By the time this door opens, the appointment will have passed an unknown amount of time ago, and as Si Kong Chang looked at her complacent expression, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. A lone man and a widow sharing a room. It seems like you had this planned ahead of time? Jiang Mayan turned her head, seeing that he was even in the mood to molest himself, only to feel that she hadn't struck hard enough. Xing Xiao, this outside can be seen clearly through the glass. Even if I want something to happen. She swept a glance at Si Kong Chang's legs. Can you do it then? With a loud bang, Si Kong Chang slammed his fist on the glass window and said word for word. You, say that again? It's just as well to say it a few more times. Jiang Mayan paused. Si Kong Chang, can't you trust me for once? Although she said so on her lips, she actually understood in her heart that this kind of thing would not be believed by anyone who said it out loud. But somehow, she just hoped that Si Kong Chang would believe her. Si Kong Chang coldly stared at her. With this approach of yours, who would believe it? When he finished, he turned near the door and said in a chilling voice to Gao Yi outside, smash the glass. The atmosphere was stagnant, and soon the only sound left in the room was the sound of locks being unlocked and glass being smashed. I don't know how long it took, but Si Kong Chang glanced at his wristwatch and his face darkened to the extreme. It's too late. Chapter 4, I played chess with your grandfather. Bang! Bang! The sound of smashing glass was deafening, and seeing that cracks had already appeared on the door, Jiang Mayan slowly wobbled over. There's no need to smash it anymore. Anyway, the time had been missed, and Si Kong City would definitely not be able to go today. Hearing her words, Si Kong Chang coldly raised his eyes. What do you want to do again? But Si Jiang Mu Yen from the clothes pulled out, jingling tugged out a string of keys lightly said, nothing see them smash the door smashed hard, suddenly remembered that the key seems to be in my place. When she finished, she gave the man a grin. Si Kong Chang looked at the key in her hand dumbfounded, and for the first time, his good upbringing was crumbled by anger. White, moo, smoke, his teeth clenched and creaked, and his entire body was wreathed in a senile black gas, as if he would pounce and viciously bite Jiang Mayan to death in the next second. Jiang Mayan froze for a second at his shout. It had been a long time since anyone had called her by Mayan. She inclined her head and suddenly turned to look squarely at Si Kong Chang. You know what? I used to play chess with your grandfather a lot. Si Kong Chang froze. What? And his grandfather? Playing chess? Jiang Mayan said fervently. Once, your grandfather was left with only one elephant and I was left with only one shur. So I suggested that both the elephant and the shur should cross the river. And guess what? Si Kongcheng frowned slightly. Well, Jiang Mayan clapped her hands together. Your grandfather promised. And then? Si Kongcheng glared at her uncertainly, but suddenly froze. Wait, his grandfather, didn't he die a long time ago? Jiang Muyan looked at the always deep and indifferent Si Kongcheng was led by his nose, forced to hold back his laughter and said in a serious manner, then your grandfather used his elephant like me. I will use sure your grandfather. Your grandfather and like me. I will again your grandfather. Your grandfather like me. I sure your grandfather. Your grandfather like me. I am your grandfather. Si Kongcheng originally had a gloomy expression, and it was only when he heard that last sentence that he finally reacted, and his forehead was suddenly blue. By Mayan, you want to die. He was crazy to think this woman was talking about anything serious. Seeing that the man was about to storm out, Jiang Mayan turned back and opened the door to the room, running out in a swift manner. The group of people outside the door who were slamming the door with their tools and confused, what's the situation? But then I heard a sudden roar from the room. Gao Yi, bring that woman back to me. An hour later, Jiang Mayan was personally escorted back to the villa by Si Kongcheng, but this time, she was sent to the basement. This basement was dimly lit and the empty hall was filled with nothing but 2 chairs, while the walls were stained with dried, chilling specks of blood. However, Jiang Mayan was only stunned for a moment and then released, to say afraid. In fact, it is the last life she scares herself, because although Sikong City has locked her up once, but did not do anything at all, still good food and drink to serve her. Then before dying by the Zheng family the 2 bastard calves imprisoned brutalization of her place. Do not know how many times better. She sat down on the chair without slanting her eyes, crossed her legs, and propped her chin up to look at Si Kongcheng who was black-faced all the way. TSK, some men's bellies can be really small, and after being scolded, they are annoyed and want to use torture on me. Si Kongcheng's face instantly darkened a few more points, and Jiang Mayan seriously suspected that if it weren't for the fact that there were people in the vicinity right now, maybe he would have really jumped up and bitten her. So she thought about it and said, don't be so angry. Didn't I explain it to you in the company just now? I calculated that this business will lose money, so I'm doing this for your own good. Hearing her pinch, Gao Yi, who was following beside Si Kongcheng, could not help but have the corners of his mouth twitch. Auntie your finger counting has made the company miss a large amount of business However, I heard Jiang Mayan continue. Let's put it this way, if you don't believe me, you can wait and see. The results will come out tomorrow at the latest. If nothing else, the day after signing the deal, there would be a major explosion at the other party's manufacturing plant and the partner would flee with the money. And as far as she could remember, the man was never caught. Seeing the certainty in her gaze, Si Kongcheng's dark eyes flickered slightly. Then you can stay here until tomorrow. The humiliation he suffered today was the first time since he grew up. Even if the cooperation was guessed correctly by this woman again, that would make her suffer a little. After the words, he turned around and prepared to leave, but he heard Jiang Mayan open her mouth again. It's fine to stay here, but you'll have to bring me the bed. And a couch, table, whatever. Jiang Mayan picked and chose a bunch of things to say, and then casually said, oh, there's no restroom or bathroom here. Either that or you can leave the key behind, so I don't have to have an underling open the door for me. Next people, are you here for an inspection leader? Gaoi, auntie can you be a little self-conscious? This is to imprison and hold you. It's not for you to experience life in a different place. Zhang Muyan received the gaze of the crowd, full of harmless smile. You do not look at me like this. This person it. Once the life is not comfortable mouth on the door. It is not possible to say that it will be certain people's secrets accidentally shaken out it. Saying that she also lightly glanced at Si Kongcheng's leg with a clear implication. Si Kongcheng narrowed his eyes, but unexpectedly did not get angry. Someone come, send over everything she wants. At those words, Gao Yi's eyes widened into bronze bells. Young master, are you serious? Si Kongcheng glanced over faintly. What? No, it's nothing. Gao Yi was busy laughing. Young master is so considerate. After saying that, he greeted the people and hurriedly went down. And within a few moments of work, he sent over all the things that Jiang Mayan had asked for. Jiang Mayan was slightly satisfied with Si Kongcheng's performance, leisurely nestled into the sofa and waved her hand. Alright, you and the others can retire. Crowd? After everyone had left, Jiang Mayan casually flipped through a few books brought along on the table and found that they were about medicine, and her eyes lit up. Outside the only window hole in the basement, it was getting dark. Just as Jiang Mayan was watching, the basement door was suddenly opened and a pretentious voice interjected. Sister, my God, how did you get locked up in a place like this? At the sound of the voice, Jiang Mayan suddenly raised her eyes, and the originally spread pages of the book instantly crumpled into a ball at her fingertips. A woman in a pink dress and sparkling expensive jewelry came into view, chilling the blood in her veins. Zhang Rui, the one who played her for a fool in her last life and ended up sending her to the Yellow Springs with a knife. Chapter 5, Good Guy's Got a Thick Skin. Oh my god. Musan, what happened to your leg? Ginger Ray was in a state of shock, as if the one who was injured was really some kind of her closest loved one. Jiang Muyan snorted. Jiang Rui, this face is looking quite anxious, but that stepping on the high heels of the foot with broken like moving. In her last life at this time she hadn't been locked up in the basement yet, but she hadn't seen the lousy to grandma's house acting skills of others. Seeing the cheeky contraption lunge at her, she dodged to the left, suddenly letting the lunge go and nearly staggering and falling to the side. Jiang Rui was embarrassed for a moment. A trace of anger crossed her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it, turning to say with a face full of worry, "Sister, what happened to your leg? I've only been absent for a few days. Why are you hurt like this?" Jiang Mayan looked at this look of affection on her face and only felt like he nearly spit out his overnight meal. She jumped off the building and was simply abetted by this woman to scare her. Seeing Sikong Cheng outside being pushed in by her housekeeper Gaoi, her eyes rolled and she suddenly said with a face full of aggression, "Sister, weren't you the one who told me to jump and escape from the building earlier?" Jiang Rui naturally also perceived the arrival of the man behind her. Her face could not help but redden. Sister, this is a joke. How could I possibly let you jump? Damn it, is this woman doing this on purpose or is she too stupid to say this in front of Sikong Cheng? Won't she be looked at even more closely? She leaned down close to Jiang Mayan and grabbed her hand in a wink. Sister, if you keep talking nonsense like this, how else am I going to save you from escaping? Escape out? Jiang Mayan's face was filled with doubt as she raised her voice. Why would I want to escape? Little by little, she drew her hand back, picked up the tissue next to her and wiped it without moving, not realizing that this scene had caught Sikong Cheng's attention. Jiang Rui, however, didn't notice it at all, but instead became more anxious. This above-ground room is so horrible, and the environment is still so bad. How can I bear to let you be locked up in this kind of place all the time? Look at that stiff bedpan. Where is a human being supposed to sleep? She turned her head and pointed to the large bed that covered a very sizable area. Housekeeper Gaoi, eldest Miss Jiang, that was specially customized by someone our young master found earlier. Ginger Ray, then look at the sofa seats made of wood. Look at the cheap wallpaper on the walls. Oh sister, aren't you afraid to be here at night? Seeing Jiang Rui a look of pain, Gaoi full of speechless, Miss Jiang, this table and chairs but more than 40 craftsmen using the most expensive yellow rosewood carving and become, and that the wall is not what wallpaper, is a mural the famous foreign painter Tintoretto's is closing work. As a result, the young master of the family has been so generously sent to Miss Bai to cover up the bloodstains on the wall. Upon hearing this, Jiang Rui's face instantly rose to the color of pig's liver, and it was only after a long time that she stammered out a sentence. Hara, so that's how it is. Turning her head to look at Sikong Cheng in a shy and timid manner, she softly said, however, I also feel that a person like young Master Chang will definitely not really bully my sister. Jiang Mayan, good lord, what kind of feed did this thing grow up on to be so thick-skinned? She narrowed her eyes, not bothering to look at this little splutterer's nonsense, and pulled out her ears to lean back. Young Master Chang's place is quite nice, so you're thinking of coming over to live with us? In her last life at this time, Jiang Rui delivered her mother's suicide note and cried bitterly that her father was going to recognize her back into the Jiang family. So what about this life? How is that possible? Jiang Rui was shocked and refused, but the bottom of her eyes flashed with excitement. If she could really come over to live with Sikong Cheng, she would simply be happy to go to heaven. She coughed lightly to hide her expression, and said to Sikong Cheng churlishly, Chang Xiao, my sister, she's young and doesn't know any better. Please don't be general with her. Let her out. Father has already agreed to recognize her back to the Jiang family. We will discipline her properly in the future, and we will definitely not let her charge you again. At those words, Sikong Cheng and the crowd's expressions were all lulled. You mean, Jiang Pengju is going to recognize me back to the Jiang family? Jiang Mayan still looked languid as she leaned back in her chair, as if what she heard was some inconsequential trifle. Mu Yen, how can you call father that? If you let father know that he should be angry with you again. Jiang Rui said with a reproachful face, but don't worry, when we return to the Jiang family, my brother and I will protect you, as long as you. When did I promise to go back? Jiang Mayan interrupted her with a faint voice. After my mom's consent, does he want to recognize me back? Why do you have such a big face? He even brought her back to take care of her. How many members of the Jiang family are worthy of taking care of her? Hearing these words, a trace of undetectable surprise flashed across Sikong Cheng's eyes. This woman, it seemed, was not quite what he thought she was. Have you finished your words? His eyes as deep as cold pools swept over Jiang Rui before turning to the person next to him. Gao Yi, Don't send the guests away yet. Gaoi, okay le young master. Wait. Jiang Rui this time anxious. Originally thought that Jiang Muyen here will suffer all the wrongs, but did not expect the fact that the opposite is true. She suddenly jealous hate to tear face up to go up and smack that splattering a few slaps, but in the way of the Seekong city here cannot have any inappropriate behavior. She bit her lip and suddenly walked over to Seekong Chang's side and half squatted down to lower her body, tears in her eyes as she said, Chang Xiao, my younger sister is still young and has no way to make the right judgment on many things, so it's even more important for me, her older sister, to not just let her do whatever she wants, just let her go for the sake of me saving your ass once before. As long as this matter was moved out, Seekong Chang would rarely refuse her requests, but without waiting for Seekong Chang to speak, Jiang Mayan smiled meaningfully, Sister, how come I didn't know that you also saved young Master Chang? How did you save him? Is it one of those bridges where someone's drowning and you're morally superior and step in to save them? She lowered her eyes to spread the previously crumpled pages bit by bit and whispered, So you didn't forget to sign up for a swimming class ahead of time, did you? Otherwise, where would a person who can't swim get the ability to save someone who has fallen into the water? As soon as the words fell, he saw Jiang Rui's face change slightly. What's going on? How did she know? No way. This punk must be fooling around. It's just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. However, without waiting for her to open her mouth to explain, Seekong Chang looked at Gaoi with cold eyes. Didn't I tell you to see off the guests? Can't your ears hear? Gaoi shivered and hurriedly said to Jiang Rui, Eldest Miss Jiang, please. Jiang Rui simply didn't expect things to go this way, but she didn't dare to say anything more, and looked at Jiang Mayan with a stiff smile before leaving. Silence returned to the basement, and Jiang Mayan only felt that the air was much fresher. Seeing that Seekong Chang was still in the same place without moving, she let out a laugh. Young Chang is still not leaving in the middle of the night. Is he planning to stay and spend the night here with me? In her last life, she wouldn't dare to borrow 100 guts to say this, but now it is easy to say. Seekong Chang ignored her death-defying flirting and only looked fixedly at her face that could be called a flowery face. 5 years ago, was it you? Chapter 6, The Little Death Dealer. The cold and salty seawater frantically surged into his mouth and nose, and Seekong Chang's body gradually sank in intense suffocation. But at that moment, a pair of soft but very strong arms violently scooped him up, followed by his lips being sealed. He catches a glimmer of life on the verge of death, and everything after that is like a dream. Just the touch of those lips lingers in the mind. In the basement, Seekong stared at the woman's colorful full lips. 5 years ago, was it you? In the middle of the day, Jiang Mayan smiled. If you believe me, then I am, and if you don't, then I certainly am not. Seekong Chang narrowed his eyes, his tone dangerous. I'm not joking with you. I'm not joking either. Jiang Mayan changed her position and retreated into the wide seat, so her long, white legs slid most of the way out from under her pajamas. She glanced at Seekong Chang and said carelessly, Young Chang, in all fairness, even if I said it, would you believe me so easily? No way. Seekong Chang said in a cold voice. Then why am I talking so much crap? Jiang Mayan rolled her eyes. What you believe is not necessarily true yet, let alone what you don't believe. So you'd better use your brain more to check it yourself. Don't think about this kind of good thing that doesn't take much effort, Seekong Chang's eyes swept over the woman's legs hook-like. His eyes sank even deeper. Oily mouth. With those words, he turned to leave. Early the next morning, before Jiang Mayan woke up, she heard the door to the basement being opened. A few servants poked their heads in with excited looks. Miss Jiang, are you awake? Woken up by the noise, Jiang Mayan sat up with a face full of displeasure and a head of fried hair that went straight to the sky. People who were squarely imprisoned in a difficult environment slept until sunrise every day. And why on earth did she, one who was well fed, have to get up early every day? However, the servants didn't care about that. As soon as they saw her eyes open, they immediately ran over to serve her. Ms. Jiang, do you really know how to tell fortunes? Can you tell my marriage destiny? A slightly chubby maid asked as she smiled and came up to Jiang Mayan's face. Yes, Ms. Jiang, count for me too. Another skinny maid also came over and said with a fluttering brow, I'll calculate my fortune. Calculate when I can make a fortune. Jiang Mayan, is she not awake or are these maids not awake? Seeing her confused face, the fat maid who smiled so much that her eyes were almost gone explained, Ms. Jiang, yesterday you stopped the young master from going to talk about that cooperation. Something happened. It's all over the news, saying that there was a fire and explosion at that what's-his-name factory last night, and it's all gone. The people also ran away. Now everyone in the villa says Ms. Jiang is a god. She counts with her fingers. While she spoke incoherently, Jiang Mayan understood and instantly rolled her eyes and grabbed the covers and fell back. That's the kind of that's worth disturbing her sleep. But she heard the thin maid continue. Miss Jiang, there's also your father announcing your identity to the public. saying that a banquet will be held soon to celebrate you. Beneath the covers, Jiang Mayan's eyes snapped open. Oh, no wonder all these maids suddenly changed their names to call her Ms. Jiang, so it's this old shameless Jiang Pengju that's messing things up. I also don't know what that little shameless Jiang Rui said to him that he would let him directly announce this matter to the public, but since they're not polite, there's even less reason to be polite yourself. Over the next few days, Jiang Mayan plotted how to get out of Si Kong Cheng's place, but she didn't catch Si Kong Cheng's people for days on end. Once again, when she saw the butler, Gao Yi, entering and leaving the villa, she dragged her heeled legs in an arrow step and rushed up. Steward Gao, where's your young master? Doesn't he want to interrogate me lately? I'm growing hair in the basement. Why doesn't he come to see me when I'm so miserable? Gao Yi, Jiang, Miss Jiang, didn't young master already ask you to move back to your room? That won't work. I don't want to lose face if he says move back. Jiang Mayan smiled back, and when she saw that Gao Yi was holding a large stack of documents in his hand, her eyes immediately lit up. You're going to the company to deliver documents to your young master? Gao Yi's heart was scared and full of caution. You, what do you want? Take me with you. Jiang Mayan bumped his arm and smiled sweetly. No way. It's absolutely not okay. Don't even think about it. I can't possibly. Half an hour later, the car was parked outside the Tixing Group building. Jiang Mayan followed Gao Yi and walked in with her head held high. After going upstairs, she saw that Si Kong Cheng's office door was half covered, thinking that there was no one inside, so she directly pushed the door to enter. But unexpectedly she happened to bump into Si Kong Cheng, who was exchanging something with his men. Several of the tall-looking henchmen all looked serious, and when they were suddenly interrupted they suddenly looked over in unison, all of them furious. Gao Yi, who jumped in after him, broke down and covered his eyes. To hell with it. These are the equivalent of secret guards under the young master, rarely known. Now, it was being looked at by this Ms. Kong. Jiang Mayan also seemed to have sensed that the atmosphere was wrong, and busily made a motion to zipper up her mouth before quickly retreating towards the door. Stop! A bellowing voice suddenly came to mind, and before Jiang Mayan had time to react, her neck was strangled viciously by an arm. Ugh! The choking sensation caused her pupils to widen for a split second and her heart to beat wildly and uncontrollably. Si Kong Cheng's brows peaked. Stop! The man strangling Jiang Mayan, whose force hadn't loosened at all, turned his head and said, Young master, this woman saw us. I told you to stop. Si Kong Cheng looked at him coldly, killing intent raging in his beady eyes. The man was slightly stunned, and then hastily let go of his hand and half-kneeled on the ground. My subordinate knows that he is wrong. Please punish young master. He forgot that the first rule they need to follow is, follow orders. Ahem. With the air finally returning to her chest, Jiang Mayan coughed violently, and Gao Yi was busy moving forward to support her. The room was eerily quiet except for her voice, until another male voice interjected. Young master, please also see to it that Aki is also acting out of good intentions and forgive him for his innocence. Jiang Mayan slowed down a little and saw Si Kong Cheng's face was terribly gloomy. She couldn't help but open her mouth and said, I'm fine. Don't be so stinky to scare people. It's true that he's not to blame, but she wasn't to blame as all. Who made them discuss things without knowing to lock the door? Si Kong Cheng raised his eyes to look at her. His complexion somehow slightly eased, waving his hand and saying, You guys go down first. Yes. Several people were heading out, but Jiang Mayan suddenly paused when she saw the man who had pleaded for mercy for what seven just now. Slow down. She stared at the man with unblinking eyes. What's your name? The man was stunned for a second, and when he saw that Si Kong Cheng did not make a sound to stop him, he opened his mouth and said, Subordinate Lu Mengfei, code name 2. Jiang Mayan nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions, yet her heart was taken aback. This man, she had seen in her last life and was impressed. After everyone had left, Si Kong Cheng glared at Jiang Mayan with an unpleasant expression. Don't tell me that suddenly making a scene and coming over is because you expected me to be talking about things. Standing by the door, Gao Yi, who hated to be invisible, simply wanted to cry without tears. What kind of sin did he have? How did he run into Jiang Mayan, such a little master of death? However, this little master of death is not done yet. Hearing Si Kong Cheng's words, Jiang Mayan snapped her fingers. Clever, I just came here specifically. She walked up to the man with a smile on her face. How about I tell you another secret and you let me go back to the White family? Chapter 7, The Deed of Sale. Make a deal with me? Si Kong Cheng's pair of black eyes seemed like a vortex that could suck people in, causing Jiang Mayan to be slightly stunned and her heartbeat to suddenly go haywire for a few beats. She coughed lightly and stepped back, regaining her bashful demeanor. After what happened last time, I thought you were clear on what I was capable of, but I'm not sure about your people. Si Kong Cheng indifferently swept her a glance. Tell me what you know first, and I'll consider whether you're qualified enough to negotiate with me. Jiang Moyen? Does this person take her for a fool? Ugh, you don't appreciate it then. She turned without a care in the world. the secret is about you anyway. If you don't let me go, then I'll just keep eating your rice and drinking your hot water, get fat and strong, and then when you accidentally hiccup, I'll just escape. The words accidentally she bit down extra hard, as if to foreshadow something. She couldn't believe the heartthrob would be unmoved after she had said something like that. As expected, no sooner had she reached the door than a man's voice came from behind her through gritted teeth. Come back. Jiang Mayan hooked her lips into a smile, first nuzzling her lips to signal Gaoi, who had been confused from the beginning, to go out and lock the door before folding it back. About my secret? Si Kong Chang looked at her steadily, his eyes full of inquiry. He seemed, more and more, to be unable to understand this woman. Jiang Mayan didn't want to drag her feet any further and said bluntly, I'll tell you right away if you promise to stop locking me up. In fact, she still did not understand why on earth this man would insist on locking her up. Obviously there was no deep hatred with her. She squinted her eyes at Si Kong Chang's handsome and flawless face not far away and muttered, well, could it be that you've fallen under my garnet skirt? What did you say? Si Kong Chang's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Falling under your stone skirt? Ha 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 ha. I didn't say anything about you. Don't flatter yourself. Jiang Mayan looked at his expression and laughed out loud as he explained, not realizing that the man's eyes were even more dangerous. He, the heir to the Seekong family, had fallen under her stone skirt and was actually making a fool of himself. To tell you the truth, I counted on the appearance of a traitor at your side today. Jiang Mayan sat down in the office's leather sofa with a big smile, as comfortable as her own home. As long as you promise to stop pestering me, I'll tell you who it is right away. Si Kong Chang was silent for a moment and suddenly let out a light laugh. Let me guess. It was simply a coincidence that you came over here today and ran into them, and now you're suddenly saying that I have a traitor on my side. Jiang Mayan's pupils widened slightly. TSK, careless. The traitors were narrowed down to those few people. Then sooner or later Seacombe City would uncover that person. She bristled. Humph. I guessed it only after being reminded of this. The Seacombe family heir is no better. With her mouth showing off, she cursed in her heart. How can she get on with the next thing after this nasty secret has been blown out? However, he heard Si Kong Chang suddenly speak. I can let you go, as long as you agree to my conditions. His bony fingers overlaid the collar knot of his shirt, and with a slight pressure, the veins on the back of his hand were clearly visible, and his whole person exuded a huge invisible charm. Zhang Muyan looked at almost like to pounce on. Back to God immediately in the heart scolded, indiscretion. She looked at the man with her collar covered in alarm. I'm warning you, this girl isn't the kind of person who goes along to get along. Seacombe City. If you're not, am I? He glared at the woman in exasperation, thinking that if he continued to keep her around, he would be angry with her first, instead of being killed by the traitor. Sinking out a mouthful of turbid air, he said in a cold voice, you, now immediately, return to the villa for me. I'll have the terms made into papers and sent back, and you can leave any time you want after signing. Good Lu Grand Master. Jiang Muyan Niso get up, almost walked to the door when added a sentence. By the way, for you to burn and loot those illegal things I do not do. Royal View Court Villa. Jiang Mayan, who had been waiting for an afternoon, finally got the condition book that Si Kong Chang had said. Gaoi smiled gleefully. Miss Jiang, young master said that as long as you sign this contract you can leave immediately. Jiang Muyan looked at the pile of paper pages that were several times thicker than ordinary documents, and forced her heart to open. However, but after reading a page, she suddenly had veins jumping from the corners of her forehead. Condition 1, Jiang Mayan can leave the royal garden, but she must be on call. Condition 2, unconditional obedience to all tasks, except burning and looting. Condition 3, he, Si Kong Chang, shall be the leader at all times and under all circumstances and shall not be disobeyed. Condition N, if the secret about him is revealed, there will be consequences. Jiang Mayan, this dogman, this is a ING contract of sale. She looked at the pile of overbearing treaties comparable to the slave era and directly laughed in anger. Good, very good. Your young master is really understanding and reasonable. Gaoi smiled and nodded. Yeah. Jiang Moyen, it's your grandma's leg. She took a few deep breaths to calm down, and with a smile on her face, she shoved the document back into Gaoyi's hands. Go back and tell your young master that I, old lady, am not leaving. After saying that, she went back to her room with great style and threw the door shut with a bang to Gaoyi's dumbfounded eyes. Ha, give a little fuel, he really want to open a dye house. She Jiang Mayan lived 2 lifetimes of people, so subject to manipulation? Dream on. Gaoi went back to resume his orders with a bitter face, and Jiang Mayan immediately called a friend as soon as he left. Hey, Guan Yao, there's something I need your help with. Hearing the voice from the opposite side again after many years, a hint of a smile involuntarily flowed from Jiang Mayan's eyes. This Guan Yao, her only good friend in her last life, a few years older than her, had become a newspaper reporter when she was in college. Only in the last life by Zhang Rui's provocation, the relationship between the two became stuck in the ice, never again able to dissolve. After a few simple pleasantries, Jiang Mayan quickly went over her requirements. Mu Yen, this really work? Guan Yao said full of worry. Dear Yao Yao, you're the only one who can help me now. Jiang Mayan feigned pity and immediately coaxed the person into agreeing. A small smile spilled from the corner of her lips as she hung up the phone. 2 days later, the conference room of Dishine Group Company. Si Kong Cheng flipped through the overwhelming news on his cell phone, his face as gloomy as if it could drip water. Surprise! Young Master Si Kong, heir to the first family of the imperial capital, is strongly pursuing the private daughter of the Jiang family. Explosion! The private daughter of the Jiang family was imprisoned by a family in power. Is there a moral degradation or a distortion of human nature behind this? Fire! The reputable young master and the love-struck prince is so trapped by his love that he goes so far as to break Cinderella's legs and keep her prisoner by his side. The air in the entire conference room seemed to freeze into ice, and everyone was silenced. After a long time, Si Kong Chang raised his eyes and revealed an unusually kind smile to Gaoi next to him. Find out who spread it. Gao shivered. Young master, it's Miss Jiang. Si Kong Chang ground his teeth. Ha, I really underestimated her. A cold light appeared in his eyes, and the fingertips holding the handle rubbed again. So let's see who's better. Chapter 8, Future Movie Queen. In the Royal View Garden, Jiang Mayan, who was drinking hot tea in a beautiful way, scratched her cell phone, and the smile on the corner of her lips couldn't be suppressed. It's so true that she's her best friend, not to mention the efficiency of the work, but this quality is unmatched. Ha, if she didn't make a certain man so angry this time that he spat out blood, she would change her last name to his in the future. Things on the internet have always fermented very quickly, not to mention that this gossip was about the person in charge of the #1 family in the imperial capital, and within half a day, the news of Si Kong Cheng's infatuation with the 2 daughters of the Jiang family had spread throughout half of the imperial capital. Jiang Mayan was crossing her legs and sunbathing on the second-floor balcony when she suddenly saw a large group of people with various cameras and microphones pushing and shoving their way in from outside the villa. It was at this moment that a small maid ran over with broken steps. Ms. Jiang, you should go back to your room first. It seems like a lot of reporters have come outside. Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes. Reporters? Could it be because of what happened online? After thinking for a moment, she suddenly hooked her lips in a smile, a flash of cunning in her eyes. You see, this is not a coincidence. She is worried about the online publicity is not strong enough. These reporters came to the door. Okay, I get it. You go down. Sending the little maid away, she turned back to her room and grabbed a lipstick, drawing a hard line on her neck and the corners of her mouth, then tugging the shoulders of her dress down, revealing a delicate piece of her collarbone, and wiping it vigorously with her lipstick-stained fingers. She faked a crying face, and the woman in the mirror instantly changed from a fresh, unassuming beauty to a pathetic woman after an abusive and angry beating. Perfect. Finishing packing, she lifted her feet and returned to the balcony. Outside the villa building, a group of reporters were kept out by a few underlings only after a great deal of effort, and they had no choice but to squat in place. Is that second Miss Kong really here? I heard she was imprisoned in the basement? A man said. Nothing is ever empty. Otherwise how could the news of Si Kong Dashue imprisoning people suddenly come out in good time? Right. Look at the way these underlings are strictly guarding the area. Would you believe me when I say there's no foul play? Another person concurred. Suddenly, a cry of alarm burst from the crowd. Oh my god, you guys, look over there. The crowd subconsciously looked for the sound and saw a disheveled beauty standing on the balcony of the second floor of the villa. From a distance, the man's face and body were stained with spots of blood. His thin figure made the corners of his clothes look especially empty, and his gaze was empty and lifeless. That's her. That's second Miss Jiang. Looks like all the rumors on the internet are true. Quick, take a picture. Everyone was instantly excited as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, and they raised their long guns and shot vigorously. On the balcony, Jiang Mayan looked like she had just realized the people downstairs, and was so shocked that her pupils suddenly widened. Second Miss Jiang, may I ask if it's true that you've been imprisoned by young Master Si Kong? Are the rumors all true? One man asked in a loud voice, and the others immediately followed in a chorus of questions. Jiang Muyen cowered a little, wanted to pretend to be shocked and afraid for a little while longer, but unexpectedly, too much eye drops, just raised his eyes and clattered down. Yet even this poor acting with props instantly got the following people into the movie. One of the reporters suddenly shouted out with red eyes, all of you keep quiet for a while. If you startle the butler, it's over. After he finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Mayan again, his face full of sympathy and pity, his tone full of righteous indignation. Ms. Jiang, we are the reporters of the Justice News Agency. You can tell us what you are suffering from. Our justice agency will surely do justice for you. The corner of Jiang Mayan's mouth twitched. Justice Society? Why does it sound so unreliable? She coughed softly and cried angrily through her clattering tears. It is as you see it. That young Master Seikong, who is a bully, imprisoned me in the basement of this villa, where the walls are bloodstained and hung with all kinds of torture instruments, and there is nothing but beds and tables and chairs, and there is not even a restroom, which is simply a hell on earth, said she, looking up with a sad face. I have been tormented by him all day long, and I haven't seen the outside sky for a long time. In a flash, the reporters downstairs were all on fire. Is this young Master Seikong still a human being? How dare he torture a weak woman alive like this? It's outrageous and outrageous. Jiang Mayan was acting happily when she suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind her, sounding quite urgent. Quickly stop MS. Jiang! The maids were all like enemies, frantically surging this way. Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows. Coming so fast? Turning her head, she immediately changed her expression to one of horror, her arms waving wildly in the air. No, don't come over here. I'll never dare to talk nonsense again. Don't put me back in that hell. Maid, this person must be a movie queen in the future, to say the least. Jiang, Jiang, please quickly stop talking nonsense. Young master will be angry if he knows. The little maid who had previously advised Jiang Mayan cried with a face that bore the brunt. You quickly come down with us. Jiang Mayan's large part of her body had been yanked away from the balcony, and she was still pulling her neck and crying out in pain to the downstairs. Let go of me, please, don't put me in that place anymore. I'll be tortured to death. The crowd of reporters downstairs, it's too much. In broad daylight with a clear sky, such a thing could happen. Don't worry, second Miss Jiang. We, the Justice Society, will definitely make that demon put release you. After that, they left in a rage. Seeing that her purpose had been achieved, Jiang Mayan returned to normal in a second and shook off the 70 to 80 arms on her body, saying, all right, all of you let go of me. I promise not to talk nonsense anymore. The little maid was teary-eyed. Really MS. Kong? Jiang Mayan nodded. Aha, anyway, your young master will all know about it in a few minutes, so naturally I won't have to shout anymore. The little maid instantly hugged her arm and cried harder. What a sin! Half an hour later, a black car winds up and swishes to a stop outside the villa. Soon, they saw Seikong Cheng being pushed down from the car by Gaoyi, his face turning blue. The servants waiting at the door were all silent, and Gaoyi's brow was knotted in agony. The young master was having a meeting at the company when a group of reporters suddenly appeared and went up to make an impassioned accusation, almost lifting the roof off the company. When the young master had finished watching the video that had spread rapidly online, he hadn't said a word until now. Now, I'm afraid that second Miss Jiang is really finished. In the middle of the day, Seikong Cheng coldly raised his eyes. Where is that woman? A small maid said warily. Back to young master. In the basement. Gaoyi let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. Young master, Miss Jiang should have just been naughty for a bit, and must be in the basement reflecting at this moment. Although that basement is now exquisite enough to be comparable to the room of the young master of the family, but it's still a place that was once used for imprisonment and torture. Seikong Cheng's face slowed down slightly as he raised his hand to signal Gaoyi to push him in. However, just as they reached the entrance of the basement, a strong smell of hot pot came out, and everyone's faces immediately changed. Seikong Cheng gritted his teeth fiercely. Is this what you're talking about? Introspection? Chapter 9, She Dies or You Die? In the basement, Jiang Mayan was happily shabu-shabuing hot pot when she saw the door being violently pushed open. Well, it's hot. She huffed and puffed to swallow the pills in her mouth and raised an eyebrow at the man whose face was dark to the core. What brings you here? Fondue to eat? Seikong City. His chilling eyes were firmly locked on the woman in front of him, and his entire face seemed to have a few big words written on it. You are looking for death. When he thought of the words of those people in the company who had just said explicitly and implicitly that he was a pervert and imprisoned people when he couldn't love them, he felt his blood pressure soar upward. Ever since that jumping incident, it was as if this woman had flipped some switch. Not only did she not put him in her sights, but she also challenged his bottom line 3 times. But, on second thought, isn't she doing all this to force herself to let her go? Then he would prefer not to let her go. After a long time, Seikong Cheng forced down the anger in his heart and said in a faint voice, Your tactics are nothing more than that. You want to overwhelm me with such a small amount of public opinion? He looked straight at Jiang Mayan and said, Word for word, if I just want to imprison you, who among them would dare to stop it? The chopsticks in Jiang Mayan's hands paused slightly, suddenly revealing a bright and incomparable smile. Indeed, no one dares to stop it. She looked at Seikong Cheng and said softly, If young master Seikong falls, some people will only clap and applaud. How can they stop it? I don't know how many people secretly coveted the identity of the Seikong family's heir apparent. Once Seikong Cheng has a flaw or stain on him, those people will seize on him and try to pull him down as the heir apparent. At those words, Gao Yi's eyes flashed slightly. This Miss Jiang seems to be really not simple. Si Kongcheng narrowed his eyes. Really? He suddenly turned his wheelchair closer to Jiang Mayan, a calm to almost eerie smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Then, in order to prevent me from having a day of degradation, why don't I just kill you now? An unknown cold wind suddenly blew away the smell of hot pot in the basement, and all the subordinates were startled. Gao Yi rushed forward with sweat pouring down his face. Young master, this can't be done. Si Kongcheng, oh, why not? Gao Yi, with his young master's status, even if he did kill someone it seems. Nope, that's still never allowed. He glanced at the man's eyes that were radiating killing intent, and busily attached his ear and said, Young master, have you forgotten? This Ms. Jiang knows about your leg. Maybe she is really the one who saved you back then. Fear not. If it really is, I'm afraid you'll regret it when the time comes. Jiang Mai looked at the muttering Gao Yi, and suddenly her heart was also a bit bottomless. If Si Kongcheng really wants to kill her in a fit of anger, it would be a big game. But at that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Sikyong glanced at the caller and picked it up. Speak. Not knowing what the person on the opposite side said, he suddenly raised his eyes to Jiang Mayan, the corner of his lips hooked into an unknown smile. Bring the person to the villa for me. Jiang Mayan looked slightly stunned. What kind of person is he going to bring here? Si Kongcheng hung up the phone, a bit of dislike showing between his brows. Come on people, remove the things in here for me. After the words, someone immediately came forward to move the hot pot in front of Jiang Mayan as well as the various ingredients. Looking at the carved bed with the table and chairs, the subordinate hesitated. Young master, should the bed and table be moved as well? Si Kongcheng froze slightly, looking at the house in front of him that had almost nothing to do with the underground torture chamber. He was furious. Move them all away. What's wrong with you? Jiang Mayan was anxious. How can you go back to something you gave away? When you break up with your girlfriend, do you still have to make them return the gifts you gave them? Si Kongcheng ignored her provocation and said with a cold smile, Humph, didn't you cry out that this place is hell? I am fulfilling you. Besides, you're not my girlfriend. Jiang Mayan choked. Oh, it seems to be so reasonable. All the things and furniture were quickly removed. Even the frescoes on the walls were not forgotten, and in the end only the first 2 chairs were left in the basement, still hanging all over the walls, not knowing what was real or fake, and oddly shaped instruments of torture. It was not easy to finish his work, but Gao Yi came to inform him out of breath. Young master, the person has been brought. Jiang Mayan raised her eyes slightly and heard footsteps coming from outside the basement. At first she didn't take it to heart, however when the person appeared in the doorway, her pupils snapped open a few points. Si Kongcheng, the bastard with 1,000 knives. Surprisingly, he grabbed Guan Yao. Guan Yao was wearing a professional outfit with a slender figure. Her handsome little face was full of helplessness at this time. The moment she saw Jiang Mayan, her eyes steeply lit up. Mayan? Jiang Mayan covered her face. Don't call me Mayan. I'm not Mu Yen. It wasn't that she hadn't thought before that Si Kongcheng would send someone to investigate the person who helped her spread the rumors, but she didn't think that she would catch someone so quickly. Guan Yao took a look at the environment of the basement. Although she was scared in her heart, but for the sake of her sister she still clenched her teeth and went out. Si Kongcheng, I didn't expect you to really be such a person, to imprison Mu Yen in such a place, she said in a stern voice. I advise you to release her quickly, otherwise, I will definitely expose you, make you lose your reputation, put you in jail, and make you pay. Jiang Mu Yen immediately covered her face more tightly. I do not know her. Alas, her sister is good at everything but her brain. Si Kongcheng's eyes sank slightly. His sight lightly swept Guan Yao to land on Jiang Mu Yen. Did you hear that? Your friend wants to make me lose my reputation. Jiang Mayan sighed slightly and raised her eyes to the man. Si Kongcheng, you're too petty, aren't you? I didn't just let my friend pass on a bit of gossip about you. Are you so angry? Besides those news aren't all fake. Isn't it a fact that you imprisoned me? The corners of Si Kongcheng's mouth twitched. The news didn't just say imprisonment. He looked at Jiang Mayan fixedly. Fine, since it's the truth. You'll stay here in the basement obediently from now on. After saying that he turned to leave, but the woman hooked her wheelchair at once. Jiang Mayan said with some impatience, even if you imprisoned me, what do you mean by arresting my friend? Still want to try a one-on-two? Guan Yao didn't have any external injuries on her body, nor were her hands and feet tied, and when she said she was captured, it was actually more like she was invited. But no matter what, there was no way she was going to let her friend get into unnecessary trouble for herself. Gao Yi's face turned blue. What a pair of two. Does his young master look like that hungry person? For his part, Si Kongcheng spoke indifferently. She messed with me, so I naturally have to give her some punishment. With that, he pointed to the row of torture devices on the wall. and said lightly, that set of torture devices, going up next to each other once would be about right. Guan Yao, you're kidding, any one of those could kill her. She immediately froze in fear, leaving only her eyes to glare at Jiang Mayan in a deadly manner. Jiang Mayan's eyes were even wider than hers. This dog man must be joking, right? She slowed down to glare at the man. What the hell do you want? What do you want? Si Kong Cheng's gaze was cold. She dies or you die. Choose one. Chapter 10, Who's the Deadbeat? In the basement, the atmosphere was heavy for a time. In the middle of the day, Jiang Mayan took the lead to compromise. Okay, I'm not leaving, okay? Saying that, he also winked at Si Kong Cheng. Quickly release my best friend. How big a matter are still holes so exaggerated? Guan Yao was at a loss. What was the situation? Just now it was clearly as if she was on the brink of life and death. So why did it suddenly look like a certain very overbearing man had kidnapped her best friend to threaten her in order to keep his beloved from fleeing? Si Kong Cheng's face darkened, but he still gritted his teeth and asked, are you really not leaving? Jiang Mayan nodded repeatedly. No go. Not for a while, until she premeditated a little more carefully next time. The group of men looked at each other in disbelief, and Gao Yi was even confused. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with the sound of this? Suddenly Guan Yao came to a realization. Mu Yen, so what you said is true. Young Master Si Kong really imprisoned you because he's been infatuated with you for a long time and doesn't want you to leave. Jiang Mu Yen, however, did not explain, smilingly said, some words do not say out well, more or less to people to leave some face. Si Kong City, otherwise it's better to kill it. What a mess. He was only thinking of putting someone under his nose because this Jiang Mayan knew too much. Glaring hard at the woman, he turned away in exasperation. Gao Yi secretly sighed a sinful sigh and hurriedly had Guan Yao sent away. The basement door was open. Jiang Muyen leisurely walked out and stretched a lazy waist, and then grabbed the small maid said, just now that bed moved where to go? I'm already used to sleeping. Change the bed certainly can't sleep. The little maid pointed to a room on the first floor and said with a hesitant expression, Jiang, Jiang, I think it's better for you to change the room. Jiang Mayan's chin lifted as she narrowed her eyes and smiled. That's impossible. Unless you let me change to your young master's room. The little maid snapped her mouth shut, turned her head and ran. Jiang Mayan didn't care, and ran up to the penultimate room on the right in a flurry of smoke, and lay down on the bed contentedly, counting the days. She's been here for a little over half a month, and if she doesn't go back to school, she might not be able to hide it from her mom. Yet she thought of this and forgot that because she put on a big show. The pictures were already all over the internet. So the next morning a man came to the door, sweating profusely and anxiously. Gao Yi knocked on his young master's door. A few moments later, Si Kong Cheng opened the door with an unpleasant expression. Early in the morning, what's the matter? At the same time, a noise came from the courtyard of the villa. Mistress, madam, you really can't go in. Our young master hasn't gotten up yet. Ma'am, after the maid's voice, there was a middle-aged woman's voice with a sobbing tone. You guys quickly hand over my daughter. And naturally, I won't barge inside again. Gao Yi's face went white and he was busy looking out along the window, and he saw that the woman had already entered the villa. This is crazy. I just pacified the ginger ancestor, and now the ancestor's mom is looking for her. Looking at Si Kong Cheng beside him again, his face looked quite a bit one-dimensional. Young master, what should we do? Gao Yi asked with a bitter face. However, without waiting for Si Kong Cheng to react, the woman outside had already pushed aside a group of maids and barged in. Mu Smoke, where are you? Mu Smoke? Her face was filled with anxiety and her watery eyes froze when she saw Si Kong Cheng and Gao Yi. Isn't this the man who brought his daughter home that day? Why is he here? Suddenly something came to her mind and she blushed. Could this man be the whatever? The pervert who imprisoned her daughter? But at that moment, the door to the room next to the man suddenly opened, and Jiang Mayan, who was wearing a chicken nest head and pajamas, walked out. Looking at her mother who fell from the sky, Jiang Mayan rubbed her eyes with a dumbfounded expression. Mom? Bai Shu's eyes reddened as she quickly rushed to her daughter. Mu Yen, are you alright? Did that pervert do anything to you? Sikyong, who was labeled a pervert without saying a word, he turned his head expressionlessly, but it allowed Jiang Mayan to see a murderous aura raw from his face. However, without waiting for her to reply, her mother, Bai Shu, pulled her behind her and glared at Si Kong Cheng. I'm telling you, although you're a good-looking man, a melon that's twisted by force is not sweet. Saying that she seemed to feel that she was overly emotional and took a breath before continuing. I am not an unreasonable person either, but stalking and even imprisoning my daughter just to get her like you did won't lead to any good results. Si Kong Cheng spoke with difficulty. Me? Stalker? No? Bai Shu glared at him without any good reason and once again opened her mouth to lecture him. A good young man, although his legs are a bit faulty, but at least he looks like a person with a good appearance. How can he do such a deadbeat thing? Si Kong Cheng grimaced. Me? deadpan. Gao Yi, who was at the side, sweated coldly and busily stepped forward. Mrs. Bai, you may have some misunderstanding about our young master. Saying that, he frantically winked at Jiang Mayan. Miss Jiang is staying voluntarily, isn't she? Jiang Mayan's face was full of innocence. Of course I didn't do it voluntarily. Obviously your young master used all sorts of means to keep me here. However, when this was said, even the maids couldn't look away. Jiang, Miss Jiang, last night it was you who insisted on moving in next to the young master, a maid timidly said. And you also said that if you don't move there, you will move to the young master's room to live. Jiang Mayan's face stiffened, and only then did she realize that the room she had chosen happened to be next to Sikong Cheng's. Bai Shu looked at her own daughter in confusion. What's going on here? Didn't the internet say that she was imprisoned by this perverted young master in some territory? How come she even took the initiative to move next to this young master? But without waiting for Jiang Mayan to speak, another servant followed. Yes, yesterday Miss John's best friend also looked for her, but Miss Jiang said herself that she is not leaving. If you don't believe me, Mrs. I can ask the others. Bai Shu subconsciously looked at the group of maids, and saw them nod in unison. Yes. She took a deep breath before looking at her own daughter. Mu Yen, did you really say such a thing? Jiang Mayan, no, Mom, you listen to me first. I'm asking if you said such things? Bai Shu frowned and interrupted her. And moving in next to this young master was something you asked for? Jiang Mo Yen, yes. She could really say nothing. Bai Shu's face instantly became a few points heavier, and she said painfully to her own daughter. So, the one who is dead set on not leaving, is you? At those words, Sikong Cheng's face cleared up slightly. In all his life, he had never had his nose pointed at him like that. As for Jiang Mayan, with her head down and being counted by her own mother, her afterglow blared fiercely at Sikong Cheng, who was not far away. This dog man, why didn't he stop her mom? After a good half day passed, Bai Shu finally had enough lessons and grabbed Jiang Mayan's hand and said, Go home with me. Jiang Mayan was delighted in her heart, but before she could raise her head, she heard Sikong Cheng say in a faint voice, Mrs. Bai. She can't leave. Bai Shu froze slightly. Why can't we go? Gao Yi's heart thumped, fearing that his young master would say something he shouldn't in a moment of anger. His mind turned sharply, and he busily stepped forward to explain. Mrs. Bai, this, Ms. Jiang is only staying on loan at night for the past 2 days. She still has to go back to school during the day. Jiang Muyan dumbfounded look at him, nodded. Hey, you this person say false words before all do not bring padding? And going back to school during the day. She's been locked up in this hole since she was born again, and she hasn't even seen the front door of the school until now, okay? However, Bai Shu hadn't received any news from the school side, and now that she saw her daughter appearing here unharmed, she rightfully believed it. She nodded in understanding. So it is. Jiang Mayan was instantly dumbfounded once again. Well, her mom really believes everything she's told. Chapter 11, Back to the Mother's House? In the Royal View Garden, after some cockamamie chaos, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Shu glared at her own daughter with a bad expression on her face. Then go to school quickly now. Come home this weekend. Mom has something to tell you. Jiang Mayan blinked. What about you? Without waiting for Bai Shu to reply, he saw Gao Yi say to his men, Why don't you have any eyesight at all? Why don't you send Mrs. Bai back first? A few of his men looked at each other in dismay, but they answered yes and gestured to invite them out. Bai Shu looked a little embarrassed. After making such a mess, it turned out to be her own daughter pestering someone else's young master. No, I'll just go back by myself. After saying that, she left in a hurry. That step could be more urgent than when she came. Mom. Wait a minute, Mom. Jiang Muyan neck stretched into a giraffe. Mom, I remember my school is on the way with you. You take me with you. Stop her. Sikong Chang gave a light order, and a few of his men swished and swished to block all of Jiang Mayan's paths. Jiang Mayan looked at Sikong Chang with an expressionless face. What for? Just now. Weren't you the one who said I still have to go to school? Is this how the youngest master of the Sikong family keeps his word? Sikong Cheng coldly stared back. I didn't say that. Gao Yi. Oh, it's what he said, not the young master. The corners of Jiang Mayan's mouth twitched slightly, not expecting this Sikong Cheng to be so shameless, but today was also her blunder. She even forgot that her mother could possibly see the news on the internet. Otherwise she should definitely stay in that dark, damp and frightening basement. That way, even if her mom couldn't take her away, she would definitely annoy Sikong Cheng to no end. She clenched her teeth and glanced at Sikong Cheng, thinking, lad, you wait, see how I next. You're eager to go back to school? Sikong said. Jiang Mayan froze, then immediately said, of course I want to go back. I'm a 5-good youth who just went to college, one of the top students in my class, and an excellent student who was loved by my teachers and classmates, so of course I should focus on my studies. With that she sighed quietly. Ugh. suddenly disappearing for so long. I wonder if everyone is worried about me. Seokong Chang's eyes narrowed. A5 good youth. A top student. An excellent student who was liked by his teachers and classmates? So how is it that he found out that he got into the school at the bottom of the list, that he's been sleeping except to eat, and that he hasn't even remembered her roommate's name since the beginning of the school year? Jung Mayan was made to feel unsettled by his meaningful look and stammered. Yes. She did have a bit of a rough time in college in her last life, always at the bottom of the list and not on good terms with her classmates. But, in this life, if she wanted to, that top student reputation was simply a matter of minutes. Thinking of this, she instantly had a bottom, squinting her eyes at Seokong Chang. So when are you going to let me go back to school? Now that the matter between the two of us is making a big splash on the internet, if you don't let me go, maybe the next person who will come looking for me will be the principal of our school. However, he heard Seokong Chang say in a faint voice, I can let you go back to school, as long as you sign that contract. Jung Mayan's eyes glared. Contract? If you didn't say it I would have thought it was a contract of sale. Are you kidding me? If she signed that thing, wouldn't she have to work as a cow with this man from now on? Seokong Chang was non-committal. If you say it's a contract of sale then it is. Jung Mayan ground her teeth. This dog man was afraid that he hadn't deliberately come over to take revenge because he had teased him once before in the company, right? She stared at the man with unblinking eyes. Seokong Chang, aren't you afraid that my mom will find her again? It was obvious that the man had more or less a conscience, or at least didn't mean to threaten her with her mother. The peaks of Seokong Chang's eyebrows slightly converged. Thinking for a moment he suddenly raised his hand to Gaoi. Go and get a chi. Send her back to the Bai family during the weekend. Gaoi froze before reacting and hurriedly answered and left. Jung Mayan's eyes widened slightly. Seokong Chang is sending someone to keep an eye on her? A trip home and back to be locked up again? She was simply furious, and said under her breath, Seokong Chang, even if you love me unbearably, you can't even go back to your mother's house to watch me, right? Seokong City. The crowd of subordinates were frightened by Jung Mayan's words, only feeling that their own young master was about to lose his temper in the next second. However, the young master glanced at that mess, Jung, and even turned around to leave without a word, leaving Jung Mayan to stare dryly in the hall. I'm afraid young master isn't overly pissed off, is he? A maid asked. I think so, otherwise how could he have endured such humiliation from MS? John? Another person whispered back. Jung Mayan abruptly turned her head to look over. You guys, what are you saying? Humiliating. How is liking her humiliating to Seokong Chang? With a swish, the hall instantly disappeared into thin air. Back in the room, Jung Mayan thought for half a day and didn't come up with any brilliant ideas, so she could only make up her mind to keep finding things for Seokong City. After that, however, she surprisingly never saw the dog man again until the weekend, accompanied by a knock on the door. Butler Gao Yi's voice came through the door. Miss Jiang, it's getting late. When do you see ready to leave? Jung Mayan woke up with a displeased face and packed up and went downstairs. Seeing Archie standing in the hall, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Why did Seokong Chang send this man to send himself back? Could it be that he was suspicious of him? Sensing her gaze, Archie raised her eyes coldly. What are you looking at? Humph. It's just a woman who wants to fly to the top of the branch and become a phoenix. And the young master even asked him to personally escort her. Jung Mayan retracted her eyes and skimmed her lips. I didn't see anything. I just think that for something like returning to your mother's home, your young master even sent you alone. It's really disappointing to me. Archie's eyes widened in anger. How can this woman be so shameless? She hasn't even gotten along with young master yet and she's starting to boast about going back to her mother's house. What back to my mother's house nonsense? I forbid you to talk nonsense. He glared fiercely at the woman and turned his head away in anger. At the expense of the young master worrying about your well-being, you really fed your good intentions to the dogs. I'm not going to see you off. It's best to let you die on the road. Gaoi rushed forward to stop the people. Don't go. Archie, this is young master's order. Archie's feet lurched, but the hand nestled into a fist was tightened to death, obviously furious but unable to resist. Jung Mayan was busy clapping and drumming. Go, why don't you go? She can't wait for no one to watch. However, after making a scene, eventually Archie compromised, only with that predictable face. On the way back to the White House, Jung Mayan, bored with idleness, bumped Archie's arm and asked, S7, last time I saw you guys there were 7 of you, and you're called Archie, so you're the worst in Kung Fu, right? Archie's forehead veins rippled. You fart. As the secret guards cultivated by the Seokong family for generations, they all spoke with their abilities, and although he was called 7, he must be one of the best in terms of skill. Jung Mayan was so noisy that his eardrums hurt, rubbed his ears and hissed, what are you so excited about? It's not just not. After saying that, she butted in. Then tell me why you're called 7? Aren't there 6 of you in total? Archie was about to dislike her back severely, but he opened his mouth but then suddenly paused. His eyes sank slightly, then he turned his head to look out the window without a word, clearly unwilling to say any more. Jung Mayan raised an eyebrow and let out a laugh. Oh, it seems that this Archie wasn't a fool, hearing that she was hedging her bets. Chapter 12, Recognizing a Bastard Daughter? Standing outside the Anyuan neighborhood once again, Jung Mayan was a little emotional. I was in too much of a hurry to come back last time to take a closer look, and now I just feel mixed emotions. After her mother's death in her last life, she was taken back to the Jung family, and since then she has almost never returned to this home where she has been dependent on her mother for many years. What's the ink? Why don't you go up? Archie urged. Jung Mayan glanced at him and gave him a mental note before slowly entering the neighborhood. Mother Bai was cooking when she entered the house, and the entire room smelled strongly. Jung Mayan grabbed her nose and sniffed. Mom, what kind of chicken soup are you making at this hour? That's odd. I thought her mom didn't like chicken. Baishu paused slightly in her movements and was quiet for a moment before she whispered. Your grandmother is sick. Grandma? Jung Muyan slightly stunned. Since she has memory, her mother rarely mentioned her grandmother's family. These two words from her mouth, more or less still a little twisted. Baishu put the simmering chicken soup into a thermos and turned back to pull her daughter to sit down. She sighed softly. A friend of mine who works at the hospital said she'd seen your grandmother the other day, and I was still worried sick left and right, so I went there. Seeing that her brows were filled with loss, Jung Mayan busily opened her mouth and asked, so what's the result? Is grandma serious? Baishu shook her head slightly. The illness is not serious, it's just a disease that comes out of long-term exhaustion, and it needs to properly recuperate the body. A disease of chronic exhaustion? Jung Muyan felt a little strange. Although the Bai family is not a big family or upper-class rich people, but at least it also operates a not small company, and the old mansion is also in the villa area with a good location. How could grandma have gotten sick from exhaustion when there were at least enough servants in the house? Not to say many? Baishu naturally saw the doubt in her eyes and continued to speak. You should also be curious as to how your grandmother got sick from exhaustion in the Bai family, right? She glanced at the thermos in her hand. When I went over there I thought your second aunt and the others would be there to take care of them, but when I got there I realized that your grandfather was still busy with the company at such an old age, and your grandmother had hired a caretaker to take care of her. It's a good deal, but I always feel bad about it in my heart. Jung Mayan hurriedly patted her mother's back soothingly. You mean, my second aunt and her family don't care about anything, that's why grandma fell ill? Baishu nodded. I've been delivering meals to your grandmother for a few days, and your second aunt hasn't been there once. With that she got up. It's getting late. Let's go to the hospital first. I'll talk to you on the way if there's anything. The two then simply packed up and headed out. When she walks downstairs, Jung Mayan only sees the car she came in, but not Archie, and she can't help but be slightly stunned. Could it be that this Archie ran away because he was too displeased with her? Then wouldn't she be free afterward? Without another thought, she immediately took a cab with her mother to the hospital. What neither of them expected, however, was that Auntie Tu's family happened to be at the hospital as well. Ward entrance. Jung Mayan and Mother Bai were carrying fruits and a thermos bucket, while on the other side, second aunt Bai Xiaoyun was standing empty-handed with a girl of about 20. The eight eyes were facing each other, and there was a hint of awkwardness in the air. Finally, Bai Xiaoyun took the lead and said, Sister, why did you suddenly come to the hospital? Bai Shu's face was a bit unsightly. Mom is sick. Isn't it right for me to come and take a look? Bai Xiaoyun gave a stiff laugh. That's for sure. I just thinking that you've been disconnected from your family for years. I didn't expect you to suddenly appear. Her eyes rolled twice, then said, but you are also really. Mom, this disease seems to be almost cured before you come. Jung Mayan interrupted her with a snort. Really? Grandma was hospitalized for half a month and second aunt didn't come even once. So you just figured out that she's almost done? If it hadn't been for this time, she wouldn't have known she had such a second aunt around. Bai Xiaoyun's face changed slightly as she turned her head to look at Jung Mayan. Sister, what is this? Bai Shu spoke out faintly. This is my daughter, Mu Yen. At these words, Bai Xiaoyun's face but suddenly turned cloudy, laughed. I thought, who is it? It turns out to be that illegitimate child you gave birth to in the Zhang family. Gave birth to that little girl. Ayo almost said leaks. All blame the past and the White family. Too old man in front of say more. A moment cannot change the habit. A trace of contempt crossed the bottom of her eyes, and she turned to pull up the girl next to her and introduced. This is my daughter, Lu Si Hua, just 18 years old. Even though his own daughter was not yet old or accomplished anything, her status was definitely much higher than that of some illegitimate daughter. With a glance, Jung Mayan could tell what she had in mind, and her fingers tightened for a few moments. In the end, the biggest reason why her mother broke off her relationship with the Bai family was that she was not recognized by the Zhang family and carried the reputation of being an illegitimate daughter, and in her last life, she had suffered countless blank stares and blows because of this name. It was at this moment that a light cough suddenly came from the ward. Before Jiang Mayan and Mother Bai could return to their senses, they saw that Bai Xiaoyun had already pulled her daughter and quickly rushed into the hospital room. Mom, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere that's uncomfortable? Bai Xiaoyun asked with an anxious face. Next to her, Lu Sihui also hurriedly spoke up. Are you alright, Grandma? Do you want me to call a doctor? The person on the bed ignored the two men's fake solicitude. Instead his gaze was fixed on the door. Jiang Mayan hurriedly pushed her frothing mother before the two of them walked into the hospital room. Mom, I brought a little bit of rice, and I'm afraid that you're on fire. I also boiled a little bit of snow pear soup. Bai Shu puts the things down with some urgency. If you have a sore throat, drink some snow pear soup. Old lady Bai nodded slightly, but didn't say anything more. Zhang Muyan looked at the heart of a slight movement. Mother and grandmother, although so many years have not seen, obviously some rusty, but the two people do not have the set of false love. She stepped forward and put the fruit down. Grandma, I'm Muyan. I heard my mom say that you were hospitalized, so I came along to see you. The old lady's pupils widened slightly. You are Muyan? She carefully surveyed the person in front of her, her eyes complex, as if she was somewhat unsure of what stance to take. Jiang Mayan naturally didn't want to make things difficult for her grandmother, and obediently changed the topic. Grandmother, although I haven't seen you for a long time, I usually hear my mother mention it often, so I was a bit worried once I heard that you were sick. Saying this she swept a glance at Bai Xiaoyun. But just now I heard second aunt say that your illness is almost over. Is this true? The old lady glanced at the empty-handed Bai Xiaoyun mother and daughter, and the corner of her mouth swirled and pulled down. What? So impatient for me to go back and worry about your? Bai Xiaoyun's face flushed red, but she still managed to pull out a smile. Mom, what are you talking about? How could I be doing it for those? I'm just hoping that you'll get well sooner. She had a smile on her face, but in her heart, she cursed Jiang Mayan inside and out. This Bai Shu, who had brought the little spatterer back at this time of the day. What in the world were her intentions? After a moment of silence, she suddenly thought of the recent rumors and legends outside. The Jiang family wanted to recognize Bai Mayan, the illegitimate daughter, back. Is it true? Chapter 13, You'll get a swollen face. The atmosphere in the hospital room was slightly gloomy. Except for Jiang Mayan chatting with the old lady from time to time, there was no other sound. A long time passed, and the old madam looked at the playful girl in front of her, and her heart was a little bit not in the right place. She touched Jiang Mayan's hand. Mayan, following your mom outside all these years, have you suffered? I didn't suffer much, it's just that mom is harder, Jiang Mayan said. Only then did the old madam raise her eyes to look at her eldest daughter, who had been silent but had long since reddened her eyes, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in her heart. She pointed to the thermos on the table. What's cooking today? It smells pretty good. Bai Shu froze, and then immediately poured her hands and feet. I made chicken soup today, and other. In the past, she came over in the morning, put down the thermos and left, then waited for the evening to come back and quietly collect it. Basically never spoke to the old lady. But this time the old lady actually took the initiative to talk to her. By the time the old lady finished eating her meal one bite at a time, the faces of Bai Xiaoyun's mother and daughter had stiffened into two stones. Mom, this body of yours needs to recuperate, so my sister and I won't disturb your rest. Bai Xiaoyun interjected and spoke. I haven't seen my sister for a long time, and I also want to catch up with her. The old lady also seemed to be a bit tired and waved her hand to signal them to leave. Walking out of the hospital building, Bai Xiaoyun pointed to the sedan waiting on the side and smiled. Sister, get in the car. Let's go to dinner first. When we finish eating I'll send you back and save you a taxi. Bai Shu swept her a glance. We haven't seen each other for a long time, but there's nothing to talk about, and I can't afford that car of yours, so I'd better forget about it. Back then, she had just left the Jiang family with her daughter and severed ties with her family, and was so desperate that she could barely afford to eat. This sister of hers came to her once, but did not show any concern, but instead, like some people, she fell into a well, saying that it was all her own fault that she ended up in that situation. Now even if she rejoins the Bai family, I'm afraid that she and this sister will only be able to look at each other. Hearing, Bai Xiaoyun has not said anything. Lu Sihua is staggering open mouth, no longer before the half point of reserved lady. Auntie, what kind of attitude is that? My mom was kind enough to let you ride in the car, and you're saying you can't afford it. She glared and muttered. Still think you're the White family's eldest miss back then. Give face to the pop. Jiang Mayan slapped her hard across the face and said to Bai Xiaoyun, second aunt, if your own daughter doesn't discipline herself, then don't blame others for doing it for you. How dare you hit me? Lu Sihua came back to her senses and instantly jumped to her feet in anger. I've grown up so much my parents have never hit me. You little and bastard daughter dare to hit me. Snap, slap. Two more very crisp slaps that directly spun her around in place. Jiang Mayan rubbed his tingling hand. What's wrong with hitting you? If your mouth is not clean again, beware of having your face swollen for you. Lu Sihua was dumbfounded like a pestle in place. The narrator's by Xia Yun was even more shocked. How could he not expect this illegitimate daughter to be so powerful? When she came back to her senses, she was furious and ordered the driver of the minivan, "Get down from there." The driver got out of the car with a cold face, his well-developed muscles straining his clothes. He took large strides to follow. "What are second Miss Bai's orders?" Bai Xiaoyun pointed at Jiang Mayan. "She just slapped my daughter 3 times. You give it back to me. Hit me back with all your might." The man frowned. "Hitting a woman?" Bai Xiaoyun said angrily. "What's the point of wasting words? Give me a fight." Bai Shu rushed forward. "It was indeed Mu Yen who was wrong just now. I can make her apologize, but don't you dare let anyone else lay a finger on her." Jiang Mayan's eyes sank slightly. She didn't expect this Bai Xiaoyun to go out with such a hitman as a driver. If it was an ordinary man, maybe she could have maneuvered around a bit, but how did this 8'1" tall man make her a weak woman? But was she overthinking it? Why did she think this man looked familiar? As he was thinking darkly, his afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of a car not far away. Aha! Isn't that the car that Archie sent her in? She raised her eyes and saw that Archie was standing against the side of the car, his mouth curled in a sneer if anything, and when he saw himself, he saluted without panic. "Well, I can you. This guy is obviously in, but he's not going to come over and help?" Trying to take a deep breath, she glared fiercely at Archie. "You wait." Turning back to her, her expression suddenly went cold. "Auntie too, are you sure you want this man to beat me?" Bai Xiaoyun was bluffed for a moment by her sudden change of face, and was only brought back to her senses by her own daughter's tug. Looking at her daughter's swollen two-flap face like a hairy bun, she instantly chilled her face. "What? I'm your second aunt. I can't teach you a lesson? Don't think that just because you were able to speak to the old lady at the hospital today, you're showing off here. An unwanted illegitimate daughter who really thinks she's something." Bai Shu immediately wanted to get angry when she heard this, but was stopped by her own daughter. Jiang Mayan looked at Bai Xiaoyun and let out a light laugh. "Private daughter? Does second aunt mean the Jiang family's illegitimate daughter outside?" She took a step closer without a care in the world and said word for word, "Then hasn't auntie too heard lately that I'm about to change my surname to Jiang?" Bai Xiaoyun's pupils widened slightly as he opened his mouth but failed to speak. She did hear about it, and it was rumored that the Jiang family was planning to throw a big banquet in her honor, but she always thought it was a rumor. It's been so many years, how come they suddenly have to recognize this little splatterback? However, right now this small splash of people look and very sure, is it really to be recognized back? Jiang Mayan spread her hands carelessly. "Alright, now feel free to fight if you want to, but remember, there are consequences. Compared to the Jiang family, the Bai family is simply small. If she is really recognized by the Jiang family, then the status is not just a flip." Seeing Bai Xiaoyun's hesitation, the driver who was called in as a hitman frowned even more tightly. "Second Miss Bai, I'll go back first if there's nothing else to do. Master is still waiting for me to report on the situation." At those words, Bai Xiaoyun was slightly startled in her heart, almost forgetting that this fighter ultimately followed her father's orders. Right now things were getting tricky on her end, and she couldn't afford to let anyone pick her brain on such a trivial matter. "Mom, what are you hesitating for? Quickly let him call back for me." Lu Sihua covered her face and glared angrily at Jiang Muyen. She didn't give a damn about the Miss Jiang family or the White family. All she knew was that she hadn't been this angry since she was a little girl. However, at this time, Bai Xiaoyun had already regretted her impulsive words just now and directly shook off her own daughter's hand. "What's the point of hitting? If it wasn't for your unpleasant words just now, would your cousin have hit you?" Liu Hu's eyes snapped open. "Mom!" Jiang Mayan didn't bother to pay attention to them, pulling Mother Bai to turn around and head towards Archie's side. Anyway, from the moment she met Archie she knew that sooner or later she would have to be taken back to Sikong City, so now that there was a luxury car waiting here she naturally wouldn't be polite. When she saw the woman come over unharmed, his face was a bit ugly, but he couldn't say anything and returned to the car to be the driver. The car started, and Bai Mother, who hadn't said anything, suddenly opened her mouth. "Mu Yen, did you just say that you're going to change your last name to Jiang soon?" Jiang Mayan stiffened, and her face went a few shades of white. Chapter 14, Get a Bodyguard. The atmosphere in the car abruptly chilled, and Jiang Mayan only felt that her mother's sight was very hot. In her last life, if she hadn't returned to the Jiang family, then she would have been Bai Mayan for the rest of her life. But this life is no longer possible. The hatred she carries, the transformation of all that she has done, has made her destined not to be just an ordinary. Everyone can be bullied, always standing at the bottom of society. Bai Mu Yen. Sooner or later, she will have to go back to the Jiang family, only it will not be so easy to go back as. At that thought, she took a deep breath and turned her head. "Mom, do you believe me?" After a pause, she continued, "It's okay if you don't believe me, but of course Mom believes you." Mother White said softly, I'm just a little surprised to learn this news all of a sudden. Jiang Mayan was slightly stunned. You believe in me? Aren't you afraid that I'll just turn out to be the kind of person who sees money and loves vanity? You know, her mom's hatred for the Jiang family is not a star. To that Jiang Pingju is once more hate to peel the skin. Ah, Bai Shu glanced at her. Can I not know what my own daughter is like? Besides, I've long since stopped hating that son of a Jiang Pingju, so even if you go back to the Jiang family it won't have any effect on me. Jiang Moyen, son of a. Don't worry mom, I'm not willing to go back to the Ginger family just to go and be that son of a S daughter. I'm doing it to get back everything that belongs to me. She smiled, half-heartedly, and said, the Jiang family will only be mine in the end. At those words, Archie, who was driving in front of him, stopped with a sharp brake, causing the carload of people to jerk forward. Jiang Muyen, a quick eye to help the white mother, glaring at the back of Archie's head, angrily scolded a few words. What are you doing? When this thing is bumper cars at Big Brother. The corner of Archie's mouth twitched. Red light. He didn't show it on his face, but in his heart he was shocked to the core. This Jiang Mayan is crazy, right? And the Jiang family can only be hers in the end? Daydreaming it. Daydreaming and bragging. Even if this kind of thing in front of his face, so say out. Once he passed out, then the Jiang family randomly come to a person is not secretly to destroy her? As if she heard the spit in his heart, Jiang Mayan said nonchalantly, Ah Chi, you must keep what I just said a secret. Ah Chi nodded, thinking that he would go back and tell the young master. Jiang Mayan grunted, but you can tell your young master. After all, I have a handle on him in my hand and I'm not afraid that he'll dare to leak it out. Archie immediately seemed to have swallowed a fly alive. His face reddened while his heart diaphragmatized. How could that be? How could a man like his young master have a hold on such a woman? The car started up again, and Jiang Mayan withdrew her gaze from looking into the front rearview mirror. This Archie's mind is just too easy to outwardly reveal. Is such a person really stupid or is he just pretending? Returning to the Anyuan neighborhood, Jiang Mayan accompanied Bai's mother for half a day of shopping and a meal, and then sent her back to the hospital on her way out. Mom, Grandma actually still cares about you, so you shouldn't always be afraid to talk to her. Jiang Mayan comforted. I know you've been feeling guilty about learning that she's sick, so now is a good opportunity to get close to her and return the favor. Mother Bai looked hesitant. I haven't appeared for such a long time, and now that I've suddenly appeared, I don't know if they'll think that I have ulterior motives, so what if it's something else? Jiang Mayan immediately said, Mom, you're willing to give all of Grandma and Grandpa's family property to second aunt, but aren't you worried that she won't treat Grandma and Grandpa well in the future? Bai Shu's complexion was slightly austere. Then is she still a human being? Seeing that her own mother had finally figured it out, Jiang Mayan was relieved and stayed with her for a while before leaving. She didn't say a word on the way to the Club Royal Court, and the silence was a little unbelievable. Archie kept watching from the rearview mirror and finally came to a conclusion. This woman is not simple. The car stopped and he eyed the woman as she walked into the villa, while he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, speech, check someone out for me. Once again back in the luxurious birdcage that was the villa, Jiang Mayan only felt her bones itching to get into trouble. First she went back to her room and turned everything upside down, dropping cups and bottles all over the place. Then she eyed the valuable antique vase in the living room. Gaoi almost went into cardiac arrest when he arrived at the sound. Ancestor, this can't be done. Jiang Mayan held onto the shaking vase. Is this expensive? Gaoi nodded his head like garlic. Yes, so don't let your hand slip. But before he could finish, he saw that ancestor lightly scatter his hands. He went into cardiac arrest for a split second. However, the expected sound of glass exploding did not occur. Gaoi half squinted and opened one eye, only to see that one of the men who had followed him over had somehow rushed to the front, receiving the vase in his arms just as it hit the ground. OMG! A breath almost escaped me. He palpitated and patted his fearful chest. Jiang Mayan, on the other hand, looked fixedly at the man with a scar at the corner of his eye and a rough and mineral figure, his eyes glowing. Can you wait? When she saw that driver hitman in front of the hospital today, she had always felt familiar. After coming back and thinking about it all the way, it occurred to her that the man looked like someone who had appeared beside her in a previous life. That person's name was Yuan Feng. He was extremely skilled, and had been ordered by Sikong Cheng to protect her for a long time in his last life. But at that time she was afraid of Sikong Cheng. Of course, even with his people also loathe and fear. Not to mention that this person not only he looks scary, but also very cold-blooded and ruthless. What she remembers in particular, however, is the time she was blocked halfway by her former classmates, who teased and humiliated her for marrying a cripple in order to climb up the ranks of the rich and powerful, and asked her how she served the cripple in bed. In fact, those people only dared to mouth off and didn't dare to touch a single finger of hers, but it still humiliated her to the point that she almost collapsed. And it was in that situation that Yuan Feng, who had always been rejected and feared by her, appeared out of nowhere and beat those people up one by one. When she confronted by Xiaoyun's men today, she instantly realized that she was too weak, just with a mouth and memories of a previous life. It just doesn't work. So until she was capable of looking after herself, she needed the protection of someone reliable. Yuan Feng was about uncomfortable with her staring and frowned but didn't say anything. He just silently helped the vase back to its original position. Ms. Jiang, what the hell are you doing? Sweating on top of his head, Gao Yi looked bitterly at Jiang Mayan. Why are you suddenly making a scene again for a good reason? Which one of your eyes sees that I'm better? Jiang Mayan tossed him a blank stare without any good humor. If it were you being locked up in this kind of prison, could you be happy? Gao Yi was happy. Happy? How can you not be happy with such a nice villa? Jiang Mayan, I don't care. I want to see your young master. Why is he avoiding me? Does he not love me anymore? Koio, with all due respect, never loved. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the face-palmed henchman next to him had darkened his face a little bit as well. Chapter 15, How about a fight? In the villa of Royal View Court, Jiang Mayan looked at the man across from her with her chin resting in boredom. Your name is Yuan Feng, right? How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Yuan Feng's eyebrows jumped and he shook his head. Oh, looking at you it doesn't look like you can have one. Jiang Mayan nodded her head and said fervently, but it's also true that your family master doesn't have one, so it's even more unlikely that you do. Yuan Feng, he endured and endured, finally holding back his red face or not, and uttered, there are many women who like young master. One could look down on him, but not the young master who had saved his life. Jiang Mayan laughed. There are many people who like him who didn't get one either. Then it seems that your young master is indeed not very good. And so Sikong Cheng, who had just entered the door, heard a certain person who was recklessly discussing with someone about whether or not he could do it. Next to Gao Yi's face stiffened. It's going to kill him. Can this auntie's mouth have a handle on it? He coughed violently twice to remind the people over there to pay attention to their words, but he saw Jiang Mayan turn his head with a puzzled face. What's wrong with housekeeper Gao? I said your young master can't do it but I didn't say anything about you. Why are you still coughing? Gao Yi instantly coughed his heart out and his face reddened. Cough, cough. Sikong Cheng's face was so dark that it could almost drip water. He ground his teeth and said in a chilling voice, really? Then why don't you come to my room tonight and I'll let you see if I'm good or not? Jiang Mayan quickly waved her hand. That's better. Let people know and think how horny I am. I won't even let go of the handicapped. Sikong City. He's going to kill this woman. Seeing the man's face getting worse and worse, Zhang Muyen coolness miso plucked high. Ha, let you do not let the old lady go before. But at this moment, Ah Chi suddenly walked in from the doorway. Miss Jiang, please show some respect to the young master, or else. He clenched his fists as he spoke, and the back of his hands were suddenly bruised and his fingers creaked. However, when Jiang Mayan saw him, she smiled instead of being afraid. Yo, isn't this 7, coming just in time? Gao Yi looked at her face smiling like a flower. He was shocked and subconsciously shielded Ah Chi behind him. You. Ah Chi is still a child. What do you want to do to Ah Chi? Archie, high steward, you get out of the way. I want to see what she can do to me. Jiang Mayan snorted out a laugh and turned to Sikong Cheng and spoke. Sikong Cheng, let's make a deal. Give a chi to me? Ah Chi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood and said angrily. Impossible. Gao Yi also looked bitter. Auntie what do you need Ah Chi for? Aren't the servants in this villa enough for you to use? Jiang Mayan, tch, they're good, but if someone bullies me, they can't protect me. Sikong Cheng had a dark face as his gaze swept over the silent Yuan Feng. Stay here. Who can bully you? Actually, Yuan Fengcha was the one he arranged to come over to protect her today, but he took the initiative to give it to someone, which was different from her asking for it. Jiang Mayan looked calm. Not here indeed. But, are you sure you can keep me locked up for the rest of my life? Instead of worrying about me escaping day and night, why don't you just arrange for someone to watch over me? No? Sikong Cheng pursed his lips and did not say anything, but behind him, Ah Chi's face changed. This woman really did have a premeditated plan. It must be to take revenge on him for not making a move to help before. He subconsciously looked at his own young master, and when he saw that the man's expression seemed to have loosened up, a heart fell. It's over. The young master will definitely agree to this woman. However, just as Sikong Cheng's lips slightly opened, Jiang Mayan spoke again. Slow down. She turned her head to look at the muscular Yuan Feng beside her with an appreciative face, then twisted over to look at Ah Chi and shook her head in disgust. Forget it, Ah Chi is too skinny and weak to look at. You can give this Yuan Feng to me. Archie jumped to his feet at once. Who are you saying can't? Are you looking for death? Obviously this woman asked for him first, and now she's saying he can't. This is simply a strange shame. Calm down. Don't ever calm down. Archie, Gao grimaced as he dragged Archie by the skin of his teeth and managed to pull the man to a halt. Jiang Mian shook his head and sighed. Young people, indeed, are still too impatient. She then looked at Si Kong Chang. Why don't you let Archie fight you on phone? Then I'll decide which one I want. Si Kong Chang, when did he promise to give this woman a bodyguard? After a moment of silence, he nodded slightly. Yes. Archie unbelievably looked at his own young master, then became a face of aggression. His young master, so sold him. Yuan Feng, on the other hand, had been silent, and when he heard his young master agree, he stepped forward and assumed a stance. In the living room or outside? Archie turned back, her originally mournful eyes abruptly glazed over, gritting her teeth. Just in the house, point blank. It's not worth breaking young master's things for someone. The two men were like wolves and tigers, and when their eyes met, there was a burst of sparks and thunderbolts. Jiang Mian sat back on the sofa and leisurely sipped her tea, her sparkling eyes full of excitement. Sikong City, this woman. Is there something wrong with her brain? Other women can be scared to tears just by looking at this scene, but she's fine. She's still quite excited? Before he could think about it much, Archie and Yuan Feng had already started fighting. Yuan Feng hands into a claw, quickly towards the face of the attack. Bring a burst of harsh palm wind, but the Archie is not the slightest panic. The body dexterity of a flash to avoid, will quietly avoid, and then turn sideways. A fist smashed into the back of the Yuan Feng. However, when the fist was about to arrive, Yuan Feng took a step back and dodged it. Then he caught Chi's fist with a claw and turned it fiercely. Chi nimbly flipped and skillfully broke free, and in the process moved away to keep a certain distance from Yuan Feng. Good. Beautiful. Jiang Mian couldn't help but yell out. Gao Yi, good guy, or do you want to give another reward? Chi, who was fighting, was also furious, and then he vented his anger on Yuan Feng, and his hands became more and more vicious and tricky. Soon, Yuan Feng gradually fell behind, his breathing slightly messy. The two of them went back and forth for a few more moves, and then Yuan Feng was inattentively hit by Archie's punch and staggered back a few steps. He frowned and rubbed his distended chest and gestured to stop, before he clasped his fists and said, "It's me who lost." The highs and lows are immediately visible. He is considered to have started learning martial arts halfway, and there is still a bit of a gap between him and these young masters around him who have been trained to kill since childhood. Jiang Mian applauded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, well played. Archie grunted softly as he clasped his arms, his posture quite proud. However, in the next second, he heard Jiang Mian speak with a smile. Then, I choose Yuan Feng. Archie stumbled and almost fell flat on his face, saying angrily, are you playing me? I clearly won just now. Jiang Mian spread her hands with an innocent face. You're the one who won. That's why I choose Yuan Feng. Archie's teeth clenched. Young master, can I really beat her up? Si Kong Cheng paused and coughed lightly. Isn't it great that Yuan Feng was chosen? Or are you willing to follow her? No, not even in death. Archie raged. Si Kong Cheng waved his hand to signal him to go down, a little worried that his own men would be infuriated and have a heart attack if they continue to stay here. Seeing that Jiang Mian on the sofa was staring at Yuan Feng with unblinking eyes, he narrowed his eyes. This woman, could she have predicted that he would send Yuan Feng? Chapter 16, Secretary Kong. Si Kong Cheng, since the bodyguards are already in place, when do you plan to set me free? Jiang Mian opened her mouth and asked. She looked at the man with the handsome face and deep profile in front of her, and was a little unable to take her eyes back. Such a distinguished status, looks like Pan An's man. Even if the legs are wasted, there will be countless women will come up to offer their attentions, but no matter whether it is the last life or this life, he has always been clean around him. Oh, and no, forgetting herself. However, he heard Si Kong Cheng faintly say, it's impossible to be free, but you can come with me to the company. He still hadn't figured out how this woman had guessed ahead of time about that collaboration, and bringing her to the company was just the thing to see how capable she really was. Jiang Mian glanced at him. Want me to give you free labor? Nice try. Si Kong Cheng indifferently stared back. Go to the company, or you can choose to remain in the villa. Ginger Moxie, count your blessings. The next day, the Tixing Group building. Jiang Mian looked at the towering building. Si Kong Cheng, what position are you planning to give me? I don't know how to do anything, so don't blame me if I screw something up. Si Kong Cheng was pushed towards the company by Gao Yi and sniffed without looking at him. As you wish. As the words fell, the three of them had already walked to the first floor outside the main door, and through the glass door they could see that there were already quite a number of people gathered inside, some waiting for the elevator, some hurriedly passing by with their heads down, and others were talking to each other. However, just as the three of them pushed the door in, everyone's movements stopped in unison, as if they had been suddenly nudged. Jiang Mian was forced by the maid to put on a long white dress today. Her slender waist was outlined by a ribbon, not too much to hold. The exposed half of her legs were fair and straight, Her feet stepped on a pair of net surface low heel shoes. The whole person appeared to be pure and elegant. Her hair was casually tied in a knot by a ribbon, and with the face that was unadorned and clear, she looked lazy and fresh, absolutely beautiful but not ostentatious. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Jiang Mayan smacked his lips. The last time she came was too hasty. She was put in a coat and stuffed into the car to send her, and when she arrived here she was also stuffed directly into the elevator. Hardly noticed by anyone, and this time she was slightly cleaned up a little. But isn't the effect a bit exaggerated? Ahem. Seeing his young master's face darken vaguely, Gao Yi hurriedly coughed, which broke the deadlock, and everyone began to greet each other. Ahem. Hello, President. Good morning, President. Good morning. Sikong Chang nodded slightly and without a word gestured for Gao Yi to push him into the elevator. Jiang Mayan hooked her lips and smiled, while then consciously walked to the employee elevator next to her, and even greeted a few men in suits. Hi. Suit man number 1 smiled and blossomed. Hi. I'm from the planning department. Which department are you from, sister? New here? I can. Halfway through his words, a stern and incomparable line of sight suddenly came from the side of the president's special elevator, making him feel as if there was a knife on his neck, and he couldn't help but swallow and close his mouth. Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows slightly. Why don't you say anything? I'm new here, what do you want? However, I heard Sikong Chang's voice, which was cold to the core, suddenly come from over there. Secretary Jiang, come here. Jiang Mayan, didn't we agree that any position is at her disposal? She rolled her eyes darkly and lifted her feet to walk to the special elevator. When the trio entered the elevator and left, the first floor lobby instantly exploded. Geez, was I just blind? That one in the white dress is a woman, right? Or a beautiful woman, right? A woman in professional attire was in a trance. The president actually brought a woman to the company? It's unbelievable. Apart from Gao Yi, the president has never been accompanied by a male or female creature, not to mention a man or a woman. Wow, who the hell is that woman? She looks really beautiful, a male employee said with a dull face and swallowed his saliva. The man next to him was busy giving him a blow to the head. Wake up you. That can. But the president brought someone you also dare to covet. The male employee gave him a disdainful look. Then don't blush if you can help it. Just one look at someone and your face turns into a pig's liver color. Dare you say you have no thoughts about them? President's office floor. As soon as Sikong Chang stepped out of the elevator, he said in a cold voice to Jiang Mayan, your range of activities is on this floor. When he finished, he asked Gao Yi to send him to his office. However, the office door had just opened when a white figure suddenly flashed by. Jiang Mayan tilted her head and strutted through the door, looking around before sitting on her but on the sofa. Sikong Chang at the doorway's face darkened and gritted his teeth. Who let in? You. Jiang Mayan looked like she was taking it for granted. You said that my range of activities is on this floor, so doesn't that mean I can go anywhere on this floor? Sikong Chang was stunned. That's what he meant by what he said. The office of the president of the hall. Is it just anyone who can enter? Who? Letting out a deep breath, he resisted the urge to kill and said, word for word, I take back what I just said. You, go wherever you like, as long as it's not in my office. If she stayed 1 second longer, she was afraid she would die young. Next to him, Gao Yi snorted and almost laughed out loud, and was hastily restrained by his own young master's fierce glare. Ahem, that, Ms. Jiang, he said in a low voice, the president is busy with official business. You come out first. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the company. Although young master didn't plan to let her work when he brought her here, she had to be told the general location of the restrooms and whatnot. Jiang Mayan skimmed his lips and fondly rubbed the leather couch before getting up. After following Gao Yi's general understanding of the company's structure, she had to marvel at the power of the Sikong family. Just this one head office is so powerful, look, that the entire group of companies is not the top of the domestic half of the sky? Ms. Jiang, the basic location should be clear to you. This cell phone is for you to use. You can ask me anytime if there's anything you've forgotten. Gao Yi smiled and handed over a cell phone. Jiang Mayan glanced at her cell phone, a light smile spilling from the corner of her lips. This cell phone, it has a locator on it. It's really exactly like the last one. Taking the phone, she waved her hand and said, go about your business. I'll just wander around the planning department pantry at noon. 4 twos. A man with a face full of white stripes plastered all over his face proudly flung down 4 cards. How about it? Admit defeat, ha 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 ha. Jiang Mayan raised an eyebrow, dropping 2 cards. King Bum. Man. Ha. Ayo, why are you so stupid? Another man whose face was half blocked by the white stripes said, didn't you see that I didn't dare to throw a big card? She's got a king on her side, and you're the only one. You're the one who's stupid enough to send it up. The onlookers booed, and a certain Mediterranean sea voiced out, what is this thing you two? How many innings have you played here and not won a single game? I'm ashamed to be in the same company as you. The man with a face full of white stripes was the same person who had greeted Jung Mayan at the elevator earlier. At this moment, he glanced at Jung Mayan and wanted to smile to cover up his embarrassment, but he couldn't. Jung Mayan narrowed her eyes and hooked her finger towards the Mediterranean with some irritation. You, come. Mediterranean rolled up his sleeves and walked over. Come on, I'm not afraid of a woman like you. Jung Mayan thought about it. Let's compare some big ones. If you lose this game, order takeout for me once. It's just time for dinner. Mediterranean snorted, thinking how much a takeout meal only cost. And what if you lose? Jung Mayan said nonchalantly. If I lose, I'll do whatever you want. Just kidding, it's her specialty. In her last life, because she had no friends since she was a child, she often played this by herself, and a deck of cards had long been played by her. It would be easy to win against so many men who sit in the office a lot. Chapter 17, a tumor. 2 out of 3. Ah, no cheating at all, a certain suited elite avatar referee announced. The Mediterranean man gave Jung Mayan a somewhat contemptuous look. Then I'm not polite. Soon, the first game ended. Mediterranean took the landlord, and Jung Mayan won. Mediterranean wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shuffle up. Again. In the second game, Mediterranean won. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. I told you guys that my hand was too good this time, and you still don't believe me. Mediterranean laughed so hard that the few hairs left on the top of his head fluttered around looking like they were going to fall off. Jung Mayan, hiss. It's a bit spicy. Better hurry up and end it. After shuffling the cards in the third game, she looked at them carefully for a few moments to get a rough idea of where the card being drawn as a banker was on the penultimate card, and had an idea. Mediterranean, let you have this one. Start with your cards first. Jung Mayan smiled faintly. The corner of Mediterranean's mouth twitched. Who are you calling Mediterranean? Ah, don't mean to say what's in your heart. Jung Mayan apologized with little sincerity, and there was a burst of giggles around her. Mediterranean C was so angry that she gritted her teeth and glared at Jung Mayan, but she didn't lash out due to the presence of many people. I don't need you to let go, or start with you first. Jang Moyen, well, then she will not be polite. From her here, that sitting must be the Mediterranean Sea. 2 against 1. She can never lose. As expected, after 3 rounds, the result was not in doubt. Jung Mayan won. MS. Kong, you're amazing. White striped face complimented with admiration, and the others chimed in, all of them showing excitement. Only the Mediterranean Sea had a very unpleasant face and glared at Jung Mayan. Isn't it just a takeaway? I wouldn't care to win against you. Jung Mayan let out a light laugh. Just pay attention. What I just said was one takeaway, but I didn't say that I only ordered one. Saying that, she waved her hand and said very generously, trouble you, treat the whole department to a takeaway today. What? Mediterranean instantly turned green, the few remaining hairs almost standing up in anger. A few onlookers also seemed to be very used to the Mediterranean Sea, have opened their mouths to flirt. What? Can't afford it? Or too stingy to spare? Yo, wasn't he quite wild just now? Why are you wimpy now? In the end, the Mediterranean Sea furiously ordered takeout and left, not forgetting to fiercely glare at Jung Mayan before leaving. While this side was in full swing, the president's office on the other side was cold and quiet. Si Kong Cheng glanced at the delicate few dishes on the table and raised his eyes to ask Gao Yi, what about her? Gao Yi thought for a moment. I think she's in the staff cafeteria at this hour. I told her where she was before. Should? Si Kong Cheng took out his cell phone and tapped it to take a look, frowning slightly, realizing that this woman was actually still staying in the planning department. Go see what she's doing. Yes, young master. Without asking more questions, Gao Yi turned around and went to find someone. However, when he came to the planning department and saw that the little ancestor was sitting with a group of men and women, eating takeout, he was taken aback. What's going on here? It's okay for a few people to eat takeout, but isn't it a bit much for the whole department to be eating it? He took a big step forward and was about to open his mouth to lecture them on how bad it was to eat too much takeout when he saw that everyone's lunchboxes were filled with some lobster, abalone, and various meats. What's the deal? Seeing the visitor, Jung Mayan calmly yanked a bone out of his mouth and sent it to him. Steward Gao, want to eat something? Gao Yi, thanks, I don't need to. He settled down. MS. Jung, the president wants you to go to the office. Jung Mayan fished over a shrimp and stuffed it into her mouth. Looking at Gao Yi, no go. It's lunchtime. I'm Secretary Jiang today, not Miss Jiang. The implication was that she was here to work today, so why should she listen to him during non-working hours? The corners of Gao Yi's mouth twitched, but he realized that he couldn't even retort. Thinking for a moment, he changed his tactics and went up and whispered, MS. Jiang, the president thought you didn't eat before he asked me to find you. He must be worried that you're not familiar with the company and can't eat well, so can you bear to let down his good intentions like this? Jung Mayan hooked her lips and smiled. What's so intolerable about this? I'm just his secretary. Gao Yi almost choked on his own saliva. This little ancestor really wasn't easy to fool. He gritted his teeth and changed into a pitiful look. Alas, young master since childhood. His parents are dead, no one to love. After taking over the company is even more, every meal is alone. Every time I look at the heart is a burst of pain. Gao Yi covered his chest face grimace, as if the next second will pass out from the pain. Poor him has a disability, cannot just go out to eat, can only stay in that cold, no popularity of the office, and no one to help hand a bowl to clip a dish of. Okay. Jiang Mayan rolled her eyes and dropped her chopsticks. I'll go now. After saying this, she directly got up and muttered, acting a play is almost enough, and there is no end to it. The acting is so poor that I'm embarrassed for you. The corner of Gao Yi's forehead jumped and he took a deep breath to admonish himself not to be angry. Don't get angry over small things. No one will replace you if you get sick. Until he saw people into the elevator. He was poor, not much to smooth over the gas. Yanked up an employee and said, today Miss Jiang are over here to do what? Give me a report clear. The employee stammered. She congregates to play cards. On the other hand, Jiang Mayan walked to the office and directly pushed the door in, but happened to see Sikong Cheng slowly putting down his knife and fork. Seeing her come in, Sikong Cheng's movements only paused slightly before he picked up a mouthcloth and gently wiped his mouth. Jiang Moyen? You're finished eating already? Sikong Cheng raised his eyes to look at her, his expression light. Otherwise would he still be waiting for you to come? Jiang Mayan, what about the promised miserable dinner alone? Gao Yi, this shameless one, has the nerve to cheat on her feelings like this just because he's a bit older. She gritted her teeth and smiled. Oh, and may I ask, what did you ask me to come over here for? Sikong Cheng turned around and returned to his desk, a smile flickering in his eyes as he turned his back to Jiang Mayan. It was Gao Yi who called you here, not me. Jiang Mayan glared. What did it mean? So she made a trip for nothing? However, he heard Sikong Cheng speak again. But since you're here, it's just the right time to clean up the table, and take the dishes and chopsticks to be washed. Jiang Mayan almost didn't react, pointing at her nose. Me? Seeing Sikong Cheng's arrogant and deserving posture, she snorted without any good reason. I'm afraid that the person sitting under is not a wheelchair but a dragon chair, right? Chapter 18, I'm your father. In the office, Jiang Mayan swept a glance at the table of leftovers, did not move at all. Sikong Cheng, I'm your secretary, not your nanny. Who am I to clean this up for you? As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a cell phone ringing on the other side. Sikong Cheng picked up his cell phone and answered it with a glance. Speak, young master. Just after connecting, Gao Yi's heartbreaking shouts came from over there, and Sikong Cheng immediately frowned and held the phone away from him, and then heard that side of the person like sobbing, like complaining, said, young master, I think, let's not send a mess. Jiang, back to the villa. Sikong Cheng's eyebrows jumped slightly and he couldn't help but look up at the woman in front of him before saying, what? Jiang Mayan was puzzled by his look. However, not knowing what was said on the other end of the phone, she saw Sikong Cheng's face getting darker and darker afterward. Hanging up the phone, the man's face had darkened to the point of blackness. You told the employees that I said to combine labor and rest, and then gathered at the company to play cards. Sikong Cheng gritted his teeth. At that time, Jiang Muyen blinked, and then immediately glanced elsewhere. Although you did not say this, but I, as your secretary, the duty is not to worry about you. The company atmosphere is not good enough. Then the staff work is not motivated. No motivation naturally on the work is not enough to concentrate. Not enough to concentrate on the performance of the company is certainly not good enough. Saying that, she felt very justified herself, and with a proud face said, I'm such a little wit. Sikong City, did he owe this woman a huge sum of money that he hadn't paid back in a previous life? Huge sum of money, not huge sum of money, do not know. In short, let her go down, so woe to the staff. The company is afraid that life is not long. Twisting his brows in thought for a moment, Sikong Cheng spoke out again. I will ask Gao Yi to prepare a secretary's office for you. You stay on this floor and don't go anywhere. After saying this, without waiting for Jiang Mayan to voice her objections, she directly picked up her cell phone and dialed. So half an hour later, Jiang Mayan sat in her office. Miss Jiang, you mustn't go playing any more cards, Gao Yi said bitterly. If young master finds out again, he should really be angry with you. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. If someone delivers the documents later, you'll just be responsible for sending them in to the young master, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Is this okay? TSK, got it. Jiang Mayan impatiently interrupts him. Both sentences have been repeated 4 or 5 times. Why haven't you retired yet if you have such a bad memory? Steward Gao? Me? Gao Yi almost lost his breath, which completely shut him up. After Gao Yi left, Jiang Mayan spun around in the swivel chair and surveyed the surroundings with a lack of interest. The office was sparsely furnished, and it did appear to have been previously empty. Thinking of the news she had inquired about in the planning department earlier, she somewhat understood why Seokong Cheng's appearance with herself today would cause a furor. The sudden appearance of a female secretary by the side of the group president, who had never even had a secretary, was indeed striking enough. However, for Seokong Cheng to bring her out so blatantly, wasn't he afraid that she would do something with this identity? Where does this man draw the line? Again? While he was lost in thought, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Jung Mayan looked out through the glass door, only to see a woman in a short skirt, dressed in a flamboyant manner standing outside holding a pile of documents, holding her chin up looking very arrogant. When she saw her look over, the woman bristled and pushed right through the door. She swept the office with a face full of disgust before her gaze fell on Jung Mayan. You, the new secretary? Jung Mayan raised her eyebrows slightly. You are? The woman snorted. Don't even know who I am. Looks like you're not doing a very good job as a secretary. Jung Mayan, oh, it's here for the trouble. The corners of her lips hooked slightly as she stared unblinkingly at the woman. And do you know who I am? The woman looked at her with contempt. Who else could you be? Not just I'm your father. Jung Mayan interrupted her with a dimpled smile. Not even knowing that I'm your father. It seems that you're not doing a very good job as a daughter. You. The woman was so angry that she abruptly glared, her face quickly reddening. Little splatterer, you dare to scold me. Do you believe I'll tell you to get the hell out of the company today? Jung Mayan rolled her eyes and said excitedly, that would be great. If you can really kick me out, I'll even have to thank you. When the woman heard this, she only felt that she was provoking her, and she became furious and stormed out. Splatter, I dare to be sarcastic. Jung Mayan looked innocent. I didn't. Isn't it a good thing that she was kicked out of the company? Of course she should thank this woman. How is that being sarcastic? It's so irrational. However, seeing Jung Mayan's emboldened look, the woman's complexion calmed down after a few gasps. This person must have some kind of backstabbing. That's why he dared to be so emboldened. She definitely couldn't fall into this little splatterer's trap. She calmed the anger in her heart and slammed the documents in her hand on the table in front of Jung Mayan, smashing out a piece of scattered dust with a bang. Jung Mayan kicked her feet on the desk to make the chair quickly move back a bit, but she was still choked and coughed twice, and couldn't help but frown fiercely. Raising her eyes again, she saw the woman's disdainful face. I'm too lazy to bother with a no-good woman like you. These are the documents that need to be dealt with right now. You know what to do, don't you? Jung Mayan did not say anything, secretly pondering who this woman is, whether there is any surveillance in the office, and what are the consequences of beating her half to death here. When the woman saw that she didn't say anything, she just assumed that she was intimidated by her aura, and with a satisfied grunt, she turned to leave. Just halfway around the corner, her gaze landed on the black cell phone on the table and she suddenly paused, her expression unable to hide her shock. Isn't this young Master Seokong's cell phone? How come it's here with you? Jung Mayan abruptly returned to her senses and narrowed her eyes. What did you say? The woman glared at her angrily. Little splatterer, you're looking for death, aren't you? Who told you to steal young Master Seokong's cell phone? With that, she fished her cell phone off the table and wrapped it tightly in her arms, practically wishing she could be one with it. A vicious chill ran through Jung Mayan's body, but then she understood something. This phone should be exactly the same as the one used by Seokong Cheng, that's why it was misrecognized. Seeing that the woman was on fire and about to walk out, she quickly spoke out. The cell phone was given to me by the president to deal with things. You have to take it now to return it to him. Then I won't be responsible if he gets angry at that time. The woman's footsteps lurched as she became even more irritated. Do you take me for a fool? That kind of words would also believe you? Jung Mayan smiled calmly. Then do you think young Master Seokong is a fool who can't even look at his own cell phone? At those words, the woman's face stiffened slightly, and then her eyes abruptly went cold. That's right. How could a person like young Master Seokong have his cell phone stolen? If she really took this cell phone over to see young Master Seokong, wouldn't that be indirectly calling young Master Seokong stupid? She glared fiercely at Jung Mayan, full of reluctance, wanting to put the cell phone back, but suddenly remembered something the moment before she put it on the desktop, and immediately retracted her hand again. A bright light flashed in the bottom of her eyes as she took the phone and handed it towards Jung Mayan, condescendingly saying, You unlock it for me first. I want to see if you've done anything bad with young Master Seokong's phone. Jung Mayan glanced at her, lowered her eyes and smiled, lifting her hand and directly unlocking the lock. She wanted to see who was trying to be bad. After a few moments of work, the woman with her back to Jung Mayan and a very twisted and lewd posture finally turned around. She put the cell phone back on the table and said to Jung Mayan, Hurry up and return the cell phone once you're done with things, so as not to delay young Master Seokong from using it. With that she turned to leave. Chapter 19, I'm so vindictive. In the office, Jung Mayan looked at the newly added names in her cell phone's address book, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly, Contact, Tan Rao. Private email, XXX. Remarks, Junior Secretary to the General Manager of the Finance Department. Nickname, birthday, website. After reading the long line of introductions, Jiang Mayan sked twice, thinking that this woman named Tanya was close to writing the word hook indigo directly on it. I don't know how to eat with such a big face, but I think Si Kong Cheng can look at her? Turning her cell phone, her mind suddenly flashed, and then tapped to edit the message to crackle and type, and then decisively pressed the send button. While waiting for a reply to her message, she casually flipped through the papers on her desk and realized that she was left with the last signature blank. Well, as Si Kong Cheng's secretary, of course she should solve his problems. And just now this Tan Yao didn't say how to deal with it, so she'll sign the words on his behalf. Picking up the black pen next to her, she signed a few large letters on it with a fluid, flowing hand, Jiang Mayan. In the personnel department, as Jiang Mayan appeared, almost all the employees looked towards her, their gazes full of inquiry. Hello guys, I'm young Master Sikong's secretary. I'm looking for the personnel manager. Jiang Mayan smiled. Oh, okay. One of the employees stuttered for half a day before finding his voice. The manager is in the office. I'll take you there. Jiang Mayan nodded her head with a smile on her face, and then entered the manager's office under his guidance. The man sitting at the table was probably around 40, with a slightly chubby frame that held up the buttons of his white shirt somewhat trying to fall apart. Seeing people come in, he held his cell phone in both hands without lifting his head and said, "Something's up. Don't waste my time." The employee who brought Jiang Mayan in coughed lightly. "Manager, this Ms. Jiang is looking for you." The fat manager moved his fingers quickly, still did not look up. I did not say it. Something to say Cough. The employee coughed violently twice, looked at the woman next to him and then looked at his own manager, and bitterly whispered, "Scripture, manager, there's really something you quickly." Ding. "Congratulations Game Pass." A mechanical female voice suddenly came from the cell phone to remind him, and the fat manager immediately smiled with an open brow. Finally passed the first level. Cough. The employee suddenly coughed violently, in a bout as if he hated to cough his lungs out. Jiang Mayan. She waved her hand at the employee and walked straight forward to snatch the fat manager's cell phone as she smiled and said, "Hello Manager Zhang. I'm young Master Sikong's secretary." Manager Zhang was suddenly taken away from the cell phone almost to be angry. However, raised his eyes and saw the person in front of him instantly subsided. Hara, so it's Ms. Jiang I don't know what's the matter with Ms. Jiang coming over all of a sudden? He gulped and couldn't stop his eyes from glancing at the cell phone in Jiang Mayan's hand. Seeing this, Jiang Mayan purposely held her cell phone a little farther away and laughed. "What? Now you're not afraid of a delay? Dare not. Manager Zhang sniffed as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Miss Jiang come over for an inspection." Of course Mr. Zhang is always available. Why does the secretary have to come when he's playing games? If young Master Sikong finds out, he's afraid his life will be in danger. Jiang Mayan slapped a piece of paper onto the table. "Since you have time, sign this for me." She flipped the phone in her hand and waved the screen displaying the game interface at Manager Zhang. "Be fast." Manager Zhang took a look at the above dismissal letter, 3 big words. Could not help but stare. To be carefully looked at. Suddenly ate a shock. This letter of dismissal was surprisingly addressed to Tan Rao, the secretary of the finance department. "This, Ms. Jiang, this dismissal letter?" Manager Zhang asked as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "This Tan Yao, there's someone behind her." Jiang Mayan raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Which word don't you recognize?" "Not unrecognizable." Manager Zhang glanced at her cautiously. "It's just that this dismissal of Ms. Tan, I wonder if it's from the president himself." Jiang Mayan shook her head greatly. "I said it myself. Sign it." Manager Zhang stunned wide-eyed. His head shook like a rattlesnake. This cannot be No president to speak, I cannot sign this. Jiang Mayan's eyes snapped, propping up her chin and saying in a single word, "Are you sure?" Manager Zhang's bobbing head came to a screeching halt, then shook more cheerfully. Not sure. Just kidding. This is the woman in front of you who dared to gather a crowd in the company to play cards, and in the end, she hasn't been punished by the president in any way. If he offended her, I'm afraid he'd be dead before he even met the president. Thinking of this, he took out a pen without saying a word and signed his name with a swish. Anyway, the word is this Ms. Jiang let him sign. When the president blamed down, he said he was forced by the knife on the neck. Jiang Mayan looked down and felt a little less than satisfied. "Is your handwriting too scribbly? Will it work?" Manager Zhang shivered. That you see to forget it." Jiang Mayan picked up the dismissal letter, put the phone back on the table, and turned to leave without forgetting to add a sentence. "Manager Zhang, you've passed one level only after more than 50 times. TSK, I advise you to be insulted by this game in the future, ha. After saying that, she left, leaving a certain manager jumping in anger behind her back but not daring to make a sound. Early the next morning, the office of the Secretary of the Treasury. Inside the glass door, Tanya was admiring her freshly painted red nail polish. Outside the glass door, Jung Mayan knocked on the door carrying a piece of paper, and then pushed the door in without waiting for a response. Just like Tan Rao yesterday. You. Tan Rao was startled. Her freshly painted nails suddenly smeared with paste, and she also scratched a few times hard on her short white skirt. Little splasher, who let you burst in here? She glared angrily at the visitor. Uneducated thing, get the hell out of here. Jung Mayan's eyes were slightly cold. It had really been a long time since she had heard someone call her uneducated. She hooked her lips in a smile and took a step forward to throw down the letter of dismissal. It's you who should get out. What the hell are you talking about? Do you know who I am and you're telling me to get out? Tanya subconsciously looked towards the piece of paper, and then she froze completely. A letter of dismissal? No, it can't be. How can young Master Seacombe dismiss her? She is the one. Wow, you can't be illiterate, can you? Jung Mayan picked up the piece of paper and sent it to her with a loving smile. Then do you need daddy to teach you properly? No way. This must be a fake. Tan Rao snatched the dismissal letter with a split hand and tore it into pieces viciously in 3 or 2 strokes. Jung Muyen calm and relaxed. It's okay, the dismissal letter I printed quite a few copies in the office. Tearing up there, don't be polite. You. Tanya was instantly furious, pointing at Jung Mayan and angrily accusing. Don't think that I'll fall for your tricks just because you casually bring me a piece of paper. You little splatter must be trying to get back at me for scolding you the other day. Jung Mayan looked at the person in front of her with unblinking eyes, a hint of a smile slowly spilling out from the corner of her lips. That's right, I'm so vindictive. Chapter 20, You're my sweetie. Anyway, I've got the letter of dismissal signed by the HR manager himself. Jung Mayan walked out unhurriedly. If you don't leave, I'll have to trouble the security guards to come by later. Only then, it wouldn't be sending her out, it would be throwing her out. Behind her, Tanya was so furious that her features twisted, casually fishing out a folder and slamming it towards Jung Mayan. Little splatterer, you wait for me. I will definitely make you pay. Bang sound. The folder smashed into the glass door. Even Jung Mayan half of the corner of the coat did not touch. Tanya immediately became even more angry with her head smoldering. A flash of devouring annoyance flashed through her eyes as she stared at Jung Mayan's back. In that case, then don't blame me for not being polite. She picked up the cell phone on the table and quickly edited and sent a message. Young Master Seacombe, I'm so sad. The screen was displaying the text message screen, and she couldn't help but scratch upwards after sending it, a blush rising on her face. Tan Rao, Young Master Seacombe, the weather is a bit cool today, so you should remember to wear more. Young Master Seacombe, sometimes clothes can't ward off the cold all the time, and besides, even if the cold in the body can be warded off, the cold in the heart can't be warded off. Tan Rao, I'm sorry Young Master Seacombe, people are just a little worried about you. Don't be angry. Oh, alas, I don't know what I have to do to give you a little warmth. Young Master Seacombe, just come to my office tonight. Tanya, go to the office. Just to keep you warm? That's not very nice, is it? A brief date hinted at the next day, and Tan Rao scratched down the page with some impatience. Young Master Seacombe, something came up last night. Why don't you come over now? Wouldn't it be more exciting to do that kind of thing during the day? Seeing this, Tanya's face reddened a few more points. Seeing herself returning, it's okay, you're Young Master Seacombe. You're right to do whatever you want, but it's not too good to do that during the daytime after all, so I'd better go over there at night. Young Master Seacombe, then remember to wear something sexy. Tanya, don't worry, I'll wear my sexiest outfit. And then the next one, the one she had just sent. Tanya covered her face with spring water in her eyes and was just about to put down her cell phone when she suddenly heard a text message tone. Filled with joy, she fixed her eyes on it and realized that it was indeed sent by Young Master Seacombe, who said, "What's up, my little sweetie?" Little sweetie? Tanya was simply shocked, not expecting that the Young Master Seacombe, who had a distinguished and honorable background and was always high above the rest, would call her this. As if the surprise hit her head, she only felt like she was dreaming for a moment, and after she reacted, she hurriedly got down and crackled the words. The next day, the high-level conference room. Huge wooden oval long table occupies the conference room and the middle grate. Soft chairs neatly placed on both sides. The foremost installed a half of the projection board. The whole room and the overhead chandelier under the cold light set off looks very serious and solemn. The clock on the wall ticked as all the senior and mid-level managers, supervisors, etc., entered one after another. Shortly after the crowd was seated, Seacombe Chang was pushed in by Gowie, and the bodyguard at the door immediately prepared to close the door. Wait, I haven't even gotten in yet. Not knowing where she suddenly appeared from, Jiang Mayan jammed her foot against the gate, and then squeezed in with a flash. What man? Bodyguard A yelled out. Bodyguard B, it seems to be that Miss Jiang, the one rumored to have gathered a crowd to play cards, made a scene in the personnel manager's office, and fired the finance manager's secretary yesterday. Bodyguard A stands at attention with a blank face. What the hell rubbed in? Bodyguard B was candid. I don't know. I didn't see it. The two men snapped together and snapped the conference room door shut. Inside the door, the corners of Gao Yi's mouth, who heard the two bodyguards talking, twitched so much that he could barely return. Can't these two bodyguards be dismissed? How can you let someone in just because it's MS? Kong? This is a very serious high-level meeting. He nodded at Jiang Mayan, his face smiling like a chrysanthemum. Secretary Jiang, this is a high-level conference room. Do you think it's better for you to go out and play first? Jiang Muyan glanced at him rather dissatisfied. What are you talking about, High Steward? When did I play? I'm dedicated to the president. I've been working hard all day long, and now I even ran over as soon as I heard there was going to be a meeting. You don't praise me even if you don't, but you still let me go out to play? With that, the displeasure on her face turned into exasperation. You are simply insulting my noble character. Gao Yi. Oh, MS. Kong, this noble personality is really a bit of a living hell. However, without waiting for him to speak, he heard Sikong Cheng beside him speak in a faint voice. Sit down. Don't waste time. He raised his eyes to look at Jiang Mayan, his deep eyes not showing the slightest ripple, and slowly dropped a sentence. Sit next to me. But he hadn't seen her for 2 days, and the woman had already become a celebrity in the company, and he wanted to see what else the man could do. Seeing that his own young master had opened his mouth, Gao Yi instantly stopped talking and pushed him to take his seat. Jiang Muyan, on the other hand, walked over nonchalantly, sat on his butt at the top of the round table, that is, the seat next to Sikong Cheng, and threw the folder in his hand that he didn't know where he got it from onto the table with a snap. Her look of disdain immediately caused the crowd on stage to be displeased. What's going on here? How did you let this woman in? This is a high-level meeting. That's right. What does young Master Sikong think? Even if he likes this little demon, this woman, then you can't just let her attend this kind of meeting. Alas, in the end, this Emperor Shang group to the young master to manage. More or less a little inappropriate. Too young cannot resist the temptation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes before raising her voice and saying to Gao Yi, Steward Gao, there are quite a few flies in this conference room of yours, buzzing around. Do you want to light a mosquito incense to smoke it? Upon hearing this, a high-level bald man next to him blared over. MS. Jiang, you could have said what you had to say explicitly. There's no need to scold people in such a roundabout way. Jiang Mayan turned her head to look at him, her gaze steepening a few points. Now that you've said that, I'm not going to be polite. She got up abruptly, pointed a finger at the bald man who had just spoken, and said in a cold voice, do you know why you have no hair on your head? Because the face is too big. It feels too much like a character, and that little spot in front alone is totally inadequate. After saying that, he also pointed to another man of a handful of years with a wrinkled face. And you, the whole conference room shows that you are older. You have seniority. You are more suitable. You can bear any temptation. Well, that's not going to be easy. After all, some things are just too much for you at your age, aren't they? Jiang Mayan laughed. If there is no mirror in the bathroom at home, you might as well take a piss and look at it to see if your own dignified appearance with most of your body in the ground is worthy. And whoever that is, I remember you're the lowest shareholder here, right? You're just like that little green vegetable that no one wants in the market. 50 cents for a lot of it. How the hell do you have the nerve to lick your face and talk about other people there? And this brother over here. There are some things I say to a dog and he knows I'm scolding him. Say them to you and you think I'm praising you. In just a few minutes, Jiang Mayan cursed half of the conference room without repeating a single sentence. The remaining small half are in a state of stunned disbelief. She nodded in satisfaction and turned to Gao Yi. Steward Gao, it's much quieter now, so the meeting can begin. Gao Yi no longer knew how to react, and could only turn his head stupidly to look at his own young master. Sikong Cheng's face turned green and white and black again, and in the end, he even strangely recovered. Begin. Chapter 21. The global economic downturn is severe. The high-end market has been severely hit, and the sales of our products have received an impact everywhere, especially in the West, and funds are a bit tight at the moment. In the conference room, the planning manager stood in front of the table in his suit, and as he spoke, the image on the projection board changed a few times, finally stopping on a fan-shaped scale drawing. He said in a deep voice, So, I suggest putting 60% of the stalled products into another part of the region and selling them at a low price to get the money back first. As the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar. 60%? Isn't that too much of a risk? Yeah, the other part of the high end of the market hasn't gotten a foothold yet, and that's a big loss if it fails. You guys are just too timid. Another person snorted. Doing business is just a game of blogging. How can you get a return without taking risks? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mayan subconsciously looked over and her eyebrows immediately raised. This guy, it's a Mediterranean too. Oh, it's not the Mediterranean. It's the fact that he looks a little bit like one of the losers in the planning department who lost to her in a poker game. After a moment's pause, she suddenly voiced, "You're right. Not taking risks certainly won't be rewarded." So, the crowd looked this way, but heard her say nonchalantly, with her chin propped up, "So is this a risk that you, the planning department, are taking?" The Mediterranean man instantly sank his face and threw her a contemptuous look. "I'm planning for the entire company. Of course it's the company that bears the risk. I'm afraid a woman like Secretary Jiang doesn't understand." Jiang Mayan's smile remained the same. "Of course I don't understand. I don't understand whether your behavior of selling products at such low prices is planning for the company or..." She paused, her eyes looking directly at the Mediterranean man. "And there is another plan? In the last life, Seekong City's company did have a financial crisis, only that the outside world thought that it was nothing more than a rumor. After all, it was the rich and powerful Seekong family. How could there be such a problem? But now it seems to be true. Low price is indeed a way to sell, but the selling price of low-cost nature must also be low. The poor quality of things, the company's reputation may be affected as a result. Just will give some people to take advantage of the opportunity to enter." She looked at the dark-faced Mediterranean man across from her and suddenly felt as if this crisis was not the result of a mere accident. "You don't talk nonsense here," the Mediterranean man said coldly. "What kind of status dares to tell me what to do here?" Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes. "Oh yo, mean to her?" She turned her head and approached Seekong Chang, who hadn't said a word beside her, and blinked pitifully. "President, I'm your secretary. He's even being mean to me. Is he not putting you in his eyes?" Sikyong, warm breath sprayed between his ears, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to push the woman's small, palm-sized face a little farther away, turning his head to look at the Mediterranean man, but his eyes were nothing but a piercing chill. "Don't take me seriously?" The Mediterranean man's face turned green and he gritted his teeth and bowed his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, President. It was me who said the wrong thing." He hung his head respectfully, but his fingers under the table were clenched into fists, and his bones were vaguely white. Seekong Chang looked at the man steadily, dark light flowing in his eyes. "This guy seems to be called He Wang Mao." Because of this interruption, the people who wanted to express their approval earlier have rested their mouths. But Du Chuan, the manager of the planning department who stood in front of the projection board, did not change his expression at all, but instead smiled and opened his mouth towards Seekong Chang. "I'm just proposing such an idea. If the president doesn't think it's suitable, we can consider other options." Jiang Muyan subconsciously looked toward him, only to see that the man about 30 looks. A black slim suit will set off his figure very tall, hair meticulously combed to the back of the head, properly a high-class elite. The man clearly had a smile in his eyes all the time, and his speech was decent and appropriate, but for some reason it gave her a feeling that she wasn't quite comfortable. Just as he was thinking of opening his mouth to make a demon test, he heard a sudden clamor from outside the conference room. Hearing Tan Rao's voice, Jiang Mayan's heart moved slightly, and the corner of her lips unconsciously rose. "Here it comes." Next to her, Seekong Chung frowned and glanced at her, his heart vaguely uneasy. This woman, every time she smiles like this, nothing good. He raised his hand toward Gaoi, who immediately walked over and opened the door. "What's all the noise? Don't you know we're in a meeting?" Outside the door, Tan Yao, who was still clamoring to come in, immediately froze in place. "What? How did that happen? Didn't young Master Seekong say that the meeting was over at this hour and asked her to come over to him?" Her eyes fell on the man at the head of the conference room, and she lowered her head with a slightly reddened face. "Yes, I'm sorry, it's young Master Seekong." But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Jiang Mayan, who suddenly spoke out. "Young Master Seekong what?" Jiang Mayan pointed at her with a face full of shock. "Wow, you're not going to say that young Master Seekong asked you to come over to the conference room, are you?" Tan Yao froze. "How did you know?" Jiang Mayan snorted out a laugh, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. "This young lady, you're afraid that you don't have a bit of a brain problem, right? This is the site of the company's high-level meeting. Why would young Master Seekong suddenly let you come over?" Upon hearing this, Tan Yao's anger rose in her heart. Pointing at Jiang Mayan, "You're less likely to fan the flames here. The same secretary, why can you come and I can't?" "Just by virtue of the fact that I was brought in by the president himself," Jiang Mayan said. Seekong Cheng couldn't help but look at her. When did he personally bring her in? Seeing Jiang Mayan's self-satisfied look, Tan Rao was instantly enraged. "Then I'm still here at young Master Seekong's personal command." "Really?" Jiang Mayan immediately interjected. "Then do you have proof?" The corner of Gao Yi's mouth beside him twitched slightly. Unable to help but spit in his heart, his own young master wasn't mute, so if they opened their mouths to ask, what else was there to argue about? However, at this time Tan Rao has been angry dizzy head. She inexplicably received yesterday this woman brought the letter of dismissal, and then did not wait to react directly by the security guards to drive out. And now this thought over to the young master Seacombe will be able to get justice for their own. Did not want to be provoked by this woman. If she can tolerate it, she quickly changed into a pearly and pitiful look at Seacombe Chang. Young master Seacombe, it is clear that you sent the message for me to come over. This woman is still unforgiving. Seacombe City? He subconsciously frowned. A trace of bewilderment flashed through his black pupils, and he was about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Jiang Mayan's laughter next to him. Ha ha, you said it was the president who sent a text message for you to come over? Tan Rao immediately turned her eyes to glare at Jiang Mayan, the bottom of her eyes glistening with tears but tinted with a hint of contempt. She slightly raised her chin and swore, "Of course, it's the president who told me to come. I'm afraid no one will believe you when you say things like that." Jiang Mayan swept the crowd off the stage, wanting to see if any of the ungrateful ones were going to stand out and add fuel to her fire, only to find that everyone looked as if they were watching a good show, especially Gao Yi, whose expression looked like a handful of melons away from a handful of melons. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she withdrew her gaze from the crowd, then landed nonchalantly on the cell phone in Seacombe Chang's hand. But since young master Seacombe's cell phone is here, why don't we just verify it on the spot? Tan Yao froze. What do you mean? Jiang Mayan took the opportunity to get up to hide the almost uncontrollable laughter at the corner of her mouth, and coughed lightly. Isn't there a projection board here? Why don't you just throw young master Seacombe's cell phone on it, and see if he's texting you or not? Won't that be enough? The crowd on the stage looked as if this person was crazy, and their jaws dropped in shock. However, Seacombe Chang glanced at Jiang Mayan with a sullen gaze. His expression remained indifferent. No one else saw it, but he saw the woman snickering. What the hell is she trying to do? Chapter 22, Warmth for You Every Day. In the middle of the day, Seacombe Chang faintly spoke out. Yes, he wanted to see what kind of evil this woman was planning to do. Just one sentence instantly caused the stage to explode into a frenzy. This, how can this work? A president is throwing his cell phone onto a projection board for so many people to see. Yes, president, think twice. In case your reputation is damaged, how will you be able to gain a foothold in the company in the future? Hey, old man, that's not right, Jiang Mayan said in a serious manner. If there are misunderstandings that aren't resolved in time, that's what will tarnish the president's reputation, right? If anyone can stand up and slander the president like that, won't someone else be in charge of the company from now on? The disliked senior's beard almost stood up. Who are you calling an old man? I'm not old yet. However, after returning 2 sentences, he didn't dare to speak out to refute Jiang Mayan's words. At this time, Tan Rao, who was standing in the doorway, looked anxious and kept giving young master Seacombe a wink, but never got a response. Those text messages were so explicit. Is it really okay to put them out in front of so many people? Jiang Mayan casually picked up Seacombe Chang's black cell phone on the table and laughed at Tan Yao. What? Are you weak-minded? Being stimulated by her. Tan Rao fiercely gritted her teeth. No matter what, let it out. Anyway, from the beginning to the end of the initiative is the young master Seacombe. Maybe then the young master Seacombe will also be forced to open up with her relationship. When thinking of this, she immediately raised her voice and said, I'm not the one who has a weak heart. If you want to release it, just release it. Don't get hit in the face to the point of being so painful that you can't face it. Jiang Mayan smiled, and then she directly connected Seacombe Chang's cell phone to the projector. And soon, the interface of the SMS appeared on the projection board. The crowd subconsciously looked over and saw at a glance several neatly arranged SMS messages, which looked neat because all of it is the sender's own words. Tan Yao, young master Seacombe, the weather is a bit cool today, so you should remember to wear more. I'm sorry, Seacombe, young master. People are just a little worried about you. You do not get angry. Oh, alas, I do not know what to do. Can give you a little warmth? Going to the office. That'll keep you warm? That's not very nice, is it? It's okay, you're young master Seacombe. You do everything right, but it's not good to do that in the daytime after all. I'd better go over there at night. Don't worry, I'll wear my sexiest outfit. Master Seacombe, I'm so sad. That secretary of yours, just because I scolded her a few times, went so far as to dismiss me under the guise of you. Young master Seacombe, you must help me teach that splatterer a good lesson. After you drive her away, then I can be your secretary so that I can bring you warmth every day. By the side of the projection board, Jiang Mayan pressed the remote control button and scratched down sentence by sentence, and when she saw the last sentence, she couldn't help but look shocked. Oh my god, this woman shamelessly hooked indoctrinate young master Seacombe. Even if it's not enough, how can she still discredit me? By the way, with an unbelievable face, she looked at Tan Yao. who had completely whitened in fear. Why is your woman's heart so vicious? No, I'm not. It's not like that. Tan Yao was so panicked that she was incoherent. Young Master Seekong, you help me. It's obvious that you sent me a text message asking me to come over. You've returned all these messages to me, have you forgotten? You even called me sweetie. Seekong Chang's face is as black as a pot. The people on the stage looked at the face-palmed ice cube face of their own president, and immediately shook their heads straight. This woman is crazy. Identification is complete. Gao even couldn't help but roll his eyes and said to Tan Yao, you said our young master Seekong called you, sweetie? Tan Rao was busy nodding frantically. Yeah, that's what he called me. The crowd then all looked at Seekong Chang, a pair of eyes as if they were a microphone disliking the person involved in the incident directly. Seekong Chang's forehead veins rippled as he gritted his teeth. I didn't send that kind of thing. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, young Master Seekong can't be that kind of frivolous person. It seems that this woman is the one who directed the whole thing. This Tan Rao was not a good thing, relying on that he'll behind her to do whatever she wants in the company all day long. No wonder the president let someone open her. It seems to be unable to endure. It's so disgusting. I'm afraid I'll have to go to the temple to pray for a blessing if I'm pestered by such a shameless woman. For a moment, everyone's spearheads were pointed at Tan Yao, and with all the people's mouths on her, she had no way to defend herself. However, while everyone was busy educating Tan Rao, Jiang Mayan shivered as she was stared at by Seekong Chang's cold gaze. Come here. Seekong Chang coldly spoke out. Jiang Mayan walked back to her original seat without changing her color, but her fingers involuntarily tightened a few points. Screwing up in front of the entire company executives, this man is finally going to get angry? However, I heard Seekong Chang slowly speak, his tone filled with danger. When did you change my cell phone? While others couldn't see it, he was able to see at a glance that what was projected on wasn't his cell phone at all, but the same model he had given her. But he had casually placed his own cell phone on the table from the moment he entered the conference room, and it was barely out of sight. And she, surprisingly, was able to change her cell phone without him noticing. Hearing her question, Jiang Mayan froze for a moment, not expecting him to ask this first. She blinked and suddenly pointed behind Seekong Chang with wide eyes. Look at that bald guy behind you talking bad about you. Seekong Chang did not turn around. He just froze slightly, his gaze not even moving away from Jiang Mayan's vivid and lively pretty face. This time, however, his afterimage saw Jiang Mayan's hastily retracted hand. Jiang Mayan spread his hands innocently. Look, it's probably just like this change. I thought you saw it and then acquiesced, but it turns out you didn't? Seekong Chang did not reply. His handsome face darkened. How could he go off the deep end twice because of a look on this woman's face? However, the way she stared at him just now made him feel inexplicably familiar. Young master? Young master? Gaoi called out in a loud voice from the side. What? Seekong said back. Gaoi stammered for a moment before walking over and whispering, Miss Jiang did indeed dismiss this Tan Yao yesterday in your name. Look, then let her roll. Seekong Chang returned in a faint voice, without the slightest rise or fall in his eyes. Gao Yi thought for a moment and looked at his young master's expression hesitantly said, Young master is afraid to forget. This person is a friend of Jiang de Miss. Seekong Chang raised his eyes coldly. So? Gao Yi was frozen by his eyes and shook his head hurriedly. No, I'll take care of it right now. He hung his head and headed out the door, his heart probably in the right place, although it was not clear for the time being which of these two misses of the Jiang family, the one who saved his own young master. But at the moment, it seemed that this second Miss Jiang's status could be much higher than that of the first miss. Thinking of the company being messed up by someone right now, he couldn't help but let out a leisurely sigh. Chapter 23, The Arrogant One. Since that day's meeting, Jiang Mayan had gained notoriety in the head office of Dishine Group, and she had a conflict with each as if walking on thin ice, fearful, afraid of an accident, was resigned. And many of the senior is full of grievances. Every 2 steps to seize a person to say that the company's tumor MS. Jiang that day at the meeting of the feet. What kind of bull secretary, but just a somewhat attractive bed partner. Really think you're serious? Don't you dare talk about MS. Con like that. She's not like that. Jiang Mayan, who had just walked around the corner, heard this voice and couldn't help but have her footsteps lurch. That voice? Is that the white face in the planning department who plays cards with her for fun? In fact, she had seen this white striped face once in her last life, and had remembered him because he was one of the few people who spoke up for her at that time. Also for this reason, the first time we met outside the elevator that day, she took the initiative to strike up a few conversations, and after that, she even pulled him to accompany her to play cards. Jian Yan, I think you're mesmerized by that little goblin, aren't you? Didn't you hear how the company executives were cursing her behind her back? How dare you still take her side? Another rougher male voice came in, and Jiang Mayan instantly heard that it was the Mediterranean one who had lost to her in a card game that day. named He Jingfu. I can tell you, the backer behind Tan Yao can be looking for her soon, He Jingfu said. When she arrives, that Jiang Mayan will have absolutely no luck. You're so close to her. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you're implicated at that time. But he heard Jian Yan directly return. That Miss Jiang is not a good thing. The president will not punish Miss Jiang because of her. He Jingfu snorted. You don't stop forgetting about it. Reacting to the fact that if she's sacked at that time, you don't look for me to cry. Hearing this, Jiang Mayan lifted her foot and walked over. Really? She put one hand on Jian Yan's shoulder and laughed at He Jingfu. Then why don't you guess whether I'll be sacked first or you'll be sacked first? You? Why are you here? As soon as He Jingfu saw that it was her, he immediately looked flustered and took a few steps back. Jiang Mayan hooked her lips and smiled. If I don't come here, how can I hear those people making up stories about me behind my back? If I can't hear people bad-mouthing me, then how can I find an excuse to fire someone else? Don't you think so? He Jingfu's face changed slightly, not expecting this woman to be openly crazy to such an extent. He tried to calm himself down. His mind turned sharply, although his uncle had not allowed him to expose his identity in the company. But if something really happened to him, his uncle would certainly not sit idly by. At least he was also a senior company officer. It was not easy to save him? When he thought of this, the look on his face suddenly relaxed for a few minutes. Eyes with sarcasm. Give you a cloth, you really open up a dyeing workshop? Really think you are some kind of a big shot? Said to fire others? Jiang Mayan took in the shift in his demeanor, linking it to the Mediterranean two he saw at the meeting that day. It's not hard to imagine that the two are that much more nepotistic. She let out a faint smile and looked at Mediterranean one and said meaningfully, I wouldn't dare to fire someone just because I say so. After all, I don't have a high-level person behind me as a backer. He Jingfu was made to feel weak by her sharp eyes, and stalking his neck, he vaguely disliked her and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Only after he left did Jian Yan say with a worried look on his face, Miss Jiang, did you hear what he said just now? That Jiang family's eldest miss is going to find her way over here in the next 2 days. Jiang Mayan nodded his head to indicate that he didn't need to worry. The reason he wanted to get rid of Tan Yao before was of course not just because he couldn't stand the sight of that woman, but because he wanted to get rid of Zhang Rui behind her. Now that I think about it, no wonder in her last life, Zhang Rui appeared every time at the most coincidental time to help her and gain her trust. So it was because she had stuffed people in all of Si Kongcheng's companies. And judging from what He Jingfu swore just now, Si Kongcheng still condones Zhang Rui's behavior in the company. Why? Without waiting for Jiang Mayan to figure it out, Zhang Rui really came to the door. Outside the office, 2 female employees were whispering into the doorway. Miss Jiang looks so beautiful. She carries with her the temperament of a great lady. That Jiang Mayan can't even compare to her with a finger. That's sure although both are surnamed Jiang. But Miss Jiang is from a famous family. The temperament is certainly not the same. That Jiang Muyan is just a long face. Jiang Mayan who just walked behind the two. Hey, that's not what you guys said when you first met me. Taking a deep breath, she patted the two on the shoulder with a smile on her face. 2, is it convenient to give way? The female employee turned her head to look, and was so shocked that she jumped up and was ready to run, like a mouse seeing a cat. The other one was also scared, busy throwing the documents in his hand into Jiang Mayan's arms. These are the documents to be re-signed by the president. Ma, please help send them in. We'll leave first. After saying this, without waiting for Jiang Mayan to open her mouth, the two of them ran away without a trace. Am I that scary? Jiang Mayan muttered and knocked on the office door before pushing right in. As expected, there was Zhang Rui, the eldest miss of the Zhang family, sitting on the sofa. Seeing her come in, Zhang Rui immediately got up, her eyes shining with a bright light of surprise. Sister, so you're really here. Young Master Sikong said it just now, and I almost didn't believe him. She walked quickly to Jiang Mayan and grabbed her hand. Are you okay here? If someone bullies you, be sure to tell sister. Sister will help you teach him a lesson. Jiang Mayan laughed and quickly drew her hand out to point at Sikongcheng in front of her desk. He's bullying me. Zhang Rui's face stiffened, and she laughed angrily. Sister is joking. How could young Master Sikong bully you? I'm a college student in the prime of my life being brought to this company full of young socialites he's not allowed to leave. Isn't that bullying? Jiang Mayan sneered back. Sister, didn't you just say you'd help me teach him a lesson? Go on. The smile on Zhang Rui's face was completely taut, and her entire face collapsed. Sister, our family has always had a good relationship with young Master Sikong's family, so young Master Sikong must have had his intentions in bringing you here for your own good. You shouldn't be so ungrateful. Do you understand? Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows slightly. Yo, the Zhang family is on good terms with the Sikong family? Who here gave Zhang Rui the face to dare to climb up to the Sikong family like this? However, I heard Sikongcheng speak in a faint voice. If Miss Jiang has nothing to do, she can leave. Forgive me for not being able to send her away. The look on Zhang Rui's face instantly stiffened even more, but she still forced a smile. Young Master Seekong, I came to find you. Of course I have something to do. Sikyong, speak. Alas, it's not about that good friend of mine, Tan Yao. Zhang Rui frowned with a difficult look. She said that she was bullied by a small secretary when she was here, and directly kicked her out of the company, and knowing that I'm still on good terms with you, she's been asking me to come over here to beg for mercy with you, said she, then went up a few steps closer to Seekong Chang, looking at him with charming eyes. I really have no choice but to come over to talk to you. Plead for mercy. Not far away. Zhang Mayan was revolted by her appearance and twisted her face, ready to run out. If you two have something to talk about, I'll come back another day. He said that he was ready to drop the documents and run away, but unexpectedly, Seekong Chang's cold and chilling voice suddenly came from behind him. Stop. Chapter 24, what's all the fuss about? Get your ass over here. Seekong Chang's lips with a smile, a pair of black pupils but full of threats, as if Zhang Mayan dared to really leave, will certainly be stared to death alive by him. Zhang Mayan gave a long sigh in her heart and walked back with resignation. She didn't stand a chance against this man. Walking forward, she bowed very pretentiously. Good day, President. Wonderful President. Croaky President. May I ask the President what he wants to order your secretary? Seekong City. For the nth time, I want to strangle this woman. While next to her, Zhang Rui was dumbfounded. You're that secretary beside young Master Seekong. Zhang Mayan smiled. Yeah, that friend of yours, Tan Yao, is the one I dismissed. For a moment, the expression on Zhang Rui's face was brilliant. Why did you dismiss her? Zhang Muyan inclined his head. Did she not tell you? Because she openly hooked our president adult, but also sent all kinds of shameless harassment text messages at. Say what? I want to sleep with you. I want to send you warmth. I am your little sweet. Before she could finish her words, she received the death stare from Seekong Chang and immediately shut her mouth peacefully. However, after Zhang Rui heard this, she was instantly enraged. How dare that splatterer say that? As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that she had accidentally exposed her nature, and immediately made an expression of righteous indignation. I'm sorry, young Master Seekong, I really couldn't hold back. Tan Yao, she's gone too far. I can't believe I didn't know she was harboring such dirty thoughts about you. I'll go back and settle the score with her now. Zhang Muyan's surface smile in the heart of the mother sells pie, said as if you did not store that kind of dirty mind like. The look on her face faded as she watched Zhang Rui leave in a rage. Having been living in Seekong Chang's villa since she was reborn and came back, she wasn't kidding when she said she recognized the bed. Rather, it was because every time she changed beds, she had a nightmare. No, that's not a nightmare. That's a reenactment. Recreate how she ended up being brutalized to death by Zhang Rui and Zhang Yingfeng in her last life, and how she gradually lost her breath in despair. On the other hand, Zhang Rui, who had just come down from the office floor, bumped into someone head-on, and coincidentally, that person was holding a cup of coffee, which splashed all over her expensive clothes. Ah, my clothes! Zhang Rui exclaimed and glared at the man. How do you walk? Can't you be more careful? Sorry, I didn't mean to. The man took out the handkerchief he had brought with him and handed it over, smiling apologetically. There's a changing room on the second floor. Why don't I take you to the restroom over there to clean up a little? Zhang Rui still looked dissatisfied and said grudgingly. Alright then. The two made their way to the second floor locker room, one after the other, not exchanging any words along the way. However, when the door closed, the smile that was often on the man's face abruptly disappeared into thin air. How did it go? Zhang Rui tugged at her coffee-stained clothes and said in dissatisfaction. It's dirty. Can't you do it differently? Du Chuan's tone was slightly heavy with a cold face. I don't have time to bull asterisk with you right now. How the hell is it? Zhang Rui skimmed her mouth. Her eyes gloomed for a few moments. Zhang Mayan, this little bastard's mouth is getting sharper and sharper, coaxing Seekong Cheng to the point where he can't even listen to my words. She now even wondered if it was right to let her father recognize Zhang Mayan back into the Zhang family or not. Upon hearing this, Du Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, then find a way to disassociate them. She is making a lot of demons now, but in reality it's all trivial and inconsequential to the company. What if it's a big business? He let out a light laugh. At that time, Seekong City will still trust that woman so much? Zhang Rui nodded thoughtfully. I see. Villa Royal View Court. As soon as Zhang Mayan heard that Seekong Cheng had returned, she immediately rolled out of bed and slipped on her slippers and ran out in her pajamas. Since that time when her mom came to make trouble, the number of times Seekong Cheng came back to stay has been few and far between, making her look like a luxury housewife. Bah, she's not an abandoned woman. If she wants to abandon her life, it's her turn to abandon others. Ms. Jiang, it's cold outside. Be careful of freezing your feet, the maid shouted. Zhang Mayan waved her hand and ignored it, making her way to the door, and sure enough, she saw the man sitting in a wheelchair being pushed down by Gaoi. she quickly stepped forward and greeted with excitement. "Seokong Chang, you're back." Seokong Chang froze, then his face showed caution. "What do you want to do again?" Jiang Mayan smiled innocently. "Nothing, this is not to welcome you back." At this time the maids chased out. One of them gasped for breath and smiled with a face full of relief. "Miss Jiang, this is finally knowing that the young master is good. As soon as she heard that the young master is back she ran out without even changing her shoes. Jiang Muyan face smile slightly stiff. "What How to say as if the husband went out and came back. The wife cannot wait to meet the same." The maids were like, "That's right, Jiang Mayan." Behind him, Seokong Chang's glistening black eyes swept over Jiang Mayan inch by inch. She looked like she hadn't been out of the shower for long, and the moisture from her body had dampened most of her clothes, just enough to outline her entire figure. Images of him then, after he had been rescued from the water, suddenly flashed through his mind. His consciousness drifted, as if he were in chaos, desperately trying to open his eyes but seeing only dead darkness. It wasn't until the blur of voices in his ears that he could barely see a blurry form. The person's clothes clung to her body just as tightly, outlining the delicate lines of her entire body, just against the light. Before he could see her clearly, he had already sunk into a coma, as his eyes fell on the fine white ankles exposed by Jiang Mayan in front of him. Seokong Chang subconsciously frowned. "She's not cold in November?" A moment later, he voiced, "Let's go back and talk about what's going on." After saying that, he asked Gao Yi to push him in, but unexpectedly, before Gao Yi could do anything, Jiang Mayan came up. I'll do it. Seokong Chang's heart moved slightly, but his face became more vigilant. What exactly did this woman want to do? Next to him, Gao Yi was even staring at Jiang Mayan in fear that this little ancestor would overthrow his own young master with a single accident. But apparently he was overthinking it, and all the way back to the villa, Jiang Mayan pushed very smoothly, pushing Seokong Chang to stop in the living room. Jiang Mayan let the subordinates leave with a small wave of her hand. Gao Yi glanced at his young master's face and saw that his demeanor was very light and calm, and even a little pleasure, so immediately waved off the underlings. Jiang Mayan nodded her head in satisfaction, and then purposely half squatted down and looked at Seokong Chang with a very pious posture. As the saying goes, to offer something for nothing is to be either a traitor or a thief, right? Seokong City. Rather, it's the first time I've heard myself referred to in this proverbial way. Jiang Mayan didn't feel the least bit bad about using it, and continued, "I'll cut the crap. I'd like to borrow Archie from you." Seokong Chang raised his eyes slightly. "Used for what?" "Hiding in the dark, Archie. Shouldn't you have just refused?" "Young master?" Jiang Mayan thought for a moment and felt that there was little point in telling lies to Seokong Chang, so she said directly, "I need him to help me follow someone and take some photos to record him. Evidence of a crime." Next to him, Gao Yi couldn't help but let out a laugh. "Hey, isn't that a doggy? Archie in the dark. Don't stop me, I'm going to die." The corners of Seokong Chang's mouth twitched slightly, and the face that was originally eased when he entered the door inexplicably darkened a few points. "It's really a case of nothing ventured, nothing gained." Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Mayan smacked his lips. "Actually, I'm doing this for Archie's sake. This is a great opportunity for the dark guards to exercise." "Archie in the dark, thanks. He doesn't need it." However, in the next second, he heard Seokong Chang speak. "Archie, come out." Archie's eyes widened instantly, still full of disbelief after jumping out of the shadows. He shook his lips and quivered. Young master, I don't want to go be a paparazzo." Seokong Chang averted his eyes and seemed to say, "This month's salary will be given to you 10 times. Jiang Mayan was full of doubts. As for that, Chapter 25, demonstrating a counterstrike. "Archie, are you good with your hands? Don't be discovered." In the living room, Jiang Mayan looks at Archie with confidence. Archie glared at her in a bad mood. "Since you question my ability, don't use me." Jiang Mayan blinked. "That won't do. Yuan Fengblock is too big. I can't bear the thought of letting him go and be a paparazzo." Upon hearing this, Archie became furious. "You're the one who's a paparazzo. Your whole family is a paparazzi." This matter was settled so happily that Jiang Mayan revealed a satisfied smile and went back to her room after saying hello to Seokong Chang. Lying on the carved king-size bed, she launched herself into a daze as she looked out the window at the darkening night. This Seokong Chang hadn't been too indulgent to her, had he? She'd messed around with the company over the past few days, basically mapping out what was going on in there and finding out quite a bit. In addition to some passive lower-level staff, duplicitous middle management, certain secretaries in unchecked positions, and certain top brass who have a lot to say. But even so, Seokong Chang turned a blind eye to those people. Why? And this time, she said she wanted to borrow Archie to track a person. Seokong Chang even agreed without saying a word. Is it already know her plan like the back of her hand? Or simply not worried about what she can make a big deal? Or, she just wanted to borrow her hand to do something? The night was as cool as water, and Jiang Mayan shivered from the cold and hastily dove headfirst under the covers. Day 2. Jiang Mayan slept until 10 o'clock, and when she walked out of the room, Seokong Chang was no longer there. Only the black-faced Chi and the face-palmed face Yuan Feng were standing in the living room waiting. Seeing her walk out sleepily, Chi's eyes grumbled. Miss Jiang can really sleep. Jiang Mayan smiled faintly and waved her hand. Overpraise, overpraise, this is all a small operation. Chi, I'm afraid this woman's cheeks can't even be pierced by bullets, right? Forcing down the anger in his heart, he spoke impatiently. Who exactly do you want me to follow? Ginger Moxie, stalking Ginger Ray. Calculating the time, the Jiang family side should not be able to hold back. Coupled with Jiang Rui that day in the company touched a nose. After that we'll certainly find a way to get back, so she must be prepared in advance. Archie almost thought he heard wrong. Jiang Rui? Your half-sister? Jiang Mayan raised her eyes to look over. A pair of dark and translucent eyes but a cold color crossed. My mother only gave birth to one of me, so she's not my sister. Understand? Seeing that her complexion had changed, Archie opened his mouth but failed to utter a word, and finally turned his head away without a word. Jiang Mayan simply packed up and was sent to the company by Yuan Feng as usual. During the wait for the red light on the road, she glanced at Yuan Feng who was driving beside her in a bored state, and suddenly opened her mouth to ask, Yuan Feng, that day I asked you to compete with Chi in Kung Fu, and you lost, but in the end I still chose you. Aren't you curious as to why? And today, you don't find it puzzling that I had a mission but gave it to Archie and not you? Yuan Feng gazed straight ahead and respectfully returned. As requested by the young master, everything is at Miss Jiang's command. Then could it be that if I wanted you to die, you wouldn't hesitate? Jiang Mayan stared at his rigid side face and joked. However, he heard Yuan Feng's tone return without the slightest rise or fall. Yes. Jiang Mayan skimmed her mouth and looked out the window. Boring. Yet the car window reflected a smirk on her lips. Yuan Feng's sight from the car window back. Lips moved as if to say something, but saw the green light in front of the sudden light. Had to collect his emotions to raise his hand to quickly start the car. Came to the company. Zhang Muyan went to the various departments as usual string of doors. The beautiful name for the president of the patrol there is no good work. In fact, is to see if there is no eye of the thorns, pick a few out to spice up the boring life. However, probably because the last time even if Jiang Rui came, she didn't do any good, so more and more people, when they heard that she was coming, they were like avoiding snakes and scorpions, and none of them dared to stay outside of the workstation. Jiang Mayan looked at the water of employees who were working earnestly. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she didn't know whether to be relieved or to complain. But she doesn't look for things, they come to her. Just as he returned to his office and sat down, an unknown male employee came over and knocked on the door. Jiang Mayan raised her voice to let him in, and realized that she hadn't seemed to have seen this male employee before, so she couldn't help but look at him twice more. Secretary Jiang, Mr. Chang's contract book has been brought over. Please check it and take it to the president for his signature. Saying that, the male employee placed the document in his hand on the table. Okay, I got it. Anything else? Jiang Mayan asked as she looked at him with a smile. The male employee paused. There's nothing else going on, but there's no backup for this document, so please don't sign your own name as carelessly as you did before, or the contract details will have to be redone. He spoke indifferently, as if such things as signing contracts indiscriminately were as simple as eating. However, Jiang Mayan was a little surprised in her heart when she looked at the plain, popular face in front of her. The company probably has two attitudes towards her right now, either hate or love, but there seems to be something different about this employee. Smiling as she watched the employee leave, she flipped through the contract, which actually had no backup, and smacked her lips when she finished reading it. What the hell is this? The benefits of the contract are obviously biased in favor of the president surnamed Chang. Almost white for him to do. He went to the bank robbing, how good still bother to do what the company? Picking up the pen next to her, she wrote directly on the signature in 3 big, dragon-like letters, "You dream," casually tossing the contract back onto the table. Her dark eyes with a smile sank a few points. Since she had come specifically to tell her that she would need to redo the contract if she messed up signing it, she certainly couldn't let these people down. Not long after that, Gaoi came over and told Jiang Mayan that Seokong Chang had to go out and told her to stay at the company peacefully. Okay, you guys go. Jiang Mayan waved her hand. It's fine if I don't come back. Anyway, there's no more tigers in the mountains. I'll just call myself king. Gaoi, why don't you go to heaven, auntie? He sighed slightly. See, Jiang Muyan hand placed a few documents. Busy instructed, Miss Jiang, you cannot sign your name on the contract nonsense in addition to wasting a bit of paper and not much use. Jiang Mayan glanced at a certain contract that had just been signed and nodded against her will. Not long after Gaoi left, she sent the contract book straight back to the planning department to have it redone. Unsurprisingly for her, The male employee from before quickly approached her again. Ms. Jiang, I heard that you messed up signing the contract book again? The male employee's face was filled with anxiety. Jiang Mayan was full of disapproval. What do you mean by signing indiscriminately? That contract didn't work, so I called back for the president to let them redo it. The male employee didn't refute her, but only anxiously stirred his hands together. What can we do? Today Mr. Chang came over to talk about the details of the contract, but young Master Sikong happened to be absent, and now this contract is gone. How can we explain this to Mr. Chang? Just let him come back another day. Jiang Mayan's face didn't change. No way. Mr. Chang, he's going on a business trip this afternoon. If we don't finalize this contract now, it's going to be pushed back a few days. The male employee looked at Jiang Mayan fixedly and said, we might miss the best time by then. Oh, so that's it. Jiang Mayan locked eyes with him. So what do you think we should do now? The male employee immediately said, Mr. Chang is already waiting. Why don't you ask Miss Jiang to go over and talk to him? Jiang Mayan didn't miss the flash of excitement in his eyes, and nodded without moving as he withdrew his gaze. Well, that will have to do. Chapter 26, in a display of countermeasures. Coming to the door of the waiting room, the male employee fixed his feet. Ms. Jiang, I won't go in if my position is too low. Please. He half pulled the door open and made a motion of invitation. Jiang Mayan glanced at him without saying anything and directly lifted his foot and walked in. Hey yo, this is Ms. Jiang, right? I've heard a lot about you, hahaha. Oncoming a man in a suit, roughly 1 meter 5 in height, with a big head and a small face, and even smaller, almost invisible eyes. Looking at the man in front of him who looks like a thief and smiles and extends his hand towards himself, Jiang Mayan took a deep breath. Can you open your eyes and look at me? Otherwise I don't think you're very respectful and don't want to shake your hand, she said very sincerely. The smile on the man's face stiffened slightly. That's really embarrassing. My eyes were this big. A word he said with great difficulty. However, by the time he finished speaking, Jiang Mayan had already sat down on the sofa with a calm demeanor. It's fine. I didn't come to see Mr. Chang's face anyway, so I don't really mind. The man gritted his teeth. I endure. You just said you've heard a lot about me? Jiang Mayan looked at the man and asked, then what have you heard? Chang Gaoming hurriedly sat on the sofa, face attentive said, Secretary Jiang Young and promising so young age has become the presidential secretary of the Emperor Shang Group. This ability can really be. I scored at the bottom of my grade in the college entrance exam, and I haven't finished college yet. Jiang Mayan interrupted him. Chang Gaoming was dumbfounded by her sentence, and his expression was almost taut. He swallowed his saliva and turned his mouth to say, then, Miss Jiang must have other outstanding qualities, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten young Master Sikong's favor. Jiang Mayan nodded with a face full of modesty. It's not bad, it's just to weather him 1,000 or 800 times. Chang Gaoming, seeing that the day is about to chat no more, Jiang Muyen is also lazy to talk nonsense with him again. Directly open the mouth, Mr. Chang. There are words, why not say it directly? Do not grind like a. The smile on Chang Gaoming's face completely collapsed. He almost took a breath and hurriedly picked up the water on the table and took a sip. After a few moments of calming down, he finally had the courage to open his mouth again. Ms. Jiang, of course I came over here for that contract with young Master Sikong. I'm sure you've heard about this, right? Mentioning the contract, Jiang Muyen laughed. I didn't see any contract but saw a few pages written full of overbearing terms. Bull asterisk 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 reasoning. That won't be the contract in the mouth of Mr. Chang, right? Upon hearing this, Chang Gaoming not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled and leaned into the backrest of the sofa. Ms. Jiang is afraid that she has been in the company for a short period of time and doesn't know that young Master Sikong and I have been working together for a very long time, right? Jiang Mayan's eyes flickered, followed by a snort. Is that so? That did take her by surprise. What was going on with Sikong City? The Disheng group is no longer big. The Sikong family is no longer rich. Should not tolerate this kind of inches of ungrateful goods have been wool gathering. So, according to you, what other details of this contract need to be negotiated? Chang Gaoming smiled and suddenly took out a file bag from the bag next to him and handed it over towards Jiang Muyen. I came in order to discuss the details of another contract with Ms. Jiang. Jiang Mayan took it and looked at it, realizing that it was not a contract, but a map of equity shareholdings and certificates for several properties. Yo, looks like this is going to buy her? Chang Gaoming looked at Jiang Mayan with his eyes. His eyes were full of complacency. How is it? Is Ms. Jiang still satisfied with this contract? This woman climbed on Sikong City, but it was just for the word of wealth and power. He didn't believe that this woman would not be moved. Jiang Mayan raised her eyes with a light laugh. What do you want me to do? The woman's eyes glistened brightly, and when her face, which was already clear and beautiful, smiled, It was more like a delicate flower blooming, which was very moving. Chang Gaoming almost drooled as he watched. Only one thought left in his head, possessor. He rolled his eyes and suddenly got up and sat on the sofa on Jiang Mayan's side, squinting his eyes and laughing. If you ask me, this Seikong city has both legs wasted. Keeping a beauty like a mess. Jiang around can be a waste. Jiang Mayan glanced at him. Oh, then what do you think I should do? Then of course you're with me. Chang Gaoming gripped Jiang Mayan's hand, a pair of small green bean-sized eyes radiating a hungry wolf-like light, and couldn't wait to say, as long as you follow me, not only will these be yours, but I'll also give you more in the future. See, he knew the woman wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. So you came over just to dig me up? Jiang Mayan didn't move and drew back her hand, the smile on her face growing thicker. Chang Gaoming froze slightly, then remembered the purpose of his coming over, and immediately gave himself a slap in the heart. Of course it's more than that, he said with a face full of disdain. That idiot Seikong City is a waste of space. I've cooperated with him so many times and he's never even realized I've screwed him over, and he's been foolishly sending me money all the time. So for this contract, you'll sign it for me if he's not here. It's all pretty much the same. Jiang Mayan looked at him with his chin propped up. My signing the contract will work? Chang Gaoming immediately laughed. Don't worry, whether it works or not is of course up to me. When he finished speaking, he took out another folder from his bag. Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows slightly. It seems that this was prepared a long time ago. In that case, she'll have to play along. Signed the word good. Chang Gaoming, a face of obscenity toward Jiang Muyan, pounced over. Baby, you can really obedient. I will certainly love you well in the future. However, Jiang Mayan abruptly got up, directly causing him to pounce in a lousy manner. Mr. Chang is not in a hurry to travel? Hearing her words, Chang Gaoming had to give up. This business trip is not a pretext. This time the matter of signing a contract privately is not honorable after all. So he booked a ticket to a foreign country in advance, ready to hide for a few days, and then come back when the dust settles. Then, you stay here and keep a good eye out for me. He smiled at Jiang Mayan. When I come back, I'll immediately poach you to our company. When he finished speaking, he stood up and gathered up his wrinkled clothes, winking at Jiang Mayan before lifting his feet to leave. When the people left, Jiang Mayan took out her cell phone and pressed it, which showed the end of the recording. Walking out of the waiting room, she went straight to the restroom. The cool water rushed out. She took her right hand that had been touched by that Chang Gaoming and rinsed it several times, still feeling dirty. A petite female employee happened to come out of it, and when she saw it was her, she scurried off, not even trying to wash her hands. You stop! Jiang Mayan shouted, and the employee immediately stood still as if she had been cast under a stasis spell. What's wrong? Ms. Jiang? Jiang Mayan was filled with helplessness. Am I that terrible? What exactly are they saying about me behind my back all day? The female employee stammered. They said that you know evil magic and can make the president obey you. Obey you? The corners of Jiang Mayan's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of people are these? After a moment's pause, she lifted her chin to signal the female employee to come over, passed her hand over and said, Smell my hand for the smell of pig's feet. The female employee's eyes were as wide as brass bells, and she said with a dumbfounded expression, Pig's feet? Ginger Moxie frowned and nodded. Well, I think there is. The female employee's heart burst into tears. How could anyone have the smell of pig's trotters on their hands? Should she say yes or no? Is Ms. Kong going to take her down? Seeing that the female employee's eyes were glistening with tears, Jiang Mayan's face was full of black lines, so she had to send the people away. Alas, how lonely is invincibility. Chapter 27. Go on, all day down. Jiang Muyan feel as if the right hand has been defiled. The heart of the diaphragm cannot, from time to go to wash a hand and then rub a rub. After coming back from the restroom once again, she bumped into Seikong Chang and Gao Yi, who had just returned from outside. What is Ms. Jiang going to do? Gao Yi asked with a smile on his face, but in his heart he was thinking that she must not be going to do something bad. Jiang Mayan knew what he was thinking as soon as she looked at his eyes, hanging her hand down as if nothing had happened and said, Nothing, I just went to the toilet. Do you want to hear the details, Mr. High Steward? Gao Yi. Ahem, this is not necessary. After saying that, he was busy pushing his own young master to prepare to leave, not wanting to let his young master suffer from this woman's poison in the slightest. However, Seikong Chang waved his hand to signal him to stop, and then frowned at Jiang Mayan. What happened to your hand? Jiang Mayan's complexion gave a start, not expecting him to notice. After a moment's pause, she muttered in a small voice, It's nothing, I got rubbed by a pig's hoof, so I rubbed it a few more times for fear of not being able to clean it. I just rubbed it so hard that I actually broke the skin. Seikong Chang glanced at her lightly, ignoring her nonsense. Come with me to the office. Do what? Jiang Mayan asked in a hurry, but when she saw that the man had already been pushed away by Gao Yi, she had to follow reluctantly. When he came to the office, Si Kong Chang instructed Gao Yi to bring a small medicine box, and then he let him out. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Mayan couldn't help but be even more surprised. This man was going to drug her? Si Kong Chang ignored her appearance as if she had seen some kind of world wonder and directly took out the sterilized medicinal powder and yanked over her hand. Hiss! Jiang Mayan subconsciously shrank back a bit, but then obediently stretched out under the man's warning gaze. After a dry run, her right hand was wrapped in breathable gauze. Well, get out. Si Kong Chang turned the wheelchair and moved it toward the desk, not forgetting to add a not-so-gentle warning. Stay out of trouble. Jiang Mayan rarely disliked him and went out back to his office without saying a word. Looking at her bandaged right hand, she suddenly remembered that in her last life she had dropped the glass in another fit of rage and her hand was cut with a large gash. But it seemed like Si Kong Chang had helped her treat the wound with his own hands like this as well. But at that time, she felt with all her heart that Si Kong Chang was just toying with herself, and that treating the wounds was nothing more than thinking that toys were no fun when they were broken. She couldn't help but let out a laugh at the thought, sighing that she was really full of brainstorming ability. Since meeting Chang Gaoming that day, Jiang Mayan had always had she keep an eye on Zhang Rui's movements, and naturally, she had gotten her hands on quite a few useful things. Archie, you said they slept together. Where's the proof? In the villa of Royal View Court, Jiang Mayan glared at Chi and said angrily, without photos of them messing around, how can we prove that they fornicated? Archie's face was black with red. Do you still want me to take pictures of them doing that in bed? Jiang Mayan looked like she was taking it for granted. Right, if you don't film it then what are you allowed to do? Let me guess, I can also guess that they have an affair. Archie, I'll quit. You let the young master beat me to death. Don't. Young man, don't be so impulsive. Jiang Mayan hurriedly advised. Dignity is precious. The price of life is even higher. She smiled and turned her mouth. I have another task for you. Wait until you're done before you think about being beaten to death by your young master. After exasperating Archie, she looked at the stack of photos in her hand, and the corners of her lips hooked up little by little. Tixing Group Building. Jiang Mayan had just entered the company building when she sensed something was wrong. In the past, when she entered the door, except for the front desk, all the people should swish a clean disappear. How come today these people not only did not go, but also began to point at her? With a slight pause in her steps, she raised an eyebrow at an employee who passed her by and still had the audacity to blatantly look over. Do I look good? The employee froze for a moment. Well, it looks good. Then he shook his head with a horrified look on his face as if he had reacted violently. No, it's not particularly nice. After saying that, he ran away without a trace. What the hell? Jiang Mayan's brows furrowed into a well between them. Just as she was about to head upstairs first, she suddenly heard someone in the crowd say, how does this spatter still have the face to come to the office? The words were like a switch that instantly turned on the chatter of everyone around them. That's right, young master treats her so well and indulges her so much, yet she does that kind of shameless thing. It's really disgusting. This woman is the more beautiful the more frivolous. Hooked into our Seacombe young master one is not enough, but also have to hit on another. That's right, it's fortunate that Miss John recognized it in time. Otherwise if we let such a person stay in the company, wouldn't Tixing be ruined? A female employee dressed like a peacock with a flamboyant face said with contempt, but the person next to her bumped her shoulder. Didn't you say that the president hasn't made a decision yet? Is it possible that he's not going to kick her out this time? How can that be? Flower Peacock retorted angrily. The company is now in a mess by this woman. If we don't kick her out, how can we stay? Anyway, I don't care. If young master doesn't kick that splatter out this time, then I'll resign. Several of the people around immediately began to even comfort and persuade them, except for a short girl who clutched her papers and frowned tightly. Her lips moved for half a day before she finally couldn't help but step forward and said in a thin voice, Miss Jiang is standing right over there. You guys shouldn't scold her. And I don't think she's like that. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Flower Peacock sniffed and immediately glared over cross-eyed. What kind of misunderstanding can there be? Who in the company doesn't know that sputtering person has always been signing contracts without authorization? I think it's because she didn't succeed in seducing young Master Seacombe, so she had other ideas. The girl frowned more tightly. There is no evidence. Also please don't talk nonsense. Miss Jiang before is loved to sign indiscriminately, but she signed those documents were later reproved by the president of that Chang's contract. Before she finished speaking, Flower Peacock suddenly raised her hand and pushed her violently. Ning Xiaoran, I don't usually see you being so smart-mouthed. What? You're not thinking of hooking a man to get to the top just like that splatterer. That's why you're helping her out so much, right? The girl's eyes suddenly reddened. What are you talking about? I didn't think about it that way. Flower Peacock snorted. I think there is. Isn't a woman like you who cries at the drop of a hat the best at pleasing men? Maybe. Pop. A crisp, loud slap knocked her words right back into her stomach. Jiang Mayan looked at Flower Peacock fixedly. Maybe what? The Flower Peacock covered her face in confusion for a moment, and then with a sharp voice, she roared, "How dare you hit me? What gives you the right to hit me? I." Slap. Another slap was thrown down without mercy. Jiang Mayan still looked at her without changing her face. "You what?" Flower Peacock, I. Slap. Another slap. Jiang Mayan continued to ask, "You what?" Continue. However, this time, the Flower Peacock was completely dumbfounded in place, unable to spit out a single word. There was dead silence all around, and not a single person spoke up. At this time, the president's elevator suddenly came ding a sound. Chapter 28, Surprise, Surprise, Surprise. The elevator rattled abruptly, and everyone followed the sound. Then he saw Si Kongcheng being pushed out by the butler Gaoi, followed by the Jiang family's eldest Miss Jiang Rui. The man's face is cold, his black pupils are as deep and dark as whirlpools, and he exudes an air of cold arrogance, which makes him, even in a wheelchair, a real pain in the ass. It is too daunting to dare to overstep the mark in the slightest. For a time, the already silent hall became even more deafening. As Si Kongcheng's trio approached, Jiang Mayan's gaze finally landed on the man's face. But before she could say anything, she saw Jiang Rui quickly walk up to her, her face indignant. "Sister, how could you do something like that?" Jiang Mayan raised an eyebrow. "What did I do?" "You." Jiang Rui looked at the people around her with what seemed like impatience, and wanted to say, "I don't want to make a fool of you in front of so many people. After all, you're my." "Stop harboring her, Miss Jiang." Flower Peacock's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. She covered her too red and swollen face and came forward, her eyes glaring resentfully at Jiang Mayan. "This spatter doesn't deserve to have you speak for her at all. Ever since she came, the company has become a messy mess and everyone is complaining. It's not enough that she shamelessly hooked up with men all over the place, but now she even dragged the company into it. We won't forgive her no matter what." Jiang Mayan snorted. "Put yourself in the right position and don't bark. What qualifications do you have to talk about whether or not you originally forgave me here? Looks like the few slaps just now were still too light." As she was saying this, a strand of hair fell from between her ears, and just as she raised her hand, "Ah!" Flower Peacock shrieked, crouching with his head in his hands for a second, without the slightest cushion. Jiang Mayan was full of innocence as she pressed her hanging hair back behind her ear. "I'm just pressing a hair. What's with the big reaction? What? Touching porcelain?" She laughed. "Look at your posture is quite professional. You haven't practiced much in your life, right?" Realizing that he had been tricked, the Flower Peacock was instantly enraged and got up from the ground with a miso, but turned to Jiang Rui on the other side. "Did you see it, Miss Jiang? This splatterer indiscriminately slapped me a few times just now, and now he's out to scare me again. Missy, you must do it for me." Jiang Rui had a face of embarrassment plus shame. Truth be told, Mu Yan Shi is my half-sister, so when something like this happens, I also have a great responsibility. Saying this, she took Flower Peacock's hand again and said soothingly, "But don't worry, even if it's my sister who has made a mistake, I will definitely not harbor her, and will definitely give you an explanation." When these words came out, all the people were astonished. "What? She's the illegitimate daughter rumored to be outside the Jiang family? Wow! I almost forgot that this Jiang Mayan is also named Jiang. Doesn't that make sense? Ayo, no wonder so can't get on the stage. Originally is a nobody wants the illegitimate daughter. To do this kind of thing can really disgrace the face of the Jiang family. It seems that today this woman is bound to be planted. If she falls, then the company will have to beat the drums and throw a celebration party. Ahahaha." Mocking, sneering, and ranting filled the hall, and the few that didn't open their mouths didn't utter a retort. Jiang Rui slightly drooped her head, hiding the cold smile that flashed in her eyes. "Jiang Mayan, blame it only on the fact that you shouldn't be surnamed Jiang, shouldn't get too close to Si Kongcheng." However, Jiang Mayan, who had been staring at her, naturally didn't miss the smirk in her eyes. In the last life, there are too many times Jiang Rui is like this, time and time again to deceive her, harm her, on the surface of the sisterhood in the depths of every good for her. In fact, but only through the hands of others to bully, suppress her just. The cold color in her eyes flashed, dug her ears and scad lightly. "One day at a time you have a long mouth, more than that of the big yellow dog can bark. Have time to read more to improve their own. Don't all day hear blah blah blah. Alive waste of air, dead waste of land. Half dead but also a waste of RMB." Saying that, she looked at Jiang Rui again. "And you, when was it your turn to be in charge of the Disheng group? You have this cheek to make a bulletproof vest that soldiers are absolutely invincible." Jiang Rui's face instantly turned a few shades of green, her eyes wide with incredulity. "You, what did you say? I can't understand anything I'm saying." "Sister, you should take the time to go to the hospital with this brain," Jiang Mayan said. "You." Jiang Rui's face changed and changed, eventually sinking completely. "Mu Yan, It's fine for you to scold me, but you can't make a mistake and not admit it, she snapped. You signed the contract arbitrarily and indiscriminately, which has now caused Dishing to suffer huge losses. Do you know that? Jiang Mayan glanced at Sikong City, who was not far away, and said lightly, suffering losses, that's what he deserved. She just wanted to make Sikong Chang suffer a little bit, and also to see if he was really stupid or had ulterior motives for cooperating with the kind of people like Chang Gaoming for so long. Jiang Rui was furious but could do nothing about it, so she had to turn the topic to another. What about you hooking up with Mr. Chang with the intention of exchanging your body for benefits? It's fine if you don't want to be ashamed when this kind of thing gets out, but how else are you going to let the Jiang family gain a foothold in the imperial capital? Her face was filled with righteous indignation and her posture was very condescending, as if she were a messenger of justice accusing a criminal. However, she heard Jiang Mayan let out a light laugh, saying that I hooked up with Mr. Chang. Do you have any evidence? I don't have any evidence, but Mr. Chang has already admitted in person that he gave you several properties, as well as part of the equity of Chang Enterprises. Isn't that enough? Zhang Rui said in a cold voice. Yeah. The smile on Jiang Mayan's face intensified. You don't have any evidence, but I do. Want to take a look? Scoff. What proof can you have? Zhang Rui seemed to have heard some kind of joke. Jiang Mayan locked her gaze on the woman in front of her and said word for word, of course, it's the evidence that you're working in tandem with Mr. Chang to frame me. After saying that, she took out a pile of photos from her bag at the moment when Zhang Rui's face changed drastically, and violently raised them upwards as if they were scattered by the heavenly maidens. Countless photos of Zhang Rui and Chang Gaoming cuddling together and going in and out of hotels clattered and scattered all over the floor, with a few pieces of printed paper mixed in. Gosh, here's a transfer of house rights, and the transferee is Miss Zhang Rui, the eldest Miss Zhang. Really? Show me. These are photos of going in and out of hotels, although there is no actual hammer. But at a glance these two people are not clean with each other. Everyone started scrambling to pick up the photos and papers on the floor to look at them, and there were cries of astonishment. Jiang Mayan looked at Zhang Rui, who instantly turned white, and laughed. How is it? Surprised or not? The transfer of real estate rights and shares was the second thing she asked Archie to do for her. At the very edge of the noisy and chaotic crowd, the perimeter of 1 meter centered on Sikong City remained cold and quiet. Gao Yi hesitated. Young master, this, you don't care? Sikong Cheng faintly raised his eyes. Which one do you care? But, second Miss Jiang made such a mess. That Chang general, I'm afraid there's no way to use it again. It's so hard to find a. Gao Yi opened his mouth after a long pause. Sikong Cheng's line of sight fell to Jiang Mayan's gauze-wrapped hand not far away, his eyes slightly cold. A moment later, his thin lips flicked out. Just replace the piece with another one when it's gone. Chapter 29, Harem Selection? Just as the crowd was hotly discussing Jiang Rui's relationship with that general manager Chang, Gao Yi pushed Sikong Cheng over. Gao Yi looked at Zhang Rui with a serious gaze. Eldest Miss Jiang, what is going on here? Zhang Rui snapped back to her senses, glanced at Sikong Cheng next to Gao Yi, and feigned composure. These photos are they're all forgeries. Young Master Sikong, please believe me. I definitely did not join forces with Mr. Chang to deceive you. Sikong Cheng didn't say anything, but Gao Yi spoke again with a cold face. You mean those house rights and equity transfers are also fake? Zhang Rui's fingers tightened unexpectedly, the composure on her face almost strained. Photographs can be forged, the property rights and equity those things, but a check will be clear. Chang Gaoming before clearly said that those have been transferred to the name of Jiang Muyan. Is it a lie to her? When her remaining light glanced at Jiang Mayan, who was in a state of calmness, she cursed fiercely in her heart. Splatterman! She must have done something. Thinking of this, she quickly organized her thoughts and said in a deep voice to Gao Yi, Steward Gao, in fact, Chief Chang had approached me before and naturally wanted to use me to get some benefits from young Master Sikong, but I refused. And as for these things, they should have been privately transferred to me by him, and they have no relation to me whatsoever. Jiang Mayan listened to her sophistry without changing her face, and even had the urge to applaud. Either that or how to say that people are invincible when they are cheap. Some people can find a way to throw any dirty water on others when they are shameless, but at this moment, the flower peacock woman, who had already subsided before, stood out again and pointedly said, I believe in Miss Jiang. Don't you guys be compelled by this woman. She pointed at Jiang Mayan and said angrily, she was the one who signed the contract, and she was the one who stayed in the waiting room with Mr. Chang for so long that day, so who knows that nothing disgusting happened between them? Humph. Miss Jiang walks right and sits right. Must have rejected the General Manager Chang's request a long time ago, but Jiang Mayan didn't reject it. Must have done some dirty deal with that General Manager Chang. Jiang Mayan glanced at her faintly. Yo, this is based on the fact that there is no surveillance in the waiting room and you have to put a cap on her? Looking her over, the flower peacock suddenly snorted coldly. Jiang Mayan, what else do you have to say? For a while, the crowd's eyes fell back to Jiang Mayan, and they all sighed that this big drama was really a series of twists and turns. Jiang Muyan's face gradually began to be impatient. These people are really like bedbugs and cockroaches. They keep jumping around without being able to beat them. Without replying, she went straight to her cell phone from her bag and found the recording of that day and played it. That idiot Sikong Chang is a waste of space. I've worked with him so many times and he's never even realized that I've screwed him over, and he's been foolishly sending me money all the time. So for this contract, you'll sign it for me if he's not here. It's all pretty much the same. A recording was played in its entirety, and the scene immediately erupted in fierce curses. However, it was not Jiang Mayan who was scolded, but Chang Gaoming. Seeing Flower Peacock's flustered look, a look of groundlessness, Jiang Mayan spoke quietly, from the beginning to the end, except for signing that contract that shouldn't have had any legal effect in the first place. I didn't promise him anything. Saying that, she looked at Zhang Rui again, but whether or not Miss Zhang really rejected him in private, that I don't know. Now, Zhang Rui's face flushed red as she stood in place, no longer able to say a word. Seeing that everyone was about to turn the tables on Zhang Rui, Gao Yi hurriedly stepped forward. Alright, what exactly is going on with this matter? The young master will definitely find out. Everyone don't watch the fun here. All disperse. As soon as the Flower Peacock, who had just been accusing Jiang Mayan in a heavenly rage, heard these words, he immediately prepared to squeeze into the crowd and leave first. Wait a minute. Jiang Mayan said nonchalantly. There's no need to look, it's you. The woman dressed like a flower peacock. The Flower Peacock froze in place for a moment, and seeing that everyone around him was already staring, he could only stiffly turn around. You, what do you want? Well, Jiang Mayan repeated those 3 words before lifting her chin at the girl in the corner. Apologize to Ning Xiaoran for your previous words. Then she looked to Flower Peacock. Then, pack up and leave. The Flower Peacock's eyes snapped open with an unbelievable face. What gives you the right to kick me out? Jiang Mayan laughed. Weren't you the one who said before that if the president didn't kick me out this time, you'd resign? What? Is it possible that everything you say is a fart and never counts? There were snickers all around, and many people began to point at the Flower Peacock. After all, from beginning to end, she was the one who bounced around with joy. Flower Peacock's face reddened, so she had to ask for help in general. Carefully looking at Sikong Chang, Sikong young master, I was just too angry at that time so I said that. You won't really dismiss me, right? Everyone immediately turned their heads to look at their own president again, including Jiang Mayan. Sikong Chang looked at Jiang Mayan with an indifferent expression, then slowly spoke under the gaze of the crowd. Di Shang never leaves people who go back on their word and are not responsible. The Flower Peacock's face went white, but she subconsciously looked at Zhang Rui on the other side, her gaze holding a prayer. However, when she saw her looking over, Zhang Rui abruptly averted her eyes. After that, without waiting for Peacock to speak again, Gao Yi directly called his men and asked them to send Peacock out. A farce came to an end, and the crowd dispersed. Back on the president's office floor, Jiang Mayan unexpectedly met the 6 secret guards under Sikong Chang. Her eyebrows rose involuntarily. Yeah, don't you guys even have to avoid me now? Archie snorted coldly. You haven't seen R1 yet. What's the point of avoiding it? Archie, you can't say this nonsense. Oh. Jiang Mayan feigned embarrassment. I can still be a yellow blossom girl. You say it as if when have I already looked at you few. Having said that, her gaze was undisguised as she swept over the several dark guards, living like she was picking on a concubine. You. Archie's ears were reddened by her look. Come just now or flirting could not even care to dislike back. Directly into the office inside in a huff. The remaining secret guards likewise all looked annoyed, and with a grunt of anger, they glared at Jiang Mayan and followed them in. Except for one of them, Ms. Jiang. Aki has always been straightforward in his speech. Please bear with Ms. Jiang if there is anything that offends her, he said in a gentle tone. Jiang Mayan smiled and waved her hand. It doesn't bother me. I'm such a magnanimous person. How could I bother with him as a brat? Lu Mengfei didn't say any more and nodded at her before entering the office as well. Jiang Mayan looked at the man's back. The curved corners of his mouth gradually fell, then spread flat. Lu Mengfei, Code 2. No wonder in the last life Sikong City would not discover this man's betrayal until he suffered a serious injury. Such a man who speaks and acts in a watertight manner. I'm afraid that anyone would not be suspicious of him, right? Seen enough? Behind her suddenly came Sikong Chang's low and mellow but with a hint of danger in his voice, and Jiang Mayan instantly retrieved her thoughts. Turning around, she flashed an impish smile at Sikong Chang. Sikong Chang, I think that the secret guard just now is quite agreeable as well. Why don't you give it to me as well? Quite smooth. Sikong Chang only felt a hidden pain in his temples. What in the world did this woman take him for here? A harem casting ground. Seeing the man's face become more and more ugly, Jiang Mayan quickly snorted and disappeared. So what? I was just kidding. I've got things to do so I'll go first ha. Chapter 30, Conspiracy. The matter of Chang Gaoming was like a stone thrown into a deep lake, only splashing a little wave and then disappeared, so that Jiang Mian once suspected that there was someone behind the operation. However, Jiang Rui, because of the fear that he was implicated, all tried to do everything possible to clear the relationship with Chang Gaoming, but also sent him to prison. This result, Jiang Mian was quite satisfied. After this incident, the company underwent a small-scale blood change, including the man who had deliberately taken the contract to Jiang Mian before and later took her to the waiting room. A total of 6 people were fired. Now, no one in the company dared to go against Jiang Mian even more. In the office, she was flipping through a medical book when she saw several black shadows flashing outside. Aha! The 6 of them again? Over the past few days, Seekong City's secret guard squad had come over almost every day, as if they were premeditating something big. She skimmed it without paying attention and was about to continue reading when she suddenly paused. No, there didn't seem to be 6 in the number just now. Had she misread it, or who had been dispatched? Tapping her fingertips on the desk again and again, she eventually couldn't contain her curiosity and grabbed a folder at hand, walking out with the intention of finding out what was going on. Crossing the corridor, she tiptoed to the outside of Seekong Cheng's office, and was just about to come up to the doorway to eavesdrop, when she suddenly heard of footsteps coming from behind her, and hurriedly pretended to be just arriving and ready to knock on the door. Accompanied by increasingly clear footsteps, Jiang Mian pinched her head and turned around, only to see Archie walking head-on with a girl, and was stunned into a wide-eyed stupor. Archie, the straight little kid, actually, with a woman? However, as soon as he saw her, Archie's originally calm face instantly pulled down. What are you doing here? Jiang Mian shook the folder in her hand and said without a trace of weakness, I'm your young master's secretary. Of course I'm here to deliver the documents. With that said, she couldn't help but look at the girl beside Archie with a slight twitch in her heart. That person wears glasses, face is very clear and lovely, wearing a long white dress. Thin waist is outlined by a thin black belt, but the feet are stepping on the height of the scary high heels. Overall, there is a feeling of a child wearing adult clothes and pretending to be sexy. Why do you have to wear sexy clothes when your face is so innocent? The girl looked as if she was a little uncomfortable by her look, and stammered at Archie. This is? Archie snorted coldly. Don't mind her, just a woman who is dead set on following my young master to dabble in food and drink. After saying that, he pushed aside Jiang Mian who was blocking the way and knocked on the door before leading the girl straight in. Me. Jiang Mian clenched her fists in death before she resisted the urge to pounce and bite Archie to death. What do you mean she was deadbeat to dabble in food and drink? It was clearly Seekong Cheng dragging his thighs to prevent her from leaving. Okay. Forcing down her anger, she lifted her foot and followed into the office. Once inside, Seekong Cheng, Gaoi plus 6 secret guards and a woman all looked toward her. Jiang Mian looked at the several dark guards with bad looks, led by Archie, and smiled through clenched teeth. Even if I'm good looking, you guys don't have to stare at me like that every time, do you? Asterisk 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 you don't care to look at you, Archie uttered angrily. That's it. Look too much and your eyes will go blind. Who cares to look at you? The others responded. Jiang Mian was just about to say something back when she heard Seekong Cheng suddenly open his mouth at her. Something wrong? Of course there's something wrong. Who would come to find you if there's nothing wrong? Jiang Mian returned with a displeased look on her face, before striding towards Seekong City. Seeing her coming aggressively, Gaoi blocked in front with a wary face. Jiang, Jiang, what are you doing? Of course I'm looking for him to sign. Jiang Mian flung the folder in front of Seekong Cheng without any good humor. Otherwise, can we still find him to catch up? Gaoi shivered a bit at her fear, while silently backing away. Turns out a tigress freakout is so scary. The corners of Seekong Cheng's mouth twitched slightly, a trace of inexplicability on his face. Is this woman on drugs today? A hint of indulgence crossed his eyes as he lifted his hand and picked up the file in front of him, opening it slowly. Nothing. On the side, Gaoi poked his head over with a confused face. Where are the papers? Didn't we say sign the papers? Jiang Mian's old face blushed. Oh, she forgot that the folder was a decoration. The atmosphere was awkward to the core for a while. Seekong Cheng faintly swept a glance at Jiang Mian and closed the folder without changing his face. After signing, you can leave. Jiang Mian bit her lip as her mind frantically searched for little tricks that could briefly stay. Originally thought that Seekong Cheng still needs some time to read the documents. She just can ponder more about what Archie brought that woman to do, but did not expect. Seeing her not moving, Seekong Cheng slightly raised his eyebrows. What? There is something else? Nope. Jiang Mian popped out a single word before turning around and making a show of being ready to leave. However, she had just lifted one foot when she suddenly hit the table leg by accident. She shrieked, and instantly crouched to the ground full of pain and covered her ankle. It hurts. Seekong Cheng's pupils shrunk slightly, his brows furrowed steeply, and subconsciously he wanted to reach out to help her. Can you stand up? Jiang Mayan grimaced and screamed twice. No, I'm in so much pain. I can't walk. Si Kong Cheng's eyebrows furrowed a few points tighter. Gao Yi, go call a doctor. As soon as she heard him say he wanted to call a doctor, Jiang Mayan immediately waved her hand. No need for a doctor. I just accidentally twisted it. A small injury. Gao Yi, didn't you say you couldn't walk in the last second? Once these words came out, Si Kong Cheng naturally knew that she was pretending, and the hand that was holding Jiang Mayan just now was silently withdrawn. The delicate warmth and softness of the woman's touch seemed to linger on it, causing him to twist his fingertips. Gao Yi smiled and rushed at Jiang Mayan. Then why don't I help you back to rest? Jiang Mayan rolled her eyes, holding onto the table to get up, and then waved her hand in a bashful manner. No need to bother. I'll just rest over here for a while. With that she hopped on one foot to the couch in front of Archie and the others and did so on her butt. You guys continue. Don't mind me. I'll just take a break. Jiang Mayan had a thoughtful smile on her face. Upon hearing this, she and the others stared at her with wide eyes, looking as if they had never seen such a brazen person before. Seakong City. So this is going to be a fair and square way to stay here? His dark black eyes fixed on the woman for a long time, and he rubbed his temples with some headache. Archie, let's get right to the point. Archie's face instantly darkened a few more points, although what he was about to say was not official business, but the way this woman got an inch is really hateful. After glaring fiercely at Jiang Mayan again, he then opened his mouth towards his young master. Young master, this is the Miss Lin Xian I mentioned to you earlier. Si Kong Cheng briefly swept a glance at the woman and nodded slightly. Well, not bad. Earlier, Archie suddenly mentioned this woman called Lin Xian to him, so he thought he should have taken a fancy to it. Despite the fact that the life of the Dark Guards was very unstable and that they might lose their lives at some point, he would not restrict them in this regard. After all, it was their right to live. However, in the next second, he saw Archie's face full of joy. Young master, you think she's good too? Immediately after saying that, he turned to the girl next to him and said, don't be quick to thank the young master. He's willing to have you. Chapter 31, A Bad Feeling. Slow down. Si Kong Cheng's pupils shook tremendously, barely allowing himself to maintain a calm and collected demeanor as he said, that's not what I meant when I complimented her. Archie looked confused. So what do you mean? Si Kong Cheng moved his lips. His eyes swept back and forth between Archie and the woman, and suddenly understood. You didn't bring this woman here because you like her? Archie froze and touched his head. This is what I sent to offer to you. Young master, how could I like her? At those words, Si Kong Cheng's face darkened a few points. When did I ask you to offer a woman to me? Sensing that his young master was unhappy, Archie was a bit puzzled. You haven't said it, but I think you must be lacking women around you. Otherwise how would you look at a woman like Jiang Mayan? Saying that, he also hurriedly recommended the woman next to him. Young master, this Miss Lin Xian is very powerful. Since she was a child, she was the first in her class. Her IQ is very high, and her looks are not bad. She can go for the cute and innocent style as well as the sexy style. Bringing it out definitely won't pull down your status. And, enough. Si Kong Cheng's face had darkened into a pot. Take it away. I don't need it. Aki's ears were red, but she still didn't give up. Young master, all men will definitely have needs. You don't need to be embarrassed. She's very good at serving people. Put. Suddenly from the couch came a muffled laugh that wasn't held back. Jiang Mayan hurriedly covered her mouth and said vaguely, sorry, you guys continue. Archie was annoyed. What are you laughing at? Jiang Mayan finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Archie, are you thinking that your young master is not very good at what he does, so you reluctantly keep me by your side to relieve your depressed hopes? Si Kong Cheng's knife-like gaze whooshed over, but she still couldn't help but laugh. I'm sorry. This is obviously a very sad thing. I shouldn't have laughed, ha 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 ha. In the end, Gao Yi couldn't hold back any longer and said to Archie with a head full of black lines, Archie, I'm on the young master's private affairs. If you want to offer a beautiful woman, I should also do it. Archie, he wrinkled his eyebrows at his own young master and said seriously, young master, do you really not need a woman? Si Kong Cheng's forehead veins rippled as he said word for word, I'm inconvenienced by my legs, but I'm not really wasted. Understand? Not to mention that he didn't even lose his legs. Watching Si Kong Cheng's hair stand up in anger, Jiang Mayan laughed on the sofa. How could she not have expected that Archie had come to deliver a woman to Si Kong Cheng? Doesn't he know that with Si Kong Cheng's status and appearance, there would be tons of women pouncing on him with a casual hook of the finger? It didn't take long for the girl to be sent out by Gao Yi. The drama was almost over, and Jiang Mayan was about to quietly sneak away when she heard Si Kong Cheng say in a cold voice to Archie and the others, it seems that all your minds have run away with you. In that case, you don't have to follow me out of the country the day after tomorrow, so take your time in Kyoto to find me someone. The last half of the sentence was quite a bit of gnashing of teeth. However, Jiang Mayan's attention was on the first half of his sentence. They're going abroad? No wonder I've always seen Archie and these guys show up in the last few days. It wasn't unusual for Seekong City to go abroad to talk about cooperation, but if he had a Chi and the other 6 follow, then it shouldn't be as simple as just talking about cooperation. Young master, subordinate knows that I am wrong. A Chi quickly knelt on one knee, his eyes full of panic. Young master can punish me however he wants, but this matter has nothing to do with the other secret guards. The day after tomorrow, I have decided. Go out. Seekong Chung directly interrupted him with a voice, his complexion calm and almost ice-cold. Ah Chi was really anxious now. Once he thought of the possibility of centrifuging with the young master because of this matter, he only felt his mind going blank. Even though he was the youngest amongst the secret guards, the young master had always held him in very high regard, and if this was the reason why the young master was no longer willing to trust him, then what was the point of him being a secret guard? And without being a secret guard, he, Ah Chi, was nothing at all. His afterglow suddenly glimpsed the sneaky Jiang Mayan not far away, and a wave of anger rose steeply in his heart. Young master, you can't treat the first team of dark guards like that just because of a woman. She doesn't deserve it at all. Seeing the situation is not good is ready to sneak out of the Jiang Muyan face full of speechless, is not in the discussion of the task of things, how to turn to her again. My heart is so tired, I'm really lying down. However, he heard Seekong Cheng speak in a cold voice. Ah Chi, since when do I even need your permission to change my subordinates for a mission? The man's gloomy voice was like it came from the depths of hell, carrying a bone-chilling chill that made Jiang Mayan tighten her fingers violently, and her entire body froze for an instant. Seekong Cheng, really angry. In her last life, every time he sank his voice to speak like this, she would tremble with fear, only feeling that the man in front of her was a demon. The atmosphere was tense for a long time, and finally I heard Chi's low and hard voice, subordinate wouldn't dare. Seekong Cheng turned his back and coldly spat out 2 words, get out. Jiang Muyan subconsciously in the heart should be a good Lu, raised his feet ready to go out, but the rest of the light suddenly glimpsed the corner of the Lu Mingfei. The gazes of the other dark guards all fell on Chi, only he, with his eyes looking straight in the direction of Seekong City. Jiang Mayan's eyes condensed slightly, a bad feeling suddenly rising in her heart. After returning to Royal View Garden at night, Jiang Mayan was alone in her room, combing through her memories of her past life roughly. She basically hadn't come across much about her earlier, so she basically remembered something only when she saw someone. After all, her last life hadn't been a pleasant experience, and she didn't want to think about it deliberately. But now since she had once again gotten into a boat with Seekong Cheng, she had to give something as well in order not to capsize the boat, and it definitely wasn't because this man had been treating her pretty well lately. Regarding Lu Mingfei, she had actually only met him once, at the end when he betrayed Seekong City, but according to the timeline, it was not yet time for him to be exposed. After gazing in thought for a moment, she began to recall the scenes in which Seekong Cheng had been injured several times. It wasn't that she was so concerned about Seekong Cheng, but this dog man didn't avoid her in the slightest every time he was injured, and often came back to the villa covered in blood, as if he was intentionally trying to scare her, and she was indeed scared enough at that time. Being scared the most. That time, early the next morning, Jiang Mayan went to the company as usual, escorted by Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng, your young master said for you to do my bidding at all times, right? She asked. The man in the driver's seat looked slightly puzzled, then nodded. Then what if I ask you to take me out of Royal View Court? Jiang Mayan winked at him, smiling with obvious impishness. Yuan Feng's face stiffened slightly, and his lips moved for half a day without saying anything. Look at you. What are you so nervous about? Jiang Mayan retracted her gaze, her tone casual. I'm a very considerate person, and have always disliked forcing myself on others. Let's put it this way. When the young master is around he definitely listens to the young master. When he's not around he listens to me. Is that alright? Yuan Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief. No problem. Chapter 32, You're like a heartless man. Arriving at the company, Jiang Mayan accidentally bumped into someone in the elevator. Good morning, Ms. Kong. The man's face was handsome and dressed in a suit, and there was a smile on his face all the time as he spoke, making it easy for people to feel good at first glance. This person was no other than the planning department manager, Du Chuan, whom he had met once before at the high-level meeting. Jiang Mayan's heart was slightly moved, but her face didn't show it at all. Instead, she even disliked it with an unhappy face. It's 10 o'clock and it's still early? Are you being sarcastic about me waking up late? She always slept in until she was full, and naturally today was no exception. The smile on Du Chuan's face stiffened, but quickly adjusted again. Miss Jiang misunderstood. 10 o'clock is naturally not early for me, but it should still be morning for Miss Jiang, right? He looked at Jiang Mayan and said with a soft expression, Then I naturally followed Miss Zhang's side of the customary greeting. At those words, the corners of Jiang Mayan's mouth twitched. This man is afraid that he's not a vixen reincarnated. Right, so cunning? If it were any other girl, I'm afraid that she would have been starry-eyed and flirting with the man right now. But Jiang Mayan looked indifferent. That's pretty awesome of you. The elevator dinged, and she lifted her foot to leave without saying hello. Behind him, Duchuan looked at the woman's back as she left, and his eyes abruptly turned a few points colder. After a moment's pause, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Number 2. How are the preparations for tomorrow going? The plan is going well, but I think he's starting to suspect one of us. Otherwise he wouldn't be mobilizing other hands for a woman he hasn't known for long. And I'm a little worried about an accident tomorrow. Accident? Duchuan let out a light laugh, but a bloodthirsty dark light flashed in his pupils. Then it's better to simply strike harder. On the other hand, Jiang Mayan went straight to Si Kongcheng's office. After knocking on the door and entering, she spoke directly and asked, I heard you're going on a trip out of the country tomorrow? Si Kongcheng flipped through the documents in his hand without lifting his head. What? Again to say that I can't go and talk about this cooperation? Jiang Mayan. Her eyes rolled and she walked up and smiled very pleased. Do you already know me so well now? Truly worthy of being the roundworm in my stomach. Si Kongcheng raised his eyes. A hint of danger refracted in his pupils. What did you say? Ahem. I'd say you're smart and considerate and understanding. Jiang Mayan smiled like a flower. Only then did Si Kongcheng retract his eyes and continued to read the documents with an indifferent expression, as if she did not exist. Jiang Mayan ground her teeth and scared impatiently in her heart. If that cooperation hadn't been stopped by me, you would have definitely lost your pants afterwards. So are you sure you don't want to listen to me this time? Wow. Si Kong turned over a page of papers. Last time was just luck. Who can be sure you'll be that lucky any time? I can. Jiang Mayan raised her chin with a big shy face. I'm the lucky angel who descended to earth, specially here to help you. The corner of Si Kongcheng's mouth twitched. Thank you. No need. Jiang Mayan glared. No. I have to help you. Otherwise how embarrassing for me to freeload at your place all day. Just consider this as payment. I won't charge for the extra expenses. Si Kongcheng raised his eyes in some shock. You still want to charge? And the extra cost of paying for food, drink and sleep every day, and then having to pay for it in the end? Jiang Mayan nodded rightfully. So I'll give you a friendly reminder that you really shouldn't go to tomorrow's collaboration. After thinking back for a long time at home yesterday, she could barely remember that in her last life, Si Kongcheng had suffered a serious injury during this time, but to the outside world, she only said it was an accident. However, there are not so many accidents in this world, but they are all premeditated. Before long the Jiang family's family banquet to recognize her would be coming. Right now if Si Kongcheng was injured and recuperating, there would be no one to support her at that time. Tomorrow's collaboration is important. I have to be there. Si Kongcheng still ignored her gag and switched to a different document to continue reading. You. Jiang Mayan gritted her teeth. So the words just now were all for nothing? Taking a deep breath, she narrowed her eyes as she glanced around the office, calculating how likely it was that she'd still have the man locked in like that time. However, Si Kongcheng saw through her thoughts with a glance. Don't ponder over it. The door here can be unlocked by fingerprint. His eyes were downcast as he continued to flip through the papers, but the corners of his lips curved in a rather good mood. Jiang Mayan's lifted up breath almost got stuck in her throat, her face becoming more and more ugly. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and looked at Si Kongcheng. How important it is that you can't go. What am I going to do if you go? Si Kongcheng looked puzzled. What to do? Zhang Muyen, tomorrow I'm not feeling well. No one will take care of me if you leave. No one will take care of me and I'll die of illness in the Royal View Garden. Then the Royal View Garden will turn into a haunted mansion. A haunted mansion. Stop. Si Kongcheng interrupted with a voice, looking at the woman in front of him with a face full of incredulity. What kind of mess is this? Tomorrow is not comfortable. This person today can still predict it in advance? Besides, how come she has no one to take care of her? All the 50 servants in the villa are just air in her eyes? He glared at Jiang Mayan without any good humor. You can rest assured that there are more than enough people to take care of you. That won't work either. Jiang Mayan raised her voice and said, Ah Chi and Ah Lu, they hate me now. What if they beat me up once you leave? With Yuan Feng around, how can anyone get close to you that easily? Si Kongcheng leisurely glanced at her. Even if it's really close, just don't kill it. Jiang Mayan expressionlessly looked at the man in front of her, half revealing a harmless smile. Si Kongcheng, do you know what you look like now? Sikyong? Like a stinking scum of domestic violence and cheating. A negative, heartless man who abandons his wife and children. When she finished, her face darkened and she turned to leave the office. All the way back to her own place, she was still so angry that her eyes were glazed over. This dog man is simply too ungrateful. After she has taken the trouble to say so half a day, not to appreciate it, but even want to connive at Aki and the others to beat her to death. Whatever, let the dog man die. Just when she was furious, she suddenly heard the voices of housekeeper Gao Yi and Ah-chi from outside. Gao Yi, Ah-chi, don't give me a hard time. It's not like you don't know that a decision made by the young master is never taken back. I know, but this time the situation is different. I really don't feel comfortable with young master taking someone else with him, so help me persuade young master again. Archie's voice was a little low, but his tone was unusually stubborn. Jiang Mayan's eyes flashed slightly as she lifted her foot and walked out. As soon as she appeared, the two of them immediately extinguished their voices, and Archie's face even sank as he turned his head and prepared to leave. Don't go. Jiang Mayan hurriedly called out to him. Ah-chi, I'm looking for you for something. Archie ignored her and continued on. It's about your young master. Oh. Jiang Mayan added another sentence and managed to make Archie stop in his tracks. Gao Yi curiously came over to his face. About the young master? What is it? MS. Kong? Can I hear about it? Can't. Jiang Mayan pushed him away with a cold face. Ah-chi turned to Jiang Mayan with a hint of skepticism in her eyes. Is it really about the young master? Jiang Mayan nodded busily and said with a grave expression, and it's a matter of life and death. Chapter 33, Going After the Heartless Man. She will be skeptical, but finally followed Jiang Mayan to the office. Say, he stared coldly at Jiang Mayan with an expression that if you don't tell us what's going on today, he'll destroy you. Jiang Mayan, however, was not the least bit afraid, slowly sitting on the sofa before opening her mouth at him. Si Kong Chang is not going to take you with him when he goes out tomorrow? Hearing this, a trace of anger surfaced on Chi's face. It's not all because of you. Jiang Mayan scat impatiently. You won't go if he doesn't let you go? That what place? What place is your young master planning to go to? The Western Golden Triangle. Archie subconsciously returned. Oh yes, it's the Golden Triangle in the West. Jiang Mayan continued. Such a dangerous place. He is a person with inconvenient legs to go over. How can life's safety be guaranteed? Ah-chi frowned, but young master said we are not allowed to go over. If he says he won't let you guys go, he really won't go. Ha! Jiang Mayan glared. I can tell you, I've predicted that if your young master goes this time, he'll definitely be in danger. Ah-chi looked over with a ferocious face. Shut up your crow's mouth, young master will be fine. Saying that his brows dropped again. Moreover, our dark guard's first order is to follow orders. I cannot disobey young master. Jiang Mayan thought about it and suddenly her eyes lit up. Then you guys just find a way not to let him go. You could drug him, or lock him in a room somewhere and say he's lost his key so he misses his co-op time, or just put a sack over him and pretend to kidnap him. Also, Jiang Mayan, you're looking for death, aren't you? Ah-chi was furious. That's my young master, not some cat or dog. After saying that, he left with a dark and angry face. Jiang Mayan's ears almost went deaf from his roar and rubbed them for half a day before they slowed down a bit. TSK, little punk. It looks like he's annoyed because he doesn't dare to make a move against that dogman Sikong City. She muttered a couple of curses, and then thoughtfully, the Golden Triangle in the West. That's where Sikong Chang was injured in his last life? After knowing the location, Jiang Mayan used a little trickery to learn Sikong Chang's flight information from her housekeeper, Gao Yi, and managed to get her best friend, Guan Yao, to help her get 2 tickets for the same flight. Soon it was evening, and as soon as Sikong Chang entered, he told Gao Yi to go pack his bags. The big TV in the living room was playing a cartoon, and Jiang Mayan watched it with great interest, breaking out into 2 loud laughs every now and then. Sikong Chang glanced at her and realized that she didn't even seem to notice that she had entered the door, so he couldn't help but cough lightly. 1 second, 2 seconds, there was no response. He suspiciously looked at the woman again. Not right. During the day is not still dying to persuade himself not to go abroad tomorrow. Now how'll look like nothing. She, not worried that you'll lose out on the partnership you're negotiating tomorrow? Jiang Mayan, ha 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 ha, how is this thing so funny? You laughing my ass off. Sikong Chang moved his lips, inexplicably upset in his heart, and suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Gao Yi, there's no need to clean up. Gao Yi poked his head out of the room. Why don't you need to clean up, young master? Sikong Chang's brows were filled with impatience. Just going for 2 days, what's there to clean up? After saying that, he turned the wheelchair and went straight to his room and threw the door shut with a bang. Gao Yi returned to the living room with a confused look on his face and asked towards Jiang Mayan, what's wrong with young master? Jiang Mayan spat out a few melon shells. I don't know. Menopause probably. Gao Yi. The next day before 7 o'clock, a car roar came from outside, and Jiang Mayan swished and sat up from the bed, a bruise under her eyes. It's annoying. It's all because of this dogman that she didn't sleep all last night. After a hasty wash with a full wake-up call, she walked out of her room. The living room was quiet without a single servant. After all, she had slept like a pig at this time in the past. No, it's like Sleeping Beauty. Just as she was wondering where to find Yuan Feng, she saw him suddenly run out of nowhere with undried water stains on his face. Ms. John? Yuan Feng frowned at Jiang Mayan with a question in his eyes. Jiang Mayan pointed directly at the door. Go. With that, he took the lead and walked towards the outside of the villa. Yuan Feng could only quickly follow. The car was still driving in the direction of the company, but Jiang Mayan suddenly opened her mouth. Yuan Feng, I'm not going to the company today, I'm going to the North Airport. Yuan Feng was startled. The steering wheel in his hand almost followed the bend, and only after it was smooth again did he slightly incline his head and ask, what does Ms. John mean by this? It doesn't mean anything. Jiang Mayan turned her head to look at him and laughed. Today, Si Kong Chang isn't here. Didn't we agree to listen to me when he's not here? Yuan Feng's brows peaked slightly, immediately pulling the car over and stopping, looking at the woman next to him with a serious expression. Then why go to the airport? Jiang Mayan's face didn't change. Traveling abroad. Saying that, she patted Yuan Feng's shoulder. Don't worry, I bought your ticket too. Yuan Feng was stunned, not knowing how to react for a moment. He did not expect Jiang Mayan to be this answer. And even more so, he did not expect this person to bought his ticket. The atmosphere in the car was stagnant, and Jiang Mayan glanced at the time, a flash of gravity quickly crossing from the bottom of her eyes. According to the memory, Si Kong Chang's last life was on the way to the accident. It is impossible to have an accident on the airplane. Then he should be on the way off the plane to the Golden Triangle to have an accident. So, the best thing is to stop Si Kong Chang right at the airport. She raised her eyes to Yuan Feng, helplessness spreading across her face. Big brother Yuan, what are you worried about? I'm just a delicate little girl. Can I still escape under your nose? You see, I got you a plane ticket, just because I'm self-aware. Yuan Feng's brows tied into a dead knot. Really? He had heard the legend that this woman had turned the young master's company upside down, but now he felt that she was right. Jiang Mayan nodded her head repeatedly and promised with conviction that she would never leave Yuan Feng half a meter away afterwards, which made Yuan Feng relax his guard. The car started up again and soon arrived at the airport. Passing through the security check and entering the cabin to sit down, Jiang Mayan finally let out a secret sigh of relief. That should be fine, right? As he was thinking about how to find a way to stop Si Kong Chang when the time came, he heard Yuan Feng beside him suddenly speak. Ms. Jiang, sleep for a while, you don't look too good. Jiang Mayan froze slightly, not realizing that this wooden man had learned to care about people. However, she was indeed a bit tired, so she smiled at Yuan Feng and nodded. Closing her eyes once more, the memories of her last life came to her mind once more, probably because she was always thinking back to Si Kong Chang's injuries before, causing her mind to be filled with this man's heavily injured and bloody appearance last night. The man's shadowy eyes were covered with red blood, and the blood spread out from where his chest was, quickly staining most of his lapel, and then smashing down the cold wheelchair drop by drop onto the ground, blossoming into a flower of blood. However, he seemed like he couldn't feel the pain, turning the wheelchair to move towards Jiang Mayan bit by bit. Don't come over, Si Kong Chang, don't come over. Jiang Mayan stepped back with a horrified look on her face, thinking that this dog man had come to scare her in her dreams again. I'm warning you, don't come over, or I'll yell ah. The warning was useless. The man's complexion did not fluctuate in the slightest. Like a dead man, Jiang Mayan closed her eyes fiercely. Playing the hooligan. Play. Miss Jiang. Ms. Kong, wake up. Yuan Feng's voice full of suppression rang in his ears, and Jiang Mayan's eyes snapped open. Only dozens of heads surrounded her, each with a very angry look on their faces. Yuan Feng blushed. Ms. Jiang, I'm not being a hooligan to you. I just want to cover you with a blanket. Jiang Mayan looked down and realized that she was half covered with a blanket. Then he thought about the two lines he had just shouted, and it dawned on him. Ahem. What's that? Everyone disperse, ha. This is my friend. It's my friend. After that, the journey was uneventful and the plane finally got to the place on time. Chapter 34. Jiang Mayan ran away with someone. Before getting off the airplane, for some reason, Jiang Mayan suddenly had a bad feeling. Yuan Feng, I always feel that some villain is trying to harm me. She frowned and moved to Yuan Feng's side, but saw Yuan Feng dodge to the side like a scorpion, and said gruffly, Ms. Jiang Jiang, it's better for us to keep a little distance. After all, men and women are not related. Jiang Mayan, but where she had brought a second bodyguard, she definitely wouldn't evening out Yuan Feng. Quickly getting off the plane, Zhang Muyan decided to take Yuan Feng to squat at the airport exit. After all, a figure like Si Kong Chang, a trip over must be bigger than an ordinary person. As long as her eyes are not blind, she will definitely be able to find someone. The two of them came to the exit. Yuan Feng looked puzzled. Ms. Jiang, aren't you going on a trip? Zhang Mayan looked inside the airport with a focused expression. Wait a little longer. There's still someone who hasn't come. Yuan Feng frowned and didn't say anything else, but a few points of vigilance rose in his heart. However, even more alert, He didn't realize that not far from the car, there were several people watching them intently. The man in the driver's seat had a cold face, his gaze locked on Jiang Mayan through the car window. How did she appear here? The man next to him was polishing a lance wrapped in a cloth bag in his hand and frowned at the words, "Who?" The man in the driver's seat didn't answer and turned to pick up his cell phone to make a call. That Jiang Mayan didn't go to the office today, did she? The person over there paused. His tone was quite a bit dissatisfied. No. 2. You were sent over there so that you could test Seacombe City's strength. What do you care about that woman? That woman is here now. Lu Mengfei interrupted him, his voice extraordinarily heavy, and up until now, I haven't seen Seacombe Chang. What did you say? The person on the other side was equally taken aback. The people in the first-class cabin should have been out by this point in time. Why haven't we seen anyone yet? Lu Mengfei didn't answer. His eyes darkened a little. Could it be that our plan has been discovered? Impossible. The person on the opposite side immediately said, even if he had suspicions about you, there's no way he could have guessed that he would be ambushed as soon as he left the airport. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, could it be possible that Jiang Mayan is just a bait? Lu Mengfei's eyes flickered. You mean, Seacombe Cheng threw out a woman first for his own safety to scout out the road and see if there's anyone who wants to harm him? Only this can explain it. The opposite person said, his tone abruptly cold. Arrange for someone to control that woman, but don't expose your identity. If you can lure out Seacombe Cheng it's best. If not, just make sure you get out in one piece. Lu Mengfei's eyes snapped. Understood. He raised his eyes to the woman in the window, his expression cold to the core. Anyway, the death of a woman in the Golden Triangle is insignificant. Jiang Mayan, who was inexplicably sentenced to death, was already waiting impatiently. Did Seacombe City jump out of the plane in midair? Why isn't he out yet? She glanced at Yuan Feng, who was beside her as if he was an old monk, and became even more upset. Hey, I said I'd bring you out for a trip yet you haven't even left the airport yet. Aren't you in a hurry? Yuan Feng shook his head with a cold face. I'm here to protect you, not to play. The words just fell. Suddenly from not far away came bang a gunshot. Deafening. Everyone was startled by the sudden gunshot, screaming and scattering in all directions. The whole exit place was suddenly in chaos. Yuan Feng, on the other hand, made a swift turn to block in front of Jiang Mayan, his entire body crumbling into a hard rock, his eyes glaring warily at the place where the gunshot rang out. Jiang Mayan also turned white with fear, but her heart was much warmer because of Yuan Feng's protection. However, just as she was about to open her mouth to compliment Yuan Feng, her mouth was suddenly covered by a hand in death. Yuan. Well, not waiting for Jiang Mayan to react, she was dragged away silently in a cacophony of noise and screams. On the other side, a modified off-road vehicle was rushing along the rugged mountain road. Inside the car, the cell phone suddenly rang. Seacombe Cheng took out his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing that it was Archie. Fingertips lingered on the hang-up button for a split second before finally scratching it to connect. Young master, something's happened. Jiang Mayan ran away with someone. Seacombe City. Why does that sound a bit strange? He pinched his brow. Speak properly. However, Archie could not calm down at all. His roar could simply go through the microphone to cause an attack on people. No, it's true young master. She bought a ticket to the Golden Triangle with Yuan Feng. She should have gotten off the plane by now. In an instant, Seacombe Cheng's face went cold. What did you say? Aki seemed to swallow his saliva, and only then hurriedly said, this morning I listened to your command to come to the company to watch her, and looked for half a day but could not find it, and only after that did I realize that she went out with Yuan Feng early in the morning, and Yuan Feng's cell phone has not been called until now. Before he could finish his sentence, Seacombe Cheng snapped at Gaoi, who was driving in front of him, turn around, go to the airport. Gaoi realized the seriousness of the matter as soon as he heard it, and without saying a word, he turned around and drove towards the airport. Young master, don't worry first, maybe those people didn't ambush the airport. Miss Jiang shouldn't be in trouble. Gaoi glanced at his own young master from the rearview mirror and couldn't help but speak out to comfort him. Seacombe Cheng's face was icy cold to the extreme. Since there was no ambush on the route we changed, it means that those people are most likely at the airport. Besides, even if no one ambushes you from the airport, can you guarantee that there won't be any unsighted bullets? Gaoi stopped talking at once, and with a grave face, he accelerated the speed of the car. Inside an abandoned factory building, Jiang Mayan was tied up with her hands and feet and ruthlessly dropped to the ground. The smoke and dust rose and she choked and coughed. The two men who had brought her here looked at her condescendingly and rattled off a bunch of Western words she didn't understand before lifting their feet to leave. Daylight shone through the broken window holes, creating a beam of light. Jiang Mayan arched her body and lay on the ground, grimacing and grunting in pain for a few moments, being carried all the way by two men in turn. Her heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys were almost turned upside down, and for a while she suspected that she was going to be turned upside down like this in this life. Breathless. It's not like she doesn't have legs. Why does she have to tie them up and carry them around? After barely slowing down, she took a good look around, speculating on her intentions for being captured. At that time, a gunshot suddenly came from the airport entrance, followed by their own mouths were covered and tied away. But Yuan Feng with her was not tied. So these people were originally targeting her? What the hell? She's a defenseless woman traveling to the Golden Triangle for the first time. What's the point of tying her up? She scraped against the wall and wasted half an hour's effort to get up, moving bit by bit towards the door, when she heard the two men watching the door outside chatting. The two of them had been talking for a while, but Jiang Mayan hadn't heard a single word. I was about to change directions to see if there was any other chance of survival when I suddenly heard someone mention the words Seacombe City. She froze slightly and immediately put her ear to the ground. The other words were still unintelligible, but the words Seacombe City were clear to her. Her pupils widened little by little as she seemed to understand something. These people, I'm afraid, are the ones who are preparing to attack Seacombe City. Chapter 35, Dogmen have too much heart. Young master, just a few people are not enough to worry about. I'll bring someone up to settle it? Outside the abandoned factory building, Gaoi narrowed his eyes at the people guarding the entrance and asked towards his young master. Seacombe Cheng's face was cold and stern. A smear of killing intent flashed through his dark pupils. I will personally go. At those words, Gaoi was shocked in his heart. Young master. Although the young master's leg had been healed 5 years ago, he had never stood up in front of people except for one's proper exercise. And now he was. I know. I'll go arrange the rest. A moment later, Gaoi returned in a deep voice. The factory is located near the airport, deserted and uninhabited. Plus the Golden Triangle is already chaotic. So unusual people are even less likely to have nothing to do to go this way. Jiang Mayan leaned against the wall and cursed as she tried to think of a way out. Yuan Feng, this useless piece of wood, don't you know to grow eyes behind your back as well? Just a finger's distance away can let me be captured. What's the difference between that and watching me being captured? Cursing, she felt that she had gone too far. Maybe Yuan Feng was worried about her somewhere right now. So she turned her mouth and started cursing Seacombe Cheng again. She's got it all straightened out. The person who grabbed her was the one who ambushed outside the airport waiting for Seacombe Cheng. Earlier, she was still puzzled. She had clearly told her that there was a traitor among the 6 people of the Dark Guards, yet he had switched to another group of people to escort them after arranging the mission plan. Wasn't it a blatant leak of her itinerary? She couldn't help but grit her teeth at the thought, blaming it on the fact that she was so focused on stopping the dogman from coming over that she didn't even realize something was wrong. Now it seemed that he had simply known that he would be in distress, but in order to find out who was behind it, he had deliberately come over as originally planned, only with a different route. This dogman, Seacombe Cheng, has too much heart. Jiang Mayan cursed fiercely, and then she saw the door of the factory building suddenly pushed open, and the dogman in her mouth came into view. Just walked in the door and got yelled at by Sikyong. He was still sitting in his wheelchair, his suit reserved and neat, as usual, except for a few buttons undone on his lapel. Were you scolding me just now? Seacombe Cheng's thick eyebrows were slightly raised, and his deep eyes were tinted with a hint of displeasure. Jiang Muyen confused for a long time before realizing that the person in front of her was not an illusion. The heart that had been hanging before finally fell, and then, anger grew madly. She looked at the man and flashed a smile. Yeah, just scolding you. Dog. Man, do you hear me? If not, I'll curse a few more times. Seacombe Cheng's face darkened, suddenly feeling that he had come to the wrong place. Go on then. I'll come back to save you when I've cursed enough. After saying that, he turned around to leave, but suddenly he heard a faint sound coming from another corner of the plant. His complexion suddenly austere, he violently turned his wheelchair to quickly approach Jiang Mayan, before yanking her up from the ground. At the same time, a cold light flashed from the side of Jiang Mayan's waist and stabbed straight towards Seacombe Cheng's face. Look out! Jiang Mayan's eyes widened suddenly, and her heart stopped beating almost instantly. With a hook of his long arm, Seacombe Cheng pulled the woman straight into his arms and spun her in a half circle, raising his hand to block the blow. Jiang Mayan instantly sat across the man's lap, and subconsciously tried to get up, but unexpectedly, one of the man's hands clasped tighter. Don't move! Seacombe Cheng spoke with a low warning. And then I do not know where to take out an arm-length knife shining with cold light. Bam bam a few times with the sudden emergence of the people fought. Between the swords and shadows, the wheelchair turned frantically, and Jiang Mayan could only stick close to the man's chest, trying to stay out of the way. Seacombe Cheng, don't get hurt. Don't! She muffled her words, her heart thumping wildly. The pupils of Seacombe Cheng, who was tangling with someone, stagnated slightly at the words, and the speed of his strike suddenly slowed down for a few seconds. Just then, the man kicked at Seacombe Cheng's wheelchair, and then took the opportunity to stab at his neck. Sikong Cheng's pupils flashed with sharp edges as he coldly spat out a few words. Unconscionable. The blade in his hand came off steeply and attacked the man with a cracking sound. The man seemed to be aware, quickly rolled over to avoid. The knife in his hand just happened to cut towards Jiang Mayan. Sikong Cheng frowned and violently sidestepped to block it, while then kicked the man out. With a thud, the man hit the ground hard. Immediately after that, Gao Yi's voice filled with panic suddenly rang out from the doorway. Young master, are you alright? Jiang Mayan's heart jumped as she violently let go of Sikong Cheng. Only one of the man's hands was still clasped tightly around her waist, while the other hung down, blood gushing frantically from the hideous wound on his shoulder, flowing down his arm to finally hit the ground drop by drop. Seeing the woman stunned in place as if she had been frightened, Sikong Cheng's heart was slightly regretful. I'm fine. You, however, without waiting for him to finish, he heard Jiang Mayan angrily say, Sikong Cheng, are you out of your mind? It's not enough that you're a cripple who came all alone to save me. Why are you still trying to pull me onto your lap? Sikong Cheng swallowed back his comforting words, and his face became even uglier than it was just now. How in the world did this woman's brain grow? He came all the way here to save her, and even got hurt for her. If she doesn't appreciate it, she's still calling him a fool in the head. Gao Yi rushed over and looked at the injuries on his young master with fear and regret, still waiting to see their own young master hero to save the beauty. This is good. The hero was injured. The beauty still do not know thankful. After some fumbling, Sikong Cheng was sent to the nearest hospital for a simple bandage. Gao Yi spoke worriedly. Young master, you need to recuperate from this injury. I'll go and book a flight ticket? Sikong Cheng responded, then asked, have you found Yuan Feng? At the sound of the voice, Jiang Mayan, who had been keeping a cold face and not saying a word, also raised her head to look at Gao Yi. Seeing this, Gao Yi hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. I've found him, but he's unwilling to come to see Ms. Jiang, only saying that he'll let young master punish him when he returns. Jiang Mayan glared. Not willing to see me? What makes him unwilling to see me? Gao Yi sighed. It should be because I feel guilty about you and feel that I wasn't able to protect you. Jiang Mayan was practically laughing with anger. I haven't even blamed him for anything yet, but he blames himself first? Those two curses at the abandoned factory don't count. But he heard Gao Yi say, you don't know. That boy Yuan Feng had picked up a little girl before and had been taking care of her as a younger sister. But then he ran into something and he failed to protect that sister and lost her. He's been practicing hard ever since, but he hasn't been able to find that sister either. When Gao Yi finished, he was self-conscious and very touched, and pretended to rub his eyes. Oh, Jiang Mayan was not the least bit indifferent, but instead, she even skimmed her mouth in disgust. What's so obsessive about it? People's abilities at different stages are inherently limited. Sikong Cheng glanced at her and said to Gao Yi, tell Yuan Feng that there is no punishment and that he will not be forced to follow Miss Jiang anymore. Wait. Jiang Mayan frowned at Sikong Cheng. Who says he's barely following me? He's been my man for a long time now. Who are you to decide whether he stays or goes? Sikong Cheng looked at her steadily for a long time. Are you sure he's not reluctant to follow you? Dang. Of course. Jiang Mayan silently averted her eyes. Anyway, I don't care. He's my man. He's not allowed to go anywhere without my consent. Sikong Cheng narrowed his eyes. Good. We'll see what his opinion is when we get back. And if he really doesn't feel compelled to do so, then it's up to you. Jiang Mayan's chin rose slightly. It's a deal. Chapter 36 Definitely not biological. After returning to China, Sikong Cheng was sent to the hospital at the first opportunity. Young master, Yuan Feng is here, Gao Yi said as he entered. Without waiting for Sikong Cheng to reply, Jiang Mayan, who was on the side, violently bounced up from her chair and ran out of the hospital room in the blink of an eye. Just as she went out the door and around the corner, she nearly ran headlong into a man and was helped to her feet. Raising her head and just about to thank her, she realized that the person she bumped into was none other than Yuan Feng, and Jiang Mayan's eyebrows wrinkled. Yuan Feng looked in his eyes and subconsciously loosened his hand. Ms. Jiang. Jiang Mayan's eyes widened angrily. Don't you have anything to say to me? If this deadwood dared to say that protecting her was too much of a stretch for a different job, then she'd hammer his wooden head in here. Seeing that she looked like she was about to lose her temper, Yuan Feng spoke in an even more arduous voice. I'm sorry, the matter of the golden triangle was a dereliction of duty on my part. I'll go and apologize to the young master, and then ask the young master to replace you with who gave you permission to just change bodyguards for me? Jiang Mayan interrupted him with a cold face. Yuan Feng froze, his eyes flickering slightly. But I caused you to be taken away and almost lost my life. You're not an immortal. Could you have predicted that I would be arrested? Jiang Mayan glared at him without any good humor. In short, I don't care. Sikong Cheng said to hand you over to me. Then you're not going anywhere without my permission. Do you understand? As soon as the words fell, there was a sound of footsteps behind them. and the two of them turned around to see Gao Yi walking over. Yuan Feng ah. The young master said that if you don't want to follow Miss Jian, you don't have to force yourself, he said with a smile. Yuan Feng had just moved his lips when he intuited a stern line of sight coming from his side. Jiang Mian hummed out in a slightly raised, danger-filled tone. Ha! Yuan Feng shook his head solemnly towards Gao Yi, not reluctantly. Koya, okay. After Yuan Feng left, Achi and the others also appeared once silently, but none of them could stay longer because of their status as secret guards. On the way out, Achi suddenly looked at Jiang Mian. Ms. Jiang, I have something I want to say to you. Is it convenient to take a step to talk? There was a hint of inquiry in his condensed gaze, and his tone was calm but one sensed a hint of danger for no apparent reason. Jiang Mian glanced at him. It's inconvenient. Archie's calm face crumbled for a second. Jiang Mian, I really have something to say to you. Shouldn't the average person be very curious to hear this and say yes in a hurry? How come this woman never follows the rules? Jiang Mian almost laughed out loud. Little brat, what's the point of pretending to be deep in front of her? There was a moment's pause before she said with a grudging look. All right then. The two went out together, not realizing that a certain dark guard behind them was staring intently at their backs. Jiang Mian, who the hell are you? At the corner of the staircase, Chi spoke out coldly to the person in front of her. Why would you predict twice that something would happen to the young master? Jiang Mian blinked. Didn't I say it before? Counting with my fingers. From now on, please call me by my alias, Jiang Half-Immortaler. The cold color on Archie's face crumbled, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth. Then tell me instead, what will happen to me in the future? Jiang Mian pretended to squint at him and stretched out a finger. One word to describe you, poor. In her last life, although she did not have much contact with Archie, she had heard some things about him, until the man was a cold-blooded man of iron on the surface. But in reality, his heart was very soft, and it was rumored that he used all his money privately in the orphanage. Archie's face was shocked that she had guessed. Jiang Mian didn't bother to perfume him anymore, looked at him and said meaningfully, it's not important whether you believe me or not. It's important to know that I don't have the heart to harm your young master. Isn't that enough? After saying that and not waiting for Archie to reply, she turned around and walked straight towards the hospital room. However, just as he reached the door, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from inside. Alas, it's all because of our family Muyen's capriciousness to run to such a faraway place. Otherwise it wouldn't have caused you to get hurt. Jiang Mian's eyes widened with horror. Why was her mom here? As soon as she pushed open the door to her room, she just felt the blood spike to her head. Mom, what are you? What are you doing here? My mother first nervously swept her from top to bottom. After confirming that she didn't have any missing arms or legs, her face immediately pulled down. You still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for the fact that I accidentally heard from Yao Yao that you had gone to the Golden Triangle, I wouldn't have known that you were gone until now. She glared angrily at Jiang Mian, splitting her head. Jiang Mian couldn't help but grind her teeth. Guan Yao, this unreliable. When Mother Bai was in the middle of cursing, Xikong Cheng handed over a cup of water with his uninjured hand. Mrs. Bai, you can moisturize your throat before continuing. Bai Shu took it and thanked her, and after taking a sip, she realized that her own daughter was even worse. Look at you, your own skin even if, but also caused others. Young man suffered such a serious injury. Xikong Cheng leaned back on the bed in a reserved and dignified manner, his eyes tinted with a hint of laughter if anything. Jiang Mian gritted her teeth and glared at him, seriously suspecting that this dogman was injured on purpose. Her mind flashed back to yesterday's shocking scene at the abandoned factory, and she suddenly froze. And so on. In the end, when Xikong Cheng blocked that blow for her, did he also kick that man? Jiang Mian's pupils suddenly dilated, and her heart skipped a wild beat. She'd almost forgotten that the man's leg was obviously fine. Fingers clenched into fists. Veins rippled on the corners of her forehead as she gritted her teeth and looked at Xikong Cheng. Young Master Xikong, this injury of yours, is it intentional, right? However, before Xikong Cheng could speak, her head was viciously bounced by the White Mother. Ah! Jiang Mian shrieked and covered her head. Mom, why are you hitting me? Mother Bai was burning with rage. People sacrifice themselves to save you. You don't know how to be grateful even if it's not enough. But you even scolded them for doing it on purpose? Why don't you tell me why people have nothing better to do than to suffer this injury on purpose? Jiang Mian was full of grievances. Of course it's because. Shut up, Mother Bai angrily interrupted her. No talking back. Jiang Mian, on the hospital bed, for the first time, the man who had always been unobtrusive did not collapse the corners of his mouth in laughter, while Gao Yi, who was watching the show from the side, was also holding back his laughter until his face was red. However, after hearing Mother Bai's accusations, she pointed at Xikong Cheng and said to her own daughter, from now on, you'll stay here and take good care of people for me, until he recovers. Jiang Mian was as confused as she was. Mom? Mother White, Mom, what mom? I don't have you as a mom. Jiang Moyen. It's over. Her mom is pissed off and stupid. Completely unaware that she was so angry that she couldn't speak properly, Baishu stabbed another knife at her daughter. I don't see you interested in studying anyway. Instead of running off to that triangle of travel, why not work here as a caretaker? Don't even think about slacking off. I'll come by as soon as I can. And if I see you're not here to take care of him properly, you'll see what I'll do to you. Jiang Muyan face unbelievable. She is afraid that her mother is not born. Chapter 37. Delon comes to take his medicine. After Mother Bai left, Kaoi finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at Jiang Mayan with a "you also have today" look. Jiang Mayan ground her teeth. Housekeeper Gao, are you sure you're comfortable with me taking care of your young master? Gao Yi's laughter came to an abrupt end. You don't look like you're here to take care of a patient. You look like you're here to assassinate her. But he heard Si Kong Chang next to him laugh lightly. It's okay, I have Mrs. Bai's cell phone number here. I believe Miss Jiang will do her best to take care of me. Jiang Mayan, dog man, you're a bully. Not long after, several doctors came over to give Si Kong Chang a routine checkup. The wound is very deep. Be careful not to touch water in the next few days, and eat food that is as light as possible. The doctor instructed Gao Yi. Also, he lost a bit too much blood before. He needs to properly recuperate his body. He spoke in a very respectful manner and looked gentle, only glancing at Si Kong Chang's leg if at all on his way out. Seeing the doctors leave, Jiang Mayan hated to go with them. Don't look at it in a mess. Jiang, Gao Yi smiled brightly and said, I'll leave the young master's side to you. I'll have the servants at home bring your things. Jiang Mayan looked at him slyly. Remember to have them bring me that carved bed. Gao Yi. After Gao Yi left, only Jiang Mayan and Si Kong Chang were left in the ward, and the atmosphere was a bit stiff. For a few seconds, she was a little unsure of how to face the dogman. After all, he was the one who had gone out of his way to ruin the plan to turn around and go back and save her yesterday anyway. Ice fell to the hospital bed. Man, some pale face. Jiang Muyan, some soft heart. Is not the first thing you need to do is to be a little bit nicer to him. But then I saw the thin lips on that pale face slightly open. Caretaker Jiang, it's time for me to take my medicine. Ginger, the caretaker? Jiang Muyan forehead veins jumped. Yesterday should let this dog man blood loss on the spot. Hiccup. Aren't you afraid I'll poison you? She glared at the man word for word. Si Kong Chang slightly raised his eyebrows. One hand picked up the cell phone from the side, making a gesture to dial. Stop. Jiang Mayan interrupted with a voice through clenched teeth. I'll go get the medicine. After saying that, she fumed and yanked over the prescription on the table and went out to fetch the medicine with a black face. When she arrived at the pharmacy, she was about to hand the prescription to the nurse who was grabbing it when her hand suddenly stopped. Miss, where's the prescription? The female nurse in charge of grabbing the medicine asked. Jiang Mayan's eyes rolled, stuffed the Western medicine prescription in her hand back into her pocket, and flashed a smile at the nurse. Nurse, I'm here to pick up the medicines for my dearest boyfriend. I've memorized those medicines a long time ago. Is it okay if I recite them to you? The nurse's face was more than a little serious. No, we have to follow the prescription. Jiang Muyan laughed. I really didn't lie to you. My boyfriend was cut by a knife in the shoulder area. Just listen to these medicines I memorized to see if there's any mistake. With it she fluently recited a string of herbal names and gave a rough idea of their effects. How about this? Are these all correct? The nurse was full of disapproval at first, and her mouth closed in surprise after hearing this. Miss, you're afraid you're not a professional, right? Jiang Mayan shook her head, revealing a shy smile. It's not all because of loving my boyfriend too much. The female nurse sniffed with a flirtatious look, completely disarming her. Just wait, I'll get your medicine. In a few minutes, the nurse brought over several packets of Chinese medicine, but looking at the medicine in her hand, she said with some doubts, the efficacy of these medicines are all good, but these several medicines can be particularly bitter. Jiang Mayan quickly handed her a look. It's not me. How bitter the medicine is also sweet. The female nurse ejaculated as if she was soured by her words. Take it then, and wish your boyfriend a speedy recovery. Good to say, good to say. Jiang Mayan left with a spring in her step, secretly saying in her heart, humph, still recovering early? I'll count myself as a loser if I don't die of bitterness. After heating up the medicine, Jiang Mayan pinched her nose and sent a bowl of Chinese medicine so black that she couldn't even see the bottom of the bowl to the hospital room, attracting quite a few lookers along the way by the lethal smell. Yo, how badly injured is the person taking the medicine? If you go down with such a bitter medicine, you'll have to lose half of your life without dying, right? A person with an intolerant face said. Jiang Mayan walked to the door and voiced out to the person on the bed. De Lang, get up and take your medicine. The group of patients who followed behind the door to watch the show immediately erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, no wonder the medicine is so bitter. So it's for De Lang. Sikyong, who was reading the paper. He narrowed his eyes. the corner of his lips curling into a dangerous arc. Jiang Mayan, you want to die? Jiang Mayan snorted out a laugh, and her heart could feel a little smoother. She approached with the bowl in her hand and looked at the man condescendingly. Why are you so hard to serve? I kindly boiled medicine for you. What kind of reasoning is it for you to be mean to me? That's right, it's a lot of work to boil this Chinese medicine, a person at the doorway voiced, but it's also really bitter. Ha ha ha. Sikong Chang swept over with a single glance, and the man's ha got stuck in his throat. A few injuries don't look serious enough? He spoke out coldly, his tone full of danger. The crowd disappeared in a whoosh, not even forgetting to close the door. Jiang Mayan was speechless for a moment, and then with a smile on her face, she handed the medicine bowl to Sikong Chang. Sikong Chang looked at the bowl of medicine. His face wasn't much different from it, and after raising his eyes to look at Jiang Mayan again, he raised his hand and took the bowl of medicine and drank it in one go. Before his leg was healed, he drank all sorts of medicines almost every other time, so this isn't much of a stretch for him. It's just, he clearly remembers that the doctor prescribed Western medicine before, right? Seeing the man suddenly looking over towards himself, Jiang Mayan sheepishly looked away. What are you looking at? It's not like I'm the one who grabbed the medicine the doctor grabbed. However, after that, Jiang Mayan simply saw what it meant to lift a stone and hit his own foot. Ever since she gave a show of love to the female nurse in the pharmacy, her affair with Sikong Chang had spread throughout half of the hospital. Although no one knows who Sikong Chang is, but all know that Ms. Jiang has a beloved boyfriend, faithful to death. Touching the sky can be sung. So as soon as everyone sees Jiang Mayan, they ask, is your boyfriend, Dai Lang, feeling better? The words reached Sikong Chang's ears, and he almost lynched Jiang Mayan with his eyes. As night fell, the entire hospital was devoid of the daytime hustle and bustle, and the ward became even quieter. Master Sikong, may I ask if you have any other orders? Jiang Mayan sat paralyzed on the accompanying bed, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes as she looked at Sikong Chang. It had only been 2 days in the hospital, and this man had taken the opportunity to find faults and make her tired. It's so late, and if this dog of a man tries to boss her around again, she'll be bouncing on his bed tonight. Sikong Chang glanced at the bottom of her eyes that were tinged with a dark green color, and suddenly opened his mouth to ask, didn't sleep well last night? Jiang Mayan was slightly stunned. He was caring about himself? In the next second, he saw Sikong Chang indifferently utter, tossing and turning noises me. The touching on Jiang Mayan's face melted a little, followed by a layer of frost. She was crazy to think this man had a warm side. Chapter 38. One day the sword will be in hand. In that case, then why don't young Master Sikong serve someone else? Jiang Mayan fought to squeeze out a smile back. It's good that she doesn't want to be noisy. It's just as well that she doesn't want to serve. The bottom of Sikong Chang's deep eyes could not afford the slightest ripple. Why can't you sleep well? Jiang Mayan was practically laughing with anger. Young Master Sikong, I'm a beautiful young girl in the prime of her youth at the age of 28 years old, forced to sleep in the same room as you. Wouldn't it be crazy to be able to sleep well? Sikong Chang's head was full of black lines, but he hadn't seen a beautiful young girl of 28 years of age was her unkempt appearance. But I heard Jiang Mayan add, and I recognized the bed. Sikong Chang glanced at her, and then suddenly picked up the cell phone next to him. Jiang Mayan rubbed her head and jumped off the bed, pounced over and then pressed down on the man's hand that was holding the cell phone. Sikong Chang, what do you want to do? A light and fresh perfume odor came to his face, followed by a warm and soft hand covering the back of Sikong Chang's hand, causing him to suddenly stiffen his body. The person in front of him was only a stone's throw away, with white teeth showing between the slightly opened red lips, and upwards there was a high nose, and a pair of soulful, anger-stained watery eyes. I asked you what you. Seeing that he didn't respond, Jiang Mayan's pretty eyebrows wrinkled. Are you planning to call my mom? Sikong Chang's gaze landed on the woman's lips that opened and closed, and the knot in his throat couldn't help but roll. The man's voice seemed to emanate from his chest, low and dark and full of magnetism. The sound waves vibrated into Jiang Mayan's eardrums, making her heart follow and beat wildly for a few moments. Returning to her senses, her eyes snapped open and she stepped back, pulling away in a flash. The atmosphere in the hospital room suddenly froze, and for a moment it was as if only the sound of their breathing remained. Jiang Mayan's heart was thumping, and her ears had long since reddened without her realizing it. Crazy, just now suddenly leaned so close to that man. She did not react. Sikong Chang was the first to return to his senses, seeing Jiang Mayan's ears inexplicably flushed red. The corners of his lips unconsciously hooked up in a bit of an arc. I have no intention of calling Mrs. By most, preferably none. One sentence said Jiang Mayan almost bit her tongue, and when she turned her head and saw Sikong Chang's derisive expression, she was even more mortified. After giving him a warning glare, Jiang Mayan lifted her foot to leave the hospital room. Strange, when did she become so unable to resist temptation? After half a day of exasperation outside the hospital room, Finally Jung Mayan came to the conclusion that it must be because she had never had a proper relationship or a man in her last life plus this life, so she was so unruffled. So the next day, Jung Mayan began to blindly around the hospital in the meantime to find himself a man. Passing by a tall man with a gauze wrapped around his head, she stared at the man from top to bottom. Yeah, this little brother has a nice body. The man's face was horrified as he clasped his arms in front of him. What do you want? Jang Moyen. Brain knock. Get a new one. But before she could find the handsome man, she was first rushed back by some dogman in the ward. Say, what do you want again? Jung Mayan looked at the person in the hospital bed without a good mood. Si Kong Cheng narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you want to treat me like this? Jung Mayan grunted and laughed. What's wrong with this attitude towards you? It's considered good that I didn't take advantage of your injuries to hit you twice. Really? The corner of Si Kong Cheng's mouth curved as he slowly spoke. Then I hope you can maintain this attitude all the time. Jung Mayan vaguely sensed that something was wrong, and said with a shocked look on her face, Hey, you're not thinking of some method to toss me again, are you? She pointed at Si Kong Cheng. I'm warning you, if you ever. What? A stern female voice suddenly came from the doorway. Jung Mayan jolted and turned her head trembling. Mom, why are you here? Mother Bai strides through the door and grunts coldly. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that's how you take care of Xiao Chang. A smirk crossed the bottom of Si Kong Cheng's eyes as he nodded slightly towards Mother Bai. Mrs. Bai. Mother Bai hurriedly answered and walked up to put the fruit she was carrying to the side. Xiao Chang are you feeling better? Si Kong Cheng pursed his lips and smiled. Fortunately, the wound was not deep in the first place. Yo, this gauze is still stained with blood now. How come it's not deep? Mother Bai looked at his shoulder. A trace of heartache spread across her face. Jung Mayan on the side. Good guy. This is the real son, right? After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mother Bai saw that Si Kong Cheng still had the computer in his hand. So she asked, What are you? Still working when you're sick? Si Kong Cheng nodded lightly. There are some urgent documents to deal with, he said and glanced at Jung Mayan next to him. So just now I wanted Miss Jung to help me pour a cup of coffee to refresh myself. But, when Mother Bai heard this, she immediately glared at her own daughter again. He just asked you to help pour a cup of coffee, and you're not even happy about it? Me? Jung Mayan choked and looked at Si Kong Cheng with eyes that were eager to tear him apart. I'll go. Wait for it, Si Kong Cheng. One day the sword will be in hand to kill all the negative dogs in the world. Not long after, Jung Mayan came back with a cup of coffee and sent it to Si Kong Cheng with a smiling face. Thanks. The man said thanks, but when he saw that he had just taken a sip, his brows furrowed. It's a bit bitter. Jung Mayan narrowed her eyes. This dog man was being a demon again. She remembers very clearly that in her last life this man coffee never drank only the most bitter espresso. What are you waiting for? Still not quick enough to go add some sugar and Mother Bai looked disgruntled as she urged. Jung Mayan ground her teeth. Good. And then she went out for a moment and soon came in again with the cup. Si Kong Cheng nodded his head with a faint smile and took it. His brows furrowed again after taking a sip. It's a bit too sweet. Mother Bai was just about to issue a reprimand when she heard Jung Mayan sneer. I didn't add sugar. Si Kong City. He pursed his thin lips for a few seconds, then smiled at Mother Bai. The medicine I usually take is too bitter, causing my sense of taste to possibly malfunction a bit. Mother Bai suddenly looked distressed. Is that right, child? Jung Mayan's smile froze at the corners of her mouth, and her entire body went into a bit of a trance. Si Kong, did you drug her mom with something? After a long time, when Jung Mayan came back to her senses, Mother Bai had already finished chatting harmoniously with Si Kong Cheng. Mom, I'll see you off. Mother Bai didn't say anything, and after instructing Si Kong Cheng 2 more times, she went out of the hospital room with Jung Mayan. On the way, Mother Bai suddenly spoke. Mu Yen, are you really ready to recognize the Jung family? Not expecting her to suddenly ask about this, Jung Mayan froze before returning. Yes, what's wrong, Mom? Mother Bai paused, then held her hand inside. Nothing, the water in the Jung family is too deep. Mom is a little worried that you won't be able to handle it. Jung Mayan's eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't ask more questions, only following the words that reassured her with a few words of comfort. When her mother left, her face went a few shades colder. Taking out her cell phone, she dialed Yuan Feng's number. Help me find out what happened on the Bai family's side recently. Chapter 39. I've never seen such a brazen. After spending most of the day outside the hospital, Jung Mayan then returned to her hospital room. Just as she reached the door, however, she was taken aback, because she actually saw the carved king-size bed she slept in at the royal court. Ms. Jung, you're here? Gaoi walked out from inside and said with a smile, look at what else is missing besides the bed. I'll have someone send it along. Jung Mayan's pretty face almost collapsed. You guys, are you planning to let me live here for a long time? No, that can't be. Gaoi waved his hands repeatedly. Moving the bed over here isn't an attempt to let you sleep more comfortably here. Jung Mayan was so exasperated that she felt like she was going to die young, and waved her hand feebly as she walked into the hospital room. However, what she did not expect was that the carved bed, which occupies a small area, not only looked out of place once it was put into the ward, but also had a inexplicable sense of shame. Originally with Seokong Cheng's sleep award at most is a little awkward. Now well, this feeling with her boudoir sleep is Seokong Cheng the same. Seeing her enter, the man in the hospital bed raised his eyes slightly. Satisfied now? Jiang Muyan blushed red. Satisfied with your head? Ah, this room messed up. Change a red quilt can enter the bridal chamber, okay? It's a day that can't be lived. Soon it was evening, and Jiang Mayan was getting more and more agitated and had to go out of the ward every now and then. Are you kidding me? Is it really possible to sleep with Seokong Cheng like this? Glancing at the bemused man in the hospital bed, she spoke for the nth time. I'm going out for a bit. Call the nurse if you need anything. Unexpectedly this time, just as she reached the door, she heard the man suddenly utter, ready to go out and find yourself a man again? Jiang Mayan's footsteps lurched as she turned her head to show a provocative smile to Seokong Cheng. So what if it is? It's not like I'm the one with a crippled and injured leg anyway. At those words, Seokong Cheng's face darkened. Not allowed to go. Jiang Mayan's eyes glared and she drew up her voice. On what grounds do you not let me go? Seokong Cheng sneered. Didn't you go around telling people that you are my girlfriend? Then by virtue of me being your boyfriend. Jiang Mayan. I don't know if the two were talking so loudly that they actually drew the patients from the next few rooms over. Yo, this is the young couple quarreling? An older man who was over 100 years old said quietly. It should be. I hear this sound like that little girl throwing a tantrum. A middle-aged woman next to her said back. Inside the room, Jiang Mayan's face was very unnatural by Seokong Cheng's sentence. Even if the last life with this man 9 wrapped so long, and even did a period of time Seokong young lady, but that after all, the name is not real. Right now, Seokong Cheng had suddenly said such a sentence, causing her to feel nothing but weirdness in her heart. Seokong Cheng stared straight at the woman not far away, a touch of annoyance coloring his obscure eyes. Goes around telling people she's his girlfriend but then goes out and finds another guy. So this is a deliberate attempt to cuckold him? A nameless anger suddenly rose up in his heart, burning his entire being with irritation. Raising his hand and tugging at his collar, he locked his dark eyes on the woman and spat out 4 words. I need a shower. Jiang Mayan froze. Just now was not discussing the matter of finding a man. How suddenly turned to the bath up, only to see the man sideways pulled aside the wheelchair, and then did not see how the arms force has braced on the edge of the bed to sit on the wheelchair. By the time Jiang Mayan returned to her senses, the man had already arrived at the bathroom door of the ward. Didn't you understand? Seokong Cheng indifferently uttered. Come in and help me take a bath. Jiang Mayan leaped over her shoulder and stared wide-eyed, incredulously pointing at her nose. Me? Helping you bathe? Seokong Cheng narrowed his eyes, his narrow eyes full of threats. Not happy? Outside the door, as soon as they heard the word bathing, the original crowd of people watching suddenly pushed and shoved to pounce on the door to eavesdrop, all eyes glowing. Quickly, it's time for a bath. Ginger's going to bathe the man she loves so much. You keep your voice down. It's going to be embarrassing for her to hear. Ginger inside the door. You guys are already so loud that 3 more doors won't stop you, okay? Taking a deep breath, a bright smile suddenly bloomed on her face as she looked at Seokong Cheng. Are you sure you want me to wash it for you? Seokong Cheng looked unsettled. Or else would you let me, a person with a crippled and injured leg, wash it myself? After that he went straight into the bathroom. Jiang Mayan sneered twice, his afterglow sweeping through the half-open doorway there. Raising her foot into the bathroom, she suddenly exclaimed. Didn't I say take a bath? Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Seokong Cheng, who had just walked to the edge of the bathtub, turned back abruptly and looked at Jiang Mayan with huge shocked pupils. Brother-in-law? But she heard Jiang Mayan let out another scream. Brother-in-law, don't be like this. It's not right for us to be like this. Although I love you very much, I don't want to make my sister sad. Seokong Cheng's always calm and way-free face was completely chapped, incomparably shocked as he looked at the woman in front of him, who was acting vocally to the air. Truly, I have never seen such a brazen person. The people outside the ward were abuzz at that statement. Ooh, this little Ginger turned out to be someone's sister-in-law, not girlfriend? The Moncler outlet store shocked. You guys say it will not be this little Ginger's sister across the board. After all, I see that this young man on the little Ginger is also so a little meaning. Middle-aged woman back, and you listen to this movement, TSK, obviously that young man forced people little Ginger. Seokong Cheng, who had inexplicably been charged with forcing someone to do so, was gritting his teeth as he looked at Jiang Mayan. Jiang Mayan laughed even more cheerfully. Brother-in-law, don't be angry. I'll promise you, okay? Seokong City. He ground his teeth fiercely and suddenly drew up his voice and said coldly, Am I even divorced from your sister? No, will be, sad. When he finished speaking, he went up to himself and began to let the water out. Jiang Mayan's face full of smiles froze, completely blocked by his sentence, and she could only glare fiercely at the man. In the next second, however, her eyes suddenly fell on the body wash next to her. The corner of her lips hooked, as if she did not intend to go forward. Swish, swish to the ground to squeeze a few times. When Sikong Chang turned around, he saw that the woman was smiling sinisterly, and his eyes could not help but narrow once again. This woman, what is she up to again? He slowly moved forward, when suddenly the wheelchair underneath him spun out of control and lurched forward. Seeing that he was about to hit the wall, Jiang Mayan was still smiling smugly, and his long arms swiftly hooked. Caught off guard by the tug, Jiang Mayan fell into a sitting position on Sikong Cheng's lap with a shriek. The wheelchair swerved in direction, the backrest slammed hard into the wall, and their bodies suddenly pressed together. In the next second, Jiang Mayan's eyes widened unexpectedly. Chapter 40, Handsome and Suave. The sudden kiss made Jiang Mayan's brain go blank, but the slightly cold touch on her lips reminded her of the presence of the person in front of her. Sikong Cheng's handsome face was close at hand, and his pair of dark, sunken eyes shone with a fine light that made her lose her concentration. In the sound of running water, the elegant perfume mixed with the flavor of the shower gel gradually diffused in the air, dense with a trace of ambiguous breath. Sikong Cheng's large hand that clasped the woman's waist steeply exerted force, and the tip of his tongue carelessly pressed against her lips and probed in. Well, Jiang Mayan's body shook and she struggled. This asshole, how dare he take advantage of her? However, the more she struggled, the harder Sikong Cheng's hands became, as if he hated to rub her alive. Just when Jiang Mayan felt like she was suffocating, she was finally released by the man. Are you crazy? She shoved the man's chest violently, glaring angrily. Sikong Cheng, however, stared at Jiang Mayan without a word. His complex expression, the very moment he had just touched her lips, he remembered the woman who had saved him 5 years ago, only it had been him who had struggled, not her. Could it be that she really is the same person from 5 years ago? Jiang Mayan, however, couldn't care less about noticing the man's unusual eyes and quickly left the bathroom after giving him a fierce glare. She walked to the door of the ward and pulled it open with such aggression that a couple of grandparents nearly fell in following the inertia. Jiang Mayan, after she slammed the door in exasperation and left, the grandparents exchanged pleasantries. You, look at this little red mouth. Auntie smiled with joy, happier than if her own daughter had found an in-law. This night, Jiang Mayan spent the night in the nurse's duty room, only to wake up and find an inexplicable extra blanket on her body. Ms. Jiang, you haven't gone back yet? The nurse on duty walked in and asked in surprise. See, Jiang Muyan's face is still not good. Cannot help but sigh, although I do not know you and your boyfriend in the end what conflict, but this small couple's our bedhead quarrel bed and you do not have been in the heart of the corners of Jiang Mayan's mouth twitched, and she hurriedly interrupted her education on married life to leave the duty room. Wandering in the hospital corridor, her cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Yuan phone, she immediately picked it up. Well, Ms. Jiang, there's a problem within Bai's enterprise, and your mother is said to be largely responsible. Yuan phone returned. Jiang Mayan's brows were slightly furrowed. Her mother had told her before that she had been placed into Bai's enterprise after breaking the ice with her grandmother and grandfather, so I'm sure it would have caused many people to be displeased. If there is another problem right now, then the situation is bound to be even more difficult. I see. Keep looking into exactly how the problem arose. After a few more brief words, she hung up. With a heavy heart, she wandered outside until noon, when her stomach, which hadn't eaten in 2 meals, began to growl in protest. As soon as her stomach growled, she also finally remembered that a certain patient was still waiting for her to serve her, and she was suddenly annoyed again. However, just as she returned to the entrance of the ward, she saw that there was actually another circle of people gathered there, and her heart was suddenly puzzled. She's not here. What's there to see in that dogman Sikong Cheng? Grandpa, what are you guys looking at so mesmerized? Jiang Mayan walked up and asked. The crowd turned around in unison, and when they saw that it was her, they all suddenly looked like they wanted to say something. Jiang Mayan's frown tightened as she pushed open the door to the room, but unexpectedly saw Jiang Rui. Sister, you're back? Seeing her enter the door, Jiang Rui hurriedly turned around and walked over, surveying her with a worried face and letting out a sigh of relief. It's good to see that you're fine. I was distraught when I heard that you and young Master Sikong were injured earlier, but I was too busy on the home side, so I haven't been able to find the time to come see you and young Master Sikong, so don't blame sister. And then without waiting for Jiang Mayan to open her mouth, she continued, but young Master Sikong's side is thanks to you taking care of it. You've worked hard these past few days. The doorway of the Moncler Jackets outlet exploded. Hey yo, this little ginger really have a sister Listen to the tone is really with that young man together? Auntie pondered. Then it's hard to believe that Xiao Zhan really messed with her brother-in-law? Then which one does this young man like? Yo, that's a messy relationship. Jiang Mayan face black as the bottom of a pot. No wonder their faces were so strange before. With a warning sweep of her eyes at the doorway, she turned to Ginger Ray. Is that what you came to say? Jiang Rui glanced at Sikong Cheng in the wheelchair and pursed her lips. You also know that young Master Sikong's legs aren't very convenient, and I happen to know some massage techniques, so I thought I'd come over to help him with the massage while he's recuperating in the hospital. Jiang Mayan subconsciously looked towards Sikong Cheng and happened to meet his obscure gaze. Narrowing her eyes, she suddenly let out a laugh. Oh, I've never heard that the Jiang family's eldest miss even knows how to massage. This Jiang Rui, for the sake of Sikong City, is also considered to have gone to great lengths, and even went to learn a handful of massage techniques. Jiang Rui, however, had her heart tightened by her unusual tone and forced to smile. Sister didn't mean to not tell you. It was because there hadn't been much of an opportunity before. Jiang Muyan waved her hand. It's quite good. In the future, when you are unemployed, you can still have a side business to develop, not so much as to ask for food on the street. The first lady of the Kong family, using massage as a side business. Ginger Ray's face nearly crumbled in her efforts to be calm, and it was hard to get it under control. However, she heard Jiang Mayan smile again and say, I see that you quite want to take care of Sikong Cheng, or else you can stay, can it? Jiang Rui's eyes instantly glistened and she subconsciously turned to Sikong Cheng, but he saw the man's face turn cloudy and stormy all of a sudden. Jiang Mayan, when is it your turn to say what happens to me? Jiang Mayan skimmed his lips without commenting. Sikong Cheng's meaning was obvious. Jiang Rui couldn't say anything else, and covered up by generally pressing the hair between her ears. Sister is joking. There are still a lot of things on father's side that I need to help with. I'm afraid I don't have the time to come and take care of young Master Sikong's. Saying this, she added as if she suddenly remembered something. Right, sister. The banquet father has prepared for you is scheduled for your birthday, June 28th. So you should prepare in advance. June 28th? Her birthday is the 27th. Jiang Mayan snorted. That's really a lot of work for you guys. It's all as it should be. Jiang Rui perfunctorily replied back before turning to Sikong Cheng. Young Master Sikong, then I will come back to see you another day. Sikong Cheng did not reply, but nodded his head slightly. Jiang Rui left with a big smile, but Jiang Mayan was surprised. And this dog man didn't say no? Sikong Cheng, you're not planning to let me serve you with Jiang Rui, are you? The corner of Sikong Cheng's forehead jumped. Can't this woman's mind be simpler? Strongly suppressing the churning blood, he looked at Jiang Mayan and said word for word, I was just considering whether or not to let you go back. Jiang Mayan's eyes suddenly widened. You're serious? Sikong Cheng sneered. Now it seems you don't want to. I want to. Jiang Muyan's attitude turned 180 degrees. With a flattering smile, Sikong Cheng, I've always felt that you are a very handsome and dashing, suave and elegant man who was a man of his word. So don't you dare to break my good impression of you. Sikong City. I'm afraid that the only words in that sentence that are sincere are the words keep your word, right? Chapter 41, I am the illegitimate daughter. 2 days later, Gao Yi brought someone to the hospital. Young master, are you sure that second Miss Jiang isn't the one who saved you back then? Gao Yi hesitantly asked. What about Miss Jiang De? Sikong Cheng did not reply, but his eyes darkened. Originally he had almost concluded that Jiang Mayan was the person who saved him back then, but that Jiang Rui's massage. Seeing that he didn't answer, Gao Yi then turned to ask, then how did young master get second Miss Jiang to agree to sign that agreement? Sikong Cheng raised his eyes slightly. Do you think she will always be under my control like this? Gao Yi thought for a moment and colored. Second Miss Jiang is not of a nature to be needed by others. After getting along for such a period of time, he could certainly see that this woman was not only not a fish and meat to be slaughtered, but would also be the one holding the chopping board. When he thought of this, his heart was clear. This Jiang Heir Miss is not willing to be slaughtered. Then right now cooperation with his own young master is inevitable. Signing the agreement is naturally not surprising. Sikong Cheng's eyes flickered. Other than Yuan Feng's side, find 2 more people to follow her. Yes, Gao Yi answered and was ready to leave. Walked to the door but then folded back, looking at the carved large bed in the ward some words. Young master, then this bed. Sikong Cheng glanced at the bed and said somewhat unnaturally, send it to where she lives. Gao Yi was a bit helpless. Young master, just the small apartment where Mrs. Bai lives. I'm afraid that we'll have to empty the living room in order to put down this bed. The corners of Sikong Cheng's mouth twitched slightly as he pinched his brows and said, then change the house. White Enterprises, in the conference room. Mr. Bai's development was already in a slump these past 2 years, but it can't afford for you to go wrong these 3 times. A huge middle-aged man looked at Bai Shu with hanging eyes. Besides, with all due respect, there are our shares in this company, not yours alone. You're spending our money to make up for your own holes. To put it bluntly, as soon as these words came out, someone beside them immediately echoed out, "That's right, this company damage is something we all came together to compensate for. In my opinion, some people just aren't qualified to hold important positions in buys, otherwise by relying on such people, the company will fail sooner or later." On either side of the head of the long table sat Bai Shu and Bai Xiaoyun, both dressed in formal attire. "Sister, I actually also think that you're not too suitable for a position in the company." Bai Xiaoyun had a gentle smile on her face, but there was a hint of resentment under her eyes. "If you ask me, you haven't been back to the Bai family for so many years. You should be at home with mom and dad when you're back, don't you think?" Bai Shu's face flushed a little, and the hands resting on her legs were clenched so tightly that her bones turned white. It was true that she hadn't held a senior position in a company for a long time, but back then she was also a graduate of a higher university, and had been familiarizing herself with the company's affairs and learning to add more knowledge since her return. But she hadn't expected that it would still be difficult to convince the public. The company went wrong. She was in a high position but did not notice in time is indeed negligent, but then she carefully checked to understand. Found that the project was carried out with the original contract. She had seen a lot of places are not quite the same, as if it was privately altered the contract content. While the crowd was mingling and talking, a shareholder at the meeting who was over 100 years old coughed gently to quiet the crowd. "Bai Shu, if you really can't handle it, it's better not to force yourself." His tone was gentle but carried an irresistible undertone. Bai Shu looked up sharply, her expression filled with panic. Surprisingly, even the second uncle of the White family sidelined. The corner of Bai Xiaoyun's lips hooked out a cold smile, her eyes full of contempt after she got her way. "Sister, since even second uncle thinks you're not qualified or capable, then you're still. Who said she's unqualified and incapable?" A stern voice suddenly came from the doorway of the conference room. Immediately afterward, the door to the conference room was kicked open. Jiang Mayan was dressed in a pure white high-fashion suit, her hair was tied up high, and her posture was upright and imposing. "Mayan, why are you here?" Bai Shu abruptly got up, her face filled with dismay. Jiang Mayan handed her a soothing look before unhurriedly sweeping over the crowd in the conference room, finally landing on Bai Xiaoyun. "Second aunt, were you the one who just said that my mom is not qualified to stay at White's Enterprise?" The shock and dismay on Bai Xiaoyun's face hadn't even come to fall, but he was shocked by her sharp gaze and almost didn't speak. This isn't what I said. It's second uncle who said this first," said she. Raised her hand and pointed at the older shareholder who had spoken before. "Oh," Jiang Mayan followed her finger and looked over, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Mom's second uncle, so you count me as half a grandfather?" The man first glared at Bai Xiaoyun with a bad expression before clearing his throat and saying, "Yes." Jiang Mayan turned to her own mother. "How come I haven't heard that grandpa has brothers?" Bai Shu subconsciously returned. "Second uncle is not your grandfather's blood brother." "Oh," Jiang Mayan realized, "then it's an outsider with a bit of Bai family blood." As soon as these words came out, the conference room was suddenly quiet for a split second, and then a heated murmur erupted. "Where the hell is this ungrateful woman from? This is the Bai clan's patriarchal figure, the one who co-founded the company with Elder Bai." Surprisingly, she said it as, said to be, "Yeah, this woman is crazy, no matter who she is. Slandering Elder Bai like this, the Bai family will definitely not let her go." The white old man in their mouth was similarly filled with anger as he slapped the table fiercely and said, "Little girl, what did you just say?" Jiang Mayan was shocked by him and rubbed his ears. "TSK, get a hearing aid earlier when you're older. Don't be staggering all the time." Bai Lao's face crooked with anger at her. You, what kind of thing are you? How dare you talk to me like this?" Jiang Mayan let out a light laugh. "My mother is Bai Shu, my grandfather Bai Jing'an, and my grandmother Lu Xiuman. Where do you think I came from?" Bai Lao's eyes snapped open. You're that illegitimate daughter of the Zheng family?" When the crowd heard this, they all turned off their voices, not because of the identity of the Zheng family's illegitimate daughter, but because it was rumored that she, the illegitimate daughter, would soon be recognized by the Zheng family. Bai Shu was stabbed in the face by the words illegitimate daughter at once, subconsciously pulling her daughter's hand. Mu Yen, Jiang Mu Yen, however, smiled soothingly at her, and then said to the crowd with a bland expression, "Yes, I am the one that Zheng Pingju abandoned before and is now making a big deal about recognizing back. Private, born, daughter." She swept over the crowd without slowing down. "So I hope you don't look at my mother through colored glasses, or there's no guarantee of what my illegitimate daughter, will do." Unlike a family business like the Bai clan, which had risen later, the Zheng family was considered a business family, and was naturally not comparable to ordinary families. Bai Lao's face turned green and black, and it took a long time to calm down the anger in his heart. He snorted coldly at Jiang Mayan. "So what if you're a member of the Zheng family? How come it's not the turn of outsiders to meddle in the internal affairs of Biclan Enterprises? Your mother, as the person in charge, made repeated mistakes at work, causing the company to suffer huge losses. This kind of person just isn't qualified to remain at Bai. Again and again wrong? Jiang Mayan gradually collected the smile on her face. Her biggest mistake should be that she didn't see that certain people in the company were ganging up on each other. Such as, you. Elder Bai's eyes snapped wide open and his expression flustered as he loudly retorted. You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly do something like that? Jiang Mayan lifted her chin slightly at Yuan Feng in the doorway. Come in. Chapter 42, Believe It or Not. I'll sue the teacher. Yuan Feng walked in with large strides, directly dumping a pile of photos and information onto the table, and then stood behind Jiang Mayan without a word. The crowd fixed their eyes and were taken aback. What was taken on that photo was exactly the scene where Bai Xiaoyun was eating and drinking with Bai Lao, as well as quite a few of the company's mid-level and lower-level personnel. And what was shown on the information was the evidence that these people were colluding with each other and using their power for personal gain. Bai Lao's face no longer had a trace of blood color. Both hands trembled and tried to grab those photo materials, but how could they not have the strength to completely reach over? And Bai Xiaoyun was confused for a moment when she saw this, then she pulled her voice out and said, It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. It's always been Elder Bai who's been manipulating all of this. I'm not even aware of these hooks. Many people were half convinced, but not many dared to speak out to refute or reprimand her. Seeing that things were almost done, Jiang Mayan inclined her head towards her mother with a burning smile. Mom, I'll leave the rest to you? Mother White froze slightly before responding. I don't know if her daughter's thunderous behavior infected her, causing the blood to turn over in her chest, screaming for her repressed insides to be released. Turning her head, she held her head high and said to the crowd, Gentlemen, the company is indeed more than just mine, so when a problem arises, everyone should step forward and take responsibility instead of just blaming others. She slowly swept over the people present, her eyes not harsh but unusually firm. Jiang Mayan watched from behind and suddenly felt a little sourness in her nose. After 2 lifetimes, she finally gave her mother something back. After Bai's matter was settled, Jiang Mayan went to school the next day. Looking at a few large letters on the stone tablet outside the school gate, she had quite a mixed feeling. Yuan Feng, who was next to her, glanced at her and said in a rare voice, Ms. Jiang doesn't need to worry. Young master has taken leave for you before. Jiang Muyan face for green. Oh, no wonder she disappeared for so long. Not a single person inquired about her. I know. Just go back and pick me up at night. With that said, she lifted her foot and walked into the school. The university doesn't have a lot of classes, so there are people coming and going on campus most of the time, and naturally, there are some non-college students as well as casual members of the community among them. The last life of Jiang Mayan, every time out of the dormitory will be sticking to the curb to walk with their heads down, for fear of provoking someone, because once something happens to her, not only will the Jiang family not stand up for her, they will also blame her for disgracing the Jiang family. As he was walking forward, there was a sudden burst of noisy human voices coming from the corner at the end of the boulevard. I'm sorry, I've apologized. What else do you guys want? Apologize? What's the point of having a police investigation if apologizing works? Ha ha ha. Jiang Mayan's footsteps slightly paused, her eyes slightly narrowed. The voice seemed somewhat familiar. A few steps closer to the corner, 4 or 5 jagged figures came into view, the tallest of which had a perm and was dangling and shaking his leg. There were 3 other boys of equal arrangement in height standing in the same position, and together several of them surrounded a girl. Beauty, we don't want to bully you either. How about this? How about you apologize to us in a different way? The shortest one said with a smile. The girl subconsciously returned. In what way? The shorter one turned his head to the tallest one. Brother Ling, what way do you say? The hot-headed guy grinned and ripped the cigarette out of his mouth. His gaze swept nastily over the girl. You tell me. The girl's eyes snapped wide open and her voice was tinged with sobs as she said, You guys, how could you do this? The hot-headed man's face swished darkened a few points. What are you crying for? I hate your kind of hypocritical women. Obviously give some money to anyone's bed can be on, but also have to pretend what chaste martyrs. The girl was so white with fear that she could not utter a word. Not far away, Jiang Mayan took out her cell phone and twirled it around her fingertips before calling Gao Yi. Gao Yi was puzzled. Ms. Kong, what do you need the phone number of the principal of the school next door for? Nothing. Give her a call to exchange feelings. Gao Yi is baffled. Miss Kong exchanging feelings with the president of the university next door? The phone hung up, and Jiang Mayan immediately called at the cell phone number that had just come through. Principal Ling? I have something here I want you to see. A few minutes later, Jiang Mayan walked nonchalantly towards those boys. Hey, bullying in someone else's school in broad daylight. You guys don't have an average amount of guts. At the sound, 4 boys plus 1 girl looked over. Ooh, another beauty, the short man said with two glowing eyes. This isn't a beauty, this is a fairy. Okay, the slightly taller man gulped. A lewd smile also appeared on the hot-headed man's face. Oh, little girl, I don't know if we are bold or not, but you are really not small. Jiang Mayan ignored them and walked directly over them to the girls. Is everything okay? The tears on the girl's face couldn't even be wiped before she anxiously said, why did you come over here too? They are all hooligans. They are not reasonable at all. It's fine. Jiang Mayan interrupted her in a faint voice, taking out a handful of tissues and handing them over. Wipe it down first. The hot-headed man looked at her steadily, interest growing in his eyes, and stroked his chin with a smile. Ha, interesting. What's your name, little girl? Jiang Mayan raised her eyes slightly. I called you to roll. The smile on the hothead's face faded. What did you say? I said for you to roll. A smile appeared on Jiang Mayan's face. Can't understand human language? Or are you deaf at a young age? The hot-headed man's face completely blackened, gritting his teeth and saying, little splatterer, believe it or not, I'll let my brothers torture you to death right here later? Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows slightly. Then do you believe I'll tell the teacher right now? A few of the boys didn't understand what she was saying for a moment, and their fierce faces turned blank. You take us for fools? The hot-headed man wrinkled his eyebrows and said. The boy next to him then snorted. And Mr. Gao, what qualifications do those teachers in your school have to control us? We're from the university next door. Jiang Mayan looked indifferent. Really? Our school teachers are not qualified to control you, so is she? With that, she took out her cell phone and tapped on the sound out while aiming the screen at a few of the boys. The hot-headed man was preparing to curse with a face of impatience when he suddenly glimpsed the person in the screen and suddenly winced. Mom? Jiang Mayan's cell phone was on a video call, and the woman inside was staring at the side. The moment she saw the hot-headed man, she split her head and started cursing. Brat, you're itching again, aren't you? No, Mom, let me explain first. I didn't really. The man with the hot head looked at the video with a face full of fear, holding up his hands to hold the cell phone but did not dare to do so, and was about to fall to his knees in raw fear. Just you wait. I'll go over and clean you up right now. The woman on the other side viciously replied back, and then hung up the video. Mom, don't you? The hot-headed man wailed twice, and Jiang Mayan slowly put the cell phone back. Just now you said how you want me to come? The faces of the three boys of different heights and shapes turned green, and one of them cried out, Ling Xiao, what should we do? The hot-headed man yelled. What else can I do? Run. Chapter 43, Teaching Some Garbage. By the time the hot-headed man and a few others rolled and crawled away, the bullied girl was still standing in place with a confused look on her face. Classmate, come back to your senses. Jiang Mayan raised her hand and waved it in front of her eyes, looking rather helpless. Why doesn't this girl look too smart? The girl finally returned to her senses this time, but suddenly grabbed Jiang Mayan's hand with an agitated expression. You, Jiang Mayan smiled. You want to ask me how I knew that the man was the son of the principal next door? Hothead man named Ling Xiaoyan. Single parent family, grew up dude. Smoking, drinking, fighting and flirting with girls are all good, especially after going to college. In this area is simply notorious. But his mom, Ling Yuarong, is the president of the university, and acts decisively and skillfully, and also has a clear sense of right and wrong, so she can't help but teach her son a lesson twice a day. In her last life, she hadn't been bullied much, and among them was of course this Ling Xiaoyan, but luckily, that time she happened to be seen by his mom, and she dodged a bullet because of that. However, the girl didn't care about her words. Instead, she got more excited and said, No, not that, I think I've seen you before in high school. Jiang Mayan froze slightly. Seen me? She carefully surveyed the person in front of her for a few moments, but realized that there was no memory of this girl in her mind at all. Had it been too long and forgotten? I'm sorry, I'm a little out of my mind. A little embarrassed, she returned. Where did you meet me? The girl's expression was slightly condensed, but then she suddenly averted her eyes. I can't remember. Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows. She was just so excited about having seen it, but now she's saying she doesn't remember? She didn't mind, though, and waved her hand. I've got things to do, so I'll be off. It wasn't long after that she arrived at her college dormitory after a long absence. Just as she reached the door, she heard the sound of girls laughing and arguing from inside. Jiang Mayan took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the room. The laughter came to a screeching halt, and all three girls looked toward Jiang Mayan. Yo, who are you? You went to the wrong dormitory, right? A girl who was applying a face mask was the first to speak, her voice full of mockery. The table in front of her was filled with all kinds of bottles and jars, and next to it stood a half-human high shelf full of designer bags, and she spoke with a very condescending posture. Hearing her open her mouth, another girl with a big round face busily responded. Who knows who this is? I've never even seen it. Jiang Mayan looked at her faintly. It's normal to have never seen it. After all, my face isn't as big as some people's and can be seen at a glance. You, the round-faced woman instantly glared in anger. Jiang Mayan, do you have the guts to say that again? Jiang Mayan laughed. I don't have the balls. What? You got balls out there at a young age? The round-faced woman's pupils shook dramatically. Her mouth opened and closed, shivering for a long time without saying anything, and her entire face was suffocated into a pig's liver color. This Jiang Mayan, when did she become so bold? The woman with the mask on the other side got up and calmed her down, and then showed a disdainful smile to Jiang Mayan. Ha, I don't know who's been out for most of the semester. Maybe she slept with as many men as she can outside, and she still has the face to come back and scold others. Jiang Mayan's coldly glowing eyes looked straight at the woman. The corners of his lips slowly hooked up into a hint of a smile. Lu Xiaotian, are you sure that the one who's fooling around with men outside is me? If you want to talk about men, if Lu Xiaotian dares to recognize the second, then I am afraid no one will dare to recognize the first. Lu Xiaotian looked at Jiang Mayan's gaze without the slightest hesitation. A trace of panic suddenly crept up in her heart, and her eyes shifted away haphazardly. I'm just saying it's possible, and I didn't really say that you are, so don't you just slander me. Yeah, Jiang Mayan, we're all still students. Don't talk nonsense. Another girl with a tall and thin figure followed and opened her mouth. Jiang Mayan ignored her and turned her head straight to look at her own bed, seeing that the table and bed were piled with dirty clothes, shoes, socks, and miscellaneous items. Her eyes darkened slightly. In her last life, she was barely getting by in such a dump. In the middle of the day, she spoke coldly, whoever it is, take it away. At this time, the round-faced woman finally came back to her senses from her previous shock and sneered at Jiang Mayan. I'm really sorry for accidentally treating your place as a dumping station. Jiang Mayan raised her eyes to look at her, dark tides surging in her eyes. Is that so? As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly took a few steps forward and lifted the trash can on the floor before snapping it right onto her desk. Sorry, I thought this was a dumpster too. Mixed with all sorts of unspeakable stench quickly filled the air. The round-faced woman's eyes snapped open wide, her whole face so angry that it was almost twisted. Jiang Mayan, I see you don't want to live. With her eyes glazed over, she violently raised her hand toward Wu Mayan. Jiang Mayan raised her hand and clasped her wrist, her gaze stern. Zhao Yuxing, I didn't come back to fight with you, but if you have to look for trouble, I naturally don't mind playing with you. You, Zhao Yuxing's eyes widened in anger, trying to struggle but realizing that her wrists were being held so tightly that she couldn't move a single bit. Four eyes met, and sparks flew, but at that moment, Jiang Mayan's cell phone rang abruptly. After a moment of silence, she shook off Zhao Yuxing's hand and turned to walk out of the dormitory. Hey mom, why are you suddenly calling at this hour? Seeing that it was her mother calling, she immediately picked up. Mother Bai's voice was filled with joy. Mu Yen, mom just found a house near your school. The price is very suitable. I've already bought it. Jiang Mayan froze. So suddenly? I saw a suitable one and bought it. Mother Bai paused before continuing. Mom knows that your relationship with a few students in the dormitory is not very good. In that case it would be better to move out and live there. Mom now has the ability. Don't want you to suffer anymore. Jiang Mayan's heart was soft. Mom, you're just now getting your footing at Bai's. Where did you get so much money? You don't have to do this for me. Ayo, this you don't worry. This house is very cheap. A whole set down only $200,000. At those words, Jiang Mayan frowned. $200,000? As far as she knew, most of the houses in this area near the school were developed later, except for the high-grade neighborhoods which were villas. So how could there be a house for $200,000? Frowning more and more tightly, she said seriously, Mom, where are you now? I'm coming over to you. Mother White gave an address and she immediately went out and called a car. In 10 minutes or so, though, the car pulled up outside the gates of a villa area. Jiang Mayan stared blankly at the rows and rows of small two-story buildings, and her heart was pulled up 2 levels. This house, $200,000? Her mom wouldn't have been scammed by anyone, would she? With no time to think, she quickly rushed in. Just before arriving at a villa, he saw Mother Bai come out together with a man in a suit, smiling so much that her eyes narrowed. Mom! Jiang Mayan hurried over. You finished signing the contract? Mother White laughed. Yes, the house is done with everything, and you have a very special carved king-sized bed in that room. Jiang Mayan was distraught. Mom, how can you be so impulsive? She turned her head to the man next to her. Sir, my mom, she's too impulsive. Can we reconsider about the house? The man smiled and nodded. Yes, it's fine. It's the same if you sign it after MS. Jiang has seen it and is satisfied with it. Then thank you. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly paused. Ha, she didn't say who she was. She didn't say who she was. And this guy just called her MS. Kong? The man left a sentence and lifted his foot to leave. and Jiang Mayan looked skeptical before following Mother Bai into the villa for a tour. Typical of Western countries, the overall decoration is elegant and soft, making it very comfortable to look at. How's that for good? Mother White laughed. Jiang Mayan went up the stairs without a word, but suddenly braked her footsteps when she passed the first room. Her voice shook as she stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar carved king-sized bed inside. Mom, where did this bed come from? Mother White looked confused. The house comes with it, doesn't it? Jiang Muyan mouth corner slightly twitching. This is clearly the bed she is used to sleeping in Sikong City there. Chapter 44, doing things in a low-profile and high-profile manner. After moving into the small villa, Mother Bai recruited a few servants, while Jiang Mayan directly asked Yuan Feng to stay as a bodyguard and drive her to school every day. In the car, Jiang Mayan yawned in boredom. Yuan Feng, how much do you know about your young master? The man in the driver's seat twitched his eyebrows as if in serious thought before spitting out two words. Good man, Jiang Moyen. First time I've seen such a good guy card being issued. She looked at Yuan Feng and blinked. What about other aspects, such as physical fitness? Yuan Feng was silent for a moment and spat out two more words. Very strong. Jiang Mayan sked twice and raised her eyebrows. Are you sure he's strong in that area too? Then how come he doesn't have a woman by his side when he's so old? The car made a sharp turn, and Yuan Feng hastily stabilized the steering wheel, his calm face crumbling a bit. When he says physical fitness, he clearly doesn't mean that. The young master, he, is only 22 years old. Jiang Mayan froze slightly, and then remembered that she had taken it for granted that the Sikong Cheng at this time was indeed not very old. Haha. She turned her head to look out the window without another word, but her mind was reeling with thoughts. The villa thing actually makes her heart waver. On the one hand suspected that Dogman get this house is to monitor her. On the other hand also think he may not have any malicious intent. After all, before that agreement has been signed, he has absolutely no need to do so. Could it be, then, that he's making a deliberate show of goodwill? Before she could think of a conclusion, the car was already driving to the school. Ding dong, several message beeps. Jiang Muyan opened the phone to see, found that it is the class group notification tonight to hold a class meeting. Let everyone on time to participate. She replied Roger to the crowd and headed to the library. Books of all kinds were neatly arranged on the shelves, and her fingertips traced over several columns of unidentified spines before finally pulling out a book titled Nei Jing. Sitting down somewhere randomly, she flipped to the page she'd last read and proceeded down the page, occasionally jotting something down in the book next to her. Yo, isn't this Jiang Mayan from our class? She even came to the library? A female voice suddenly rang out. The two girls passed by each other and immediately stopped with a surprised look on their faces when they saw Jiang Mayan. The girl next to her returned with a disdainful face. With her bottom-of-the-year grade, she must be here to put on an act. That's quite a lot of disgusting people. It instantly feels like this library doesn't even have a study atmosphere anymore. The girl who spoke first skimmed her lips. Jiang Mayan raised her eyes at the sound and realized it was two girls from her class. These two people usually skipped classes twice a day. Once the exam came to the library to hang around before the exam and then go to the subject teacher crying that cannot learn, begging the teacher to relax a little so that they do not fail the subject, that they are the class of the worms. The scum, simply not overstated. Glancing at the two girls, she continued to bury her head in her book with an indifferent expression. However, in the eyes of the two girls, her behavior turned into a provocation. Obviously heard what they said and saw them, but did not react at all? How can that be tolerated? Hey! One of the girls pointed at her and said angrily, Jiang Mayan, what did you mean by that look just now? Looking down on us? That's right. It looks like you're reading more books and how great you are. But in the end, you still end up at the bottom of the exam. Another person chimed in. Jiang Mayan glanced at them again, and said in her heart, I'm afraid these two are not butt-faced and have their heads planted in a hole, right? They're yelling so much in the library. Are they afraid that they won't be embarrassed enough without an audience? As expected, in the next second almost the entire library looked this way, each with an unpleasant expression on their face. The two people who were originally very furious were suddenly crestfallen, their faces reddening. Jiang Mayan, you wait for me. The girl at the higher point glared fiercely at Jiang Mayan before quickly leaving the library as if fleeing for her life. Finally clearing her head, Jiang Mayan once again buried her head into the sea of books. The people around them came and went in several waves, and it was getting dark outside. I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Mayan was shouted back to her senses by her hungry rumbling stomach. Leaving the library after stretching, she ate briefly and went straight to the classroom where the class meeting was taking place. Several school board members were setting up the grounds to discuss things and looked over when they saw her come in. Jiang Mayan wore a gray sportswear today, her hair tied casually behind her head, her fair face with clear eyebrows, her features deep but soft, making it pleasing to the eye just by looking at it. She gave a small nod of her head toward a few people before she walked straight to the back and sat down. A few school committee members' gazes chased her for most of the classroom, and one of the boys spoke up. I have to say, even though this Jung Mayan's grades are trash, she's really pretty. The tall man next to her has a stunning look in his eyes. Yeah, why do I think she's a little different somewhere since she came back from vacation? As if, getting prettier and prettier. Hey yo, you're looking at someone else, aren't you? A few people beside him started to flirt at once. It didn't take long for the others to enter and the class meeting to begin. As several class members took turns speaking on stage, Jung Mayan's eyelids became heavier and heavier, only feeling as if these people were reciting Buddhist scriptures. Since her return, she's been working overtime on her books almost every night, so as soon as she stops she feels the exhaustion welling up in her body. I don't know how long it took, but a sudden angry cry directly woke Jung Mayan from her sleep. She frowned and opened her eyes, only to realize that she was in the class meeting. The counselor Lu Yan was glaring at her cross-eyed, and all of her classmates were looking her way as well, only with different looks on their faces. Jung Mayan, what's that look on your face? Lu Yan slammed the table and said angrily, did I disturb your sleep? Don't dare. Jung Mayan rubbed her eyes and got up, lowered her head in a good manner. I'm sorry teacher, I shouldn't have slept in the class meeting. You don't have to say anymore. Lu Yan angrily interrupted her. You don't do your job all day, you get the lowest grades, and you still have the face to sleep here. You're really rotten. I'm so ashamed to go out after teaching students like you. Jung Mayan looked up, her eyes already cold. Then may I ask what you have taught me? Has she been taught to taunt and insult people at every turn? Or has she been taught that when she bullies the weak, that weak person should just put up with it? She didn't want to always talk about her last life, but some people were like that dog who couldn't change his ways and had to give people a hard time. Lu Yan froze for a moment, as if she didn't expect that Jung Mayan, who used to be so coy that she didn't even dare to raise her head when she spoke, would dare to question her in turn. She glared. I didn't teach you culture, but as a counselor I'm your life coach. Jung Muyan simply wanna laugh. After Jiang Rui actually saw a thicker skin, it is really beyond the mountains. But at that moment, the tall girl who had bumped into him earlier in the library stood up. Teacher, don't be angry. Jung Mayan, that kind of person, has long since lost her face, she said in a tone of disgust. Her grades are so lousy, but she still pretends to go to the library to read a book, and I don't know who gave her the face to pick up that book. When these words came out, the class booed, and many people looked at Jung Mayan with a mocking expression on their faces. Wow, the bottom of the list goes to the library to read? Then our school should give her an inspirational award? Lu Yan sniffed and a touch of mockery surfaced on her face as well. As far as you're concerned, going to the library is simply a waste of resources. So in the future, don't go there for me to disgrace yourself. Jung Mayan's deep eyes were full of coldness, staring tightly at Lu Yan. Whether I am a waste of resources after the test results will give the answer. But now all I know is that the words being a teacher have been tarnished by you in life. Chapter 45, You're the one who should get out. Jung Mayan, you dare to denigrate me. Lu Yan was furious. Her whole face was iron blue with anger. I think you don't want to stay in this school anymore. Jung Mayan spread her hands in a dignified manner. Teacher Lu, you were the one who first spoke out to insult and denigrate me just now. I'm learning from you. What's wrong with that? You. Lu Yan almost got her mouth crooked with anger, and was smoothed by the student next to her for several breaths before she looked to slow down. She looked at Jung Mayan with a gloomy gaze and snorted coldly. You can be as smug as you want. You'll have to take the exams in a few days, and when you've failed all your subjects, I'll apply to the school to dissuade you from the program. I can't let a rat turd like you spoil my pot of soup. Jung Mayan narrowed her eyes and scared with a look of impatience. Who told me I would definitely fail this time? Lu Yan's eyes were contemptuous as if she was looking at a dying ant. For someone like you, I don't even need to think about it to know that you will definitely hang. So what if I not only pass all of them, but also get to the top of the class? Jung Mayan said. Lu Yan looked like she had heard some kind of joke, her face full of incredulity. Jung Mayan, and first in the class? You're daydreaming. If someone like you can get first place, I, Lu Yan, will immediately resign from this school. Jung Mayan raised an eyebrow. That's what you said. It's what I said. Lu Yan sneered. But if you don't get it, then get yourself out of this school. Jung Mayan, it's a deal. In the next few days, the matter of betting with the counselor quickly spread throughout the school, and the girl who was saved by Jung Mayan last time looked for her. Student Jiang, I've heard all about you. With a worried face, she said, how can you be so impulsive? If you don't get first place, what will you do then? Jung Muyan postured leisurely. Don't worry, I'm also studying hard these 2 days. When the time comes there will definitely be no problem. But, yes, what was your name again? Jung Mayan interrupted her to ask. The girl froze for a moment. My name is Song Yi. Jung Mayan nodded her head slightly before looking fixedly at Song Yi. Last time you said you saw me in high school? Song Yi's pupils shrunk slightly before she quickly averted her eyes. I am not. It's because you look like a girl I've seen in high school. That's why I misrecognized you. Oh, Jiang Mayan's eyes turned and asked. Then you also went to high school at the city's first middle school? Song Yi nodded busily. Yes. Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows and smiled. Ha, didn't you just say it was a mistake to recognize? Song Yi was shocked and explained incoherently. No, I didn't mean to lie to you, but I also went to City No. 1 high school. Jiang Mayan looked fixedly at the girl in front of her and secretly said something was wrong. Song Yi, I can see that you have no ill will towards me, she said nonchalantly, but what if we want to be friends? We should be honest first, don't you think? Song Yi's hands nervously twisted together, biting his lips stiff for half a day, and only then slowly opened his mouth. A few days later, the exams began. There aren't many classes freshman year, so all the exams add up to 3 days. The first exam, foreign language. The choice of filling in the blanks is more. Jiang Mayan only used 20 minutes to end. After that, the other exams went equally well, except for the last one where I bumped into the counselor, Lu Yen, to supervise the exam. In the quiet of the exam room, she kept walking around, every now and then wandering over to the last row to slip by Jiang Mayan. Glancing at Jiang Mayan, who had already flipped to the back of the paper, which was blank, she immediately snorted coldly from her nostrils. Waste. Jiang Mayan raised her eyes and looked away, her brows filled with impatience. Teacher, you're affecting my test by hanging around like this. Ha! Lu Yen stood with her arms wrapped around her, her face full of contempt. I think you want to cheat and can't find the opportunity, right? The two men's voices were not deliberately lowered, and the other male invigilator on the podium, as well as quite a few students, looked over. Mr. Lu, what's going on? The male teacher said and walked over. It's nothing, this student is sneaky. I was afraid that she would cheat, so I said a few words to her, but she even said that I was affecting her exam. Lu Yen snorted. Jiang Mayan unhurriedly turned the front of the fully written paper over and said to the male teacher, Teacher, you'll have to judge this matter. I was writing seriously here when a certain teacher came over and taunted me, as if he even called me a waste. But without waiting for the male teacher to speak, she saw Lu Yen pointing at her paper and angrily saying, Jiang Mayan, and you say you didn't plagiarize? How could she have filled in those big questions if she hadn't copied them? The male teacher frowned and went up to take a look at Jiang Mayan's paper, his brows spreading. Immediately afterward, she looked at the roles of the people in front of her and to the left and right side of her next to each other, and then shook her head slightly full of disappointment. Lu Yen thought that he was disappointed because he was sure that Jiang Mayan had cheated, and immediately said with an excited look on her face, See Mr. Zhang, I told you that she must have plagiarized. Who said she plagiarized? Teacher Zhang interrupted her in a stern voice. No one around here writes better than her, so tell me who she could have copied from? Lu Yen froze in a flash. You, what did you say? Teacher Zhang glared at her with an unsettling expression. Teacher Lu, to be honest I don't even think you're qualified to stand here, so you'd better go down quickly. If you delay the child's exams, I won't be able to help you cover up the truth on the principal's side. Lu Yen glared fiercely at Jiang Mayan, not realizing that she really had 2 tricks up her sleeve. But even if she can do a little bit, what's the point? Can't she really get first place on the exam? Humph, it's best if you didn't cheat. She swept a glance at Jiang Mayan with slanted eyes before taking a step with a haughty posture and leaving. 3 days later, the test results for all the subjects came out and the class was once again called for a class meeting. Jiang Mayan was the latest to arrive and attracted everyone's attention just as she entered. You, here comes our number 1. Ha ha ha, the bottom one, right? Someone laughed, but you guys shouldn't go too far. Maybe people are going to get rid of the bottom 1 and rush to the bottom 2 this time? Wow, wouldn't that much progress be anticlimactic? Ha ha ha. Jiang Mayan calmly entered the door, and not only did her face not have the slightest intention of getting angry, but instead, she had a little smile on her face, as if what these people were saying was not mockery but praise. Taking a random seat, she propped her chin up and yawned. Within a few minutes, Lu Yen walked in triumphantly, glancing at Jiang Mayan sitting calmly in her seat. She smiled contemptuously. Jiang Mayan, I've already applied to the principal. If you don't get the first place in your overall grades, then the school will dissuade you on the grounds of your bad character, lying nature, and so on. The class exploded at that comment. It's really going to give a persuasion. Won't it be a bit hasty? You can forget it. Don't be fooled by that face of hers, okay? Just that kind of trash staying in our class will only pull us back. That's right. Aren't you afraid that we won't be able to graduate? The excitement under Lu Yan's eyes almost overflowed as she snorted at Jiang Mayan. Jiang Mayan, what are you still sitting there for? Why don't you pack up and get out? Jiang Mayan's expression didn't change, but she raised her feet and walked to the podium. Teacher, it's you who should get lost. Chapter 46. People are sometimes not people. The one who should roll is you. Jiang Mayan spoke out indifferently. Lu Yan snorted out a laugh. her face filled with contempt. Jiang Mayan, I think you're completely brain dead, right? You said before the exam in front of the whole class that if you didn't come in first place, you'd get yourself out of school. Jiang Mayan smiled. Teacher is really old. How come he only remembers what I said and can't remember what he said? Lu Yan seemed to have heard some great joke. She naturally knew what Jiang Mayan was talking about, but in her eyes, it was impossible for this person to copy a first place even if he did. Jiang Mayan, I've already brought the report card. Instead of embarrassing yourself in front of so many people, I advise you to be more conscious and get out. For a while, taunts poured in from all directions. Jiang Mayan's expression gradually colored with impatience. Teacher Lu, I advise you to take a look at the report card first. The difficulty of this exam is not big for her. Even in her previous life, she can get a high score without hiding her power. Not to mention that in this life she has seriously stayed up all night to review, although she can't guarantee full marks in all subjects. But in terms of the feeling she had during the exam, getting a first place is not a difficult task. Lu Yan saw that not only was her expression not the slightest bit tense and remorseful, the degree of patience had already reached its limit. Since you have to look at the transcripts, then I'll let you die a clear death today. With that, she flipped out the total report card with a look of impatience. In the next second, her pupils dilated violently. How is this possible? Haphazardly looking over the remaining few report cards of various subjects, her entire body froze in place, her face hard to see. First place? You actually really got first place. Her low murmur did not escape the ears of the others, and the classroom exploded in a flash. Oh my god, Jiang Mayan is really number one. No way, isn't it a misreading? How is this possible? Jiang Mayan looked at Lu Yan expressionlessly. Some people have to see the coffin before shedding tears, then she can't do anything about it, can she? Ms. Lu, do you need me to help you explain to the school why you asked to leave? At those words, Lu Yan's entire face was so angry that it was almost twisted. Her sharp nails pinched out a few holes in the report card, and the way she looked at Jiang Mayan was more than eager to eat her alive. Jiang Mayan, in the middle of the day, she threw down the report card in her hand and left the classroom with a grim look on her face. With the counselor gone, the rest of the students were madly talking, and many of them changed the way they looked at Jiang Mayan. Jiang Mayan ignored it, and seeing that this class meeting couldn't go on, he directly lifted his foot and walked away. Just as he stepped out of the school building, his cell phone rang suddenly. Glancing at the caller ID, she raised her eyebrows slightly before picking it up. Hello? Finished your exam? The man's calm, thick, magnetic voice suddenly entered his eardrums, causing Jiang Mayan to be stunned for a moment. How come I didn't realize this dog man's voice before? So nice? Ha? The man across the room let out another monosyllable, as if it were coming from his chest. Ahem. Jiang Mayan returned to her senses and coughed a little uncomfortably. Ah, you still have time to pay attention to my exams? This dog man, it's really getting plastered. After the exam, you can start working for me. Sikong Chang was blunt. Jiang Moyen. Oh, sweet his doggy head. I've asked 7 to pick you up. Should be there soon, the man said. Jiang Mayan was slightly stunned to be in such a hurry. She frowned, slightly disturbed. What was so urgent that you couldn't get your men to do it first? The man there paused for a second. Come over here and massage my leg. Oh, a leg massage. Jiang Mayan first repeated bashfully, and then reacted violently. What leg? Who massages? Sikyong, you, give me a leg massage. Jiang Mayan's jaw dropped and she couldn't believe what her ears were hearing. This dog man, asking her to go over and give him a massage. Massage. Angrily restraining her urge to smash the cell phone with Sikong Chang's head attached, she took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Young Master Sikong, are you still not awake? Sounds like you're not happy about it? Sikong Chang interrupted her. Then how about voiding the agreement and resuming the previous mode? Jiang Muyan instantly like a seal sealed his mouth. In the heart gave a thumbs up, line. You're great. She gritted her teeth and said into the phone. I really like dogs more and more after being in contact with you for a long time. After all, a dog will always be a dog, but a human being, well, sometimes it's just not human. Hanging up the phone, her entire body exploded with anger. Had she known that this dog man was so shameless, she should have let him die in the golden triangle before. In his heart, he cursed Sikong Chang from the inside out, but his feet still resignedly walked to the school entrance. Within a few minutes, a black sedan with an unreadable license plate stopped and Archie stepped out of the car. When he saw Jiang Mayan, he spoke without a trace of humor. Get in the car. Seeing his cold face in a very unhappy manner, Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes slightly. Just in time, she was worried that there was no place to vent the fire in her heart. After getting into the car, seeing her delay in fastening her seatbelt, Archie voiced out with a face full of impatience. Fasten your seatbelt if you don't want to die. Jiang Mayan's chin lifted, frowning with an unhappy face. Is this the attitude you have towards me? if it wasn't for me in the golden triangle last time, your young master might not even be alive right now. Chi turned her head and looked at her with an incredulous face. You still have the face to say that? If it wasn't for saving you, young master wouldn't have been injured and hospitalized for so long. Jiang Mayan sked. That's what he deserved. I clearly advised him before he left. It's him who can be blamed for not listening? Besides, then I even went all the way to the golden triangle in order to save him. It's called rightful for him to save me. You. Chi's eyes widened angrily, but you half a day did not find words to retort, so he could only puff and pant and turn back. Love to tie it or not? Something happened just in time. When he finished speaking, he simply started the car. With 1 foot of the gas, Jiang Mayan had already buckled her seatbelt before the inertia threw her out, and calmly said, if something happens to me, your young master will be sad. Upon hearing this, Chi's forehead veins jumped. Brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes. Young master won't be sad for you. The angrier he got, the more comfortable Jiang Mayan felt in her heart, hooking her lips and smiling. Really? Then later I'll ask Sikongcheng if he can give you to me, to see if he thinks a brother is important or this dress of mine is important. Chi's cold eyes slightly stagnated. His mind suddenly flashed back to the scene where his own young master asked him to compete with Yuan Feng to decide who would be this woman's bodyguard, as well as the scene last time when he didn't hesitate to let him work as a paparazzo for this woman, and a heart suddenly cooled down a few points. Turning his head and glaring fiercely at Jiang Mayan, he said word for word, what the hell do you want? Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes and thought and commanded, play a song to listen to first. Archie fiercely pressed the car's music button, and an English song slowly played from it. After a while, Jiang Mayan, change one song. This one is too hard to listen to. Archie gave her a look and changed to another Chinese song. Jiang Mayan, no, change again. I don't like to be so cheerful. Archie's already unsettled face nearly collapsed as he forced himself to hold back his anger for another song. However, in a few minutes, she spoke again. Why do you have the air conditioner so low? Do you want me to freeze to death? After a few more minutes, it's too high again. You might as well let me just go down and walk at this temperature. Archie, if he is guilty, he can let the young master punish him, but can he not send this woman to torture him? Chapter 47, A Master's Move is Deadly. Finally arriving at the Imperial Court Villa, Archie's pair of eyes had been tortured and lost their luster. Jiang Mayan patted him on the shoulder. The young man did well. Next time continue to work hard. With that said, he entered the villa under Archie's numb, angry gaze. In the living room, the hot tea on the coffee table was emitting a curling fragrance. Sikongcheng was sitting on the sofa with a cold face. Beside him stood Gao Yi and a few servants. Seeing her enter the door, the man's cold eyes lifted slightly, and his sharp line of sight nailed straight onto her. Jiang Mayan was puzzled by his look. What was she looking at? Although she is easygoing and naturally beautiful. But, people and dogs have different paths. Come here. Sikongcheng spat out 2 words with an indifferent expression. Jiang Mayan paused, her eyebrows screwed up bit by bit. Sikongcheng, you're not really going to let me give you a massage, are you? Sikongcheng's thin lips slightly opened. What's the problem? Seeing him look like he was taking it for granted, Jiang Mayan gritted her teeth and stared at him intently. Why don't you look for Jiang Rue if you want a massage? She's a professional. Gao Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This aunt's ability to denigrate people was really powerful. He couldn't help but glance at his own young master, and saw his eyes darken slightly as he stared intently at Jiang Mayan. What if I just want you to press it? Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes at the man, her heart turning slightly. This dog man suddenly had to ask her to massage his legs. It couldn't be because he remembered what happened back then, could it? A moment later, she lifted her foot and walked over to Sikongcheng. Are you sure you want me to press your leg? Sikongcheng raised his hand and the servant next to him immediately moved a low seat for her, the meaning of which was self-evident. Jiang Mayan hooked her lips in a smile. Good, then you can start taking it off. Everyone was stunned, and Sikongcheng's brows furrowed slightly. What? Take off your pants. Zhang Muyan rolled up his sleeves and set up his stance, innocently said, I see the movie acted are stripped naked to push oil massage. How? Where is wrong? The corners of Sikongcheng's mouth twitched slightly, and his face darkened for a few moments. No need. Press through the clothes. What kind of nonsense does this woman read all day? Jiang Mayan looked at the man's lower body, looking rather regretful. That's fine, but I can't find any acupuncture points even more through the clothes. Sikongcheng's fingers curled up at her straightforward gaze, and he coldly spoke out. There's too much nonsense. Jiang Mayan skimmed her lips, then sat down in front of Sikongcheng and gently pressed twice along his slender calves. Feeling the tight muscles pulsing between her palms, she thought to herself that sure enough, the dogman's leg had not only healed long ago, but he probably did training from time to time. Not only is there no sign of muscle atrophy, but it is also stronger and more powerful than some ordinary people who have practiced. Gathering her thoughts, she deliberately staggered one of the acupuncture points on her calf and pressed hard against the side. The muscles in her fingertips suddenly collapsed, and she was busy gloating as she raised her eyes to look, only to see Seokong Chang's eyes narrowed dangerously without the slightest change in his demeanor. Yo, this dog man is pretty strong-willed. What? Glancing at the smirk under the woman's eyes, Seokong Chang spoke in a tone that was vaguely dangerous. Jiang Mayan smiled. This is a good technique of mine. Isn't it comfortable? Sikyong, continue. At those words, the maids around them whispered with interest. Wow. I didn't realize that second Miss Jiang knew how to massage as well. That's great. Right. So that in the future the young master's legs can all be left to be pressed by second Miss Jiang. How nice. Gaoi. Good lord. Then the young master of the house is afraid that he will never be able to stand up again. Jiang Muyan pressed upwards along Seokong Chang's calf, precisely avoiding all the points that worked, and her hand strength was also light and heavy, without the slightest regularity. It had been peacefully pressed to the top of her knees, but when she saw that Seokong Chang still had no intention of shouting to stop, her patience finally ran out. Raising a bright smile, she said, Seokong Chang, do you need to press above the knee as well? Every time she showed this kind of smile, nothing good could come out of it, and Seokong Chang's eyes crossed with a flash of caution, but he still nodded his head. Very well. Jiang Mayan raised her hand and pinched it hard against the root of Seokong Chang's thigh. Well, Seokong Chang's pupils widened slightly, and he stiffly suppressed a muffled grunt back into his throat. This woman's hand, almost touched. You my little auntie, be gentle with your hands. Gao Yi's cold sweat ran down his face, and both of his legs became weak with fear. He glanced at the back of his own young master's bruised hand, and in his heart, he mourned for his young master for 2 seconds. Jiang Mayan blinked and feigned ignorance. Why? Isn't his leg unconscious? Seokong Chang stared at Jiang Mayan with cold eyes. This woman simply did it on purpose. But although the knowledge of the acupuncture points had not been tried out, but with this intentional mess she had made, it was still suspicious. Jiang Mayan raised her eyes to the man and said obediently, Then I'll continue. Oh? With that, he once again extended his claws toward the root of Seokong Chang's thigh. Enough! Seokong Chang fiercely clasped her wrist, stoically saying with a single word, This is enough for today. Jiang Mayan's smile became even brighter. Is that really enough, young master Seokong? Don't worry. I don't charge for discomfort. We can keep pressing if you want. Seokong Chang's face instantly darkened by another degree, and his aura around him steeply overcame. Seeing this, Gao Yi was busy covering a pumping little heart and stepped forward. That, second Miss Jiang. Ah, young master has other important matters to find you here today, so this massage won't take so long. Jiang Mayan glanced at him before he withdrew his hand and slowly stood up. What else? Gao Yi glanced at his own young master and waved his hand for the servants to leave before opening his mouth. It's about you and the Jiang family. Jiang Mayan squared her shoulders for a few moments. Me and the Jiang family? Seokong Chang, who was able to digest his anger on his own, finally recovered his face as normal, raised his eyes to Jiang Mayan and said, Tell me about your intentions. Jiang Mayan's eyes flickered, but she played dumb and said, What plans? It's just that Jiang Pengju wants to recognize me as his illegitimate daughter. What plans can I have? This man is too much of a dog, right? What's the point of inquiring about this? Is he going to use her to bring down the Kong family? As if he saw through her thoughts, Seokong Chang spoke faintly. No need to think too much. I have no interest in the Jiang family. I'm not interested in the Jiang family either. Jiang Mayan let out a laugh full of disdain. She's just interested in the Kong family's family fortune with a certain 2 bastard calves. She's not interested in the Kong family. Seokong Chang's dark eyes stared straight at the woman. I won't interfere with what you want to do. I can also step in if I need help. But I want you to be clear that I don't keep useless men under my command. Really? Jiang Mayan was all excited. Then I'm a living waste. You should throw me away. Seokong City. Are people so spineless nowadays? His face narrowed. Knowing so much about me, you think I'd let you leave my side alive? Jiang Mayan, I knew this dogman wouldn't let her go easily. Chapter 48, Happy Birthday. In order to recognize Jiang Mayan, the Jiang family prepared a birthday banquet with great momentum, and the invitations were sent out countless. It's just that anyone with eyes can see that this banquet is simply to bring the Seokong family together, and recognizing the illegitimate daughter is just incidental. The day before the birthday banquet was also Jiang Mayan's real birthday. Mu Yen, Mom will go to the company first. When she comes back in the evening, Mom will cook you longevity noodles. Mother White smiled and instructed, walking to the door but then stopping. Jiang Mayan, who was holding her toothbrush in her mouth, looked puzzled. What's wrong, Mom? Right. Let's also call Yao Yao and that Xiaocheng over at night. It'll be lively with many people. Mother Bai laughed. The villa we're living in is big enough. They can stay for a few days if they want to. Ahem. Jiang Mayan was caught off guard and swallowed a mouthful of toothpaste foam. Shocked. Mom, Let Guan Yao come even if it's not enough. Call Si Kong. Ah shucks. What's the point of calling Xiao Chang to come? You child. Mother Bai glared at her unhappily. People suffered such serious injuries for you last time. You don't know how to be grateful even if you don't know. How come you can't bring them to have some fun even after you've lived in a good house? Jiang Mayan rolled her white eyes up, sighed and raised her hands in surrender. Okay, I'll scream okay. Soon it was evening, and the cottage was decorated with lights and balloons and flowers everywhere, primped up by the underlings. Jiang Mayan was picked up from school by Yuan Feng, looking at this small home that belonged solely to her and her mother. Although she hadn't lived in it for long, a heart too soft for words, the crisp night breeze blew through, and Mother Bai came out of the villa and greeted her in this direction. In the swaying halo of warm light, Jiang Mayan's eyes were a little sore. Mom, are you as exaggerated as that? Why did you even come out to greet me? Mother Bai pushed Jiang Mayan away and looked behind her. Why isn't Xiao Chang here yet? Have you informed them or not? Jiang Mayan. Okay, a heart hardened back. Seeing her skimming her lips and not saying anything, Mother Bai's face turned sour and said, you wouldn't have failed to inform people, would you? Jiang Mayan's face stiffened. How could that be? Saying that, she pushed by Mother towards the villa while saying, that what? You go in first he might already be on his way. It was hard to get her mother inside, and her eyebrows drew down as she meditated on what to do. How about telling her mom that Si Kong Chang had agreed to come over first, and then regret that he couldn't make it at the moment after the side started? As he was pondering, Guan Yao suddenly jumped out from behind. What's going on? Jiang Mayan's eyes turned. This is not exactly a helper? Her mom may not believe her words alone, but the words of two people will inevitably be believed. Making up her mind, she hurriedly told Guan Yao briefly about the plan. Half an hour later, most of the guests had arrived, including a few of Jiang Mayan's friends, including Song Yi, whom she had met at school, as well as Jin Yan and Ning Xiaoran, whom she had met at Dishang. Everyone who should be here is here, except for Sikyong. Mom, why don't we start first? Xiao Cheng is usually very busy. Coming over might not even be until when? Jiang Mayan smiled and said. Guan Yao, who was next to her, glanced at her and followed. Right, auntie. Although Xiao Cheng's love for Mu Yan is more than golden, but a man has to give priority to his career. Love. Jiang Mayan almost didn't choke to death on her own saliva. What are you talking nonsense about? Dead girl. Who is more in love with whom than gold? And then turned to Mother Bai with a flushed face. Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. Mother Bai shook her head slightly and looked at her own unreliable daughter and said, tomorrow's banquet. Are you all set? Jiang Muyan casually leaned back, legs folded over to the coffee table. Banquet is not just to go over to eat it. What do I have to prepare? With the mouth is not on the line. Mother Bai swept her cartoon pajamas up and down with a black line all over her head. What about clothes? Is this what you're going to wear? Jiang Mayan paused, and wanted to say that it wasn't like it mattered what she wore in the past, but suddenly remembered that her mother was at least the manager of Bai's enterprise now, and if she was too casual, wouldn't she lose her mother's face? Frowning, she fretted a bit about where to get a gown out as soon as possible, but at that moment, a sudden clamor came from outside the villa. Jiang Mayan froze. Who's here? Aren't all the people here already? Just as he was about to get up and go out to take a look, he saw the living room door open wide, and surrounded by several black-clad bodyguards, Gaoi pushed Si Kong Chang in. Jiang Mayan was stunned in place like she was confused, her two eyes widening like never before. It wasn't until the man came to her attention that she managed to snap back to her senses. You? What are you? Si Kong Chang slightly inclined his head. The corners of his light-colored lips hooked up into a smile. Mrs. I just sent a message asking if I'm almost there yet. I came as soon as I could for fear that she would be in a hurry. So what's the problem? The blood in Jiang Moyan's body stopped for a split second, only to feel that the back of her head was about to be pierced by the sight from her mom. Of course there's no problem. She stiffened and laughed twice. Just waiting for one of you then. Si Kong Chang retracted his gaze, his finger slightly raised, and the men next to him immediately handed over a rectangular brocade box. He took it and then handed it towards Jiang Mayan. Happy birthday. Jiang Muyan this time is completely froze. How also did not expect that this man actually also prepared their own gifts. Wow, this box is so beautiful. Guan Yao marveled. What's inside? Si Kong Chang glanced at Jiang Mayan and faintly spat out two words. Dress. Jiang Mayan was instantly even more surprised that it was a dress. When did this dog man master the skill of foresight? Alright, it's getting late. Let's start as soon as possible. Shall we? Mother Bai interrupted with a smile on her face. Soon, this small banquet dedicated to Jiang Mayan officially began. The cook made a table of good food, and all of them ate very heartily, while Mother Bai made the usual bowl of longevity noodles for Jiang Mayan. After dinner the cake was pushed out, and Jiang Mayan made a wish to cut the cake. and then a piece of it was distributed to the crowd by hand. When it was Si Kong Chang's turn, she pounced on him with a shaky hand, intending to take advantage of tonight's opportunity to straighten the man out. However, in the next second, Si Kong Chang's long arm suddenly hooked and violently yanked her over. The cake rolled up and flew into the sky, and then snapped onto Jiang Mayan's head. There was silence in the living room for a split second before deafening laughter erupted. Si Kong Chang maintained his position of clasping the woman's waist, but in front of him was a head smeared with cream. He held back for a moment, but finally couldn't help stifling a muffled laugh. "You eat this piece first. I'm in no hurry." Jiang Mayan blushed and straightened up as she pushed him away. "Dog man, you don't speak of martial virtues." Giving the man a hard stare, she went to the restroom to the sound of a group of people frantically slapping the table and laughing maniacally. Cursing into the bathroom mirror for a long time, she was able to clean the cake off her head pretty much. Just then, Si Kong Chang appeared in the doorway, with four eyes facing each other. Jiang Mayan's eyes glared. "What? To see me laugh?" Seeing her show her teeth like a small beast that had been robbed of its food, her eyes vivid and lively, the cold color in Si Kong Chang's dark eyes melted away as much as possible. "Take the time to try on the tuxedo and have it altered if it doesn't fit," he said. Jiang Mayan froze slightly before looking aside unnaturally. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly, "Thanks for tonight." Chapter 49, You Can't Afford to Be Called Dad. Early the next morning, Jiang Mayan was dragged out of bed by Mother Bai to clean up. "Mu Yen, there will definitely be a lot of people targeting you at this banquet of the Jiang family. Be careful, okay?" Mother Bai's face was full of worry. Jiang Mayan lifted her eyelids and said leisurely, "What if I told you that small town would be attending as well?" "Really?" The worry on Bai Mother's face immediately disappeared into thin air. "Then I'm relieved. That kid Xiao Chang is stable, and will definitely help you with anything." With that she got up and picked up the bag on the side. "Then Mom will go to the office first." Jiang Mayan. Shortly after Mother Bai left, Jiang Rui called, falsely stating that she was coming over to pick up Jiang Mayan. "No need. Your car, I'm afraid something will happen if I sit in it." Jiang Mayan returned with a faint voice, and then directly hung up the phone. Not to mention riding in her car. One more look at her and Jiang Mayan would feel like he would have to live a few years less. Soon it was evening. After simply cleaning up, Jiang Mayan changed into the dress that Si Kong Chang had brought. The dark blue bustier dress, waist and a foot below are set with fine diamonds, sparkling, like the night sky in the summer. The beauty of the quiet but dazzling. After simply putting on some makeup, she was sent to the banquet site by Yuan Feng. The outside of the imposing grand hotel was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, and the brilliant lights almost colored half of the night sky. Jiang Mayan stepped out of the car and was just about to go in when he heard the car suddenly rattling behind him. Subconsciously turning his head to look, he realized that coincidentally it was Si Kong Chang's car. When she returned to her senses, she saw the car door open and Si Kong Chang was carefully pushed out by Gaoi. He was wearing a rare silver and white suit today, with a jewel blue brooch on his chest, making him look understated and luxurious. The deep silhouette attracts people's side eye, but the stern eyes make his whole person exudes a strong aura of uninviting. Even if he is sitting in a wheelchair, it is also chilling. This man, cleaned up a bit, is quite human. And seeing Jiang Mayan, a flash of amazement passed through Si Kong Chang's eyes. He has a pretty good eye for picking out dresses. As the two approached, Jiang Mayan was the first to speak. "Young Master Si Kong didn't even bring a female companion today?" Si Kong Chang indifferently swept her up and down. "Aren't you?" Jiang Mayan froze for a moment, reacted, and then suddenly almond eyes rounded, combined to send her skirt because of this. "You." Seeing that the situation was not right, Gao Yi hurriedly came up to round up the situation. Yo too. It's not early, why don't we go in first?" Jiang Muyan clenched her fists and endured, finally glaring fiercely at Si Kong Chang, carrying her skirt and walking in first. Gao Yi laughed bitterly. His own young master, where can it be for a female companion? Is clearly for this Miss Jiang specifically picked. Arriving at the welcoming entrance, Jiang Mayan saw Jiang Rui, who was exchanging pleasantries with the incoming and outgoing guests, as well as Jiang Pengju. Both were dressed in formal attire with genuine smiles on their faces. Seeing Jiang Mayan, Jiang Rui's eyes lit up and she quickly greeted her. "Sister, you finally come. And you wouldn't let me pick you up when I said I would," she said in a scolding tone. "Dad's been waiting for you this side of the door for a long time." Jiang Mayan ignored her, only gazing fixedly at Jiang Pengju, who was not far away. In his early 40s, his hair was still black, his face had some whiskers but didn't look old, and his eyes shone with a shrewd light. It's this so-called father, who in his last life didn't even bother to look at his mother after her death, always ignored her after recognizing her back to the Jiang family, and stood by while Jiang Rui repeatedly slandered and persecuted her. Seeing her looking at Jiang father without a word, Jiang Rui pouted. "Sister, this is our father, why don't you call someone?" Jiang Mayan glanced at her expressionlessly before snorting at Jiang Pengju. Are you sure you can afford this name, Dad? Jiang Pengju was stunned for a moment, then anger flared in his eyes. What did you say? Can't you understand what I'm saying? The corner of Jiang Mayan's lips hooked in a cold smile. That's right. All the books in the past were read to the dog's stomach, or else he wouldn't have done the kind of thing of leaving his wife and abandoning his son. Jiang Pengju's face turned blue for an instant, but he couldn't say anything to retort for a while. The atmosphere suddenly tightened, and a few nearby guests who heard it gave sideways glances and couldn't help but sweat. Just when Jiang Mayan thought that she was going to have to deal with Jiang Pengju first here, she heard Sikong Cheng's voice suddenly come from behind her. Why don't you go in? The man said. As soon as she saw Sikong Cheng, Zhang Rui's eyes instantly lit up and she directly greeted him. Young Master Sikong, you're here. Sikong Cheng nodded slightly, but his gaze did not move away from Jiang Mayan's side, obviously waiting for her reply. The cold color in Jiang Mayan's eyes melted away a little, and she looked askance at Jiang Pengju and said, some people have to be told to call out Dad to get in, and I'm not happy about it. Upon hearing this, Sikong Cheng's cold eyes swept towards Jiang's father. Really? There is still this kind of rule for the Jiang family's banquet? How is this possible? Jiang Pengju's face turned from green to black. The veins on his neck showed up, gritting his teeth and glaring at Jiang Mayan. I didn't say anything like that. Sikong Cheng's face was cold. Then can we go in now? There was no extra emotion on his cold face, but his dark eyes made people not dare to be disobedient in the slightest. After saying that, he was pushed towards the banquet hall by Gaoi, while Jiang Mayan followed nonchalantly, watching Jiang Mayan's back gradually fade into the crowd. The bottom of Jiang Pengju's eyes, who was standing in the same place, was clouded. This illegitimate daughter, it is not at all the same as what he learned before. Moreover, she actually really knows with Sikong City. Turning his head to look at his eldest daughter, he spoke coldly, Xiao Rue, aren't you on good terms with Sikong Cheng? Why would he stand up for Jiang Mayan? Dad, don't worry. From my observation, young Master Sikong has no feelings for her at all. It's just a moment of freshness. Jiang Rue hurriedly replied back, the bottom of her eyes a rich color of cynicism. Jiang Pengju snorted coldly, it better be. On the other hand, after Jiang Mayan and Sikong Cheng entered the living room, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. It's not just the pairing of handsome men and beautiful women that catches the eye, but more importantly, it's who these two are. One was the ostensible protagonist of the day, the illegitimate daughter that the Jiang family wanted to recognize, and the other was the actual protagonist, the heir of the first great family of the imperial capital, the one that everyone wanted to climb up and draw in. I really didn't come here for nothing today. I'm actually fortunate enough to be able to meet young Master Sikong. Yes, this Sikong family heir is rarely seen in front of the media. Most people don't even know what he looks like. To be able to invite him here, why is this face of the Jiang family so big? A person asked suspiciously. The person next to him immediately squeezed his eyes towards him. Haven't you heard about that lace news before? It's said that this young Master Sikong has been infatuated with second Miss Jiang for a long time, and he even imprisoned the person for quite a few days. The expression of the person who was just there was suddenly in a nutshell. Really fake Although the Sikong young master's legs that's something, but, also not so. No matter what that imprisonment is true or false, the fact that he came over with the second Miss Jiang today at least shows that the relationship between them is by no means ordinary. Discussions rose like a tidal wave, with almost everyone focusing on these two. Zhang Rue went back to the lounge to change into the dress she had been preparing for a month, satisfied, admiring it in the mirror for a long time before returning to the hall. Yet she didn't even garner a single glance when she entered with poise and elegance. The pure white floor-length dress, the extravagantly extravagant assortment of accessories, and the delicate makeup did not draw the least bit of odd or admiring glances from others. She raised her eyes to the middle of the crowd and realized that everyone was surrounding Jiang Mayan alone, and jealousy suddenly grew wildly in her heart. Ginger Moxie, Chapter 50, if you say so, then so be it. The birthday banquet hall was bustling with people mingling and pushing glasses. Seeing that more people were about to gather over, Jiang Mayan casually dealt with a few voices, and then wanted to exit the crowd. But at this moment, Zhang Rui's voice with a smile came from outside the crowd. Sister is really popular today. The crowd automatically made way, and Zhang Rui walked over, surrounded by several brightly dressed and heavily made up women. Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows slightly, her bright eyes narrowing. This gesture, it's obvious that the visitor is not good. Several people stood still, but they heard a petite woman next to Zhang Rui muttering in a small voice, Miss Jiang, I advise you to control this sister of yours. Can't you see that she keeps relying on young Master Sikong and won't leave? If we make young Master Sikong angry, we might even involve you and the Jiang family when the time comes. As soon as this was said, a few of the women next to her opened their mouths as well. That's right. What is young Master Sikong's status? Wouldn't it ruin his reputation to be pestered by an illegitimate daughter like this? That's not true. Earlier I heard your sister was telling people that young Master Seekong imprisoned her because of her infatuation. What a big joke. The woman who spoke was full of contempt and swept a glance at Jiang Mayan. Young Master Seekong, a man of such eminent status, is stalking her? You wouldn't even dare to do that in your daydreams, Zhang Ruwei said with a reproachful face. Xiao Rou, Mu Yan is my sister. Don't talk about her like that. She turned her head to look at Jiang Mayan and smiled softly. And sister and young Master Seekong do have a good relationship, right sister? Jiang Mayan grunted in a dignified manner. If you say it is then it is. Before, he was dead set against letting her get involved with Seekong City, and now he was suddenly asking such words, obviously wanting to make trouble. But since she had come to this banquet, wouldn't it be a shame for Jiang Pengju to take so much trouble to prepare without making a scene? However, she heard the woman called Xiao Rou speak again. Xiao Ruwei, some words can't be said indiscriminately. Young Master Seekong was present today. How could I talk nonsense? Zhang Ruwei smiled and said, my sister has worked as a secretary in young Master Seekong's company for a while before, and according to some of the employees, even young Master Seekong is obedient to her, and fires whoever she says she wants to fire. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd of onlookers exploded. Really? There's still such a thing? The president of the Seekong group is actually obedient to the second Miss Jiang? I've heard about this. A middle-aged man with thinning hair immediately said back. It is said that the second Ms. Jiang did not see eye to eye with a female employee, went there within 2 days and dismissed her. There was another employee who contradicted her a few times, and she slapped her 3 times on the spot, and then dismissed her as well, and in front of young Master Seekong. The man from earlier was so shocked that his small eyes widened. That seems to be really whatever she says. Young Master Seekong agrees. That's for sure. Zhang Ruwei hooked her lips into a smile. Otherwise how could young Master Seekong, who has always refrained from attending banquets, give face to personally come to our Jiang family's banquet? However, she heard Xiao Rou beside her say disdainfully, Xiao Ruwei, you mustn't have been tricked by your sister, right? I don't believe she can really command young Master Seekong. A smirk of triumph crossed Zhang Ruwei's eyes, but her mouth continued. If you don't believe me, you can let your sister verify it on the spot. Xiao Rou immediately looked at Jiang Mayan. How about it? Do you dare? Jiang Mayan's eyes were indifferent. How do you want me to verify this? Xiao Rou swept a glance at the hall. Her gaze fell to the round stage for performances in front of her, and she let out a light smile. Naturally, performances are inevitable at banquets, so why don't you please let young Master Seekong perform a program for us? As the words fell, the hall was silent for a moment before steeper sounds erupted. Crazy this woman? Making young Master Seekong perform a program for us? A man said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The people next to him were equally shocked and angry. It doesn't matter if this woman doesn't want her own life, but don't take it out on us. That's right, letting the Seekong family heir perform a program for us? I'm afraid I'm not going to lose my life. Right at this moment, a sudden cry of alarm came out from the crowd, followed by Seekong Cheng being pushed over by Gaoi. What performance program? The man's expression was bland, and there was not the slightest rise or fall in his voice, but it instantly caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. It's over. This is really over. Young Master Seekong heard it. Several nearby men took a step back in unison, as if they had foreseen the horrific light that would follow, and Zhang Ruwei stood in place, staring intently at Jiang Mayan with eyes full of gloating. How could young Master Seekong really listen to that little spatter? Humph. If she really dared to open her mouth to make a request later, young Master Seekong would definitely get angry on the spot. Little splatter. I'd like to see how you're going to finish this today. Seeing Seekong Cheng appear, Xiao Rou first took a step back with some fear, and then bravely said, Young Master Seekong, you'd better let second Miss Jiang say it herself. She started this matter. Upon hearing this, Seekong Cheng raised his eyes to look at Jiang Mayan, his dark eyes bottomless. This woman, what has she gotten herself into? Perceiving the other party's line of sight, Jiang Mayan scad lightly with impatience, and then she directly lifted her foot and walked in front of the man. They said that you, the young master of the Seekong family, obeyed me, and they wanted me to verify it. Seekong Cheng's sword brows furrowed slightly, the cold aura on his body steeply intensified. He's doing everything Jiang Mayan says? Seeing that the man seemed to be a bit upset, the onlookers watching the show took another step back in frightening unison. Jiang Mayan. She carefully differentiated Seekong Cheng's face and found that he really seemed to be a bit angry. Hiss. What could be done about this? Wouldn't she be humiliated if the dog man wouldn't cooperate? Thinking for a moment, she gritted her teeth and took a step forward and half squatted down, coming up to the man's ear and whispering, Seekong Cheng, didn't you say you would help me? Now I'm giving you a chance to perform. Seekong Cheng's brows furrowed even tighter when he heard the woman whisper in his ear, go up to the stage and put on a show. The words fell, and his face darkened. Jiang Mayan's heart tightened, and she raised her hand to clasp the man's wrist, her eyes threateningly saying, Don't refuse me, or she'll expose his secret on the spot. Seokong Chang gazed at the eyes of the person in front of him that were flickering with fine fluorescent light, and his nose was filled with the faint perfume odor that was unique to a woman's body, and his heart suddenly messed up uncontrollably for a beat. Halfway through the day, he spat out a single word in a flat tone. Good. The word good directly made everyone on the spot dumbfounded, even including Gao Yi next to him. He looked at his own young master as if he were looking at a monster, his eyes wide as bronze bells. Young master? If he hadn't been watching from the side without blinking, he would have almost suspected that it was this second Miss Jiang who had drugged her own young master with ecstasy. You know, over the years, although the young master had learned a lot, he had never shown half of it in front of people. But he saw Seokong Chang turn his head. Go prepare the piano, as soon as possible. Gao Yi was as dumbfounded. Yes. Chapter 51 Top Match. Perfect match. Heavenly fairy match. In a few moments, a piano with intricate carvings and a smooth structure was brought up. Seokong Chang slightly raised his eyes, and Jiang Mayan busily stepped forward with great insight and pushed him onto the round platform. The stage was silent. Everyone looked at this scene unbelievably. Their mouths were open wide enough to stuff in 1 or 2 eggs without any problem. Zhang Rui's fingertips sank deep into the palm of her hand, yet she continued to stare senselessly at the stage. How can that be? How can that be? That was Seokong Chang, the only son of the Seokong family, who was rumored to be cold, ruthless, and determined to kill, and who would never bend over for anyone. Why would he obey that spatter? Why? Xiao Rou, who was waiting to see the joke, was even more dumbfounded at this moment, and tugged at Zhang Rui in fear. What should I do? Miss Jiang, young Master Seokong is actually willing to listen to that woman. I didn't give her face just now. What if she retaliated against me? Zhang Rui shook her off violently and let out a low gulp. Rubbish. If you make any more noise, get the hell out of the banquet hall. On the stage, Jiang Mayan helped Seokong Chang test the keys of the piano, and then revealed a doggy smile. Young Master Seokong, then I'll work hard for you. With that she took a few steps back and stepped off the stage. The man's bony fingers gently pressed the first key. The piano let out an ethereal syllable, and the entire hall instantly fell silent. And then, along with the man's long fingers dancing on the black and white piano keys, the beautiful melody slowly resounded. With the power to touch the heart spread to every corner. After an unknown amount of time, the last notes slowly dissipated into the air, and thunderous applause suddenly erupted from the stage. Jiang Mayan looked at the man on the stage, and somehow, his heart suddenly felt a little bad. In her last life, she was one of the few people who knew that Seokong Chang could play the piano, but also knew that he had never revealed this skill in front of others. If it hadn't been for this one accident, then is it possible that not many people in this lifetime would have known that this man could have such a side? When Seokong Chang stepped down from the stage, Jiang Pengju and several other Jiang family members rushed over, their faces half mixed with shock and joy, surprised that Seokong City was willing to listen to an illegitimate daughter, and happy that since this was the case, the Seokong family's dealings and cooperation with the Jiang family would definitely not be less in the future. Looking at Jiang Mayan, who was surrounded by people not far away, Jiang Pengju couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It seemed that regarding this illegitimate daughter, he would have to think long and hard about it. It wasn't long before the dinner was over and the waiter pushed the cake up. Sister, it's time to cut the cake. Zhang Rui smiled at Jiang Mayan. Jiang Mayan glanced at her. No need. The smile on Zhang Rui's face stiffened slightly. This is the cake that Dad and I prepared for you. How can we not use it? Yes, Mu Yan. This is the intention of your sister and I. You can't let it down. Jiang Pengju also walked up. Jiang Mayan looked at the two shameless ones, the old and the young, and a cold color crossed her eyes. Why can't you live up to it? She looked straight at Jiang Pengju. Didn't you fail my mom back then too? You. Jiang Pengju's pupils widened slightly. How could he not expect that this illegitimate daughter would once again bring him down in front of everyone? I. Jiang Mayan smiled and interrupted him. And the intention? Today is not my birthday at all. What kind of bull asterisk intention do you have? Jiang Pengju's face reddened at her 3 or 2 words of dislike, and he was about to explode. But Jiang Rui beside him was able to pull him back. Dad, my sister is still young and uneducated. Don't argue with her. With that, he gave a wink to a few other members of Zhang's family, telling them to talk Zhang's father down. After Zhang's father left, the atmosphere was once stiff to the core, when a sharp female voice suddenly rang out. Miss Jiang, if you ask me, this sister of yours is indeed unintelligent. She was wearing a pink bustier gown. Her eyes contemptuously glanced at Jiang Mayan and said to Zhang Rui, at a young age, you wear such exposed. It looks like no one is disciplining you. Jiang Mayan swept her up and down and smiled. The smock dress worn on my body exposure shows that I have a good body. Unlike some people, a horse still have to wear a smocked. Gee, don't know also think it is a transvestite man it. She looked at the woman lightly, a provocative look in her eyes. Don't you think so, auntie? The woman's eyes glared. Who are you calling auntie? Jiang Muyan pretended to be shocked to cover her mouth. Ah, cannot call auntie that. Big mom? At those words, the woman's entire face twisted in anger. You, after half a day of you. She was finally interrupted by Jiang Rui. Man, don't be angry. Sister, she must not have meant to talk about you like that. Saying that, she glanced at Jiang Moyan and whispered, Sister, her grades haven't been too good since she was a child. Coupled with not having a father to discipline her, her upbringing naturally isn't as good as that of you big girls. Oh, so it's like this. The anger on He-Man-Man's face faded, and disdain flowed out from the bottom of her eyes. No wonder it's so vulgar and unpleasant. Eldest Miss Jiang, if you ask me, you just Elder Jiang shouldn't have let her return to the Jiang family. She hummed lightly. This kind of person will simply only disgrace the Jiang family. Man. Although Mai and her grades have always been at the bottom of the list and she doesn't have anything outstanding about her, she is after all the bloodline of the Jiang family. Jiang Rui lowered her voice and said, not to mention that she has a good relationship with young Master Sikong. Maybe, just her? He-Man snorted. That's because young Master Sikong doesn't bother with her, okay? For someone like her who can't get on the stage, she's not even worthy of lifting young Master Sikong's shoes. Okay. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mayan directly smiled and narrowed her eyes. Of course I'm not worthy to carry his shoes. He-Man turned his head to look over. Humph, counting you still have some self-knowledge. That, I don't deserve you. Jiang Mayan hooked her lips and smiled. You high match, top match, absolute match, heavenly fairy match. You are worthy of lifting shoes for Sikong Chang in this life. But everyone around them couldn't help but laugh out loud. No laughing. None of you are allowed to laugh. He-Man's face was embarrassed, and she hated to find a hole in the ground on the spot. Jiang Rui clenched her teeth and glared at He-Man. A waste of space who would dig a hole for herself if she became a success. A moment later, she looked at Jiang Mayan with a reproachful face. Sister, how can you talk like that? What? Jiang Mayan's eyes were slightly cold. It's okay for her to scold me, and it's wrong for me to talk back? I see that the double standard label looks like you, right? Jiang Rui's face almost didn't crumble, and she gritted her teeth fiercely before enduring it, and then she replaced it with a look of heartache. Sister, I know that Dad and the Kong family have owed you a lot over the past few years, so I won't be angry no matter what you say about me, said she. Also held Jiang Mayan's hand with an affectionate look. In the future, the Jiang family will give you the best teaching and won't let you keep degrading yourself like this. Listening to her words, Jiang Mayan almost spit out her overnight meal. She drew her hand out with an indifferent look. That won't be necessary. The Jiang family is not qualified to teach me. As soon as the words fell, he heard a majestic voice suddenly come from a short distance away. Who gave you the nerve to say such things? Chapter 52. On what grounds? The crowd turned around violently, and they saw an old man with half-white hair but an upright figure walking over. He had a godly gaze and carried an unruffled aura. It was none other than the Jiang family's old man, Jiang Zhangde. Seeing him come over, Jiang Rui was overjoyed and immediately greeted him. Grandpa, aren't you not feeling well? Why did you suddenly come over again? Jiang Zhangde grunted lightly with a cold face. If I don't come over, I'm afraid the face of the Jiang family will be disgraced. His eyes fell to Jiang Mayan on the side, his tone a few points colder. You're the child Pingju strayed away from? Without waiting for Jiang Mayan to reply, he continued. Regardless of what kind of education you received and how much you suffered before, now that you've returned to the Jiang family, it's only natural that you should accept the Jiang family's teachings. Jiang Mayan raised her eyes faintly. I said that people from the Jiang family are not qualified to teach me. This elder Jiang in front of her, she hadn't had much contact with him in her last life. Perhaps this person hadn't done anything to hurt her and her mother, but he was equally unqualified to educate her. Her arrogant stance and words caused many people around her to be shocked and talk. However, Jiang Zhengde's eyes darkened a few points as he looked at the unperturbed girl in front of him. He originally did not bother to come over to this banquet, but afterward, he heard that this illegitimate daughter did not know what tricks she used, and even made that young master of the Sikong family perform piano music on stage, which really surprised him a lot, and that's why he came over to take a look temporarily. Right now, it seemed that this illegitimate daughter, who had been straying for years, did seem unusual. Then tell me what makes the Jiang family unqualified to teach you? He spoke in a deep voice. On what basis? Jiang Mayan repeated, the corner of her mouth curling up with a touch of sarcasm. Without continuing to reply, she turned around and picked up her own cell phone, dialing a number. Hey, Song Yi, I'm going to have to trouble you to come over. After a few words of explanation, the phone hung up. Please wait a few minutes, my friend will be right over. Jiang Mayan said with a smile on her lips. Let her come and tell you. On what grounds? At those words, Jiang Rui's brows furrowed. Sister, What exactly are you doing? Jiang Mayan glanced at her and smiled even more. You'll know later. It wasn't long before a girl in a white dress was let in. She clutched a few pages of paper in her hands, looking a little timid, but her eyes were full of determination. Seeing Jiang Mayan, she immediately straightened her back and walked over quickly. Mayan. Aha. Jiang Mayan nodded slightly. Hard work. Jiang Rui glanced at Song Yi in disgust. Sister, the Jiang family's banquet is not for anyone to come in. What exactly are you doing? But without waiting for Jiang Mayan to open her mouth, Song Yi pointed at her and said angrily, Miss Jiang, can you stop making a face of sisterly love? It's really revolting. The first words bellowed out as if she'd found her courage, and as if she'd found her outlet. You and your dad didn't even just find Mayan now. You've seen her countless times as far back as high school, since you and she were both at the city's first high school. For a moment, everyone looked towards Jiang Rui with surprised faces. No, it's not. A flash of panic flashed under Jiang Rui's eyes, and then she immediately retorted. It's true that I went to the city's one middle school, but no, one middle school is so big, so how could I possibly know that she was there too? You don't want to be sophomoric. Song Yi's eyes burned with anger. You were the school flower, the most outstanding student in the eyes of all your teachers and classmates, while Mu Yan was bullied, denigrated, and held up as a negative example by the teachers at that time because of the identity of her illegitimate daughter. But when you found out, instead of helping, you fell on her like everyone else. Jiang Rui's face instantly whitened a few degrees, but she still gritted her teeth and argued. It's her own uneducated self that's disliked by her teachers and classmates. I'm just a kid. Should I offend my teachers and classmates for her? So you're admitting that you recognized her at that point? Song Yi said in a deep voice. Obviously at that time, you and your father only had to come out and say something, and Mu Yan wouldn't have been bullied so miserably anymore. But you guys didn't do anything. Jiang Rui's forcefully composed face almost crumbled. How could she not expect Jiang Mayan to find such a person over? In the middle of the day, she forced herself to squeeze out a few tears and said in a pitiful manner, I'm sorry, in the beginning, it was because I was young and unintelligent, and I was afraid that my younger sister's return would take away my father's pampering of me. That's why I didn't tell my father about finding my younger sister. But without waiting for her to finish, Song Yi interrupted in a stern voice. Jiang Rui, it's come to this. You still want to pretend? She stared tightly at Jiang Rui and said word by word. The year Mu Yan was in her sophomore year of high school. On the night of October 20th, you saw her surrounded by a few hooligans there in the alley in front of the school. What did you do? Instead of going up to help, instead of leaving to call for help, you stood at the mouth of the alley and stopped everyone who tried to go up to help. As the last word fell, Jiang Rui's face completely lost a trace of blood color. Song Yi glanced at Jiang Mayan next to her. Her eyes suddenly reddened. I have a timid personality. I didn't dare to go up and help at all. If it wasn't for a senior suddenly appearing later, Mayan's leg would have been ruined. Jiang Muyan originally listened with great interest, and could not wait to give Song Yi's impassioned speech a round of applause or something, but suddenly saw that her eyes were red, and suddenly cursed herself in her heart for not being a human being. All of that year's events had been too long ago for her to even remember, except for the incident where she was almost crippled. Song Yi happened to see her being bullied at the time, but couldn't muster up the courage to go up and help. So she's been so guilty that she doesn't even dare to recognize her when she sees her. Right now it was difficult to make her suddenly say it in front of so many people. Song Yi, you didn't do anything wrong at all back then. Jiang Mayan patted her on the shoulder with a bland expression. The one in the wrong is just someone who is morally corrupt and not what they appear to be. At this point, the surroundings had exploded. This Jiang family's heart is really poisonous. Even if she doesn't help, she even stops others from being saved. That's right. Full of words of sisterly love and then doing something like this in the first place. The overwhelming taunts instantly drowned Jiang Rui out, and many people's hands were on the verge of poking her reddened face. Enough! Elder Jiang spoke in a deep voice, but his tone was unexpectedly calm. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone was silenced, realizing that they were accusing someone's granddaughter in front of them. Jiang Mayan's chin rose slightly. Therefore, the Jiang family has no qualifications to control me. She hooked her lips at Elder Jiang and smiled. Only that smile did not reach her eyes. Chapter 53, My mom won't let me play with idiots. Elder Jiang didn't move and sized up Jiang Mayan, his expression obscure. It's true that your father didn't handle things well back then, but you're not having a good time at school, and in the end it's just because you're not good enough, so you can't blame anyone else. At those words, the people around him immediately turned the wind again. It makes sense. Poor people will have a hateful place. If it is not her own uneducated grades in the bottom of the list, people's teachers and classmates will not be bullied her. Take him as a negative example. It's not like that. But Song Yi interrupted them with an angry rebuke, and then slapped the pages of paper in her hand onto the table. Mu Yan was originally a very good person. If it wasn't for the identity of her illegitimate daughter being suppressed and bullied all the time, she definitely could have gotten into the best school. The faces of the people were in shock, and they all probed at the pages. First in grade. This second Miss Jiang is so powerful, someone exclaimed. At the sound of the voice, Elder Zhang's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise, casually lifting his eyes and not lightly sweeping his granddaughter Jiang Rui, who had already turned pale next to him. Jiang Rui trembled. Master, grandfather, no need to explain. Elder Zhang's tone sank slightly. Go down. Seeing the old man's visibly sunken face, Jiang Rui bit her lip and glared fiercely at Jiang Mayan before quickly turning to leave. Jiang Mayan looked in her eyes and raised her eyebrows in some surprise. This old man is very aware of the situation. It looks like he is not easy to deal with. A birthday banquet ended in the chatter of the guests, and the second miss of the Jiang family became famous. Jiang Mayan guessed that she wouldn't be able to live any peaceful days after this time, but she didn't expect the trouble to come so quickly. The next morning, just as she entered the school gates, she was blocked by two girls, no one else but the same two who had scolded her in the library earlier. The taller one looked askance at Jiang Mayan. Hey, are you really a Jiang family member? Xiao Wen, you're asking the wrong question. The person next to her had contemptuous eyes. You should be asking if she's really the illegitimate daughter that the Jiang family doesn't want anymore. Jiang Mayan felt it was a waste of time to roll her eyes at them, ignoring them and preparing to go around the side. However, as soon as she raised her foot, she was stopped by Jiang Xiaowen once again. I'm asking you a question. What kind of attitude is that? Jiang Xiaowen's eyes rubbed with anger. What she hated the most was Jiang Mayan's high and mighty appearance, not putting others in her eyes in the slightest. I'm telling you, Jiang Mayan, don't think you're great just because you're a member of the Jiang family. It's just an unwanted illegitimate daughter. Do you really take yourself seriously? Jiang Mayan only felt that it was really bad luck in the morning. She raised an eyebrow. I'm no more unwanted than you are. Born of a father but not taught by a mother. With a little mouth like that just out of the septic tank. Jiang Xiaowen's eyes widened violently as her anger shot straight to the top of her head. Jiang Mayan, how dare you scold me like that? She was so angry that her face was red and she was breathing heavily, so she raised her hand at Jiang Mayan. However, at this moment, a large hand suddenly came across and clasped Jiang Xiaowen's wrist and then ruthlessly threw it out. Ah! Jiang Xiaowen shrieked and staggered, sitting down on the ground with a plop. Jiang Mayan turned her head in surprise and subconsciously frowned when she saw the visitor. Ling Xiaoyan? However, he saw his eyes were ruthless, and he coldly spoke out to the stunned Jiang Xiaowen on the ground. If you know who I am, why don't you get lost right now? Jiang Xiaowen's expression steeply turned into fear as she scrambled to get up from the ground on her hands and knees. She looked at Ling Xiaoyan and then looked at Jiang Muyan, subconsciously thought it was that little splattered person who had messed with Ling Xiaoyan, scared and at the same time in her heart more excited and excited. Without saying a word, she pulled the person next to her and ran away. When she reached a corner, the girl frowned and panted. Xiao Wen, are we just going to leave? Jiang Xiaowen gasped for a few breaths and suddenly laughed out loud. That's Ling Xiaoa, a notorious gangster from a few nearby universities. If Jiang Mayan messes with him, she definitely won't have a good time in the future. Really? The girl next to her instantly had her eyes glowing. Jiang Xiaowen snorted lightly. We'll just watch from here and see what that young Ling will do to that little splatterer. On the other side, Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes at the man in front of her. Ling Xiaoyan, how dare you still show up at our school? With that, she simply and roughly took out her cell phone and made a gesture to prepare to make a call. Don't! Ling Xiaoyan immediately raised his voice to stop, the sternness between his brows steeply aggravated. What's wrong with you, woman? I said I was going to get you in trouble and you're just going to call and complain again. Jiang Mayan's hand movements paused, her expression a little hard to describe. A punk with a long history of bullying men and women is preemptively blaming her for calling in a complaint? This kid wasn't beaten silly by his mom last time, was he? Seeing her strange eyes, Ling Xiaoyan's anger immediately came up, and he said in a rough voice, what are you looking at? I clearly helped you just now, but you're avenging me by complaining to my mom? Jiang Mayan looked like a fool. So, I still have to thank you? What the hell kind of plot line is this? Ling Xiaoyan glanced at her and said in a jar, forget about the thanks, but you can't tell my mom. Jiang Mayan, looks like that worked last time. However, this Ling Xiaoyan was not a master of evil, on the surface of the flaunting, but in fact, it was all a fake model. Otherwise that day she would not be so casually went up to help. After a moment's pause, she raised her eyes to the man. So, can I go now? Ling Xiaoyan locked eyes with her. His brows wrinkled bit by bit, and only after a long time did he open his mouth. You, really are the Jiang family's illegitimate daughter outside? Jiang Mayan looked at him expressionlessly. Private daughter? No, I didn't mean that. Realizing what he had blurted out, Ling Xiaoyan hurriedly changed his words. I mean, since you're from the Jiang family, why didn't you just reveal your identity last time? After all, Compared to the Jiang family, he was nothing compared to a small rich young master. Jiang Mayan hooked her lips and smiled. It's nothing, mainly just wanting your mom to beat you up. Ling Xiaoyan. His forehead veins jumped straight up. His face was ugly. Damn you, can you speak a bit more politely? Bearing that I don't dare to beat you now, is it? Yeah, Jiang Mayan said rightfully. Ling Xiaoyan only felt his blood pressure rubbing up, glaring at Jiang Muyan for half a day without stifling a word. Since the last time, he had tried to find out all he could about this woman, originally planning how to get back at her, but he didn't expect to wait for the news that she had been recognized by the Jiang family first. The rumors of what happened at the party had made him suddenly interested in the woman. He stared unblinkingly at the bright-eyed and white-toothed woman in front of him and took a deep breath. Jiang Mayan, I was wrong about the last time. Let's get reacquainted. What the hell? Jiang Mayan showed a rare face of shock and looked at Ling Xiaoyan with even more strange eyes. However, seeing that he did not look like he was faking, her feelings were even more complex to the point of being difficult to attach. It seems that the kid is 80% brain damaged. In the middle of the day, she gave a very forced smile. I'm sorry, my mom won't let me play with stupid people. After saying that, she lifted her foot to leave, leaving Ling Xiaoyan standing in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. In the corner, Jiang Xiuwen, who watched the whole process from beginning to end, was equally dumbfounded. How is this possible? That Ling Xiaoyan clearly looked like he was going to get angry several times. Why in the end, instead of getting angry, did he let Jiang Muyan go just like that? The people next to him were equally astonished. What kind of skills does this Jiang Mayan have on her? The two mulled over a few more sentences. Jiang Xiaowen completely calmed down. Humph. After all is said and done, it's just an illegitimate daughter that no one loves. I don't believe that I won't be able to find a chance to cure her. The other girl thought about it and suddenly her eyes lit up. Alright, isn't the class organizing a party in 2 days? Isn't this a good opportunity? The two men hit it off and then discussed their response. Chapter 54, Anomalies. Jiang Mayan originally thought that Ling Xiaoyan was just having a brain fart that day, but he didn't expect him to be serious. In the days that followed, she had run into this man by chance in countless places in the school in all sorts of situations. In the cafeteria, Jiang Mayan was eating her meal when a shadow was suddenly cast in front of her. Ling Xiaoyan sat down on his but with a serving of rice. Jiang Muyan, your cafeteria's food is much better than ours there. I've decided to eat over here from now on. Jiang Mayan. Library. Jiang Mayan tossed aside the specialized book on hotel management in her hand and picked up a medical work instead. Jiang Mayan, you're still interested in medicine? Ling Xiaoyan asked in surprise as he sat down next to him boldly. Jiang Mayan silently retracted her hand. Occasionally look. Under the teaching building, students walk out in groups of 3 or 2. Jiang Mayan alone yawned and fell at the end. Next to a figure suddenly squeezed out. Jiang Mayan, why are you alone again? You don't have any friends? Ling Xiaoyan thought he was handsome as he revealed a gangly smile. Then how do you think I'll be your friend? Jiang Mayan smiled skinlessly. As I said last time, my mom won't let me play with fools. Ling Xiaoyan. As this person appeared more and more often around Jiang Mayan, many people could see the signs. You see, isn't that the next school's hooligan leader Ling Xiao? Surprisingly, he's with Jiang Mayan again. The two of them can't be real, right? I think that's it. That Jiang Muyan, although Jiang family, but after all, just an unpopular illegitimate daughter. Of course, or evening a rich man better. The ones who spoke were 2 boys, and behind them, Lu Xiaotian and Zhao Yuxing both had a hint of a smile on their faces. A few days later, Jiang Mayan's class 14 organized an outing. In college, there are often such activities to gather class money to go out, the name of which is, to improve the relationship between classmates. Jiang Mayan originally did not want to go, but the new counselor, Lao Zhang, valued this so much that he asked everyone to attend, so she had to agree. On the day of the party, she picked out a short white dress and put it on, without looking at the indifferent and detached eyes. It was properly a harmless youthful beauty girl. Ms. Jiang, it's better if I send you there? Yuan Feng's face was cold and his brows were slightly furrowed. Jiang Mayan thought about it and thought that those girls shouldn't be able to make any demons, so she waved her hand and refused. All of her classmates were going together, and if she had to go alone, some of them would surely be up for another nitpick. After she left, Yuan Feng's eyes darkened for a few moments. Then he turned around and went to the royal view garden. In the study, Si Kongchang raised his eyes slightly. Something's wrong? Yuan Feng paused. Young master, tonight Miss Jian went to a party organized by her class. Si Kongchang's cold eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of danger in his demeanor. There's a problem with the people at the party? Yuan Feng shook his head. I'm not sure, but Miss Jiang has offended too many people. Sikong City. After Yuan Feng left, he called Gao Yi in. Last time, you said she asked for Principal Ling's cell phone number? Yes. What is it, young master? Gao Yi asked. Sikong paused for a moment. What happened afterward? Only then did Gaoi react to the fact that his young master was inquiring about second Miss Zhang's situation at school, so he hastened to tell him what happened that day. Young master, this second Miss Jiang is also truly divine, and I don't know where she learned the news that Ling Xiaoyan is Principal Ling's son. Gaoi sighed with emotion, then looked at his own young master with a hesitant face. But, Si Kongcheng frowned slightly, but what? Cough. But ever since the last birthday banquet, that Ling Xiaoyan has been like a different person. Going to find second Miss Jiang every other day, Gaoi said. Si Kongcheng's brows were slightly stern. Looking for trouble? He let out a cold laugh. A small Ling family has the guts to oppress the Jiang family? I see. But without waiting for him to finish, Gaoi hurriedly said in fear and trepidation. Ayo, no. Young master, he wouldn't dare even if you lent him 100 guts. He keeps looking for MS Jiang. I'm afraid it's because he has a crush on MS Kong. At those words, a trace of bewilderment crossed Si Kongcheng's deep eyes. What do you mean? Just now, he said that he had surrounded Jiang Mayan in the school. How did he suddenly turn into looking at it again? Gaoi, maybe it's that Ling Xiaoyan who suddenly discovered the sparkle in MS Jiang? Anyway, from what I understand, quite a few people are saying that they're already together. As soon as the words fell, he saw Si Kongcheng's face steeply darkened by a few points. His thin, philippic lips moved as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Finally, he looked at Gaoi and coldly spat out. I let her go back to school just so she can find a man? Gaoi pulled his nose. Why do you smell a smell of vinegar? He took a look at his own young master. Young master, to be honest, Miss Zhang's looks are described as heavenly. It's normal to have so many dozens of suitors. There's no way to avoid this. Yes? Si Kongcheng raised his eyes coldly. Yao Yi's words came to a screeching halt. Ahem. It's actually okay. Not that much. But young master, do you need me to send someone to check on that young master Ling? What's his name? He turned his mouth. It wouldn't be good if he approached MS Jiang for another purpose. Si Kongcheng's face was still bad. His tone was disgusted and said, what purpose can there be? What else does she have to gain besides that face? Gaoi was dumbfounded. He couldn't seem to refute this statement, but without waiting for him to reply, he heard his own young master continue. Send someone to the party Yuan Feng said he was going to, and report back to me in a timely manner if there's any situation. After saying that, Si Kongcheng turned around and left, leaving Gaoi with a dumbfounded look on his face. Didn't you just say with disdain that she has nothing to offer but her face? On the other side of the party, Lu Xiaotian got together with Zhao Yuxing and the others. Sister Xiaotian, is this really okay? Zhang Xiaowen looked around from time to time with her afterglow and asked in a low voice, what if there's an accident? What kind of accident can there be? Lu Xiaotian swept her an impatient glance, but the fingers carrying her bag were clenched tightly. After saying that, she raised her foot to leave, but was pulled back by Zhao Yuxing, who frowned. Xiaotian, are we sure we want to do this? Yuxing, have you forgotten how she treated you that day? Lu Xiaotian became even more annoyed and snapped. It's hard for us to catch such an opportunity to get back at her, and you're going to give it up? No, I didn't say I won't retaliate against her. Zhao Yuxing was a bit anxious, but this way of yours is a bit too much. One guy is fine. You found so many men to come. What if it becomes a big deal? Lu Xiaotian's eyes flickered, as if she was somewhat hesitant. However, a moment later, her eyes suddenly became firm again and she looked at Zhao Yuxing and said contemptuously, so what if it's a big deal? She, Jiang Mayan, is just an illegitimate daughter. What big waves can she create? Seeing that the person across from her was still hesitating, her voice sank. Zhao Yuxing, I'm doing this purely to help you take revenge. If you don't help me, then we shouldn't be friends in the future. When she finished, she lifted her foot to leave. Chapter 55, Crazy. The party was arranged in a villa, with some pool and other recreational facilities on the first floor, and a singing room, a viewing platform, and rooms for resting on the second and third floors. In the afternoon, a group of people arrived at the villa at the appointed time. Jiang Mayan bumped into the extraordinarily enthusiastic Zhang Xiaowen as soon as she entered. Mayan, come sit over here. With an excited smile on her face, she stepped forward and pulled Jiang Mayan. I have something to tell you. Jiang Mayan raised an eyebrow and allowed her to pull herself over. With this seamless change of face, any fool has to see that she's up to no good, right? Mu Yen, I was wrong before, always misunderstanding you. Zhang Xiaowen said, then picked up 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Jiang Mayan. I'll make amends to you. I hope you don't mind. Jiang Mayan glanced at the wine in her hand. The corner of her lips pulled up a mocking smile. Sorry, don't like red wine. I've never seen anyone come to a party and drink first. Zhang Xiaowen's hand holding the cup was a bit stiff. Look at you. Can't you give me some face? Zhang Muyan almost laughed out loud. Really funny. Before the 2 times to find her thing when how not to say to give her some face? However, they saw Lu Xiaotian, Zhao Yuxing, and a few others walking over from the side, and they all stopped in their tracks when they saw the scene. Jiang Mayan, people have apologized to you so much, why are you still unforgiving? Lu Xiaotian squinted at Jiang Mayan. Zhao Yuxing snorted, people think they're awesome, they can piss off a counselor to the point of leaving their job, so of course they look down on anyone with their eyes high. A smirk flashed under Jiang Xiaowen's eyes, then she raised her cup towards Jiang Mayan again. Mayan, I know you're not that kind of person, you'll definitely drink this cup of wine, right? Jiang Mayan's eyes narrowed vigilantly. These few whose IQs didn't add up to more than double digits had even learned to provoke. Listening to you guys, if I don't drink this cup today, I won't be able to walk out of this villa door? The coldness under Lu Xiaotian's eyes flashed. Drinking, you won't be able to walk out of this door tonight. We certainly don't have the right to restrict your movements. She hooked her lips in a smile. But if this gets back to our new counselor, do you think he'll roll over easily? Jiang Mayan was a bit tongue-tied. Suing a teacher if you can't bully? It's not that she's afraid of the new counselor Lao Zhang. It's just that middle-aged man's mouth speaks like a Tang monk reciting scripture, which simply makes one's life worse than death. No, no, no. Scared, glancing at the unopened mineral water on the table, she reached out and took a bottle, unscrewed it with some effort, and clinked glasses with Jiang Xiaowen's red wine. In this case, I'll use the water as a substitute for wine, right? When he finished, he tilted his head back and took a few sips without waiting for anyone to look back. Jiang Xiaowen was dumbfounded and subconsciously looked towards Lu Xiaotian and Zhao Yuxing, immediately ushering in angry glares from the two. Jiang Mayan pretended not to see their eye contact. If there's nothing else, I'll go up to the second floor. When she finished, she put down the water and headed straight for the second floor, and behind her, Lu Xiaotian watched her back as she went up the stairs, the corners of her lips slowly revealing a smile. After not long at the upstairs observation deck, Jiang Mayan suddenly felt a little dizzy. She got up and went to the restroom to wash her face, but only felt her temples getting higher and higher, so she had to turn around and pick a room to go into. Jiang Mayan, what's wrong with you? Lu Xiaotian's voice suddenly came from behind herself, and she jerked around, her spine tensing up alertly. Something wrong? What are you so nervous about? Lu Xiaotian smiled and shrugged. I just came to remind you that this room is shared by 4 people. If you go in now, don't forget to leave the door open for the others at night. Jiang Mayan didn't answer, a feeling of uneasiness rising acutely in her heart. After Lu Xiaotian left, she first called Yuan Feng to come over before leaning back and sitting on the bed to rest. However, it didn't take long before a kind of tingly dryness gradually spread out from her body, and her whole body's breathing steeply increased by a few points. Suddenly her eyes widened and she bit her lower lip hard. That bottle of water. There's something wrong with it. Heat waves in the body surging, screaming to find an outlet. This feeling, Jiang Muyan last life had experienced, is thanks to Jiang Rui, but did not expect. Reliving a life actually hit another person's plan. She reached for the cell phone on the table, yet her fingertips dangled feebly just as she reached over. The phone hit the floor with a thud, making a loud noise in the empty room and making her heart skip a beat. This drug, it's so strong. But at that moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened from outside, and 6 men quickly rushed in. Seeing Jiang Mayan by the bedside, the leading man's eyes lit up and smiled lewdly. Crap, this little looks so tender. I'm afraid she's not a junior high school student, right? The man next to him also looked straight. Boss, I haven't seen such a pretty chick in all my life. Can you let me go first? The man who was called boss kicked him over. No rules. Jiang Muyan gritted his teeth, without saying a word, moved to the bed, and then let himself thud roll down to the floor, pounced over to pick up the phone, all waiting for her to call the police. The lead boss slapped the back of the head of the person next to him. Get up there and hold her down for me. A few men rushed over in a rush of agreement and pressed down on Jiang Mayan's hand. Humph, little girl, you can't blame us brothers for that. The lead boss grunted and laughed as he walked towards her, starting to unbuckle his belt as he did so. You can only be blamed for messing with someone. The silhouette in front of her began to blur, and Jiang Mayan bit her lip to death to try to keep herself awake, a wisp of reddish blood slowly spilling from the corner of her mouth. With Yuan Feng's speed it shouldn't take more than a few minutes to arrive. She must hold on. The man's hand gradually approached, and her spirit tightened to several points, but at that moment, the door to the room was opened again. All stop. Ling Xiaoyan appeared at the doorway gasping for air, his gaze beady. The leading boss was furious when he was interrupted. Where did the little yellow hairs come from that dare to spoil my business? Do you want to live? Ling Xiaoyan walked into the room one step at a time, his eyes cracking at the sight of Jiang Muyan's scarlet lips. Mother her. The woman he hadn't even touched yet was almost trashed by someone else. He glared at a few men, his anger almost burning out of his eyes. Who the hell let you guys touch her? Believe it or not, I'll kill you all. The leading man was first bluffed by his aura for a moment, Then remembering that this yellow hair was just one person, he let out a cold smile and waved his hand at his men. Go! Give me a good lesson on this kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Jiang Mian locked her gaze on Ling Xiaoyan, wanting to see how he was going to deal with these big, thick, adult men. Is it hard to believe that this dude is hiding something? However, in the next second, he saw him violently turn backward, firmly protecting Jiang Mian under his body, and said with a face of gravity and deep emotion, Jiang Mian, I won't let anyone hurt you. And then, dense fists and kicks fell madly towards his back. Jiang Mian, in psycho, why did you come to her rescue if you're not capable? You think you're a superhero? Is this coming to save her or to hasten her death? Chapter 56, The Will to Kill. Well, Ling Xiaoyan let out a cry of pain, but held on for dear life without moving his body. Jiang Mian didn't even have the strength to scold him and gasped as she rubbed her cell phone against him. But before she could find her cell phone, she heard Ling Xiaoyan blush and say, Jiang Muyan, I know you want that now, but, no, I don't mind, as long as you don't regret it. Jiang Mian pondered the meaning of his words with only a trace of her remaining consciousness, and instantly became furious, roaring with all her strength, go to hell you! He hadn't been tortured to death by the effects of the medicine today, he hadn't been bullied to death, he was going to be pissed off by this guy first. As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw Ling Xiaoyan's head slam down, and then slammed heavily onto her body. The man stifled a grunt and then did not move. Jiang Muyan's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. I thought it was some kind of tough character, but it turns out it's just coming over to warm up for me. The leading boss let out a contemptuous laugh before taking a step towards Jiang Mian. He kicked the fainted Ling Xiaoyan to the side, half squatted down and pinched Jiang Mian's chin. Little thing, no one can bother us now. There was a loud bang as the door to the room was suddenly kicked in. A man in a wheelchair as well as a man in black appeared in the bare doorframe. Seeing Jiang Mian in the corner, Sikong Chang's dark pupils suddenly shrunk, and then his killing intent raged. Yuan Feng, leave no one behind. Yuan Feng moved his fingers. Yes. In the next second, one of the punks who rushed up was stopped and kicked off, letting out a heartbreaking scream. Amidst the blood beads splattering and wailing, Sikong Chang came straight to Jiang Mian and bent down to carry the person on his lap. Jiang Muyan looked at the man in front of her, her eyes inexplicably a burst of sourness. Breathless scolded, Dog man, how do you come so late? Before the words were out of her mouth, her eyes squeezed shut and her head slipped into the crook of the man's arm. Dang sound, the last gangster was punched by Yuan Feng to the abdomen, and suddenly his face turned pale, and he couldn't even make a sound. Young master, these people? Yuan Feng asked. Sikong Chang's voice didn't make the slightest ripple, but the words he uttered carried a bone-chilling chill. Didn't I just say, not a single one will be left behind? After saying that, he turned around and left with Jiang Mian. Yuan Feng suppressed the shock that flashed under his eyes, and his icy sight then fell on the gangster leader as if he was looking at a dead man. Villa Royal View Court. Jiang Mian was lying on the bed with a flushed face. The strength in her body had recovered quite a bit, but the effect of the medicine was getting stronger and stronger, making her whole body almost out of control. Lu Xiaotian, this shameless thing, where on earth did you get the medicine? It's so powerful. The extreme heat made it impossible for her to keep her consciousness clear, and she suddenly raised her hand and ripped open the neckline with one hand. Sikong Chang, who had just entered the door, happened to see the scene, and his figure lurched. Then he indifferently glanced at the private doctor behind him. Wait here first. The doctor froze and immediately hung his head respectfully. Sikong Chang came to the side of the bed and saw that the woman had already scratched a red mark on her neck, and his eyes suddenly darkened a few points more. Don't move around. Raising his hand to clasp her disruptive wrist, Sikong Chang spoke out in a deep voice. The heat touched the ice. Jiang Mian was like touching a piece of ice on a hot summer day, and subconsciously wrapped her entire body around it. Feeling the soft delicacy coming from his wrist, Sikong Chang's entire body followed with a stiffness, and his sight immediately glanced away carelessly. A moment later, his voice was dark. Jiang Mian, I called the doctor over. Doctor? Jiang Mian's reddish ears twitched as she murmured. Yes, I'm the doctor. Sikong Chang frowned. What? Breathing heavily, Jiang Mian rubbed against his arm a few times and grunted softly intermittently. It's so hard. I'm so hard. Sikong Chang frowned and glanced at her reddened face, pressing down on both of her wrists with one hand and helping her straighten out her clothes with the other, before speaking out and ordering the doctor outside to come in. After the doctor had a look at it, he said with a grave expression, Young Master Sikong, this medicine seems to be different from the ordinary cleansing pills. There's no way to unravel it quickly. He glanced at the person on the bed before looking back at the man and said in a deep voice, if you don't have sex with someone, you'll have to rely on the young lady to carry through on her own. Sikong Chang raised his eyes coldly. She's in this state, and you're telling me to let her carry her own burden? Sweat was starting to seep out of the doctor's forehead, but he could only say stiffly, or a cold shower would work, and it's not easy to catch a cold this time of year. Get out. Seokong Chang interrupted him in a cold voice. After the doctor left, Gao Yi knocked on the door and glimpsed from afar Jiang Mayan, who was in agony on the bed, and his brows furrowed. Young master, it's not a solution for MS. Jiang to continue like this, you'd better come up with an idea. Seokong Chang's brows were even more knotted together. What do you think should be done? This, Gao Yi gulped and whispered. Of course I think that young master, what's his name? Sacrificing yourself can minimize the harm to Miss Jiang. Seokong Chang raised his eyes to look at him. His stern gaze was like a knife that cut iron like clay, causing him to be silenced at once. Half an hour later, Jiang Mayan was soaked into the cold water. In the living room, Gao Yi hurriedly walked over to Seokong Chang's side. Young master, it's already been checked out. The girl who was the mastermind is MS. Jiang's roommate, and has never cared too well with her. But naturally, it's not that MS. Jiang is bad. It's that this girl is vain and has a bad character. Gao Yi glanced at his own young master. What do you think about this matter? How should we handle it? Go find a way to find that medicine and try it on her. The dose doesn't have to be much. Under the soft light, Seokong Chang's eyes were cloudy. Just double it. On the other hand, Lu Xiaotian, whose plan had failed, was almost scared out of her wits. The party was messed up, and all the students dispersed in a flurry when Seokong Chang broke in with his men, and Lu Xiaotian took the opportunity to escape. Coming into an alley, she hastily dialed a number in a hurry. What to do? Things are screwed up. A man with disabled legs suddenly appeared with a dozen bodyguards and saved Jiang Mayan. What did you say? The person on the other side of the room was shocked. A man with 2 handicapped legs. Lu Xiaotian didn't even notice that her focus was on the man and asked in panic. Sister, what am I going to do? That Jiang Mayan will definitely guess on me soon. What will I do then? The person on the other side snorted coldly. What's the point of panicking? As long as you hide the evidence. What can she do even if she suspects you? Lu Xiaotian froze, and then only slightly put down the heart. Yes, there is no evidence. That Jiang Mayan certainly cannot take her off. After a moment's pause, she cautiously asked, Sis, so what did you say about the honorarium? And a reward? I went through all the trouble of finding you the medicine, and you have the nerve to ask me for a reward after what you've done to me? Waste of a man. The person on the other side of the line snapped something, and then just hung up. The night was as cool as water, so Lu Xiaotian had to put away her cell phone, intending to go back to school first. However, the villa where the party was held was too remote, and now that it was late she couldn't get a cab, so she could only walk forward alone in a hurry. But at that moment, a van with no license plate stopped in front of her with a sharp brake, followed by 4 or 5 men coming down from above. What are you guys doing? Lu Xiaotian dodged backward with fierce, wide eyes. The burly man at the head gave a sardonic laugh. What for? What else do you think it's going to be but you at this late hour? The little brothers behind him were amused by his dirty talk, but Lu Xiaotian only felt horrified. A few big brothers, please let me go. I am still small. I won't serve anyone. The burly man stroked his chin and suddenly changed his tone. It's okay to let you go. Keep your money. Lu Xiaotian suddenly clenched her fingers. No, I saved all my money from hard work. She can't stand not having money any more than having sex with someone. Ha! The burly man exchanged glances with his men. Then don't blame your brothers for not giving you a chance. After saying that, he directly greeted his men and pounced towards the woman. Chapter 57, This Man Has Rabies. In the Royal View Garden, Jiang Mayan sat on the sofa in the living room wrapped in 2 quilts, her face glowing green as she stared at the man across from her. Seokong Chang, you're ruthless. I can't believe I left her in a cold bathtub all night. Is this a human officer? Seokong Chang expressionlessly tugged at his collar, revealing a few hideous fingernail scratches that looked particularly eye-catching on his pale skin. Seeing this, Jiang Mayan was confused for a moment. What for? You're not going to say that I made this happen, are you? Or else? Seokong Chang's gaze did not move as he coldly spat out 3 words. Jiang Mayan's eyes glared and almost shot up, pointing at the man with righteous indignation. I'm warning you not to just slander me. I was like that last night. How could I have the strength to do such beastly things to you? Besides, if something had really happened, wouldn't the effects of her medication have worn off by now? Why would she have woken up from a cold bathtub in the middle of the morning? However, as soon as her words fell, she heard the little maid next to her raise her hand and slyly come in. Miss Jiang, I was the one who helped you soak in the bath last night, and I can prove that the nail marks on the young master's body were made by you. Jiang Mayan's face stiffened. Oh, no, it's impossible. How could I possibly do such a thing? Maid, it's true. At that time, you kept making trouble in the water. I had no choice but to call the young master over, and as a result, you hugged the young master and wouldn't let go. insisting that the young master take a mandarin duck's bath with you, and when the young master didn't want to do so, you asked the young master how much he wanted to pay for one night before he would be willing to. Stop. Jiang Mayan interrupted her in a stern voice, her pretty face bloodless. She secretly poked and glanced at Si Kong Chang, realizing that the man's face had long been as black as the bottom of a pot, but there wasn't a hint of any intention to retort. The line of sight fell on the man's open collar, and bits and pieces appeared in Jiang Mayan's mind all of a sudden. Good lord, she's fierce, and that's Si Kong City. Unspeakable awkwardness filled the air, and Jiang Mayan silently scrunched her face tighter under the covers. Next time go out and bring some brains. Si Kong Chang cast a sidelong glance at her before turning to leave. Jiang Mayan stared at the man's back as he left and grumbled under his breath. You're the one with no brain. You shake your head and it's the sound of the ocean. In order to avoid letting the white mother worry, Jiang Muyan in the royal court stayed for 2 days to raise enough energy before returning to the school, just in time for the school to open the Great Assembly. Just as we arrived at the meeting, the counselor, Lao Zhang, came up to us with a worried look on his face. Mr. Zhang. Jiang Mayan nodded at him. Old Zhang's brows furrowed slightly as he swept her up and down. I heard a bit about what happened at the party. Is everything alright? If something's wrong, be sure to tell me. I can apply for a vacation with the school so you can recuperate. I'm fine. Jiang Mayan smiled faintly and returned. Sure it's okay? Old Zhang looked at her uneasily. You must tell me if you have bitter feelings. Although I don't have much power either. As long as you are my student for 1 day, I will definitely do my best to let you. Sensei, I'm really fine. Jiang Mayan interrupted him solemnly. What you've heard may be too exaggerated. I was fine after I slept after being taken away by my friends that day. Seeing that old Zhang was going to speak again, she immediately said firmly, it's really fine. No, that's not what I was going to say. Old Zhang paused, looking quite a bit grave. I don't know if you've heard, but your roommate Lu Xiaotian was expelled from school. Jiang Mayan, who was originally full of impatience, was stunned for a moment. Dismissed? Aha. Old Zhang said, there's no evidence at the party that proves she did it, but I don't know who reported her bad style, and now the school has issued a notice to expel her. He raised his eyes to Jiang Mayan, a hint of probing in his gaze. Teacher Zhang, believe it or not, I didn't do this. Jiang Mayan returned in a faint voice. Good, since you said so, then I am relieved. Old Zhang nodded. You are all still students. You shouldn't have any deep hatred. After the old Zhang left, Jiang Mayan suddenly heard an exclamation from not far away and turned her head to see Zhao Yuxing and Lu Xiaotian coming in through the door. Xiaotian. Zhao Yuxing pulled Lu Xiaotian's hand and said with a worried face, where have you been these past 2 days? I've been worried sick about you. Lu Xiaotian smiled very reluctantly. I'm fine. I just went to stay at my friend's place for 2 days. The two of them took their seats together, which happened to be not far from Jiang Mayan. Xiaotian, what are you going to do about the party? Zhao Yuxing looked around and asked in a low voice. Lu Xiaotian jerked his head around to look at her, his gaze slightly cold. I didn't do anything. What's there to deal with? Zhao Yuxing was shocked by her sudden movement, but his eyes were unconsciously attracted by the red marks on her neck, and his pupils immediately widened slightly. Xiaotian, what's going on with your neck? Lu Xiaotian stiffened and immediately pulled up her collar to block it haphazardly. No, nothing. Seeing that Zhao Yuxing was still full of shock, she smiled stiffly again and explained. It's my boyfriend. I recently made a boyfriend. Not far away. Jiang Mayan raised an eyebrow, with bruises all over her neck. She's quite the boyfriend. Within a few minutes, the conference started, and the two Lu Xiaotian didn't say anything else. After several student council representatives took turns to speak on stage, the principal suddenly came on stage, and the atmosphere was suddenly warm, with speculation as to what big event was to be announced today. Principal Han came onto the stage in full formal attire, his gaze slightly austere. I'm here today to announce something. A sophomore female student, lying into sex morality is bad. To the poor grades of classmates fell on the well. To the school leadership flattery, and off-campus with a number of married community members to have an improper relationship was reported. The nature of the extremely bad, this is hereby criticized, announced the expulsion of its academic status. As soon as the words fell, the stage instantly exploded. Crap, who's that? Reported for screwing around off-campus? Oh my god, we have this kind of scum in our school? It's so disgusting. That's being adopted, isn't it? I heard that sophomore year there was indeed a woman who used to go in and out of school with different men. It's that woman. My friend said she hasn't come to school for the past 2 days, so she must be afraid that the school will find out and punish her. In the midst of the boiling, Lu Xiaotian completely changed her face, perceiving the astonished eyes around her. Her originally pale face quickly reddened, and she angrily said to the few people nearby, "What are you all looking at? It's not me." Next to her, Zhao Yuxing also looked flustered and defended her. Xiaotian, she's not that kind of person. Don't you dare slander her. A boy's face was mocking. We haven't said it's her yet. What's the point of being so vain? The man next to him snorted. Explanation is a cover-up. Cover-up is a real thing? I see. 80% on the people. Not me, Lu Xiaotian argued sternly, but her entire body was trembling with panic. The man she'd recently found had clearly said he wasn't on good terms with his wife and wouldn't cause her any trouble. Why is this matter still being exposed? Who the hell is it? Not far away. Jiang Mian looked at Lu Xiaotian's panicked appearance and sneered in her heart. It's a rollover, isn't it? Serves you right. It's so nice to be able to live a comfortable life, but you have to mess with her. Now you've got what you deserve, right? I don't know if it was because her gaze was too dejected. Lu Xiaotian suddenly sensed something and turned her head violently. When she saw Jiang Mian, her pupils contracted dramatically, and she subconsciously assumed that it was Jiang Mian who had reported her. Thinking of that tit-for-tat in the dormitory, she was instantly more certain that Jiang Mian knew about her being adopted. With her mind racing, she fiercely pointed at Jiang Mian and angrily said, It's her who was adopted. In an instant, all eyes converged on Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian, is Lu Xiaotian suffering from rabies? Why does she bite everyone? Chapter 58, The Upper Sword Not Practicing the Lower Sword. Her name is Jiang Mian. She's the sophomore. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Lu Xiaotian's eyes crossed a touch of resentment, pointing at Jiang Muin and said loudly, It's this Jiang Muin, who is picked up by a man's car every day, and is said to have bought a villa outside. A lot of the sophomore classmates should know what she used to be like. Not to mention buying a villa, she doesn't even have clothes that she can wear out. Lu Xiaotian got more and more excited. You all can think about it. How did she suddenly become rich after coming to school this semester? She must have been adopted by a man. Zhao Yuxing, who was beside her, looked at her roommate, who had spoken fiercely and viciously, as if she suddenly didn't recognize her anymore. What? You dare not refute after being told by me? Seeing that Jiang Mian didn't say anything, Lu Xiaotian suddenly became even more pleased. Jiang Mian snorted. Whatever you say, it's not like I'm the one who gets fired in the end anyway. Seeing her look of unconcern, the crowd began to suspect Lu Xiaotian again. I think it's this Lu. I think. As soon as she said she was going to be fired, she panicked, so she rushed to point the finger at someone else. I think so. It really takes nothing for people to panic in the slightest. There was a lot of talk around her. Lu Xiaotian clenched her fists in death. Don't be fooled by her appearances. You guys. The reason she's not afraid is of course because she was so emboldened by the fact that she went to great lengths to get the Zhang family to recognize her as their illegitimate daughter not long ago. But you can think about it. With a position like the Kong family, how could they possibly care about a morally corrupt woman like her? All of a sudden, a Jiang family made the crowd boil again. So she's the Jiang family's illegitimate daughter. Jiang Mian, that was rumored not long ago? TSK, I can't be sure if it's a package or not, but to be able to get the Jiang family to recognize her by means, this woman is definitely a heart meter. No wonder people don't care about it. Combined with a big mountain behind them. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. Have these people been kicked in the head by a donkey? Give them a rope and they'll lead them away? And this Lu Xiaotian, the upper sword does not practice the lower sword. It is worthy of the people to cheat is invincible. Jiang Mian, why don't you get out and stay here to disgust people? Lu Xiaotian sneered and coaxed, and someone immediately followed. On the tip of the wind and waves, Jiang Mian was as immovable as a mountain, but the color of her eyes gradually went cold. But without waiting for her to say anything, a mineral water bottle came straight at her head on. Splat sound. Jiang Mian eyes quick to catch. A pair of black pupils steeply become harsh. She raised her eyes to look fixedly in Lu Xiaotian's direction. Her brows furrowed. On a black sedan outside the school, Si Kongcheng's pair of beady eyes stared tightly at the cell phone interface, and his aura was so cold and chilling that it sent shivers down his spine. A moment later, his thin lips parted. Gao Yi, you know what to do. Gao Yi clenched the thick file bag in his hand and nodded heavily. Yes, young master. Lifting his hand and pushing the car door open, he quickly made his way towards the school. In the venue, because of Lu Xiaotian's instigation, many people blindly followed the trend and started cursing at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian got up and walked step by step to Lu Xiaotian. Her eyes seemed to be brewing with shocking waves. In the past, I'm afraid she would have already hidden in a corner and cried, or run out of the venue when she was scolded. But now, she's already died once, so why should she hold back? You, what do you want? Lu Xiaotian was so frightened by her appalling aura that she leaned back dead center until she was pressed tightly against the back of the chair. What for? Jiang Mian looked at her condescendingly, then raised her hand and flung her a slap. Of course it's to teach you a lesson. Lu Xiaotian screamed. Coloring, who are you to lecture me? Slap. Another slap. Jiang Mian stared at her with unblinking eyes and said in a faint voice, just by the fact that I want to. Hearing her arrogant words, The surrounding people were shocked and looked at her with even more contempt. This Jiang Mayan is also too crazy, right? Does she think that the school is her family's? She still wants to teach anyone a lesson. That's right. Not much skill but a lot of guts. Really want to be fired and not afraid of anything? A nearly 5'8" boy swished up and snapped. What are you all waiting for? We should throw this disgusting person out of the school now. Next to him, a boy who looked no more than 6'6" also got up. That's right. In order to not let this kind of person defile our beautiful campus, I will definitely. Jiang Mayan swept over with a cold glance. Certainly what? The short man tilted his face to look at her and shivered, gulped and slowly sat down again. So what? It's everyone's responsibility to take care of the environment. The 6'8" boy pooh-poohed. Goon. After saying that, he took big steps to Jiang Mayan and said aggressively, I'm most disgusted by women like you who don't know how to be shameless and are screwing around with people outside. He clenched his fists and cackled his fingers a few times. Say, are you going to get yourself out of here or am I going to walk you out? Jiang Mayan sized him up and her sharp eyes narrowed slightly. What to do? This guy can't be beat. Just when the atmosphere was stiff and the battle was on the verge of breaking out, a person suddenly walked in from the entrance of the venue. The venue, which had been in a state of chaos after the leader had left, abruptly quieted down. Jiang Mayan looked at Gaoi, who had suddenly appeared, and inclined her head in some confusion. But he saw Gaoi with a rare cold and serious face, striding over to Jiang Mayan and handing over the document bag in his hand. Second Miss Jiang, I think this is something you need right now. Jiang Mayan took it and opened it to look at it, and then his pupil slightly opened and violently closed it again. Seeing her face change instantly, the 6'8" man standing in front of her was filled with doubt. What is it? Naturally, it's something that can prove Ms. Jiang's innocence. Gao Yi's chin was slightly raised in an arrogant manner. Jiang Mayan glared at him with an iron face. 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in her heart. Inside the filing bag was a stack of photographs with a white patch almost flashing her eyes. Come on, why don't you give her a heads up when you bring it over? Suddenly show her a bunch of photos that need to be massively mosaicked without fear of her getting pink eye. Gao Yi didn't take in the condemnation in Jiang Mayan's eyes in the slightest and nodded slightly towards her. There's no need to thank me too much. Jiang Mayan. The 6'8" boy looked left and right and couldn't understand what they were doing, and had a feeling of intellectual humiliation. With a sharp glare, he split his hand and dodged the document bag in Jiang Mayan's hand. Jiang Mayan couldn't stop it, so she had to withdraw her hand. The boy grunted coldly, and with a swish he pulled out the contents of the paper bag directly. The photos hooted and hollered as they fell to the ground, and all of a sudden there was dead silence around them. 1 second passes. 2 seconds pass. Asterisk. This. What the hell is this? The 6'8" boy was completely frantic. Who's so shameless as to film something like this? As he stormed out, others took a look at what was in the picture. Crap, if it isn't her. Lu Xiaotian. It's really true. My ass, this HD no-code photo. I'm going to grow pink eye. I'll be damned. Still a different old man. Quite the player. For a moment, the roof of the venue seemed to be lifted off. The previous boy then realized that he had misunderstood Jiang Mayan and scratched his head with a flushed face. Sorry, I misunderstood you just now. It's okay. Jiang Mayan smiled. Seeing as it's not easy for you to grow up so big not to bother with you, but isn't it easy? This IQ of being led around by the nose at all times. The boy's face was confused. Growing up wasn't easy? Jiang Mayan ignored him and turned to Lu Xiaotian, who was being surrounded by the crowd. It isn't. That's not me in the picture. A man's face was full of mockery. It's still not you? This photo has been shown and you still have the face to argue? You're really thick-skinned. Ha! On the surface of the innocent and harmless appearance. In fact, all do not know how many people have been trampled on. Really disgusting. Ah, it wasn't like that. I was forced to. None of that is true. Lu Xiaotian screamed and rushed out toward the crowd like a madman. Chapter 59, I choose Gaoi. Xiaotian. Zhao Yuxing's voice suddenly came from behind her, and Lu Xiaotian jerked her head back to see her panting and running over. Xiaotian, where are you going? Zhao Yuxing worried. Rainstar, you believe me, right? You believe that those photos are not me, right? Lu Xiaotian grabbed her hand, tears and snot all mashed together on her face. That's all fake. It's all faked by Jiang Mayan, who deliberately found someone to fake it. Upon hearing this, disappointment welled up under Zhao Yuxing's eyes. Xiaotian, I've asked the counselor, and it's you who's being expelled. So that's you in those pictures too, right? Lu Xiaotian's face turned white. Her tears instantly broke the dike, and she desperately pulled Zhao Yuxing's hand and cried, Yuxing, don't dislike me, okay? I didn't do it on purpose. I was forced. My parents are poor and lazy, and they even gamble outside. I have no money to spend, so I can only use this way to make money. Zhao Yuxing's eyes also flushed red and her expression was quite unbearable. I know, I won't mind you. But from now on you're going to cut yourself off from all those people, okay? Lu Xiaotian froze for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll cut ties with them now. After saying that, she then directly dialed the phone number of Zhou Deshang, the gold master in recent times, only to be told that she had to dissolve the chartered relationship in person. Zhao Yuxing thought about it and had to agree to it. It wasn't long before a yellow sports car stopped in front of the school, and Lu Xiaotian wiped away her tears and ran over. You my heart, who messed with you here? Zhou Deshang yanked down his sunglasses to take a look at Lu Xiaotian, and fire immediately rose in his eyes. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a flowery arm. Tell me who it is and I'll go get him for you. Lu Xiaotian's eyes flashed, and the indignation in her heart suddenly went crazy. It was Jiang Mian. If it wasn't for that little splatterer behind the scenes, how could she have been beaten up by everyone like a street rat? More importantly, she was going to be expelled, and no school would even want her after the story got out. Seeing her gloomy face, Zhou Deshang turned his eyes and said, how about this? I'll take you to a meal first, and we'll talk when you're in a better mood? Lu Xiaotian nodded absent-mindedly, having long since left behind Zhao Yuxing who was waiting on the side of the road. The great assembly came to a hasty end, and Jiang Mian followed Gao Yi out and went straight to Si Kongchang's car. Glancing at the indifferent-looking man in the car, Jiang Mian's movements paused. She knew about Lu Xiaotian being adopted because of her memories from her last life, but how did Si Kongchang know about it in advance? Logically speaking, Lu Xiaotian, such a minor character, shouldn't be worth the trouble of following and investigating him, right? Have you seen enough? Seeing that she kept staring at herself, Si Kongchang faintly spoke out. Haven't seen enough. Jiang Mian smiled and said, I was almost blinded by the photos taken by some people just now, so now even looking at a dog makes me feel like I have a clear brow. Not to mention this dang Si Kong family's youngest master, don't you think? Si Kongchang's face instantly darkened. You're comparing me to a dog? Next to him, Gao Yi hurriedly spoke out to round off the scene. Yo young master, how could Ms. Zhang mean this? She just wants to compliment you on your good looks but is embarrassed. Yeah, Si Kongchang grunted lightly with a cold face. Jiang Mian was non-committal and turned to ask, by the way, Si Kongchang, what exactly is the drug that Lu Xiaotian gave me? What's the point of asking this? Si Kongchang's dark eyes swept her a glance, then turned to the window. Jiang Mian said lightly, what's wrong with me learning about such a powerful medicine? Save me from being thrown into cold water overnight by some man next time. Si Kongchang snorted lightly, but if you didn't look so horny, you should have been fished out by the servants long ago. I'm horny, then won't you find me a man? Do you have to use such extreme methods? Jiang Mian blurted out. However, just as the words fell, he saw Si Kongchang suddenly turn around, and a hand snapped on the back of Jiang Mian's backrest. Looking for a man? I was the only one left in the entire villa at that time besides Gao Yi. Which one do you want to find? The man's abrupt proximity caused Jiang Mian's blood to nearly freeze. Her brain went blank, and she couldn't say a word. And sitting in the front row, Gao Yi, who was nearing 100 years of age, clawed his toes in embarrassment. Why do you have to drag the innocent me into this? A few moments later, but heard Jiang Mian suddenly voiced out. Then of course it's to look for Steward Gao. Can't it be that I'm still looking for you? Sikong City, Goyal, awkwardly snapping out of a big Gothic castle. After such an interruption, Si Kongchang did not answer the previous question, and Jiang Mian did not ask about the medicine again. Don't talk about it, check it out for yourself when she's a little more winged. When they returned to the Royal View Garden, the servants came out to greet them, among which Archie was surprisingly present. Jiang Mian froze for a moment, then thoughtfully, it seems that Si Kongchang has still been using the secret guard squad of Archie, so has he found out who the traitor is or not? Glancing at the man beside her, she coughed lightly and walked forward. Yo, if it isn't Archie, long time no see. Archie passed her without a glance. It's best to never see it, lest you die young. The corner of Jiang Mian's mouth twitched slightly. This little brat, again, owed tempering. After that, Si Kongchang went into the study with Chi to talk about things, while she wandered off to the study. After searching for most of the day, she finally found a medical book on the top row of the bookshelf that she had read here before. She remembers that this book records quite a few poisons that she had never even heard of before. Time passed by, and night soon fell outside the window, accompanied by a knock on the door. Gao Yi's voice rang out from outside the door. Ms. Jiang, dinner is ready. Jiang Mian responded and was about to put the book back when she suddenly withdrew her hand again. Otherwise, why don't she take it back and look at it? It's a waste to leave it with this dog man, Si Kongchang, anyway, but for the time being, she can't let him find out the clues. After all, there are some things that she herself hasn't figured out yet. So half an hour later, somewhat of a thief, Jiang Mian was ready to bolt after dinner. So what? I'm going to go now if there's nothing else. My mom misses me if she hasn't seen me in a few days. She snorted, gripping the strap of her book bag tighter. Sikong Chang raised his eyes slightly and said with an inexplicable expression, "Did anyone stop you? I've never seen her say hello before when she's about to leave." Jiang Mayan was speechless and glared at him without a good reason and lifted her feet to leave. Sikong Chang swept a glance at her back before turning to Gao Yi beside him. "Why is she sneaking around?" "Gao Yi, young master, it should be that you're looking at it wrong. In this villa, the bed can just be given to this ant. Is there anything else worth coveting?" Sikong Chang did not care and turned to ask about Lu Xiaotian. Gao Yi quickly returned with a straight face. "Don't worry, young master. That Lu Xiaotian definitely won't be able to make any big waves after being kicked out of school." "Aha." Sikong Chang nodded faintly. Chapter 60, 1,000 pounds. Lu Xiaotian's matter had a great impact in the school, and even Jiang Mayan was taken out and said, "After all, if it wasn't for her, perhaps no one would have known until Lu Xiaotian left the school unnoticed." The afternoon elective class had just ended when Jiang Mayan was stopped at the corner of the stairs by an anxious Xiao Yuxing. "Jiang Mayan, I beg you to help. Something's happened to Xiaotian." At those words, Jiang Mayan subconsciously wanted to raise her hand to applaud, but she held her tongue. She looked indifferent and said, "If something happens, call the police. What's the use of looking for me? Let me dial 110 for you?" Something really happened to her. Xiao Yuxing looked anxious. "I haven't contacted her for a few days, and I just suddenly received a text message saying that she's been kidnapped, and that the other party demanded to bring money to the eastern suburbs of the city along the new avenue over to ransom her. That person is very vicious. If I call the police he will definitely tear the ticket," said she grabbed Jiang Mayan's hand. "I know you know the big shots in the society. Will you help her?" Jiang Mayan expressionlessly drew back her hand. "Don't. I'm just an illegitimate daughter who can't get on the stage. Where do I know any big shots? I saw it all. The man who went to the villa to save you last time was certainly no ordinary man." Jiang Mayan snorted coldly. "Yo, you still remember the villa?" Leaving aside whether Lu Xiaotian was really kidnapped, even if she was, it wasn't her turn to help. Xiao Yuxing froze for a moment and then started apologizing frantically. I'm sorry. That incident at the villa was all my and Xiaotian's fault. I apologize to you on her behalf." With that she raised her hand and gave herself a crisp, pleasant slap. "Jiang Mayan, I'm begging you, okay?" she said with tears welling up in her eyes. Although Xiaotian has done many bad things, she has her own reasons, and her crimes are not punishable by death. A few students passed by and scanned them with shocked faces. Jiang Muyan's face darkened a few points. This damn, do not know also thought she school bullying it. Taking a deep breath, she impatiently interrupted Xiao Yuxing. "Alright." After carefully reading the text message, she called Yuan Feng to come over. It was already dark as we sped along to the side of a long new avenue. "Ms. Jiang, a kidnapped person shouldn't normally reveal the place of the transaction directly." Yuan Feng couldn't help but speak up. Jiang Mayan turned her head. "So you're thinking Lu Xiaotian wasn't kidnapped at all?" "Can't be sure." Yuan Feng shook his head. Jiang Mayan stroked her chin and looked Yuan Feng up and down. "Yuan Feng, I don't think it's a problem for you to fight 10. What do you think?" Yuan Feng turned his head to look at her with a serious expression and said, "Is Ms. Jiang talking about a dozen or 10 children? I also think it's possible." Jiang Mayan, TSK, how come this wooden lump is still learning the hard way? After driving along the new avenue for some more time, a message beep suddenly came from his cell phone. Jiang Mayan opened it and looked at it, and the other person said that she should get out of the car and put the money in the bushes on the side of the road. "I'll do it." Yuan Feng opened the door and got out of the car, quickly checking his surroundings before taking a box towards the bushes. Jiang Mayan sat in the car, her eyes unblinking as she watched Yuan Feng leave. Just as he was about to make his way to the bushes, there was a sudden roar of a car outside. The voice rapidly approached, and Jiang Mayan only had time to catch a glimpse of a black shadow before she was thrown hard against the car window by the tremendous impact. With the ear-splitting sound of scuffing tires, the entire car was viciously slammed into a nearby tree. In her dizziness, Jiang Mayan only felt as if her stomach had been chopped into 2 sections, and the pain was immense. "Ms. Kong." Along with Yuan Feng's voice, the door of the car beside him was suddenly pulled open. Jiang Mayan fumbled to unbuckle her seatbelt and quickly jumped out of the car. "How are you?" Yuan Feng said anxiously. Jiang Mayan shook her head and turned her head to look at the car that suddenly crashed into her. Through the light, she saw Lu Xiaotian on the passenger side. She had one mama's word that had to be said. Guessed it was a trap for this shameless contraption, but didn't guess she'd be this ruthless. However, without waiting for her and Yuan Feng to react, they saw the car slowly backing up, obviously about to make another charge. "Head for the woods," Jiang Mayan immediately shouted. However, Yuan Feng suddenly raised his hand to stop him, his voice sinking. "There are people waiting in the woods." Jiang Mayan looked away with her eyes wide open. "I'll go." "You have such good eyes at night?" "It's the smell." Yuan Feng muffled back. Jiang Mayan quickly changed her words. "Oh, Your nose is so good in the middle of the night? Yuan Feng ignored her and ran towards the side with her in a protective stance. However, within a few steps, he saw several figures swish and jump out of the darkness to block their path. Jiang Mayan squinted and counted. Good guy, exactly 10. She decisively patted Yuan Feng's shoulder. I'll leave these 10 people to you. Yuan Feng was speechless for a moment and signaled her to look backward. Jiang Mayan turned his head and saw 1, 2, 3 in the hazy night. Don't know how many heads. Sighing quietly, she looked at Yuan Feng rather sadly. Why is it that whenever I go to do something alone with you it never goes well? Could it be that God didn't support this sinful relationship between her and Yuan Feng? Yuan Feng didn't say anything, only wrinkling his brows as he looked around at the silhouettes. Seeing that the two had been surrounded, Lu Xiaotian stepped down from the car. Jiang Mayan, aren't you great? Why don't you run away? She had a yellowish complexion. Her hair was disheveled as if she hadn't taken care of it in a long time, and even the clothes she was wearing were a few days old. Jiang Mayan sked lightly and covered her nose. Lu Xiaotian, even if you were expelled from school, you wouldn't have to mix it up like this, would you? Hearing her words, Lu Xiaotian's eyes were wide with anger. What do you know? Because of that incident, I was expelled from school, laughed at by my classmates, and finally kicked out of my home by my parents. I've got nothing left. What about Zhao Yuxing? Jiang Mayan said in a cold voice. She didn't hesitate to slap herself a few times in order to get me to agree to come here to save you. And in the end, she was so close to kneeling down and begging me. So what does she count as? Her? Zhao Xiaotian first froze, then her eyes averted and said, she looks down on me just like everyone else. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forced me to cut ties with those bosses. Jiang Mayan laughed in anger. Lu Xiaotian, people like you deserve to end up rotting in a corner. Yuan Feng behind him couldn't help but frown at the words, not because Jiang Mayan cursed out such words, but because the situation at hand should pacify the other party rather than enrage them. After all, there are so many people on the other side. He may not be able to protect her even if he gives his life. Jiang Mayan, then I want to see who will rot to death first. Lu Xiaotian's sinister gaze locked onto Jiang Mayan and said to the man driving next to him, drive, hit her for me. As the words fell, the sound of the car's engine quickly cut through the sky. Jiang Mayan snapped her eyes wide open and pointed behind Lu Xiaotian. Someone's coming. Lu Xiaotian turned back in dismay, and the person driving next to him subconsciously stepped on the brakes, yet each turned around and saw nothing. Jiang Mayan, how dare you fool me when you're on the verge of death? Lu Xiaotian was so furious that his face turned red, veins rippled on his neck, and he said angrily to the man driving the car, crush her into mush for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard the sudden roar of a car from behind him. Lu Xiaotian and the others suddenly changed their complexion slightly. Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows slightly. See, you guys still don't believe me when I say someone is coming. Behind him, Yuan Feng's pupils widened slightly. Surprisingly, someone is really here? Is it a coincidence or? Chapter 61, Don't come back later. Jiang Mayan looked at the several beams of light piercing the darkness in the distance. The corners of her lips slowly hooked into a smile. Look at that clever little brain, thinking ahead to call for help. The cell phone she used was the one with a tracker that Sikong Cheng had given her earlier, and she had sent him a message on the way here long ago. At this time, Lu Xiaotian on the opposite side of the street had already changed her face drastically, shouting frantically at the man next to her. Quickly run her over for me. The man quickly stepped on the gas and rushed straight towards the Jiang Mayan duo. Yuan Feng made a side turn to repel the two men behind him, and then pulled Jiang Mayan backward to dodge the car as it rushed over. Catch them! Lu Xiaotian commanded in a stern voice. More than a dozen men instantly pounced over. Yuan Feng bare hands and empty fists forward to resist, but did not lose the wind. However, just not fall into the wind is simply not enough. Jiang Mayan backed up a few steps. The rest of the light glimpsed not far away from the somber face of Lu Xiaotian. Immediately and silently to that side close to. Yuan Feng was having a great time with the NPC when he suddenly realized that there was no one behind him anymore. The slight condensation of the hand movements was immediately seized by the other party, and several men stepped forward at the same time to quickly control his arms and legs. As soon as she saw that he was under control, Lu Xiaotian was immediately delighted. However, when she looked around him, she did not see Jiang Mayan's figure at all. She looked slightly puzzled. Where's Jiang Mayan? The men looked toward her, but suddenly their eyes widened. Daddy's here. Jiang Mayan's voice suddenly came from behind her, and Lu Xiaotian's entire body froze in a flash, but without waiting for her to turn around. Her neck was clasped by a hand in a death grip. Jiang Mayan came to her ear and laughed. Surprised or not, Lu Xiaotian's face was livid. Jiang Mayan, you shameless splatterer, well. Jiang Mayan's fingers tightened abruptly, and her words came to an abrupt end. Release, let go. Lu Xiaotian struggled reluctantly, hitting Jiang Mayan's injured stomach once again between kicks. Jiang Mayan gritted her teeth to loosen her strength a bit and asked in a deep voice in her ear, That drug you gave me before. Who gave it to you? Lu Xiaotian took a few breaths. Will you let me go if I tell you? Well, not necessarily, that depends on my mood, Jiang Mian said. You. Lu Xiaotian's face was already congested with blood, which almost made her spit out blood in anger. Jiang Mian, I'm telling you, there are many people who want to get you killed, and there will still be the next one even if you kill me. Oh, Jiang Mian was puzzled. Then it seems that the one who gave you the medicine was the one who wanted to kill me. Lu Xiaotian looked as if she had been poked through, and broke into a fit of cursing. The few people controlling Yuan Feng over there looked at each other in disbelief, and then quickly reached an agreement, retreat. However, as they turned back and prepared to run, blinding lights rapidly approached. Sharp brakes sounded one after another, and a black car completely blocked their way. Yuan Feng immediately rushed to Jiang Mian's side as soon as he got away, glancing at her with furrowed brows. Ms. Jiang. Jiang Mian waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to say more, and after handing Lu Xiaotian in his hand, he took a step towards one of the black cars. The car doors suddenly opened, revealing Sikong Chang's cold face. Dog man, if you come any later you can collect my corpse, Jiang Mian said. Sikong Chang's thin lips slightly opened, but before he had the chance to speak, he saw the woman fall towards him unawares. His eyes were slightly stunned, and his arms had subconsciously reached out to hold the woman steadily, carrying the person into the car. His eyes sank. Gao Yi, go to the hospital. Gao Yi froze for only a second, and then quickly turned the car around. On the way, Jiang Mian only felt that she was about to be turned upside down until she vomited blood, gritting her teeth and opening her eyes. You guys, do you think I'm not dying fast enough? Gao Yi in the front row was sweating like a pig in a poke. So, what if I drive a little slower? But wouldn't it be a delay to drive slowly? However, I heard Sikong Cheng suddenly speak out. No need. Gao Yi surprised to look in the rearview mirror from the past, since the young master is not very worried about mess. Zhongzit, how this? Instead, he saw the man's brow furrow and tighten his arms as he took the woman into his arms. Oh, he's the one who's overthinking it. In the back row, suddenly wrapped in a man's breath, Jiang Mian's pupils opened slightly. Her already shallow breathing suddenly became lighter, and her body trembled gently. Perceiving her movements, Sikong Cheng indifferently uttered, endure it again. Almost instantly, Jiang Mian's irritable heart unexpectedly calmed down strangely. Half an hour later, Jiang Mian came out of the emergency room and was sent back to the general ward. Young Master Sikong doesn't need to worry too much. This young lady has a small amount of intra-abdominal bleeding. She can be discharged after a few days of observation with no problems, the doctor said. Sikong Cheng nodded slightly. His gaze fell on the pale face of the woman in the hospital bed, and he couldn't help but darken a few points. Young master, news just came in that Lu Xiaotian got a favor from a rich businessman by selling her body. Gao Yi reported in a low voice. That rich merchant's name is Zhou Dishang. He's been mixing it up in the imperial capital for the past 2 years. Sikong Cheng slowly turned his head, and his cold eyes flashed with an eerie cold light. Scrapped and thrown out of the empire, Gao Yi answered, then hesitated. That Lu Xiaotian? The man's eyes were slightly glazed, his afterglow glancing at the person in the hospital bed. Let her decide when she wakes up. Yes. Jiang Mian opened her eyes again and was surprised to be woken up by hunger. She glanced around and realized that there was surprisingly no one in the hospital room, and anger surged through her. Sikong Cheng, this dog man, he was considerate enough to hold her before he passed out, and even if he didn't stay in bed with her when he woke up, he didn't even hire someone to take care of her. An entire ward was empty, and no cup of water was put in. In the middle of the day, she cursed and braced herself to get up, wanting to shout at the door for help, but raised her eyes and saw an inexplicably familiar figure. But that person was wrapped tightly in gauze from head to toe, like a mummy, which really made it difficult to differentiate. Just as she was puzzled, the man turned back as if he felt something. Jiang Mian, the man cried out in a mixture of surprise, before limping and quickly approaching this way. Jiang Mian was slightly shocked and dodged back. This mummy actually knew her? Why are you here too? Did you come to see me? Mummy exclaimed. Jiang Mian glanced at the hospital gown she was wearing. The man's brainless words felt as if they were somewhat familiar. Jiang Muyan, the last time I thought about it later. In fact, I should have brought more people over to save you at that time, otherwise it wouldn't have gotten to the point where it's like this now. The mummy continued, but you don't have to worry, I've always been in good health, and this small injury is not a concern at all. Jiang Muyan looked at the man in front of her, mouth slightly open. Recognized who this was. She swept her eyes up and down the man and said seriously, Ling Xiaoyan, I think you need to see the brain department again. It was something she'd wanted to say for a long time. However, Ling Xiaoyan thought that she was concerned about the injury on his head, and busily waved his hand and said, Harm, it's been checked, it's no big deal. Jiang Mian, He was about to open his mouth when he saw Seokong Chang and Gaoi suddenly appear at the end of the corridor. Chapter 62, I'll be back. Seeing Jiang Mayan appear outside the hospital room and standing with a man, the temperature around Seokong Chang's body suddenly dropped. Gao Yi's heart is scared. Hey yo, this little ancestor is not want to die. Just woke up and started running around, not to mention, or to chat with a strange man? Walking to the front, he hurriedly gave Jiang Mayan a wink. Hey yo, Miss Jiang, you're still injured. Why don't you take a good rest inside? Jiang Mayan smiled skinlessly. I'm afraid I'll rest again and directly starve to death in the past. Seokong Chang's dark eyes swept a glance at the man next to him and spoke out coldly to Jiang Mayan. Go in. Not waiting for Jiang Mayan to answer, the man jumped out in one step and blocked her. Who are you? Who are you to tell others what to do? Seokong Chang's eyes narrowed slightly. And who are you? Me? Ling Xiaoyan sneered. I'm her man. After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to turn around to appease Jiang Mayan. Don't worry, although I'm injured now, it's still more than enough to beat a double-legged cripple. As the words fell, a creepy, powerful and cold sense of oppression instantly covered the entire space. Hiss. Jiang Mayan looked at the opposite side of Seokong Chang, before looking at the man beside him who was making a death wish, and wanted to say something. On the other side, the blood in Gao Yi's body seemed to freeze, and he stiffly turned his head to look at his own young master, fearing that he would open his mouth and say, waste him. However, Seokong Chang's eyes were unexpectedly calm, and even had a bit of a wry smile. Gao Yi was instantly shocked by his young master's perversity and almost fell to his knees, stuttering out, young master? Seokong Chang's black eyes that were as cold ice sharp blades stared straight at Ling Xiaoyan. You said, you are her what? Although Ling Xiaoyan was startled by the man's powerful aura, he still met the man with fierce eyes. I said I'm her man. Meh. Seokong Chang let out a monosyllable that was permeated with ice, and then suddenly hooked a finger at Jiang Mayan. Come here, Jiang Moyen. Are you kidding the dog? However, against the man's calm to even empty eyes, she actually a little balked, and she had signed an agreement before, that the first article on it is that you must be on call. Snort. Who do you think you are? Ling Xiaoyan snorted. She's a member of Zhang's family, not a minion you can call at will. Before the words were finished, he saw Jiang Mayan walk over with a slow but firm pace. Ling Xiaoyan's smug look gradually transformed into bewilderment. The corners of Seokong Chang's lips were slightly curved, but that smile was still permeated with bone-crushing coldness. Say again, what kind of person are you to her? Ling Xiaoyan's face, which only revealed his five senses, stiffened for a moment, and then fire quickly rose under his eyes. It must be you who forced her to do it. He clenched his teeth fiercely, limped and rushed to the man in big strides, raised his hand and tried to pull Jiang Mayan. In the next second, Seokong Chang fiercely struck out, clasping his arm and turning it fiercely. With a loud bang, Ling Xiaoyan hit the ground hard. Gao Yi covered his eyes with an U and couldn't bear to look at it. Jiang Mayan, however, glanced at Seokong Chang, heart secretly shocked. This dog man, when did he become so powerful? Ling Xiaoyan was lying on his back on the ground, his face full of shock. How is this cripple so powerful? Seokong Chang spoke out indifferently. Is this your more than enough? Ah! Ling Xiaoyan shouted, pounding the ground fiercely as he struggled to get up. Seeing this, Jiang Mayan couldn't help but sigh. Alright, don't struggle. Hearing her voice, Ling Xiaoyan panicked. You don't have to be afraid. It was my carelessness just now. You wait for me to stand up. Surely. The corner of Jiang Mayan's mouth twitched. Child, even if he let you have another hand, you wouldn't be able to beat him. However, he heard Seokong Chang coldly say, let him come. Next to him, Gao Yi was speechless. Why did he feel that his family's always stable young master was a bit childish now? Speechless for a moment, he cautiously stepped forward and said, young master, this person is the son of that principal Ling. You. Seokong Chang's complexion slightly paused before he looked at Jiang Mayan. He's the one who specifically ran away to get beaten up last time? Jiang Mayan blinked. Big brother, can you speak a little more politely? Ling Xiaoyan on the ground was so angry at his words that he almost bounced up. What do you know? I did that to save her. I suffered all these injuries for her. Does it help? Sikyong asked. Ling Xiaoyan, on the side, Jiang Mayan, starving and starry-eyed, breathlessly gestured a truce before saying to the trembling nurse not far away, trouble getting a stretcher to carry this person away. The nurse answered and left. Ling Xiaoyan's eyes snapped open. You're letting me go? Jiang Mayan spread his hands. Otherwise are you going to let you lie here and block the road? No way. I won't leave. Ling Xiaoyan said angrily. Didn't I say I would protect you? Jiang Mayan rolled her eyes. With your current appearance, you rely on bumper stickers to protect me? Within minutes, 2 male doctors came over with a stretcher and moved Ling Xiaoyan up. Jiang Mayan, do you think he's better than me? Ling Xiaoyan blushed and shouted. I've said that I was careless just now. You wait for me to get better and see how I'll clean him up. Jiang Mayan signaled the two doctors to hurry up and carry the man away, pointing to his temples and saying, "This man's brain isn't very good." The doctors nodded their heads with a grimace, and at once quickened their pace. Ling Xiaoyan stretched his neck and shouted, "Jiang Muyan, you wait, I will definitely come back." Back in the hospital room, Jiang Mayan was so hungry that she directly collapsed on the bed. Si Kong Cheng glanced at her and raised his hand at Gaoi. "Go get ready." Gaoi answered and left. Jiang Mayan turned her head slightly. "Prepare what?" "Rice." Si Kong Cheng raised his eyes. "Your stomach is growling too loudly." Jiang Moyen. "Oh." Within a few moments, Gaoi pushed a food cart in with a variety of dishes on it, but all Jiang Mayan could eat was a bowl of congee among them. Looking at Si Kong Cheng, who was slowly and methodically eating an exquisite steak not far away, she almost swallowed her spoon. "By the way, young master, just now the company side called and said that eldest Miss John went over to look for you today," Gaoi suddenly said. Si Kong Cheng faintly answered without any extra expression or response. Jiang Mayan, however, was quite surprised. "What is this?" She swallowed a mouthful of porridge and said as if she didn't mean it, "If you have something to do, go and get busy, but you don't need to delay your meeting with someone else because of me." Si Kong Cheng put down his knife and fork and raised his eyes to look at her. Zhang Rui is now a member of Hualing Media under Disheng. Jiang Mayan froze, a little taken back for a moment. So, Zhang Rui is now considered an employee under Si Kong Cheng? Her heart suddenly mixed. She lowered her eyes and took a sip of congee. "What are you talking to me about this for? Not to mention that she's your employee now. Even if she's your woman now, it's none of my business." Gaoi looked at Jiang Mayan and skimmed his lips. The smell of vinegar was so strong. Turning her head to look at her own young master, she happened to catch a flash of laughter in the man's eyes, and couldn't help but secretly sigh at her own young master's darkness. It wasn't until Jiang Mayan had almost finished pouring the congee one bite at a time that Si Kong Cheng slowly opened his mouth. "When does Secretary Kong plan to return?" Jiang Mayan looked up sharply, thinking she had heard wrong. "What? That university of yours? I don't think there seems to be much of a need to read it," Si Kong Cheng said with an expressionless face. Jiang Mayan bit her lip. So she was told to go to Dishing early to give him a hand? Thinking for a moment, her eyes suddenly narrowed. This dog man knows she wants the Kong family, so this is creating an opportunity for her to take down Kong Ray? Half-heartedly, she nodded. "I'll apply to the school for a self-study graduation." Chapter 63, The White Family Feast. Ling Xiaoyan didn't show up for a few days after that, but he unexpectedly waited for Zhao Yuxing and the counselor old Zhang. Jiang Mayan skimmed her eyes over Zhao Yuxing and flashed a smile at old Zhang. "Teacher Zhang." Old Zhang came over with a sad face. "Zhang student, why do you have accidents twice a day? I heard it was a car accident. Is it serious? What did the doctor say? Do you want?" "Teacher Zhang." Jiang Mayan interrupted him through gritted teeth. "I can get better faster if you say less." Old Zhang looked embarrassed. "Look at you, kid. I'm not concerned about you. Thanks." Jiang Mayan barely tugged at the corner of her mouth. After a moment's pause, she suddenly spoke again. "Teacher Zhang, I would like to apply to the school for self-study for graduation, so I won't go to school from now on." Old Chang froze. "Why?" Jiang Mayan's afterglow swept Zhao Yuxing, who was standing in the distance and didn't dare to approach, and sighed. "It's not because I'm too good, always causing jealousy and inviting trouble." Lao Zhang. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhao Yuxing stepped forward first and said with a reddened face, "Jiang Mayan, I'm sorry." It was she who was ill-advised and blindly believed Lu Xiaotian's words. Only then did Jiang Mayan raise her eyes to look at her. "No need, can't afford it." Zhao Yuxing hung her head. "It was me who didn't see Lu Xiaotian's character before, and that's why I mistakenly trusted her. But in the future, this kind of thing definitely won't happen again. You, don't apply for self-study." Jiang Mayan looked at her steadily for a long time, understanding that she was also completely hurt by Lu Xiaotian this time. But Lu Xiaotian had already received the punishment he deserved, and it was time for this feud to end once and for all. "Who said I applied for self-study because of this?" She glanced at her mouth. "Zhao Yuxing, you still have the same big face." Zhao Yuxing immediately glared at her, but did not lash out again. After briefly explaining a few sentences to old Zhang, Jiang Mayan directly interrupted his nagging. "Teacher Zhang, I'm still a patient and very much in need of rest. I think you guys can leave." Old Zhang's mouth opened. Never seen such a hardcore eviction. However, seeing that Jiang Mayan had a firm gaze, he didn't say any more. Soon after being discharged from the hospital, Jiang Mayan dared to go back to Mother Bai's small villa. "Mu Yen, why do I feel that you don't look quite right?" Mother Bai stared at her and sized her up. Jiang Mu Yen face nervous, but the heart is soft. In the end or pro-mother, must be to see that she became haggard. But she heard Mother Bai say seriously, "Where did you go to steal good food? Mom feels that you have gained a circle of weight." Jiang Mayan, she said painfully, "Mom, can't you tell I've gained weight because my face is gaunt and my lips are bloodless and my eyes are red and bloodshot?" Mother Bai took another closer look. Ayo, it's true that you've gained a round of weight, Jang Moyen? Her mom's ears were really out of whack. In the past, she used to believe whatever Sikong Cheng said, but now the good guy is directly filtering her words. Mother Bai patted her small white face, and then suddenly said, by the way, come with me to your grandpa's place tomorrow. Jiang Mayan froze. Why do you suddenly want me to go over there? Although her previous meeting with her grandmother had been quite good, after all, she had barely crossed paths with the two old men in her last life, so she was a little worried that she might run into something she couldn't handle. Mother Bai sighed slightly. Before I just returned to Bai's that period of time. Your second aunt's husband opened the company, lost all the money. Your grandfather, they are busy and anxious to contribute money and effort, but instead, let him get ambitious, and even delusion to compete for the inheritance of Bai's. That's why your second aunt was colluding with the company executives at the time. Jiang Mayan's eyes sank slightly. This second aunt of hers family was simply a model of selfishness and greed. So what do grandpa and grandma think? Mother Bai said. Not long ago your grandmother approached me, saying that they had bought a small company that was about to go bankrupt, and were going to let your second aunt's husband try it out. And if he could change his previous faults and run it properly, then even if the small company couldn't go on, he definitely wouldn't be treated poorly in the future. I assume that's what we were asked to go over there this time to make the announcement. Jiang Mayan nodded her head and responded, but somehow her heart was inexplicably a little uneasy. After coming out of the villa, she called Yuan Feng. I need some manpower. Yuan Feng didn't pause for a second. Good. Day 2. Jiang Mayan and Mother Bai came to the Bai family home as promised. The quaint and atmospheric old mansion exuded the unique smell of fragrant wood, making one's mood extraordinarily relaxed, and although it was just a small family feast, the servants were still busy with hurried steps. Stepping into the main hall, Jiang Mayan smiled at the two old men on the wooden chairs and said, Good day, grandparents, said the hand in advance of the gift personally sent up. Grandpa's is a carved dragon Nanmu cane. The carving on it is lifelike, as if at any time to leap up, and for grandma is a Hainan Wangwali string, carved with intricate patterns, very noble and elegant. Both old men couldn't help but reveal a smile. Mu Yan has a heart. But at this moment, a mean voice suddenly came from the side. You haven't come to see grandparents for so long, and you're just going to send some broken wood to get rid of them? When Jiang Mayan turned her head, she saw second aunt's daughter, Lu Si Hui. She let out a light laugh. It's been a long time, and cousin is still as uneducated as ever. Let's not even talk about whether or not what I gave you was expensive. The elders didn't say anything, so where do you get the right to open your mouth and lecture me? You! Lu Sihua's eyes glared and she immediately looked at the old man with an aggrieved face. Grandpa, look at her. But he saw the smile on Elder Bai's face fade a few points. Sihua, apologize to your cousin. Lu Sihua immediately changed her expression slightly. How could it be possible? Although grandma didn't like her, didn't grandpa always favor her? Why the sudden change in attitude? But she heard old lady Bai faintly say, the value of this string of beads in my hand alone can top that small villa in your house. Yet you call it broken wood? What? Lu Sihua was filled with shock. How could she not expect that ordinary-looking thing to be so expensive? Apologize. Old Lady White's voice heaved a few points. Lu Sihua glared fiercely at Zhang Muyan before reluctantly apologizing. Jiang Mayan didn't even look at her and turned her head to talk to Mother Bai. It wasn't long before the family banquet was held, and under Old Lady Bai's orders, the servants left one after another, and all that were left in the room were their own family members. Mu Yan, the people of the Zhang family, do they treat you well? Old Lady Bai suddenly asked. Jiang Mayan paused, then looked at her fixedly. Grandmother, I don't have any feelings for the Zhang family, and I don't really care how they treat me. Elder Bai looked over with a puzzled face. Then why did you agree to be recognized back by them? Grandpa, these are two different things. Jiang Mayan laughed. Although I have no feelings for the Zhang family, it is logical that I should have a share of the Zhang family's family property, and if it's mine, I naturally have to take it. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai and his wife glanced at each other, relief showing in each other's eyes, while the second aunt's family sitting on the opposite side of the table looked different. Halfway through an uneventful meal, second aunt Bai Xiayun finally couldn't help but put down her chopsticks. Mom, what's this sudden family dinner you're having? Old Lady Bai glanced at her before slowly putting down her chopsticks. Not bad. I've bought a small company with the master and I'm going to hand it over to you and Wenbin. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiayun and Lu Wenbin were both stunned before revealing ecstasy. Chapter 64, I sensed it. Mom, are you really planning to give us a company? Bai Xiayun was surprised and delighted. Old Lady Bai nodded. But that company has a little problem at the moment. You and Wenbin will have to deal with it first when you take over. Lu Wenbin's face stiffened slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Mom, are you sure it's just a little problem? He didn't believe that the old woman would suddenly be so kind. Elder Bai gave him a sidelong glance. It's naturally a small problem for us. What? You don't want it? Jiang Mayan immediately spoke up. Grandpa, second aunt's husband can give it to me if he doesn't want it. I've recently prepared for self-study graduation, so it's just the right time to use it to study. Elder Bai looked over with some surprise. You're not very old, but your ambition isn't small. You're thinking of starting a company before you've even graduated? Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows and smiled. Grandpa, having ambition means I have strength. Besides, I heard that you were equally ambitious when you accepted Bai back then. I'm learning from you. Elder Bai laughed twice. Not bad, ambitious. Seeing an old and young getting along more and more happily. Lu Sihua on the other side was directly angry and red-eyed. What are you talking about? It had been so hard for her to please Grandpa before and solidify her mother's position in the Bai family, but this Jiang Mayan had only come back on the first day and had already coaxed Grandpa around. Gritting her teeth and tugging her mother next to her, she angrily said, Mom! Bai Xiaoyun came back to her senses and immediately spoke. Ayo Dad, Mu Yan is joking. Right, she's a little kid, how can she manage a company well? Elder Bai's smile was slightly curtailed, but he didn't strike up a conversation. Watching second aunt's hot face sticking to her cold ass, Jiang Mayan and Mother Bai exchanged a glance and secretly compared it to a yeah. Dad, Mom. Lu Wenbin stood up suddenly with his wine glass in his hand, his face full of guilt. Just now it was my wrong words that misunderstood the good intentions of the two of you. I'll assign you a crime. Don't take it to heart. When he finished he drank straight from the bottle. Old Lady Bai's face still didn't look very good, but she waved her hand to gesture for him to sit down. Earlier, when something happened to your company, you and Xia Yun both felt that we were biased, so this time, we'll give the company to you. Thanks Mom, Lu Wenbin and Bai Xiaoyun said in unison. The family banquet ended, and Jiang Mayan was kept a little longer by her grandparents. Mu Yan even though you've changed your surname to Jiang now, you're still my Bai family's bloodline. Elder Bai solemnly said to Jiang Mayan, if anyone bullies you outside, come back and tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will clean him up for you. Jiang Mayan's heart warmed slightly. Thank you, Grandpa. On the way back, Jiang Mayan explained to Bai's mother her intention to prepare for self-study and graduation, but she wasn't too surprised. Although Mom doesn't know why you've changed so much since you came back that time, Mom believes in you. Jiang Mayan put her face in front of her. Then do you believe me when I say that I've obviously lost weight in the past 2 days? The warmth on Mother Bai's face was gone, and she pushed her face away with a slap. It's one thing to believe you, but you can't force Mom to tell lies. Jiang Mayan, just about to speak, the car suddenly stopped with a sharp brake, and both mother and daughter flung themselves directly onto the front seat backrest. Ms. Jiang, someone is blocking the road. Yuan Feng in the driver's seat had a gloomy face. Jiang Mayan frowned and looked forward, only to see 3 black cars blocking the road in front of him, looking like they were coming from a bad place. Yuan Feng, where's the manpower I asked you to call? Yuan Feng glanced down at his cell phone. 20 men, follow 500 meters away. At those words, Jiang Mayan's face instantly turned cloudy, leaning back leisurely. Okay. Next to her, Mother Bai's face turned slightly white, but she kept her composure. Mu Yan, what's going on? Mom, you'll see later. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Not long after Jiang Mayan finished speaking, she saw the car door in front open, and Lu Sihua as well as 4 or 5 strong men got out of the car and walked over. Mother Bai's eyes widened suddenly and she clutched Jiang Mayan's hand. Jiang Mayan patted her soothingly and opened the car door very consciously. Cousin, are you scared out of your wits, that you took the initiative to open the door for me? Lu Sihua walked over and sneered. Jiang Mayan covered her heart. Yes, I'm really scared. I'm afraid that later on, with my cousin's IQ, I won't be able to open the car door. Lu Sihua changed her face in a flash. Little splatterer, do you have the guts to say that again? Snapping a slap over. Jiang Mayan laughed. You have the guts to call the little splatterer again. Ah, Lu Sihua screamed as she frantically backed away. Her pupils mingled with fear. You, what you? Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows. A slap to your stutter? Lu Sihua's chest rose and fell violently, yet she didn't dare to come any closer. Giving an order to the people next to her. Drag her down for me and teach her a good lesson. At the sound of her voice, Mother Bai immediately stepped in front of Jiang Mayan, her face rarely cold and stern. Sihua, what are you doing? Lu Sihua covered her face and looked at her. Her eyes were cynical. Do what? Of course it's to teach you guys a lesson. If it wasn't for your sudden return, Grandma wouldn't have been getting more and more opinionated towards my mom. And that shameless daughter of yours, she's already been recognized back by the Jiang family. Why would she come back to steal Grandpa from me? You mother and daughter are no good. Jiang Mayan's originally bland face abruptly chilled, raising her hand to pull Mother Bai aside and straight out of the car. The aura on her body was too powerful, causing a few strong men to unconsciously step back. What are you guys retreating from? Lu Si-hwa said angrily as she stepped back. Quickly teach her a lesson for me. A few burly men looked at each other twice and were about to make a move when they heard a car roar behind them. The next second, several vans had pulled up. With a few clatters, the car doors opened one after another, and a dozen or so muscular black-clothed men stepped out of the car and quickly surrounded Lu Si-hwa and a few strong men. Lu Si-hwa looked at the group of people who were nearly 2 heads taller than her like she was confused. What are you people? Ms. Jiang, may I ask what your orders are? The black-clothed man in the lead nodded toward Jiang Mayan. Jiang Mayan turned her head to stare at Lu Si-hwa. Cousin, you say, what should I order them to do? She had a few smiles on her face, but there was not a trace of temperature in her pupils, making people Lu Si-hwa couldn't help but tremble. I was wrong. Cousin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken out against you just now. You let me go. Seeing her goaded into a ball, Jiang Mayan snorted, but where there is a bit of backbone, maybe she even looked at her highly. With this look, you still want to compete for the Bai family's fortune? Lu Si-hwa called a few strong men had already held their heads and squatted on the ground. She was also completely scared white face. With the previous appearance of flaunt of force as simply a different person. Mother Bai stepped out of the car, her eyes signaling Jiang Mayan not to go too far. Jiang Mayan nodded slightly and said to Lu Si-hwa, apologize to my mother, then take your people and get out. I'm sorry great aunt, I won't dare to do it again. Lu Si-hwa was in tears and was close to kneeling down. Jiang Mayan looked at her steadily. Lu Si-hwa, the next time you want to make a move, just give me a good recollection of today, understand? Lu Si-hwa nodded her head repeatedly, not daring to let out a single fart. Only when a farce was over did Jiang Mayan completely put her heart down. Compared to the two in the Jiang family, Auntie Tu's family was not worth mentioning at all. Only by scaring them once would it be easier for her mother to be on this side in the future, and she would have no worries when dealing with the Jiang family. Chapter 65, Masamune in-game. Mu Yen, those people during the day, where did you find them? In the villa, Mother Bai asked with a worried look on her face, her eyes carrying some alarming uncertainty. After all, those nearly 20 big men looked like they were very bad to be messed with. Jiang Mayan blinked. Paid for $50 a person. That's right. Mother Bai had a look of realization. No wonder it looks so fierce. So it's a professional. The corners of Yuan Feng's mouth, who was standing not far away, twitched slightly, but he did not utter a rebuttal. So, have you made any plans about taking a break from school to work? Which company to intern at? Mother Bai asked again. Jiang Mayan downplayed it. Just found a random public company. When Mother Bai heard this, her face suddenly pulled. How can that be? Nowadays, the development prospects of many companies are not good. If you are so unsad, then you will still be working for others for nothing? You're wasting your youth and wasting your energy. You know that? Jiang Mayan stunned. No, Mom, I just casually said that. Not really. Don't you dare perfume me here. Mother Bai interrupted her with an unpleasant look on her face. Since you're saying such things, that means you've thought about it so much. If that's really the case, then you might as well keep going back to school. Jiang Mayan opened her mouth. It was simply hard to argue. She couldn't just say that she was ready to go to Dishing to become Seekong City's longtime worker, could she? Seeing that her mother's expression was becoming more and more serious, she suddenly had a flash of light in her head and squinted her eyes. Mom, actually, I didn't just look for it because Xiao Chang also works for that company. Mother White's reproachful words came to an abrupt end. Really? Really? Jiang Mayan nodded. That's right. Mother Bai nodded and said seriously. Then it seems to be a good company. Well, Mom is relieved. You can go to work tomorrow. Jiang Mayan pulled the corner of his mouth and let out a laugh. Ha, I knew it was like this. After taking care of her mother's side, the next day she asked Yuan Feng to send her directly to Dishang. Compared to that time when she was brought here by Seekong Chang, this time she was very low-key. White tee jeans with small white shoes, like a young intern's sister who had just stepped into society and was ignorant. Oh, she seems to be. Passing by the elevator entrance for ordinary employees, she walked directly towards the president's special elevator. After all, a mature and low-key person like her has always disliked publicity. However, before he could stand firmly on his feet, he heard a sharp female voice from the side. Hey, which department are you from? Don't you know that there is an elevator for the president only? When Jiang Mayan turned her head, she saw that at the entrance of the general staff elevator, 3 women in professional attire were looking towards her. The 3 men looked a bit familiar. They should have come over after she left earlier. Thinking for a moment, she raised an eyebrow. So, when she finished speaking, she happened to catch the elevator door opening. So she walked straight over and entered the regular elevator with those 3 people. You're new here, aren't you? The president's elevator isn't for just anyone. The long-haired woman who had spoken earlier spoke again. Yeah, especially women. The person next to him also spoke up. The president, but he hates being pestered by women. Jiang Muyen did not deny that there indeed did not seem to be many women entangled around Sikongcheng except for her and Jiang Rui. However, I heard a third short-haired woman suddenly and mysteriously retort, "No, there is a woman who is very close to the president." Who? The other two had curious faces. The short-haired woman lowered her voice. "Ms. Jiang Ah." Jiang Mayan on the side smiled faintly at the words, It turns out that his big name has become so loud that the new employees know about it? However, in the next second, she was heard to continue, "Of course, I'm talking about the Jiang family's eldest miss, not that trashy illegitimate daughter. Second Miss Ah." Jiang Mayan's smile froze slightly. The long-haired woman heard but was all clear. Right. I almost forgot. That Ms. Jiang's relationship with the president is not ordinary. I heard that many times with the president with the same in and out it. The short-haired woman laughed. What's the point of going in and out together? Miss Jiang has personally admitted that she has an unusual relationship with the president. What about the secretary from before? Ms. Kong Air? Her? The short-haired woman's gaze is contemptuous. What does she count as? I heard that it is just a little bit of beauty. With the talent and appearance of Miss Jiang has no comparison at all. As long as the president is a man, he will certainly choose Miss Jiang. The long-haired woman was a bit puzzled by this. But how come I heard people say that the president's secretarial position is exclusively reserved for that second Miss Jiang? Short-haired woman sked twice. Her eyes flashed with indescribable light. This you do not understand it. Men, used to eating the palace, occasionally taste the wild taste certainly exciting. Next to her, Jiang Mayan finally couldn't hold back. Are you guys thinking of the position of secretary a little too nasty a bit? The short-haired woman shook her head with a look like you're still young and don't understand. That Miss Jiang Air has heard that cleaning up is as beautiful as heavenly fairies. This kind of person comes over to the president as a secretary. It must be for the sake of close to the water first offering. Jiang Mayan asked with a smile on her face. What do you mean by tidying up and being as beautiful as heaven? I'm not beautiful if I don't? You don't say. I didn't notice just now. You're pretty even though you haven't cleaned up much here. The short-haired woman subconsciously said back. However, in the next second, the three women with long, short and medium hair all reacted, and all of a sudden looked at Jiang Mayan in unison. Jiang Mayan smiled more and more sweetly. Why don't you say it? Continue. I'm not close to the water. Tell me how I'm offering myself. The three women's eyes stared like bronze bells. Their mouths opened and closed, and they couldn't make a single sound for a long time. At that moment, the elevator door opened with a ding sound, and the three women immediately rushed out of the elevator like a cannonball with a whoosh, instantly disappearing. Jiang Mayan ground her teeth. Count yourselves as fast runners. The elevator continued upward. Her face sullen. Jiang Rui goes in and out with Sikongcheng, admitting that they have a good relationship? Jiang Rui is the main court and she is the mistress. Good. Very good. She's only been gone for a little while, and some people are trying to turn against the world. It didn't take long for the elevator doors to open, and she took a big step out and walked straight towards Sikongcheng's office. Just as he reached the door, he heard what appeared to be a woman's voice coming from inside. Jiang Mayan's pupils shrunk slightly. Her footsteps paused for a split second, and a wave of anger suddenly and inexplicably welled up in her heart. This dog man, is he really stealing behind his back? Stepping forward, she slammed her foot over and kicked the office door open, only to see Sikongcheng sitting on the sofa. Across from him sat three men and a woman, and to the left and right stood Achi and Gao Yi who was holding the contract in his hand. Several pairs of eyes all looked over at the same time, each filled with shock. Jiang Mayan blinked. Looked like he was talking about work. She maintained her pose of lifting her foot to kick in the door and waved her hand. Morning. Sikongcheng looked at her with an expressionless face. I came over to say hello, Jiang Mayan said and then quickly turned around. What's that? I'll leave first if there's nothing else. However, without waiting for her to put one leg down, she heard Sikongcheng's icy cold and incomparable voice come out. Stand still. Chapter 66. Do you like her? The atmosphere in the office was weird. Jiang Mayan turned back with a stiff smile. What else does the president want? Did she just have a brain fart? Why did she barge in without knocking? Sikongcheng looked at her steadily, a slight narrowing in his dark eyes. Come here. Over your sister up past why? Let's see if it can get any more embarrassing. Jiang Mayan glanced at him, took a deep breath and walked over with difficult steps. Sikongcheng looked at the woman in front of him with reddened ears. Slightly novel. I'm afraid that this is the first time I've seen this kind of embarrassed and blushing expression on her face since I've known her. He stared at the woman for a long moment. Tell me, why did you burst in without knocking? No. Jiang Mayan returned in a muffled voice. Sikongcheng's eyes were dangerous. Jiang Mayan raised her eyes in annoyance and glared at him. TSK, have to hear the truth? When she saw the man nodding, she glanced across the room at the three men and one woman with frozen faces and sneered. She turned her head to Sikong Chang and said mournfully, because I thought you were flirting with another woman behind my back. Ah, so I barged in a fit of anger. A trace of bewilderment flashed through Sikong Chang's dark eyes. Turning clouds, covering rain? Without waiting for him to react, he heard a Chi's angry voice. Jiang Muyan, what's in your head all day? If young master wanted to do that kind of thing, he would definitely go out to a room. Why would he be in the office in broad daylight? Next to him, Cowie closed his eyes with a miserable face. Ah Chi ah, I think you'd better say less. Only to see the face of the female subordinate sitting across the table explode in red. Rubbing up a bit and standing up. Chief President, I'm going to the restroom. Seeing her cover her face and fly away, Jiang Mayan coughed lightly. This sister is still a stutterer. How pathetic. Sikong Cheng's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. Veins rippled on the back of his hands. Jiang, Mu, Yen, in. Jiang Mayan immediately raised her hand and innocently said, you were the one who insisted I say it just now. Sikong Cheng stared at her dead on, almost biting a mouthful of teeth. Yet thinking about what she had just said, the anger in her heart seemed to be mixed with some other emotions. Even if he did have sex with someone in his office, what did she have to be mad about? But at that moment, there was a knock at the door. He took a deep breath to calm down. Come in. Jiang Mayan subconsciously looked toward the door and happened to meet the person who entered at eye level. Jiang Rui, who was originally full of smiles, froze. Why are you here? She glanced at the few remaining people and saw that they looked more strange than one another, and she was even more confused. What was this? Jiang Mai slightly raised her eyebrows. Yo, this is not the main palace? She looked at Jiang Rui with a smile but not a laugh. It's nothing. I heard the staff say that you have some sort of illicit relationship with young Master Sikong, so I just came over to catch an adulterous relationship. WH? What? Ginger Ray stammered, shocked at her bold words. She glanced at Sikong Cheng on the sofa and saw that the man's face was very ugly, so she was slightly relieved. And then she frowned tightly and said to Jiang Mayan, Sister, this is young Master Sikong's office. How can you speak so verbally? What do you mean by coming over to catch the frying? Regardless of my relationship with young Master Sikong, you're just a small secretary. You shouldn't be so reckless. Wanton? Jiang Muyan meaningless humming laugh. She also let loose how, when sister said wanton, does she mean like this? Saying that, she walked unhurriedly to sit down next to Sikong Chang close to him, and raised her hand and sat on the man's arm. Most of her body was almost pressed against the man's body, but her face still had a serious look on it, as if such an action was not unusual. However, the moment she leaned over, the half of Sikong Cheng's body that was plastered against him became steeply hot. This woman, is she crazy? His heart was in turmoil, but on his face he remained cold and not the slightest bit obvious. Unlike the remaining people who were so shocked that their jaws seemed to be dislocated, Ah Chi came back from his shock and suddenly exploded. Jiang Mayan, you stay away from young master. Seeing that he looked like he was about to rush up and tear Jiang Mayan apart, Cowie hurriedly pulled him back. Ah Chi, Aki, calm down. Don't go up and cause trouble before the young master says so. Ah Chi was so furious that his features were all twisted, but he was helpless that he couldn't go up without an order, so he could only glance at his own young master's expression from time to time, hoping that he would give an order to get that woman killed. And Jiang Rui looked at Jiang Muyan's complacent appearance almost about to explode foul-mouthed. Fingernails ruthlessly pinched palms before barely holding back. What are you doing, sister? With so many people watching? She gritted her teeth. Jiang Mayan smiled a harmless smile. I heard the employees say that sister prides herself on being young Master Sikong's main palace, while I, the secretary, am the wildflower weed outside so I mustn't be a bit of a weed. What do you say, sister? Jiang Rui's face changed drastically. What are you talking about? How could I possibly say something like that? Saying that, she immediately turned to Sikong Chang and explained with an anxious expression. Young Master Sikong, it might be because I've been coming over here a lot lately to look for you, so some of the employees have misunderstood, but I definitely didn't say anything like that. Jiang Mayan immediately hugged Sikong Cheng's arm and shook it twice, while one of her hands pinched a bit of flesh on his arm in a deadly grip. Young Master Sikong, do you believe her or me? Half of Sikong Cheng's body suddenly shuddered inconspicuously, and the corners of his mouth twitched. If he said he believed Jiang Rui, would this piece of flesh on his arm be twisted off? For a moment, his deep eyes swept a glance at Jiang Mayan before looking at Jiang Rui, suddenly coming over. Something's wrong? Jiang Rui paused, then lowered her eyes and said, it's not a big deal. It's just that there are some small problems that I want to discuss with you. However, he heard Sikong Cheng indifferently voice out, if a little problem can't be solved, then shouldn't I hand over Hua Ling to you? Jiang Rui was shocked and quickly waved her hands. No, I am. Okay. Sikong Cheng interrupted her in a cold voice. Go back if you are fine. Do your job. Disheng has always not kept useless people. Seeing the man's face sink, Jiang Rui instantly extinguished her voice. She bit her lip and turned away after looking at Jiang Mayan, her eyes shadowy. After Jiang Rui left, the three men in the office who were originally talking about work naturally saw the hint and very sensibly got up to leave. Jiang Muyan did not move and withdrew her hand, and Sikong Cheng only felt that the temperature of half of his body finally returned to normal, and his blood flow was much smoother. Enough fooling around? His tone was neither light nor heavy, but it made Jiang Mayan feel a powerful sense of oppression. Her eyes rolled, and suddenly her mouth turned away, and she said to the man with a resigned face, Sikong Cheng, you don't really like Jiang Rui, do you? Sikong Cheng's expression was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting her to ask this. Seeing this, a hint of cunning flashed under her eyes, but her face feigned a bitter smile. Then it seems she's really the main palace. I won't make such a mess in the future. With that she rose abruptly to leave, only to have the man clasp her wrist. Sikong Cheng was quite a bit exasperated. When did I say I liked her? Jiang Mayan shrugged it off. I'm just your secretary plus a signed contract as a long-time laborer. You don't have to explain yourself to me. Sikong City. He narrowed his eyes at Jiang Mayan, and suddenly glimpsed a flicker of a smile at the corner of the woman's mouth, which filled his head with black lines. This woman, she is simply acting. Suddenly, with a sneer he violently yanked the woman back onto the couch and leaned in close. You do realize that you're just a secretary, so isn't that a bit too much control? Or does? You're upset that I like someone else? The man's black eyes were like an abyss with no visible bottom, and it was as if they were going to be sucked in and devoured. Between the intertwined breaths, Jiang Mayan's pupils were filled with consternation, and the pulse on the wrist that was held was beating frantically. Chapter 67. Seeing that a certain young master and a certain young lady on the sofa were about to roll into a ball, Gowie silently covered Archie's eyes. Kids are too young for some of the restricted stuff. Archie was so focused on blushing that he no longer cared about the butler's actions, and Jiang Mayan came back to her senses from the shock and immediately pushed the man away with one hand. What do I have to be uncomfortable about? I'm just afraid that you'll drag me down when you're being pumped. After saying that she got up and walked out. What kind of Thai place are you in? The air conditioning is broken, right? It's so hot? Sikong Cheng maintained his position of leaning on the sofa without moving, watching her leave without a word. Only when there was a complete absence of Jiang Mayan's voice did Archie yank down Gaoyi's hand that was covering his eyes. Young master, why exactly do you indulge Jiang Mayan so much? Gaoyi carefully raised his eyes to look at his own young master's complexion, but did not say anything. She didn't know that the young master's leg had been cured by a woman 5 years ago, so she didn't know how important that woman was to the young master. He originally thought that the young master indulged Jiang Mayan just because he thought she was the one who saved his life 5 years ago, but now it seems that some feelings have been slowly growing in the dark. Sikong Cheng looked at Archie with an indifferent expression, because she does not have the heart to harm me for the time being. A sentence that left Archie speechless. He grew up following Sikong Cheng since he was a child, naturally knowing how many plots and assassinations the man has experienced, knowing how rare it is to have someone who doesn't want to harm him or use him by his side. And Jiang Muin, indeed, doesn't have a heart to harm him. On the other hand, Jiang Mayan wandered around the company half a dozen times, meeting a few employees who were quite familiar with him before and inquiring about the recent form of Disheng. Ms. Jiang, are you planning to stay with the president as a secretary from now on? Jian Yan asked. Ah. Jiang Mayan flicked her ponytail towards him in style. What? With my beauty not qualified to be the president's secretary? The corner of Jian Yan's mouth twitched slightly. No, I just think you're a capable one. Being a secretary is condescending. Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows and patted his shoulder. TSK, it's true that you're still the most knowledgeable. When Sis develops and opens a company in the future, I'll make sure to fish you over. So what kind of company are you going to start? Jian Yan asked. Jiang Mayan thought for a moment. What is the industry that accounts for the largest percentage under this Disheng? Of course it's the entertainment industry. Jian Yan said with a proud face. Half of the entertainment industry can belong to Disheng. Good. Jiang Mayan clapped her hands. Then I'll start an entertainment company in the future and take down the remaining half of the kingdom. Jian Yan. After the decision, Jiang Muyan immediately began to investigate, but accidentally found a person, Lu Kaiwei. On the photo, the woman's fair and flawless skin with a light pink, curved willow eyebrows below a pair of bright black pupils, nose high and straight cherry lips slightly open, alive and free of a budding little beauty. Anyone who looks at it is very difficult not to be fond of. This man, however, suddenly fell shortly after his last big hit. She searched some more of Lu Kaiwei's recent news and found that the man was now on a roll, which meant that something was going to happen before too long. After thinking for a moment, she decided to start with this and open herself up to a grand and dominating career in the future. The president's office. Jiang Mayan's third visit. Sikong Cheng, let me ask you. She held a photo of Lu Kaiwei who was beautiful to a fault and disliked it in front of the man. Is this little girl pretty? General, Si Kong Chang ducked back and frowned back. Average. Jiang Mayan was shocked. This figure, you say she's average? Where exactly did you set your standard line? Si Kong Chang's gaze crossed from her eyebrows and landed on her blathering mouth. Before he lowered his head and continued to read the documents without a word, Jiang Mayan was furious. This dog man, either his eyes have problems or he is not very good in that area. Otherwise how could he be indifferent to such a big beauty? Si Kong Chang, tell me, what exactly will it take to agree to dig this person over? Not in any way. The man didn't lift his head. Seeing the man's tough attitude, Jiang Mayan's brows furrowed bit by bit. Then what if I use all my means just to sign her over? What if she doesn't come over, and I'm done with this secretary job? Si Kong Chang's fingers slightly paused and raised his eyes to look at her. Are you threatening me? The man's gaze was cold and chilling, transmitting a slight chill that made Jiang Mayan clench her fingers. She gritted her teeth. It's about my career afterward. Can't you be a little accommodating? No, Si Kong Chang said in a cold voice. Why not? Jiang Mayan was completely enraged. It's just an artist. Even if she ends up being lukewarm with no achievements, that's nothing to Dishing's huge entertainment industry, right? Si Kong Chang's eyes steeply sharpened. Jiang Mayan, does Dishang let you play around? Are you aware of how much of an impact an artist can have on a company? Do you know what it's like inside the entertainment industry? Do you understand what sustains Dishing's huge entertainment industry? A series of words slammed down towards Jiang Mayan without the slightest bit of mercy. Jiang Mayan looked at Si Kong Chang's eyes that did not have a trace of temperature, and the anger that she had just felt was completely quenched and turned into a pile of dead ashes. Si Kong Chang, you've never been willing to trust me. After that, she left the office straight away. When she came out of Tisheng, Jiang Mayan directly asked Yuan Feng to send her home. Along the way, Yuan Feng said nothing but glanced at her from time to time, obviously sensing that something was wrong. Jiang Mayan, who was in the midst of her anger, turned her head with a face full of impatience. TSK, ask whatever you want. Yuan Feng glanced at her and carefully said, Miss Jiang is in a bad mood? No. Jiang Mayan spat out two words without a good breath. Yuan Feng, did you have a fight with the young master? As he thought about it, it seemed that only the young master could be angry with this woman. Jiang Mayan angrily returned two words. Don't dare. Yuan Feng, that seems to be it then. After asking, he continued to drive in peace, not caring anyway. Jiang Mayan waited for half a day without hearing the third question. Her anger rose even higher. Why don't you ask? Yuan Feng, after asking, I wasn't able to share Ms. Zhang's worries. At those words, Jiang Mayan almost choked to death on her own mouthful of anger, glaring at Yuan Feng's side face as if she wanted to glare a hole there. After a long time, Yuan Feng surrendered under the attack of the enemy's sight. If you want to vent, I can take you to a boxing gym I frequent. Jiang Mayan paused, her eyes brightened a few points. Then why don't you turn around? Half an hour later, a circle of muscular men stood around the ring, each with a worried frown. Brother Yuan, when will this woman leave? One of the inch-haired men asked in a low voice. Yuan Feng looked at Jiang Mayan, who was unilaterally abusing a certain coach on the stage, and pursed his lips. Wait for her to vent enough. The inch-haired man suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and had a lifeless face. Hit and cannot hit, scolded and dare not scold. A group of blood and vigor of the big men can only be here by this woman abuse. Really long so big not so suffocated. Right at this moment, Yuan Feng's cell phone rang, and after glancing at the incoming call, he immediately picked up. Young master, where? The man on the other side of the room's voice was low, with a hint of tightness. Boxing gym. Yuan Feng hesitated. Ms. Zhang is in a bad mood. I brought her here to vent. Across the room, Si Kong Chang was silent for a moment, his voice relaxing a few points. Keep an eye on her. When the phone hung up, Yuan Feng raised his eyes but saw Jiang Mayan on the stage looking straight at him, and the beads of sweat on his face carried a hint of murder. Who's calling? Yuan Feng secretly swallowed. Young masters. Jiang Mayan smiled. You, come up here with your cell phone. Crowd of boxing coaches. It's scary when women start a fire. Chapter 68, taking you to the top of your life. After coming out of the boxing gym, Jiang Mayan only felt refreshed. Yuan Feng, how much is the monthly subscription here? I plan to come often in the future. Yuan Feng's face turned blue as he said with difficulty. It's better not to. It's not good for your body. Jiang Mayan was full of doubts. Isn't this supposed to be exercise? How can it be bad for the body? Yuan Feng, it's not good for the coaches. Oh, that's so. Jiang Mayan looked disgusted. Then they're not physically fit. Yuan Feng. He seemed to kind of understand why Archie was pissed off every time. After this time, Jiang Mayan calmed down and prepared to start from Lu Kaiwei's side, because if she remembered correctly, Lu Kaiwei at this time should have already been pestered by some big brother. In the office, she called Guan Yao and threw her rolled over to get Lu Kaiwei's agent's contact information. Hello, is this the big Zizzo agent? The man across the table laughed. I can't afford to be a big agent. Having brought out so many top-tier traffic, how can you not be able to afford it? Jiang Mayan laughed faintly. Upon hearing this, Chijua paused slightly, and when he opened his mouth again, his voice was much more subdued. Who are you? Someone who wants to take you and your little star to the top of life. Jiang Mayan said with the same sincerity. Why don't we set up a time to meet? Chijua seemed to be aroused a few times by the way she talked big, and although there was a reluctance in his tone, he finally answered. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Mayan got up and left the office. However, he did not want to just reach the door and happen to bump into Si Kongcheng, who came out of the office. 4 eyes but a touch of separation. The man was dressed in an extravagant high-fashion suit. The pure white shirt was meticulously buttoned to the top one. His hair also looked like it had been cleaned up, and his cold face had deep features, which was simply the standard for making a woman so handsome that she couldn't close her legs. I don't know if it's because they haven't seen each other for a few days, but even Jiang Mayan was a little heartbroken for a moment. She skimmed her mouth and was wondering what this dogman was going to do when he dressed up all fancy, when she heard Gao Yi behind him laugh and say, "Ms. Jiang, young master is going to a banquet today. He shouldn't be coming back at night. Do you have anything to do?" Si Kongcheng looked pale and hung his eyes, seemingly not intending to greet Jiang Mayan. Jiang Mayan rolled her eyes at him, making it seem like it was particularly rare for anyone to talk to him. I'm a tiny secretary with no power or influence. What can I do? She disliked Gao Yi without a good mood and turned around to go back to her office, glancing at the cell phone on the table, which looked exactly like the man's but was loaded with a locator. She was so angry that she lifted her hand and threw the phone into the trash. It's evening and the night air is refreshing. Jiang Mayan came out of the company and suddenly received a call from Chijua. The other party said that he had booked a hotel where the two of them could eat and talk, so she immediately asked Yuan Feng to turn around and send himself to the hotel. Yuan Feng had hesitated, then thought of the fact that 2 days ago he found out that Miss Zhang's cell phone had been installed with a locator by the young master, and only then did he respond. Soon arriving at the Huayu Crown Hotel, Jiang Mayan directly asked Yuan Feng to open 2 rooms just in case, because rumor has it that this big agent of Chijua is a very mellow one who only spills his guts when he gets drunk at the table. She is worried that she will get drunk today. After packing up, she took her seat at the agreed-upon restaurant location, and within a few minutes saw several groups of people, one of whom was in a wheelchair and seemed to look a bit like Si Kongcheng. However, Huayu Crown was one of the top existences on this side of the imperial capital, and many wealthy merchants, noble dukes and members of the great families often gathered here, so she didn't care about it, and just took it as a case of looking at her eyes. It didn't take long for Zizzo to show up. After taking his seat, he motionlessly sized up Jiang Mayan before smiling and reaching out and greeting. Chijua. Jiang Mayan secretly said an old fox and shook his hand. Jiang Mayan. Jiang? Chijua looked surprised. So you're related to the Jiang family? The Kong family's previously stray illegitimate daughter. Jiang Mayan looked at him and returned frankly. Dealing with this kind of person who was very defensive, the first thing to do is to make some sincerity. Sure enough, after hearing her say that, there were a few less false feelings in Chijua's smile. Straight to the point. I want your house Lu Kaiwei, Jiang Mayan said bluntly. Zizzo froze. Too mean? Literally. Jiang Mayan pursed her lips and smiled. Even though I'm not sitting in the position of an agent at the moment, as long as you believe in it, I'll do it in the shortest possible time. Chijua looked at her with unblinking eyes, his smile slightly curtailed. I believe you, but this doesn't seem to have anything to do with Kaiwei, does it? I've never seen a person so crazy, not even an agent. Yet he opens his mouth and asks for someone. This Jiang Mayan, either a pure fool, or not a simple character. Glancing at the caution in his eyes, Jiang Mayan picked up her red wine glass and clinked it with him before drinking it down. Big economist Chi, if I'm not mistaken, your family Kaiwei is being pestered by a rich man at the moment, right? At that, Chi's eyes sank slightly, but the expression on his face didn't change at all, picking up his wine glass and taking a small sip before saying, Ms. Jiang, my family's Kaiwei is beautiful and good. Isn't it normal to have a tycoon pursuing around her? Seeing him start to prepare to draw a circle, Jiang Mayan sighed in her heart that it really wasn't a good idea to not drink tonight, so she laughed softly and picked up her glass again. It didn't take long for the table to go untouched by a single bite of food and the big belly wake-up call to be empty, but soon enough, the waiter brought in another bottle. By the end of the drink, heavy shadows had appeared in front of Jiang Mayan's eyes. She slammed the table and pointed to the opposite side of the table. I'll put down my word here today. If I don't let her become a first-class top, I'll cut off my head and use it as a leather ball for you. Immediately came around a lot of probing eyes. Chijua headache a million pacified. Well, I agree. Agree not okay. After saying that, he inquired with the waiter about the room that Jiang Mayan had booked, while he helped the person up and prepared to send her to rest. Just then, the flash of a camera lit up in the corner of the hotel entrance. It was hard to help Jiang Mayan upstairs, but Chihua's cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Mayan, who was in a daze, was startled by the bell, and swiftly pushed away the person who was holding her up, and assumed a standard boxing stance. Oh, where's the stinking hooligan from that dares to stand on the cheap side of my old lady? And with that, he punched out. Chihua screamed in pain and almost threw the phone out. His face darkened. Jiang Mayan, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Just downstairs he was discussing Lu Kaiwei, and now he's so drunk he doesn't recognize him? Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes dangerously and jumped in place a few times, her fists leaping. Chihua's afterglow glimpsed a waiter pushing a food cart coming behind him, and immediately his eyes lit up, covering his face and frantically backing away. That waiter, please send her to her room. After saying that, he ran away without a trace. Jiang Mayan swayed in place, suddenly feeling sleepy, grabbed the bewildered waiter and said, "Take me to room 1269. The waiter was filled with surprise as the food cart he was pushing happened to be ready to be delivered to room 1269. Suddenly he saw the woman holding the room card, which appeared to be 1269, and he was instantly enlightened. Oh, so the gentleman in the wheelchair booked a room for two. So, he very enthusiastically took Jiang Mayan to room 1269. Opening the door, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom and spoke out. "Sir, the food cart is over here for you. Can I come back tomorrow to pick it up?" Could be. And at this point, Jiang Mayan's ears could no longer hear foreign voices. She staggered into her room and fumbled in the darkness to climb into bed while blindfolded. Chapter 69, Bedtime Encounter. Outside the Huayu Crown Hotel, a red sports car was parked in the corner. Nice work. Jiang Rui swept through the photos in the camera one by one. Her face was almost crazy with excitement. Quickly, notify all the major news media. Just say that there will be a good show over here in the morning. Yes, the person on the side answered and left. Jiang Rui glanced at the hotel door not far away, her dark eyes glittering with dark light full of contempt and smugness. Also thought that Jiang Muyan is really a icy clean. In order to Sikong City to keep his body like jade, now it seems, but also as just a casually with a man to open the room of the table. Since he ran into the muzzle of the gun, then don't blame her as a sister, is hard-hearted and ruthless. The early morning sunlight squeezed into the room through a gap in the curtains, casting a light shadow on someone's pale calves. Jiang Mayan scratched her leg with her eyes closed, and then rolled the quilt to the side and flipped it violently. Ah! A muffled manly grunt followed. Sleeping Sikong Chang was caught off guard by a sweeping leg, and right in the lower body. All of a sudden the pain grunted and opened his eyes. Sleepy, his fingers gripped the sheets in a death grip, veins rippling on the backs of his hands, and his greenish-white face turned to the side in full shock. And Jiang Muyan also seems to feel his leg kick something hard. Cannot help but frown. What kind of broken bed? Why also choking feet? I don't know if it was an illusion, but she suddenly seemed to hear the sound of grinding teeth, and her heart suddenly became even more dissatisfied, and she abruptly opened her eyes. What the hell kind of hotel? Next time my mom will never. As the four eyes met, her unfinished words came to an abrupt end, and her eyes, still misty, widened abruptly. See. The line of sight went down, and a piece of the man's white, lean pecs instantly came into view. Ah, dog man, she shrieked, and subconsciously threw up a slap with a crisp, resounding smack. What have you done to me? Sikong Chang was jolted by her. His face as black as the bottom of a pot was suddenly bruised. Jiang Mayan, are you crazy? I think you're the one who's crazy, aren't you? On the surface looks breezy, in fact inside has long coveted my body for a long time, right? You shameless dog man, Jiang Mayan said angrily, seeing that the woman in front of him still had the intention to continue to make a move. Sikong Chang violently raised his hand and clasped her wrist, immediately pressed her onto the pillow, gritting his teeth and cursing lowly. You give me a bit of comb. The covers were stirred haphazardly into a ball, and he pressed his bare upper body against the woman with a vague look of devastation in his features. In all his life, he had never been in such a mess. Dog man, you. Jiang Mayan glared at the man near her and was about to open her mouth to curse, when she suddenly felt that the man's body that was close to her seemed to have reacted in some way, and she froze in a flash. It's killing me. Sikong Chang gritted his teeth and stared at the woman underneath him. Jiang Mayan, you were the one who sneaked into my room to sleep, and now you're the one who shouts out to catch a thief. Are you challenging my bottom line? It is also his carelessness. Last night after socializing back to order sober soup, drink and then directly on the bed. This woman, when the hell did she sneak in? At those words, Jiang Mayan was shocked beyond words. Sikong Chang, your brain is kicked by a donkey, right? This dog man is also too thick-skinned. Obviously he took advantage of her drunkenness to come to the room to her intentions of misbehavior. And now she said that she thieves still catch thieves. showing up out of the blue in my room all morning and being a jerk to me. I think you're the one who's challenging me, aren't you? Your room? Sikong Chang's eyes narrowed dangerously as he raised his hand and took the room card on a side table, his tone icy cold to the extreme. Open your eyes and see whose room this really is. The room card was thrown to the side, and Jiang Mayan snorted. Do you think I'm a fool? You think I'm stupid? You can go to the wrong room in a hotel? The wrong room also happened to walk to your room? It's funny, she's lived 2 lifetimes to do such a stupid thing? However, when her eyes landed on the number 1296 written on the room card, she suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and froze in place. What's the deal? Isn't she in room 1269? Seeing Jiang Mayan's face suddenly change drastically, the corners of Sikong Chang's lips drew up a touch of mockery, and he slowly let out a cry from his nostrils. Jiang Mayan completely ran out of words. She thought back carefully to last night and vaguely recalled what seemed like a waiter taking her back to her room. A moment later, she looked at the man with a serious expression. Sikong Chang, I suspect that I was set up. Last night I drank too much. It was a waiter who brought me back to my room. That waiter must have been unsettled and had a premeditated plan. But at that moment, the waiter's voice suddenly came from outside the living room door. Sir, are you awake? Do you need help putting away the food cart? Jiang Mayan's pupils widened slightly as she said excitedly. This voice, it's him, he's the one who brought me in last night. See, I told you that he was premeditated. Sikong Chang half-heartedly glanced at the woman, still maintaining the position of keeping her firmly confined, and said to the outside, come in. Jiang Mayan could not stop it. Then he heard the door of the room was opened, and the sound of sizzling packing came, and his heart immediately tensed up. This waiter, surely, is out there secretly poking and prodding and preparing ulterior plans. Just when the atmosphere was tense and on the verge of breaking out, he heard the person outside suddenly shouted, Sir, the lady who came over in the middle of the night yesterday seemed to have drunk a lot of wine. You, need any help from me? In the room, Sikong Chang's eyes flashed slightly, and he asked nonchalantly, in the middle of the night yesterday, how did she come in? The waiter laughed. That would be a coincidence. I happened to bump into this young lady when I came to deliver your meal. She said she was also from room 1269, so I helped bring her here. Ha! Sikong Chang let out a light laugh, his eyes deadpan on Jiang Mayan. So that's how it is. Jiang Mayan. It wasn't long before the waiter left and the room was eerily calm. Cough. Jiang Mayan added to her dry lips. Ha ha ha, look at this whole thing. It's really too coincidental. The corner of Sikong Chang's lips drew up a little arc, and the color in his eyes was dark and unknown. Jiang Mayan, the one who was unsettled and premeditated and prepared an ulterior plan is you, isn't it? I didn't. Jiang Mayan retorted, but sheepishly averted her eyes. I'm afraid a fool would be suspicious if this was rushed on him. Sikong Chang's eyes fell to her open and closed the red moist lips. The body had already calmed down the heat suddenly sum up again the seedling. Before the opening of the questioning forgot all. He stared intently at the woman's lips and suddenly, buzz off. The cell phone next to him suddenly vibrated and he snapped back to his senses. The phone was connected, and Gao Yi on the other side eagerly said, Young master, there is a document from the company that is rather urgent and must still be personally reviewed by you. I have now rushed over with the document. Sikong Chang glanced at the person on the bed and said in a deep voice, Wait downstairs. I'll go down immediately. Hanging up on Gao Yi, he turned to the hotel waiter and called for someone to come over to help him, and then he went straight out of bed. Jiang Mayan saw him skillfully sit on the wheelchair with his arms propped up, and secretly skimmed his mouth, pretending to be crippled but pretending to be quite dutiful. The man quickly washed up and put on the clothes. The bony fingers put the mouth meticulously fastened to the first one below the neck. The real person penetrated the reserved and incomparable temperament. He swept a glance at the crumpled clothes on Jiang Mayan's body, a hint of dislike in his eyes. Next time you want to do something like this, at least remember to clean yourself up. With that, the man turned to leave. Me. Jiang Mayan clenched her teeth in death and pointed at the man's back as he left. Dog man, you're ruthless enough. Chapter 70 Young people too crazy? After a long time of sulking on the bed, Jiang Mayan rubbed her sore temples before getting up and going back to the room she had booked. It's all because of that old tricky one, Shi Zhua, that she drank so much yesterday. Hiss. So did he promise to give Lu Kaiwei to himself last night or not? Thinking of this, Jiang Mayan directly took her cell phone and made a call over. Big economist Chi. Sorry I drank too much last night. What do you think about Kaiwei's matter? Why don't I? I'd like to invite you to dinner again. Let's have a good. No, 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 here, all of them. Shi Zhua hurriedly interrupted. Don't say one Kaiwei. I'll give you 100 Kaiwei too, right? As long as you don't invite me to dinner again. Oh, good. Jiang Mayan looked confused. She clearly remembered that last night this person was not so happy. How come a night passed and changed his face? Well, It really was her personal charm that won her over, wasn't it? However, he heard the person over there suddenly added, "Oh, right, Ms. Jiang is still at the Huayu Crown Hotel? I heard that there's some big news over there today, so there might be reporters and paparazzi over there, so pay attention if you mind." Jiang Mayan froze slightly and hung up the phone after saying thank you. Big news? Did some celebrity come here to cheat on his wife and get caught? After glancing out of the window, she realized that there seemed to be a few sneaky figures really close by, among which she vaguely seemed to see the former personnel of a certain Justice Society. Not taking it to heart, she called Yuan Feng to pick her up only after she had caught up on another nap in her room. Ms. Jiang, a dozen reporters just broke into the hotel. Yuan Feng suddenly spoke. Breaking and entering? It's not like you're there to arrest me. Jiang Mayan returned unconcernedly, and then asked Yuan Feng to send himself to the boxing gym again. Yuan Feng's heart immediately pulled up the alarm, and tentatively asked, "Miss Jiang today, and not in a good mood? You tell me." Jiang Mayan sneered, "Cut the crap and hurry." She needed to practice her kung fu as soon as possible so she wouldn't always be short in front of some dogman. Yuan Feng was speechless for a moment, and sent a message to the boxing gym's hard-luck friends in a swift motion while starting the car. Alas, when he first told the young master that he would not be forced to stay by this woman's side as a bodyguard, he was ultimately wrong. On one side the two drove off, on the other side the hotel was in chaos. On the 12th floor, the waiter lost the duel with the reporters and could only watch as they swooped outside room 1269. Waiting like rabbits for the people inside to come out. Have you heard who's sleeping in here? A male reporter said hesitantly. Why do I feel so bottomless? I don't know, but it's rumored to be a big shot. The person next to him was full of excitement. And look, so many newspapers have received the news, so it can't be wrong. Right, I'm the first one. We at the Justice Club got an anonymous message last night that there was big news. A small man said happily. Oh, the Justice Society is all here. So it seems right then. Someone immediately echoed. The crowd chattered on, waiting for half a day but not seeing the slightest movement in the room. Wow, the people in here can sleep too much. It's almost 12 o'clock. Ha! A reporter laughed softly. That means there must be a man and a woman inside. And they must be young people. Too crazy last night? That's why it's so late today. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he saw a man half 100 years old on the other side of the stairs approaching. He took a room card to the door of 1269. Rather puzzled look at the group of reporters, and then opened the door in the crowd's unbelievable gaze. And in the crowd's dumbfounded quickly packed up a few clothes and briefcases out, and finally in the jaws of the crowd in the bashful walk away. Waiter, check out, Gao said to a waiter who was standing stupidly next to him. Ha! The waiter reacted half-heartedly. Oh, okay. The two left with each other, leaving a crowd of reporters in place as if they were retarded with burnt-out brains. No, I thought there was big news. Where is it? A reporter voiced out dreamily. Didn't we say it was a man and a woman going crazy in there? How come the one who came to check out turned out to be an old man? The small man from the Justice Society was filled with indignation. I know, we're all screwed. There's no big news at all. With that he turned away with a grunt. Humph. I'm going to find out that anonymous person who dared to cheat our Justice Society. Just wait. Hualing Media Company. Zhang Rui waited in the office for half a day without any news coming in, the smile on her face slowly disappearing in anxiety. She picked up her cell phone and found the paparazzo from last night and called. What are you guys still grumbling about? Why haven't you released the news about that sputtering man getting a room with a wild man? Doggy was equally anxious. I don't know what's going on. Last night I clearly saw that man helping her up the stairs with my own eyes, and I also heard her telling the waiter that it was room 1269, but just now when we went over there was no one in the room at all, and that room was opened by an old man. At those words, Zhang Rui's brows furrowed. What about Jiang Mayan? Doggy huffed and puffed and gasped. Nope, didn't find it. I think it's checked out. The anger in Zhang Rui's heart grew upward. Waste, you can't even handle such a small thing. Yeah, sorry Ms. Jiang, Doggy gasped as he said. A kid from the Justice Society found out that I was the one who anonymously spread the news last night, and now he's chasing me, saying that he wants to dismantle me. Miss Jiang, you help me I'm doing all this for you Zhang Rui's face was turned blue with anger and she gritted her teeth. I can't help you until I get rid of him first. Stupid. Hanging up the phone, she saw the picture sitting in her hand, and the shade on her face dissipated a little. Humph, Jiang Mayan, even if you didn't make it to the news this time, but if these photos are slightly rectified and sent to Seekong City, it should be enough for you to eat a pot, right? When she thought of this, a sardonic smile appeared on her face. In short, as long as she made Seekong Cheng have a problem with that sputtering person, wouldn't the purpose be accomplished? As he was secretly mulling over the plan, his cell phone rang again. Hello, it's me. The person on the other side murmured. Where are you? I'm at the company but I might make a trip to your place later. Jiang Rui smiled and told the matter. When Si Kongcheng looks at the photos, he'll definitely be furious with that little sputter, and he'll never listen to her again. Do you think Si Kongcheng is a fool? Du Chuan interrupted her without any good humor, and the most important thing for a man is his career. I asked you to stray from their relationship, not just stray from the feelings. Can your brain not be stuffed with those love affairs of your women all day long? Me. The chopping lesson caused Jiang Rui to be speechless for a while, and the complacency she had just felt faded for the most part. Then what do you think should be done? Du Chuan took a deep breath. Recently, Zhang Muyen has been asking about Royal Nest Entertainment in the company, and I also heard that she had a conflict with Si Kongcheng because of an actress. Go and find out what's going on, and start along with that. An actress? Jiang Rui froze, and then thoughtfully responded. Chapter 71, No Work, No Food. In the next few days, the gossip about Lu Kaiwei increased all of a sudden. The day before yesterday it was said that she was playing a big game on the set to make things difficult for the makeup artist. Yesterday it became with a rich businessman in and out of immodest occasions, and today it became suspected of being a mistress to destroy other people's families. Even though her company has been pressing down, those scandals continue to pile up. Zhang Mayan flipped through one tweet after another in her phone, her eyes gradually sinking. Lu Kaiwei in her previous life, it was from this time onwards, her career fell to pieces, was called a lady in the showbiz industry who didn't want money, relying on having sex with men to get to the top, and after that, she was crowned with all kinds of trumped-up charges, and even after she was forced to withdraw from the showbiz industry she was still being attacked non-stop. The young and beautiful girl was driven to depression and finally died in a long time, and it turned out to be nothing more than because she refused the subterfuge of a rich big shot. Returning to her senses, Zhang Mayan realized that she had already walked to the door of Si Kongcheng's office, and immediately sent herself a blank stare. Originally, it was just because she didn't want to see Si Kongcheng after a couple of arguments earlier. And since the last coincidental encounter in the hotel bed, there was an additional embarrassment. Thinking of this, she turned around to leave, but unexpectedly the office door suddenly opened and Gaoi walked out from inside. Seeing her, Gaoi smiled gently. Miss Jiang is here to see the young master? No, I didn't intend to. Young master is inside. Not busy, quickly go inside. Gaoi directly interrupted her and left with a smile after saying that. Zhang Mayan rubbed her cell phone and froze for a second before walking in stiffly. Really? What's there to be embarrassed about? As long as she's not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. And when she actually stood in front of Si Kongcheng, she realized that she had still underestimated the thickness of this man's face skin. Something? Si Kongcheng looked indifferent. Not a single fluctuation of emotion could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Mayan, as if he had already forgotten that this woman had shared a bed with him only 2 days ago. Zhang Mayan looked at him steadily for a long time, his heart inexplicably a little upset. This dog man, does he not care what women he sleeps around? A moment later, she slightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the force of her grip on the cell phone increased by a few points. Si Kongcheng, the secretary's job is too uninteresting. I want to change it. Sikyong, in exchange for what? Broker, Zhang Mayan said decisively, and then solemnly analyzed with him. Although I have a face that can casually kill a bunch of small stars, and my body is comparable to that of a model, and my acting skills, although I haven't practiced but I think it's not bad, and I know quite a lot of talent. And, get to the point. Si Kongcheng glanced at her and mercilessly interrupted her boasting. TCH, it's just that I would have been a good candidate to be a star, but I bet you wouldn't have been happy with me being a star, Zhang Mayan said without a trace of anger, because then you won't be able to squeeze me better. Am I right? Si Kongcheng leaned back in his chair. Continue. Then since the front of the stage cannot, on the curtain well, Zhang Muyen looked at him seriously said, I think with my talent, become a big broker in no time. When? Si Kongcheng's face was expressionless. You can sign that Lu Kaiwei yourself by then. Jiang Moyen. Right. In short the final conclusion is this, but you will find it very reasonable by the previous analysis. Right? Si Kongcheng sneered. You're fooling fools? Zhang Mayan looked at his oil and salt, the patience in her heart ran out, and she disliked him full of annoyance. You're not as frugal as a fool. Who does she work so hard for every day? She can't even get the least bit of trust. Upon hearing this, Si Kongcheng's face darkened. Zhang Mayan, I see that you've gotten your wings hardened recently, because of an unimpressive starlet that challenged his bottom line 3 times, even the last time he showed up at the hotel. It seemed that it was because he went to meet that starlet's agent. When he thought of the day this woman went to drink with a man in private for someone else, the anger in his heart had a hidden tendency to get out of control. See, the man seems to be angry. Zhang Muyen heart more annoyed. Lu Kaiwei things have been imminent, and then quarrel with this dog man once. After that I'm afraid it will be more difficult to go out. She bit her lip to suddenly meet the man's gaze. It's not all because you spoiled me with hard wings. Kong Cheng's complexion slightly stagnated, and the fire raging in his eyes trembled, and then extinguished. Come to think of it, he really should be blamed for being too indulgent with Jiang Mayan. His lips moved, and he spoke again in a slow voice. Do you think an agent is that good? The water in the entertainment industry is very deep. No one who goes in can stay out of it. Saying that, he raised his hand and dialed the mouse, and countless messages about Lu Kaiwei immediately appeared on the computer desktop. This woman is being questioned about having been in rehab, and it won't be long before the gossip on her will be completely covered by the big story of drug use. Jiang Mayan's pupils suddenly shrunk, and she hastily raised her hand. I can guarantee that she definitely didn't take drugs. Is it useful? Kong Cheng's dark eyes stared at Jiang Mayan. Once a star is labeled, it can't be torn off. Don't tell me that you'll clear her name. With your ability, let alone clear her name, you'll drag down the entire entertainment company because of her alone. What makes you say I'm not capable of fixing this? Jiang Mayan furrowed her brows indignantly. Am I that useless in your heart? Kong Cheng looked at the woman for a moment. Then tell me, what are the things you've done to impress me since signing the agreement? Not waiting for Jiang Mayan to speak, he let out another "Oh, there is a point that makes me look the other way." What? Jiang Mayan asked subconsciously. No business, no meal. Jiang Moyen. I would like to find a lawyer to consult the sentence of a few years for aggravated homicide, or ask if you can ask the other party to pay for his life if you are angry. Just as she was staring at Kong Cheng's neck contemplating where this would be a good place to start strangling, a sharp knock suddenly came from outside the office. Young master, my subordinate and the others have something to discuss. Hearing that it was Archie's voice, Jiang Mayan temporarily rested her fire, wanting to see what was so important. Kong Cheng swept a glance at her. Seeing that she didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding it was rather speechless, but he didn't open his mouth to drive people away. Come in. As the words fell, Achi and the other 6 dark guards all crowded in, and except for Lu Mengfei, who was codenamed Tu, who remained calm, the others all showed unhappy faces, as if they had come to collect a debt. Seeing that Jiang Mayan was also there, the faces of several people suddenly became even more unhappy. Jiang Mayan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Yo, aren't you guys a dark guard squad? Why are you looking like a debt collection squad today? You're the one who's here to collect a debt. Achi gritted her teeth and disliked her, then turned to Kong Cheng under the urging of the 4 people next to her, holding her tongue for a long time before speaking. Young master, this time, no matter how you want to punish me, I must come and ask on behalf of the brothers. You, exactly why don't you even use us brothers now? After saying this, he hung his head along with the 4 people next to him, lost as if he had just had his heart broken by love. Jiang Mayan gave them a slightly disgusted look, but in her heart, she was secretly thinking, is Sikong City now determined to force that traitor out? Or do you think there are others behind the traitor? I naturally have different arrangements for different things. You guys have been with me for so long, and now you've even forgotten this? Kong Cheng's voice was flat, but it was full of intimidation, causing the heads of the few people on the opposite side of the room to suddenly lower even more. But young master, a few of us haven't opened for a long time. Ah Chi whispered, without waiting for Kong Cheng to speak. No, 2 in the squad took the lead and said, 7, not opening means that we may not be at the top of our game. If we are more capable than all the other squads, then the young master will definitely use us sooner or later. What are you pulling with me, Lu? However, he saw Chi fiercely raise his head to glare at him. Don't you know clearly what kind of strength I have? How many of young master's men can beat me? Fine, I misspoke. Lu Mengfei hurriedly calmed down a few words, while Du looked helplessly at Kong Cheng. After that, Chi continued to break up with Kong Cheng, but Jiang Mayan's eyes were glued to that number 2. Chapter 72, A Rake in the Face. Merit is the most taboo thing for every superior. Although Kong Cheng is not really as jealous of his subordinates as a feudal monarch, he should naturally be more wary of subordinates who are too capable. Jiang Mayan withdrew her gaze at Lu Mengfei, her heart clearing. This shameless traitor has even learned to flatter? Is it that easy to get Sikong City to shift its suspicions to Archie? Thinking of this, she looked at Chi again and saw that this fool was still rambling and bragging to Kong Cheng that he was good with his hands and worthy of reuse, and immediately rolled her eyes. People are pushing you to the guillotine behind your back. You don't resist, even if you yell out and charge upwards yourself. Unexpectedly, however, the blank stare happened to be seen by Archie, and instantly drew an angry look from him. Jiang Mayan, what do you mean? Archie snapped, looking down on me? No, absolutely not. Jiang Mayan immediately changed her face, stepped forward and took his shoulders and laughed. You're so good with your hands, how could I possibly look down on you? Archie obviously didn't believe her bull *******, but he couldn't help but ease his face a few points. But I heard Jiang Mayan continue, your young master is too impersonal. He doesn't know how to think for you underlings at all. I'm fighting for you. You are not allowed to speak ill of the young master. Archie glared. I believe he has his own reasons for any decision he makes. Jiang Mayan. Well, just now they were still blaming Sikong Chang for not reusing them, and now they suddenly believe in them? Her eyes darted around, pondering how to pull a chi to unite the front against this overbearing and selfish man. Sikong Chang. But before she could think of anything, she heard Sikong Chang slowly open his mouth. You guys can get out if you're okay, don't waste my time here. Achi's face immediately pulled down again and stood still without saying anything, but Lu Mengfei on the other side suddenly stepped forward and advised. Achi, go back first, don't break the young master's rules, we should follow orders. Jiang Muyan secretly staggered in his heart. Look at people this invisible stirring up trouble. A sentence do not break the rules, precisely to remind the Sikong City Archie is breaking the rules. I'm used to seeing green tea women, but this is the first time I've seen such a high level of green tea men. Soon after another 2 days, Sikong City has not been loose meaning. Lu Tsaiwei's situation is also more and more difficult. Jiang Mayan thought about weighing the pros and cons and finally decided that she had to take a risk. She had someone help her draw up a signing contract with Lu Kaiwei, then took advantage of Sikong Chang's absence to touch into his office to look for a seal as well as a signing pen. As long as she finds these two things, she can make the first move. By then, even if that dog man blames it, but Lu Kaiwei is already a company man. What can he do? However, a rummage through the desk drawer turned up nothing. Jiang Mayan frowned slightly, trying to remember where she had seen the seal and pen before, but at that moment, there was a sudden knock on the office door, followed by a woman's voice. Young Master Sikong, busy? Jiang Mayan froze slightly. Jiang Rui? In reaction, her eyes subconsciously searched around for a place to hide and she couldn't help but grind her teeth. She's been running here for 3 days. She's afraid that people won't know that she's trying to have a relationship with Sikong Chang, isn't she? Thinking of this, she was inexplicably a little annoyed, turned around and sat her butt directly on Sikong Chang's office chair. Speechless, what does she have to hide? It's Jiang Rui who's here, not Sikong Chang, so what does she have to hide? Turning in a leisurely circle, she adjusted her expression to a nonchalant voice. Come in. The person outside seemed to pause for a moment before opening the door. Jiang Rui, whose face was still in shock, first scanned the office and blackened her face after realizing that Jiang Mayan was the only one there. Sister, why are you here? Where is young Master Sikong? Her eyes could not stop glancing around. The bottom of her eyes a piece of jealousy. Every time she came over to stay do not dare to stay more. And Sikong Chang even allowed this splash of people casually in and out of the office. Jiang Mayan laughed. Of course I'm waiting for him here. Who knows where that deadbeat ran off to and never came back. Deadbeat. Jiang Rui gritted her teeth and advised with a leathery smile. Sister should watch what she says. If young Master Sikong finds out, I'm afraid he'll have a problem with you. Jiang Mayan naturally noticed the flicker of resentment in her well-versed eyes, and the mockery at the corner of her lips grew stronger. If sister doesn't say it, where is he going to find out? In her last life, she was too stupid to be cheated by Jiang Rui with this fake sympathetic persuasive face, not knowing how many times. Until after her rebirth she realized that Sikong Chang could know her whereabouts like the back of her hand at that time, but it was not because there was such an intermediary in the. Her gaze shifted slightly downward to land on the document bag held in Jiang Rui's hand, and Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes. Sister is here to deliver the documents? Jiang Rui first gave a start, then smiled as she gripped the file bag tightly. Just some photos to give young Master Sikong a heads up, but since he's not here right now, I'll come another day. The corners of her lips lifted up, her smile full of provocation. Anyway, with young Master Sikong's mind, he definitely won't sign this notorious little star. Looking at the smug look on Jiang Rui's face, the corner of Jiang Mayan's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Damn, no wonder that dogman is dead set against signing Lu Kaiwei. So it's because someone has been adding oil and vinegar behind the scenes. Staring dead in the face not far away, she contemplated what would happen if she went up to the woman and slapped her a few times, but at that moment, voices suddenly came again from outside the office. Both of them were stunned, and then they saw Gaoi pushing Sikong Chang to push the door in while talking. And then, both froze at the door. A strong sense of oppression accompanied the man's entrance, instantly spread throughout the office. Carrying the slightest hint of freezing cold air, Sikong Chang successively swept a glance at the two women. His eyes ate a cold. Gao Yi, since when can I enter my office so casually? The words were directed at Gao Yi, but they were addressed to Jiang Mayan and Jiang Rui. However, Jiang Mayan sat in the president's chair without feeling the slightest bit out of place, instead pointing at Jiang Rui and saying, "She broke in later." Jiang Rui's eyes snapped open, her face full of incredulity. "Ming, obviously you promised me to come in." You what you? Jiang Mayan interrupted her. "This is the president's office. Then I'm not the president. Can my words count?" Ginger Ray was confused as hell. Gaoi at the door pursed his mouth. Good guy, this little ant's ability to force words and hit a rake has grown a lot. Young Master Sikong, I I didn't do it on purpose. Believe me. Jiang Rui immediately turned to Sikong Chang with a pitiful expression. Without waiting for Sikong Chang to open his mouth, Jiang Mayan got up. Hey, it's fine. It's fine. Young Master Sikong has a big temperament. It would be too much to look down on you if I were to argue with you. Go back if you're okay. Your Hualing needs you. Saying that, she walked straight towards the door without changing her color, intending to slip away before Sikong Chang could react. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to walk to the door, Jiang Rui suddenly snapped. Wait. Chapter 73. That night the moon was dark and the wind was high. What's the hurry in leaving, sister? I have some more pictures here of you. Jiang Rui let out a light laugh, the trepidation on her face turning into smugness and contempt. I blame the fact that I've just been so pissed off by this little splat that I almost forgot the purpose of my visit today. At those words, Jiang Mayan slowly turned around, her stern gaze staring straight at Jiang Rui. My picture? Gee, the shameless contraption has people following and filming her. Although she had also had Archie follow and secretly film Jiang Rui before, she represented justice. It was not to be confused with such despicable and shameless behavior as Jiang Rui's. Gao Yi's eyes darted between the two women for a moment before he pushed the young master onto the sofa on his own. Young master, do you need me to make you a pot of tea? He asked respectfully, but his eyes were flashing with the light of gossip, just as if he was close to having a handful of melon seeds in his hand. Sikong Chang cast a warning glance at him, then looked at Jiang Rui, a dark light flashing in his eyes. Sister, it's not that my sister is talking about you. As young Master Sikong's secretary, you should pay more attention to your behavior outside, or else if someone catches you, where will you let young Master Sikong's face go? With a pained look on her face, Jiang Rui lectured Jiang Mayan. And even if young Master Sikong doesn't blame you, what about the reputation of the Jiang family? You've only just recognized back not long ago. Once you make father and grandfather angry, they'll definitely kick you out of the Jiang family. Jiang Mayan's brows knitted together. What have I done to hurt the world? And then there's the disgrace and whatever reputation she has. She didn't even know she was so good at it. Hurting the heavens is not so bad. Jiang Rui intentionally looked at Sikong Chang. But you going out to drink with a man, and also casually opening a room and almost attracting a reporter. It is really too much of a loss of the demeanor of a lady of the house. After saying that, she took out a stack of photos from the file bag and put them in front of Sikong Chang. Sikong Chang lowered his eyes and his face darkened by a degree. The first few photos were taken of Jiang Mayan drinking with a man. The man's back to the camera could not see the expression, while Jiang Mayan smiled very happily, and a few consecutive photos were drinking. Next to him, Gao Yi's face was shocked, and he couldn't help but come over to take a closer look. And with this look at the photo behind him, he immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. One is a drunken Jiang Mu Yan in the man's help into the elevator. The latter several is a distant shot. Through the wide open curtains, inside the bed of a man and a woman is turning over. White flowers are mosaic. The woman's face is very clear. Is Jiang Mu Yan. Gao Yi's eyes almost glazed over, and only two big words remained in his mind. Finished. Seeing Sikong Cheng's gloomy face and not saying a word, Jiang Rui was simply happy in her heart. She knew that this trick is useful. Previously Du Chuan also let her from the cause of the start to provoke. The results, she every now and then to persuade Sikong City do not sign that Lu Kai Wei, so that he and Jiang Mu smoke relationship rupture. But the people of Sikong City from the beginning to the end of the Lu Kai Wei did not intend to sign that. She is simply superfluous. And right now, because of this photo thing, Sikong Chang would definitely be disgusted through that little splatterer later. Young Master Sikong, please don't blame my sister. After all, she's been living in exile before. It's understandable that her character is a bit coarse and unpleasant. When I bring her back to the Jiang family, I'll definitely teach her to behave properly. Gao Yi stood up a bit at his words. I don't believe that second Miss Jiang would do such a thing. You, where the hell did you get these photos? Senior steward, I bought these photos from a reporter. Jiang Rui's eyes crossed a smirk of resentment. You probably don't know. That day my sister and that man supposedly fought until noon the next day. And many reporters went over to squat ready to catch the big news. But I'm sure sister was more resourceful and ran away in advance. She blinked at Jiang Mayan and snapped. It's also fortunate that sister ran away, or else I wouldn't have been able to even try to smooth things over for you afterward. With a snort, Jiang Mayan finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking askance at Jiang Rui. What brand of plastic bag is it? Sister, that can hold so much? And help her with the aftermath? Well, it's more like designing the aftermath. From the moment she saw the first photo on the table, she had guessed what the woman was planning to talk about. Nothing more than her drinking and rooming with men routine. No wonder I saw so many reporters blocking outside the Huayu Crown Hotel that day. So lively to interview her? You. The look on Jiang Rui's face almost didn't crumble. Her afterglow caught a glimpse of Sikong Chang before she barely managed to hold back her fire. Sister, I'm all for your good with all my heart and sincerity. so it's fine if you don't appreciate it, but why are you still speaking out of turn to me? How can you be so righteous when it's obvious that you're the one who went out and roomed with random men and did the wrong thing? Ginger Moxie laughed. And you're assuming that I was hemming and hawing with a man that night until noon the next day? Said she walked to the side of Seekong Chang and sat down, casually rattled a few white flowers on the table. How can a few coded photos be enough? Why don't I give you a detailed account of the specific scene of that night? Jiang Rui's pupils widened slightly, her smile almost spilling out from the edge of her mouth, and then hurriedly suppressed it, reprimanding her with a face full of indignation. Sister, do you still want to say that kind of thing in front of young Master Seekong and the housekeeper? You simply don't know shame. A cold light appeared in Jiang Mayan's eyes, but the smile at the corner of her mouth grew stronger. That night the night was dark and windy. I did sleep in a bed with a man. As the words fell, Gao Yi beside him was dumbfounded. Jiang, MS. Jiang? He swallowed hard, not even daring to glance at his own young master, silently lighting a candle for this little ant in his heart. Jiang Rui, on the other hand, was surprised with ecstasy, and in her heart she kept urging, say it, this is your own way of getting yourself killed. No one else is to blame. Jiang Mayan's eyes skimmed over the two men and landed on Seekong Chang, before she stepped forward and hugged his arm, winking her eyes like silk. The man and I both collapsed on the big soft bed full of alcohol, the white sheets flopping underneath us, and I even had one hand on the top of his white, strong chest, and that image, that touch, TSK, I still can't forget it. Seekong Chang's cold eyes narrowed, and he straightened his gaze with her. The feeling of being slapped hard by this woman is indeed unforgettable to this day, and the uninformed Gao Yi on the side of the face was pale. Cold sweat flowed down on his forehead. In his heart it was as if he had already foreseen 10,000 postures of death after the second Miss Jiang. Jiang, second Miss Jiang. You, Mayan, sister is really angry. It's okay for you, a girl, to fool around with wild men. How can you still have the face to tell young Master Seekong about it? Jiang Rui stepped forward with a face full of anger and said to Seekong Chang, young Master Seekong, I'm really sorry. It's all because I didn't discipline her well. I'll take her away right now. When he finished speaking, he raised his hand to pull Jiang Mayan, but he didn't pull at once. Wild man? Jiang Mayan was still sitting there steadily, smiling as she said to Seekong Chang, hey, she's calling you a wild man. Sikion. He raised his eyes to Jiang Rui, his dark eyes icy cold to the extreme. Jiang Rui subconsciously let go of Jiang Mayan, with confusion in her expression. What do you mean? Jiang Mayan, TCH. Look at this touching IQ. It means that the wild man I was with that night was him. Saying that she deliberately moved a little closer to the man again. Right, young Master Seekong? Seekong Chang only felt two more leaping pinching fingers on his arm. A trace of helplessness floated up in his heart and he nodded slightly. Gao Yi looked at his young master with a confused expression. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why is it that when Miss Jiang Er said the wild man was his young master, the young master even nodded his head? Nodded. Nod. As for Jiang Rui, the look on his face had completely cracked. No, it can't be. How can it be? Chapter 74, if you can't do it, you can do it. Seekong Chang drew his arm out with an indifferent expression. His icy gaze swept over the pile of photos and landed back on Jiang Rui's face. Whatever happened that night is no reason for you to use your job to show me this crap. I'm worried about the future when Hualing is handed over to you. Jiang Rui's face was as white as paper. Her legs wobbled as she almost knelt down. I'm sorry, young Master Seekong. It's all my fault. Please give me another chance. I will definitely bring Hualing well and won't let you down again. Seekong Chang's thin lips moved, but Jiang Mayan spoke first. I don't think she can do it, or else replace me. If Hualing is under my leadership, it will surely be able to go to glory. She blinked her eyes at Seekong Chang with a very sincere smile on her face. Mu Yen Yu. Jiang Rui was really anxious this time, stepped forward and grabbed Seekong Chang's sleeve and pleaded. Young Master Seekong, it was you who personally promised to give me this opportunity in the first place. I will definitely prove it to you in the future. Don't kick me out of Hualing. Seekong Chang frowned at her before turning to Jiang Mayan, coldly spitting out 3 words in her expectant eyes. Impossible. Handing over Hualing to her on the front foot. I'm afraid Lu Kaiwei is an artist under Hualing on the back foot. Jiang Mayan ground her teeth, her expectant eyes gradually turning into indignation. Why is this dogman so difficult to handle? She took a deep breath and changed into a low voice. Senior President Seekong, what exactly do you need to agree to sign Lu Kaiwei? Glancing at the woman's red lips slightly curled, aggravated and lost little look, Seekong Chang's eyes flashed slightly, thinking back to that time when she softly asked to follow her to the Golden Triangle to make an appearance. She couldn't help but soften somewhere in her heart, seeing that his expression seemed to have loosened. Jiang Mayan thought for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth. Let's do it this way. We'll play the bet. You promise to sign Lu Kaiwei. And if I can help her clear her name in the shortest possible time and make her a big hit afterward, you promise me one thing. If I can't. Several people looked over at the same time, and Seokong Chang raised his eyes to stare at her. If you can't? If I can't. Jiang Mayan clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. Then I'll be at your disposal. No second thoughts whatsoever. Seokong Chang's eyebrows peaked slightly, not really expecting her to sacrifice so much. And Jiang Rui, who heard the whole thing, snorted. What kind of gambling is this? Jiang Mayan is nothing in front of Seokong Chang, even without this wager. With Seokong Chang's status, no one would dare to interfere with whatever he wants to do with her. Therefore, Seokong Chang will definitely not agree to this kind of boring betting. It's a deal, Seokong Chang said in a faint voice, a sentence that once again made Jiang Rui dumbfounded. No, young Master Seokong, enough. Seokong Chang's voice chilled. You still don't go back to Hualing. Are you preparing to live in Disheng from now on? Jiang Rui shut her mouth at once, but her eyes full of gloom secretly stared at Jiang Mayan. Humph, the little splutter who didn't know any better. She would like to see how humiliating this little splutter would end up being. After Jiang Rui left, the atmosphere in the office but abruptly became weird. Seokong Chang's face was unkind. The bottom of his eyes were filled with danger as he looked at Jiang Mayan. You went to meet Lu Tsaiwei's economist in private. Wow, you don't even know how hard that man is to get along with. Compared to you it's even worse. Jiang Mayan didn't sense the danger at all, and even wanted to talk to him cross-legged. Seokong Chang's forehead corner veins jumped straight up. Didn't he always give whatever he wanted to this woman? Even this time Lu Kaiwei such a big thing? Now not also promised. How is it difficult to get? Suddenly as if he thought of something, his eyes narrowed. Jiang Mayan, first you threw away the cell phone I gave you, and then you went out to meet with random men. You don't have a lot of guts. As soon as she heard him mention the cell phone, Jiang Mayan immediately began to play dumb. Ah, cell phone that's not because the quality of the cell phone you sent me is too poor. Oh, it's actually because she's afraid that Seokong Chang will stop her if she finds out. As for having dinner with a man, you're kind of my boss, but you can't stop me from making friends, can you? Upon hearing these words, the anger in Seokong Chang's heart suddenly became even more raging. Calling a friend requires so much alcohol? If it wasn't an accident, shouldn't you guys have made it to bed? No, dog man, why aren't you being reasonable? Jiang Mayan was filled with incredulity, and was also enraged by his words. What's wrong with me having a drink? If it wasn't for that accident, I would have been lying in my own room on the bed, and wouldn't have rolled into bed with you. Seokong Chang gritted his teeth, the anger in his eyes nearly burning out. If you don't roll with me, are you still trying to mistakenly enter another man's room? On the side, Gao Yi originally looked like he had sealed his mouth with glue and stayed to the side without saying a word to minimize his presence. However, hearing this he was unable to hold back, and said to his own young master with two eyes, Young master, so you and Miss Jiang that night in the end? No. Seokong Chang and Jiang Mayan replied back in unison. One cold and one hot voice instantly spread throughout the office. The smile on Gao Yi's face slightly stiffened, and then he turned to his own young master with a grumble in his voice. Then this anger you're spreading right now can be somewhat inexplicable. Those who don't know still think that second Miss Jiang almost put a green hat on you. That's why you're so angry. Sikion. The word cuckold made a certain young master and a certain young lady suddenly realize what was going on, and then managed to stop a battle of the century. In the middle of the day, Seokong Chang spoke with a cold face. Get out. And in the future, you are not allowed to come in without my permission. Che, a broken room with a broken air conditioner. Who do you think cares? Jiang Mayan muttered without a good breath and walked out with a red face. Gao Yi was filled with helplessness, blaming the human air conditioner every time he blushed. After coming out of the office for another long time, the blush on Jiang Mayan's face completely dissipated. The words that Gao Yi said instantly reminded her of her previous life. The time when she was engaged to Seokong Chang under all sorts of coercion and became the nominal Seokong young lady. However, in order to escape from this man, she made a fool of herself under Jiang Rui's advice to go outside, proclaimed everywhere that she wanted to cuckold Seokong Chang, and was finally pressed by Seokong Chang on the bed and forcibly kissed. That memory had already been submerged in the various painful memories of her previous life, but it had just been evoked by Gao Yi's words, which instantly caused her heart to mess up for a beat, because that was the only time. A hint of tenderness surfaced in Seokong Chang's eyes. Just as she was rambling on, her cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Mayan, something happened to Kai Wei, Qi Zhe said. Chapter 75, Smashing in Progress. Hearing Qi Zhe's words, Jiang Mayan's heart tightened and she hurriedly asked, What happened? Can't be so unlucky. Her side just finished Seokong City, but I heard Qi Zhe say, she left me an email saying that she wouldn't let the company and I suffer more losses for her sake. Saying that she would go to a reception tonight and that all the problems would be solved when she came back. I didn't even have to think about it to know that she must have gone to that rich businessman. Qi Zhe slowly sighed. Actually, I won't hide it from you. There aren't many artists I brought up that are completely clean. This kind of thing is commonplace in the circle, and I didn't resist much, but that rich merchant is said to have a special fetish, and I really can't bear the thought of Kai Wei being ruined like that. Over here, Jiang Mayan had already hurried out of the company building. Are you done pretending? When you're done, give me the address of her last appearance. Shizhua choked. Then in his heart, he gave a nod to this woman's decisive competence, then quickly sent the address over. Soon, Jiang Mayan sat in the car driven by Yuan Feng. Go to Star Entertainment Media and then call and get me staff. If we're going to meet the rich merchant tonight, we might as well give him a downward shock first. Yuan Feng started the car before asking, what happened? Do you need me to seek some help from the young master? Jiang Mayan turned her head and looked at him expressionlessly for a long time. Don't tell that dog, man. Yuan Feng only felt creeped out by her stare, and hurriedly turned back to start driving seriously. Soon after arriving at Star Entertainment, Shizhua stood in the doorway, a pile of burned-out cigarettes at his feet. Did she leave anything else besides the email? Jiang Mayan asked directly. Or did she purposely leave someone to deliver a message to you? No. Shizhua shook his head. Then suddenly his pupils opened slightly. Right. One of her little assistants is also missing. Could it be that she brought her assistant with her? Jiang Mayan pondered. In her previous life, she did not know too much about Lu Kaiwei, and was naturally not clear about what kind of a small assistant she had around her. However, she vaguely felt in her heart that a person who could be a star's assistant naturally wouldn't be some Mary Sue stupid white sweet. So either she was so close to Lu Kaiwei that she was willing to live and die with her, or this little assistant was not simple. Of course, it can't be ruled out that Lu Kaiwei intentionally found a pad. What can we do about this? I've already called all over the place and I can't find out any information about that rich merchant at all. Shizhua's brows knit tightly as he said, and the entire imperial capital has a dozen or even 20 banquets of all sizes tonight. Where to find her? Jiang Mayan glanced at him calmly. Look for them next to each other. Without waiting for Shizhua to reply, she turned back and got into the car again. Chi de economy. It's not appropriate for you to show your face in this matter. Wait for my news here. No, I'm in a hurry. How can I possibly sit here? You take me with you. The car door slammed shut with a thud, cutting him off without mercy. Jiang, this matter is not easy to handle, Yuan Feng said with a frown. Jiang Mayan didn't answer, took out her cell phone and dialed Archie's number. Archie, coming to work. Archie, who gave you a job to do? I only follow young master's orders. Don't you dare to order me around. This is your young master's order. Jiang Mayan's tone was relaxed. If you don't believe me, you can ask him, but your young master was just pissed off by me today, so he might not be in a good mood. So don't blame me for not warning you if you go over there and run into a gun. The person on the other side paused for a moment, exasperated but helpless. Is everything you said true? Young master really asked me to work for you? Yo, you still don't know me. Never do things I'm not sure of. Jiang Mayan's tone was careless, but her other hand kept fiddling with the seatbelt on her body. After that she asked Archie to investigate all the banquet locations tonight before she came, preferably checking out the identities of the organizers, the sponsors, or the identity of one of the most awesome individuals attending the banquet. Got it, Archie responded in a nonchalant manner before hanging up the phone. Yuan Feng couldn't help but look at Jiang Mayan for the third time, his eyes filled with complexity. Don't look at me like that. I'm in an emergency situation. Jiang Mayan slanted him a glance. But if your network of connections can catch up to a cheese, I wouldn't have to rely on talking nonsense to trick a wave of people. At those words, Yuan Feng directly closed his mouth. As long as he didn't make a big deal out of it, the young master shouldn't blame him. It turns out, however, that one should never make a flag as a human being. Just as the sky darkened, Jiang Mayan appeared at the first banquet location with Yuan Feng and a group of his men. A wave of people all dressed in black color clothes. Zhang Muyan, in order not to expose the identity, also deliberately changed into men's clothing, although due to the small bone structure looks a little thin, but still valiant. Jiang, are we here for the banquet? Yuan Feng asked innocently. Yuan Feng, are you stupid? This look makes it impossible to be here for the banquet. Chi gritted his teeth and replied back before looking at Zhang Muyan with a dark face. Dressed up like this? What the hell are you doing here? Jiang Mayan moved her knuckles. Of course I'm here to smash the scene. After saying that, she walked straight into the banquet hall. People coming and going have stopped their movements to look over. Jiang Mayan took a deep breath and did not know where to drag out a louthailer. Lu Kaiwei. Is Lu Kaiwei here? I want to find Lu Kaiwei, big star. Limit you to appear in front of me within 3 minutes, or else consequences. Consequences. Archie and the others who followed in behind him. I've never been so embarrassed in all my life. Suddenly, a tall man with a cigar in his mouth and a big belly walked out from inside. his huge body directly covering Jiang Mayan's entire body under the shadow. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke and narrowed his small eyes at Jiang Mayan. Kid, are you here to cause trouble? Jiang Mayan tilted her head and glanced at the man, before rubbing her back and quickly retreating behind Yuan Feng. This is our boss. You have something to talk to him about. Yuan Feng, the cigar man snorted. What's the matter with you, big brother? Trying to find someone named Lu Kaiwei. Yuan Feng, a paralyzed face, did not have the slightest expression ups and downs. It really looked like a few cold-faced big brother feeling. No, the cigar man spoke out coldly. Yuan Feng, okay. After saying that, he turned his head and left without changing his color, and along with the Qi and the others, they also left one by one like a string of beads, leaving only Jiang Mayan and Cigar Man staring wide-eyed at each other. The atmosphere stagnated for a moment, and Jiang Mayan clasped his fist at him. Farewell. After striding out of the banquet hall, she instantly blushed. These 1,000 dagger goons, does this look like they've come to smash the scene, and to think they left her, a weak woman, at the end? Glancing at the person in the corner not far away, she coldly uttered, don't come out yet. A moment later, Yuan Feng took the lead. Jiang Mayan ground her teeth and got into the car without a word, while Yuan Feng followed closely behind. Soon the car stopped at the second party location. Jiang Mayan took out her loudspeaker and yelled again, before quickly leaving before the other organizer got angry. She didn't hurt a single hair on her head, but caused Chi and the others who followed after her to be stopped directly. Kid, one look at your clothes and I can tell you're in cahoots with those two just now. The organizer seethed with rage and gnashed his teeth, waving his hand at the bodyguard squad behind him. All of you, give them a good lesson. Archie's face darkened as he turned with a low curse and yelled, run! In just half an hour, the fact that there was a wave of dark forces causing trouble all over the empire, just looking for a certain Lu Star, spread throughout all the nightclubs. Jiang Mayan took the time to call Qizhu and asked him to try to contact Lu Kaiwei again. Hanging up the phone, she was about to ask Yuan Feng to move on to the next party location when her cell phone rang again. An unfamiliar caller. A series of numbers bounced around for a long time before she picked up. Hello, who are you and why are you looking for Lu Kaiwei? Chapter 76. Before asking someone their identity, don't you need to give your name first? Jiang Mayan returned nonchalantly. The person on the opposite side paused for a moment, then said seriously, I am Kaiwei's assistant. No matter what your purpose is to find her, your behavior now has. Tell Lu Kaiwei I have a way to help her, and to be discreet. Jiang Mayan directly interrupted. Of course, if she feels she doesn't care and can afford to stay at her grandmother's old home, then let her do as she pleases. After saying that, she hung up the phone straight away without dragging her feet at all. Ms. Jiang, is this really okay? Yuan Feng asked with a hesitant face. Jiang Mayan swept a glance at the cell phone interface. Within 3 minutes, she will definitely call again. No matter what kind of role this assistant played in it, at least this phone call proves that Lu Kaiwei is safe for the time being, and she has always been a filial and understanding child. Hearing herself suddenly mentioning her grandmother, she will surely be able to sink her teeth into calling again. As expected, the other party called again not long after, and Yuan Feng was immediately a bit surprised. I'm Lu Kaiwei. Who the hell are you and why do you know about my grandmother? The person on the opposite side asked in a deep voice. Jiang Mayan's voice was light. Not only do I know about your grandmother, but I also know who you're going to see and do what you're going to do tonight. You know. Lu Kaiwei was stunned for a moment, instantly realizing why this person was looking for her. After a moment of silence, she whispered, thank you for your kindness in trying to stop me, but I don't want you to be targeted for this. You, TSK, either tell me where you are right now, or I'll continue to make a scene, as you see fit. Jiang Mayan directly interrupted her. Lu Kaiwei hesitated for a long time and finally said an address. After going to the hotel she mentioned, Jiang Mayan finally met her, the woman who had a tragic ending in her previous life. Her slightly powdered little face was extraordinarily white, and she was wearing a knee-length white dress with a waistline that was tightened to fit her body, outlining her delicate figure in the best possible way, which was indeed very outstanding. Only, her pair of eyes were already dull and full of exhaustion and pain, and when she saw Jiang Mayan, she just barely tugged at the corners of her mouth. Hello, my last name is Jiang. Jiang Mayan nodded her head slightly in greeting, purposely lowering her voice a few points as she spoke, favoring the neutral wind a bit. Mr. Jiang, what exactly did you mean by what you just said on the phone? A short-haired woman walked up enough with a wary and contemptuous look in her eyes. Where did you ask about Kaiwei and why did you ask? Jiang Mayan raised the peak of her eyebrows slightly and asked without answering. You're her assistant? She looked the woman over from the bottom up and quickly made a mental judgment. Not good. As her assistant, I'm curious to know if you talked her into coming to the party or if she had to bring you. What's it to you? The assistant's tone was unkind. Whatever I do must be for Tsaiwei's good. It's better than you making a mess outside under the banner of looking for her to be humiliated. At those words, Jiang Mayan snorted, her sharp eyes staring straight at the assistant. Really for her good, then why don't you take the top for her? You. The assistant was full of shock and anger, and subconsciously looked at Lu Kaiwei. Kaiwei, well, there's no need to say more. How could I possibly let you top this kind of thing? Lu Kaiwei returned, and then looked fixedly at Jiang Mayan. You said before that you have a way? Jiang Mayan locked eyes with her, his eyes rarely serious. Lu Kaiwei, as long as you promise to follow me in the future, I will definitely help you solve this crisis. Lu Kaiwei, she said, very sincere and earnest, but forgot that at the moment she was dressed in men's clothes and looked like a very handsome man. And from a man who says something like follow me from now on, it's not even necessary to think about what the intention is. I only heard the assistant next to me snort coldly. Ha, I thought you were really some kind of decent person, but it turns out you're nothing but a despicable and shameless villain. Compared to that rich merchant gentleman, you are nothing. Kaiwei, even if she has to compromise, she will definitely compromise with him. Jiang Muyen was inexplicably scolded, saw Lu Kaiwei's face pale by another degree before reacting, and immediately pinched his eyebrows with a headache. No, slip of the tongue. I didn't mean that earlier. She sighed quietly. I was trying to get you to be an artist under me, being an artist under you, so that it's convenient to be suborned by you, right? The assistant questioned sternly, her eyes full of disdain. With that she pulled Lu Kaiwei's hand. Kaiwei, let's go. Don't listen to this nonsense here. The two were about to head for the door when they heard Jiang Mayan faintly voice out, stop them. In the next second, Yuan Feng as well as several tall and strong men blocked the doorway. Jiang Mayan's eyes narrowed slightly as she walked over to the assistant who was full of fear. Little assistant, the words haven't even been said clearly. You can't wait to leave. You don't have a ghost in your heart, do you? What are you talking nonsense about? The assistant was instantly on fire, but her eyes darted around carelessly. I'm just worried that Kaiwei is gullible enough to trust you, a liar of unknown origin. I'm warning you to get out of the way or I'll call the police. Are you sure calling the police will help? Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows, her stern eyes full of shock, instantly making the assistant's temper drop quite a bit. The atmosphere was frozen, but Lu Kaiwei, who had been silent, opened her mouth again. We don't know each other. Why do you want to help me? Right now she is full of gossip and deep in the mire, but ran out of a person to say that he wants to help her. Anyone cannot believe it directly, unless he could give himself a reason that could not be refuted. Jiang Mayan turned her head to look at her and said unapologetically, of course it's because I'm discerning and can tell at a glance that you're going to be a big hit in the future. Lu Kaiwei, this reason, well, she couldn't really seem to refute it. How about it? Consider taking me? Jiang Mayan stroked her chin and laughed. You won't meet a second bull like me, who is so rare. Lu Kaiwei looked at the bright eyes of the person in front of her, the gentle but gangly smile on the corner of her lips, and her face suddenly got a little hot. This man was handsome and elegant, not at all like that kind of foppish young master. Perhaps she could try to believe it? Kaiwei, don't let this man's big words confuse you. The assistant violently tugged Lu Kaiwei's clothes for a moment. That gentleman is already waiting. Do you really want to offend that one again for this little white boy? Lu Kaiwei blanched and bit her lip. But I really don't want to talk to that person. Not if you don't want to. Jiang Mayan stepped forward. A domineering and incomparable hand swept the person over, and raised his chin at the assistant. If you're offended, you're offended. If there's something, let him find me. The assistant's eyes glared, full of incredulity. I think you're crazy? Do you know who that person is? If you offend him, I'm afraid you won't even see the sun tomorrow in the imperial capital. Really? Jiang Mayan said carelessly. Then let him try. It's a good time to try to see if the leg you're hugging is thick enough. The assistant was furious, raised his hand and grabbed Lu Kaiwei, snapping, Kaiwei, think about it clearly. Even if this person's ability is great, how can he help you solve all the problems in the shortest possible time? He is simply lying to you. But as long as you go and stay with that one for a night, he'll instantly solve all your problems and send you the best resources to pick from in the future. Cold light in the eyes of Jiang Mayan appeared at first. It seems that Lu Kaiwei suddenly compromised. This small assistant made a lot of effort. She unhurriedly released Lu Kaiwei. A pair of bright eyes flashed with a sure bright light. Kaiwei, I won't force you. You choose yourself. Is it go with her, or go with me? Chapter 77. I'm the only one who means it. In the not-so-large hotel room, Lu Kaiwei stood in place with her brows furrowed. Kaiwei, what are you hesitating for? The assistant looked anxious. I've been with you for a whole year, and you've only known this man for less than 5 minutes. Jiang Mayan saw a needle in the eye and said with a smile, after knowing you for a year you still push her into the fire like this. Is your conscience fed to the dog? The assistant's eyes snapped wide, and she looked like she was about to get into a chokehold with Jiang Mayan. But at that moment, Lu Kaiwei finally opened her mouth. I'm sorry, Sister Zhu, I know you're also doing this for my own good, but I really don't want to just casually sell my body. Assistant Zhu Yu was filled with shock plus anger. Lu Kaiwei, do you really believe that this man who doesn't know what's good for him can help you? Lu Kaiwei turned her head to look at Jiang Mayan, her watery eyes vaguely rekindling a bright light. Yes, I'm willing to believe him. If I still can't solve the problem in the end, then at worst, I'll quit the entertainment industry. Zhu Yu looked at her determined look. A touch of resentment crossed the bottom of her angry eyes. Good, very good. I served up a white-eyed wolf this year, didn't I? Then go with him. I'd like to see what he can do for you when you're being hunted down by black fans in a couple days. After that, she left angrily. Jiang Mayan made a call to Qizhua while bringing Lu Kaiwei to the car. Lu Kaiwei was still a bit wary, and only realized after hearing her talking to Qizhua on the phone. You know my agent? Jiang Mayan, yeah, didn't I just say that? Lu Kaiwei shook her head, rather speechless. If you said it earlier, Sister Zhu wouldn't have resisted you so much, and might have agreed to let me go with you. Jiang Muyan smiled and did not respond. Said earlier how else to see that what Zhu's ugly face? What's the name of the rich businessman chasing you? She turned her mouth. Tell me all the information you know. Her look became a few points more serious, causing Lu Kaiwei to resist frequent side-eye, secretly saying that this man is too handsome, more than enough to be a star. Thinking for a moment, she wrinkled her brow and said, I only know that his last name is Jean. Some people call him third brother, and outsiders mention him as Jean Laosan. Jean Laosan. Jiang Mayan pondered. She did know that there was a rich merchant family surnamed Jean. She just didn't know what relationship with this Jean Laosan. Soon came to the Star Entertainment Media. Qizhua has been waiting at the door for a long time. See them get off the car immediately over the Lu Kaiwei up and down to check a hole. After confirming that she did not have an accident before breathing a sigh of relief, and then will be angry. Lu Kaiwei, next time you give me this leave a book and run away thing, you don't have to follow me. I'm sorry brother Qi. I know I'm wrong. Lu Kaiwei lowered her head and obediently apologized, her long eyelashes flickering very endearing. Is it useful to be sorry? Qizhua was still unrelenting, pointing at her head. What's the point of having a police investigation if you're sorry? If it wasn't for this MS, Jiang, you might have jumped into the tiger's mouth by now, right? I'm sorry, I really know what's wrong. Lu Kaiwei said as stunned. What MS? Jiang? Behind her, Jiang Mayan smacked his lips and walked up, saying to Qizhua, almost line off, not much longer Kaiwei is my person. You scolded the person bad can have to compensate me for another one. Her words managed to divert the attention of both of them. Zizer froze before calming down. What are you going to do? What else can I do? Of course it's to think of ways and find evidence to help Kaiwei clear her name. Jiang Mayan spread his hands. After thinking about it, she added, Tomorrow I'll find some time to come over and sign with your boss. Then Kaiwei will just hand it over to me. Okay, Zizer nodded. Then she's all yours. Next to Lu Kaiwei eyes constantly and the two people to and fro. Face shocked, heart bewildered. What's the situation? Why did this Mr. Kong say he wanted himself and she agreed without saying a word? Brother Qi, you haven't even asked me if I'm willing, and you're giving me to him? Complaints and sadness gradually appeared in her eyes. Clearly in the past, Brother Qi had respected her decisions and never forced her to do anything. Jiang Muyan looked at Lu Kaiwei's expression, couldn't help but stifle a laugh and deliberately flirted. Then look at it, there aren't many good men in the world. Only I'm true to you. Lu Kaiwei. Qizhua rolled his eyes at Jiang Mayan without any good sense, and then said to Lu Kaiwei with a straight face, Kaiwei, I've already identified her. She's a person that can be trusted, and you know about the company situation. Right now, Brother Qi can't help you too much. Lu Kaiwei's eyes suddenly reddened. Don't say that, Brother Qi. I'll listen to you. Since she entered the company, Qizhua has been like a big brother to take care of her. She can have today's achievements with him, cannot be dissociated, but now she is in this situation. Even if she continues to follow him, sooner or later will drag him down. You two, this is what to do. Not just change, accompany it. How the whole with the parting of life and death like. Jiang Muyan looked at the two people's appearance of parting, eyes showing dislike. At this moment, a commotion suddenly came from not far away, followed by a sharp voice. There! Lu Kaiwei is there! A few people turned around abruptly, and they saw a large wave of black fans holding signs frantically coming this way. Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes. These people came so quickly. I'm afraid they didn't get a message from anyone, right? She raised her hand to signal Lu Kaiwei and the others to enter the company building first. Leave this place to me. But they are coming for me. Lu Kaiwei said anxiously. I can't let you get involved too. Just go, Mr. Jiang. At those words, Qijua's eyes were a little complicated. Kaiwei didn't see that this person was a woman even if it was. How did she still fall a little bit into the meaning of it? Helpless for a moment, he tugged Lu Kaiwei. Let's pretend we don't know her and go first. otherwise she's really going to get involved with us. Seeing that the black fans were about to arrive in front of her, Lu Kaiwei couldn't think of a way for a while, so she had to follow Qi Zhua to leave first. Just as the two had left, the black fans pounced on them, but they were blocked by Yuan Feng and the bodyguards he brought with him. Where's Lu Kaiwei? Why don't you come out anymore? Is it because you don't have the face to meet people? A man shouted. That's right, the woman who got to the top by subterfuge. She doesn't want her face anymore, right? I heard she went to meet the rich gold master again tonight. Do you guys know who it is? A sharp-looking man smiled lewdly. Jiang Mayan snorted and disliked him nonchalantly. It's your father, isn't it? The man's eyes glared at once. What did you say, brat? What? Didn't hear or didn't understand? Jiang Mayan faced with a hint of cold smile. Or in the brain toilet that thing loaded too much, pulling out the ears pulled out bad? You! The man's face swished with anger until it turned purple in the red. Where did you come from? Looking for death, isn't it? At that, several reporters around them reacted. That's right, who are you? We're looking for Lu Kaiwei. Let her come out. What's your relationship with her? It can't be one of Lu Kaiwei's gold masters too, right? I think it is. Why else would you be defending that little splatter? Splat a crunch. Zhang Muyan directly slapped through in the face of the person who spoke. Don't ing all day open mouth closed mouth small splash people. Your mom did not teach you to speak? The man was confused for a second, then yelled, don't you dare hit me. He was about to greet Jiang Mayan with a furious roll of his sleeves, but he saw Yuan Feng stand in front of him with a flash. The man is tall, tight muscle mass to the upper body of the black short-sleeved bulging, cold eyes coupled with an expressionless face, so that his entire body surrounded by a murderous atmosphere. The people who were still clamoring just now instantly turned off their fire and silently put their sleeves back down. Chapter 78 Explanations. Seeing that the few people who had just spoken were crestfallen, Jiang Mayan didn't intend to bother with them much, and was about to greet Yuan Feng as he left, when he suddenly heard a female voice coming from the crowd. What are you guys afraid of? They only have a few people, but we have a group of people. One day we don't kick that Lu Kaiwei out of the entertainment industry. One day we won't be able to live in peace. As soon as these words came out, a number of people around the room began to echo them. That's right. As long as she doesn't get out of the entertainment industry, we can't live in peace. My mom used to love her, but now she's hospitalized with a heart attack just because she knows all this about her. Gosh, it's terrible. That Lu Kaiwei is really damned. As a star does not know how to behave. How many people brought bad influence? Right. Get her out of showbiz. Get out of showbiz. Get out of showbiz. Get out of showbiz. For a moment, everyone began to desperately push and shove their way forward, and that formation was just as if they wanted to trample Jiang Mayan and the others under their feet. In the confusion, I don't know whose hand violently grabbed towards Jiang Mayan's face, bringing up a harsh wind. Seeing that Jiang Mayan was about to be injured, Yuan Feng's pupils widened slightly, a heart in his throat. Miss Jiang, however, she saw Jiang Mayan swiftly dodge to the side, raised her fist and slammed it fiercely into the man's face. Ah! The woman screamed, staggering and collapsing on top of the man behind her, a face twisted with hate. Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes and saw who the person was. Tan Rao, the trophy girl she had driven out of the Dishang group before, was also under Jiang Rui. She sneered, knowing why these black fans had come so quickly, only to see half of Tan Rao's face rapidly swelling up after being punched, even crying and yelling as she tugged on the clothesline of the person next to her. They hit someone. They made the first move. Why don't you guys get on? The man next to him was on fire when he saw the beautiful woman crying. He waved his hand to the surrounding. What are you still waiting for? All go on. Use Lu Kaiwei the concubine to force her out. Over here. Jiang Mayan moved her fists and looked at them as if she was looking out of the corner of her eye. Yuan Feng, who had managed to squeeze his way to her side, was obviously shocked. Judging from the force and angle she had just used, she was moving like a professional boxer. Could it be that all this time going to the gym, she wasn't just taking it out on a wild goose chase but was seriously studying? Glancing at his eyes, Jiang Mayan said in a voice that only two people could hear, "There's no need to look at me like that. It's the only move I can do at the moment." Yuan Feng. He glanced at Jiang Mayan with a single word, and then took a breath to face the crowd, already ready to sacrifice. However, when the battle was on the verge of breaking out, several familiar black cars quickly stopped, followed by dozens of black-clothed men coming out of the cars in a line. The leader of them is really Archie. Upon seeing Jiang Mayan, Yuan Feng and the others surrounded by a group of people, Archie's forehead was immediately veined. Jiang Mayan, after gritting his teeth and cursing, he led the men over in a furious manner. Half an hour later, Jiang Mayan and Yuan Feng and the others successfully got on the car to go back, while Qi and the others stayed behind to deal with the mess. Phew, that was exciting just now, wasn't it, Yuan Feng? Jiang Mayan laughed happily. It's so nice to feel like she's in charge of causing trouble up front and someone else is cleaning up the mess behind her. Yuan Feng had an iron face. MS. Jiang, next time you want to do something can you say hello in advance? Otherwise he feared he would soon suffer a heart attack. Jiang Mayan thought for a moment. Well, I'm going to come back tomorrow to blackmail Star Entertainment Media, so you'd better get some more people. Yuan Feng. Extortion? It's just to scare the head of Star Entertainment and trick over some money to use, Jiang Mayan explained without changing her face. Yuan Feng's eyes widened and his mouth moved for half a day without being able to say anything. In the middle of the day, he covered his accelerated heart. It's good that MS. Jiang is happy. She's happy as long as she's happy. Her own life doesn't matter. After half of the night's hard running, Jiang Mayan slept directly in the car. However, when she opened her eyes, she almost didn't give a fright and fainted. Only an enlarged version of Archie's face was introduced to his eyes, with an additional bruise where his eye had been. You're Archie's long-lost brother? The enlarged version of Archie said angrily. I like Le Bombardier as more or less. Jiang Mayan rubbed his eardrums, which had been shaken to the point of pain, and fixed his eyes behind him, finding Sikong Chang, Archie, Gao Yi, and a host of others all looking at her with different expressions, before reacting to the fact that Yuan Feng had actually sent him to the Royal View Garden. Stretching, she got out of the car and looked at the crowd. Although I know I'm good looking, but a group of you guys unapologetically gathering around to watch me sleep is more or less making me a bit embarrassed. A group of people. Sikong Chang's pair of dark eyes swept over the woman in men's clothing. Don't you have anything to explain to me? Just like a 7 angry voice. Cylinder Mu Smoke Lu give me a good solution like aha. Su Master clearly did not let me do for Lu like. Lu by what command me, and also cause me to get onions in the pot look. Stop. Jiang Mayan couldn't help but snort out a laugh and said without the slightest bit of sympathy. Aren't you great, Archie? How could you also give a beating like this? All playing a second set of Mandarin. However, he heard Yuan Feng voice out quietly behind him. Those are ordinary people who can't see the situation for a while. They can only defend but can't attack. And it's useless even if their hands are powerful. Humph. Archie grunted in exasperation. And Jiang Mayan immediately apologized insincerely. Her eyes fell onto Sikong Chang before she slightly straightened her color and said, Sikong Chang, I can assure you that all the negative news about Lu Kaiwei right now is absolutely all fake. You set me up with a couple of guys, and it won't be long before I'll be able to help her clear her name completely. Sikong Chang's bottomless black eyes stared tightly at Jiang Mayan. Then tell me, being at the tip of public opinion, why would she still go to the banquet tonight? This one is because. Jiang Mayan hesitated for a split second. Her eyes passed over the faces of the people around her, finally landing back on Sikong Chang, her eyes full of seriousness. Because she's stuck with a rich businessman and was forced to think about going over and compromising tonight. Sikong Chang met the woman's brilliant star-like eyes, and his fingers unconsciously curled up. You mean, the reason why she was caught up in the scandal was precisely because she didn't want to be suborned? Yeah, of course a girl that good couldn't have gotten her current grades by her body, Jiang Mayan said. Sikong Chang's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. You've only known her for how long and you know she's a good girl? Sensing the suspicion in the man's eyes, Jiang Mayan realized that she had made a slip of the tongue, but she was not nervous at all and said, I can see people right. Just based on her acting skills and past deeds, I can see that she is a good girl, but also can see that she is bound to be a big hit in the future. Hearing these words, Achi's face was full of disdain. Yuan Feng's face showed skepticism. Gao Yi was puzzled, while Sikong Chang's expression changed slightly in the slightest. In the middle of the day, he raised his hand to Gao Yi, signaling him to push himself in, while leaving Jiang Mayan with a sentence. I'll give you 3 days, and if the situation can't be turned around, I'll have that woman snowed in. 3 days. Jiang Mayan suddenly widened her eyes and roared in exasperation. 3 days, you're kidding me. Add a few more days. Sikong Chang didn't even return his head. There's no negotiation. Cheap bastard. Curse, you won't be able to get a wife in the future. Jiang Mayan viciously whispered a couple curses before asking with a tugged voice. Then I'm going to use any of your men I want. The man's figure disappeared around the corner of the villa. Not agreeing but not refusing either. Ha, just by Lu? Achi is full of ridicule, not broad cold to do. Jiang Mayan turned her head to look at him and suddenly smiled. 7. Don't forget that you're also your young master's subordinate. Achi's face stiffened, and then his eyes widened in horror. Lu want to engage in what? Chapter 79, I'm taking her away today. The atmosphere in Star Entertainment Media's conference room dropped to freezing point for a while. The man in charge threw a pile of paper onto the table with a loud snap. Speak up, are you all mute? Outside every day people come over to make trouble, even cursing and shouting to ask the company's artists to get out of the entertainment industry. The stock has repeatedly dropped. Several large investors have withdrawn their capital, and even the advertisements that have been filmed have been snatched away. What are you all doing all day long? He cursed as he unbuttoned his shirt that was buttoned to the very top, and 2 layers of double chins were instantly unleashed. wobbling a few times along with him as he spoke. Mr. Fan, the company has done everything it can on its side, but public opinion still can't be suppressed in any way. A man wearing a black suit and around 40 spoke up. I think the most useful way at the moment is to terminate the contract with the artist Lu Kai-wei. Fan Guanyao's eyes flickered slightly, and he said in a deep voice to Qi Zhuo on the stage. Qi Zhuo, what do you think? Qi Zhuo's face sank, and his remaining light glimpsed Lu Kai-wei beside him looking gloomy and lowering her head, and his heart was also a little bad. Yet with things as they were, it was not up to him to decide the outcome. A moment later, he nodded slightly. I'm afraid that's all we can do at the moment if we want to keep the company. Fan Guanyao was silent for a moment, and then said to Lu Kai-wei, Kai-wei, you also see, it's not that I don't help you, but the company really can't do anything else. If the whole company is dragged down because of you alone, I believe that you will also feel bad in your heart. Don't you think so? Lu Kai-wei raised her eyes to look at Fan Guanyao, barely suppressing the sourness in her throat. I'm sorry, I don't want to bring trouble to the company either. The words came out like a thread snapped in her heart, despite the fact that it started because of her. This feeling of being abandoned makes the loss in one's heart seem to overflow. Good boy. Fan Guanyao nodded in relief, then but secretly made a wink towards the black suit man. Fong Hong. Fong Hong immediately got up and said with a very serious look, Mr. Fan, over the past year, the company has paid a lot of effort, resources as well as funds to cultivate Lu Kai-wei, and I'm afraid it's not appropriate for her to leave just like that now. What do you mean? Fan Guanyao's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, but his face carried just the right amount of anger. Kai-wei is also a child that the company has watched grow up anyways. Isn't it right to cultivate her? Indeed it should be. Fong Hong returned, but Mr. Fan, it's not just the company's shares and other earnings that are being dragged down by her. There are also many other artists under the company. Some of them had some achievements with great difficulty, but because of Lu Kai-wei alone, they lost all their efforts, and even suffered malicious abuse. These spiritual and monetary losses, in the end, the company is required to compensate. Fong Hong, don't you bully me too much. Qi Zhuo rubbed up, his whole face red with anger. Kai-wei would be fine if she really did those things, but you all know clearly that she never did those things. The public opinion out there is simply nothing, and she's also a victim of what happened. And why should she be held responsible for those damages? Fong Hong was also not willing to show weakness, and snapped. Separating public and private is a rule that a business should follow. No matter if she did or didn't do something, it's because of her. Can you deny this? Me. Qi Zhuo clenched his fists, but he couldn't say a word in retort. Afterwards, under the various theories instilled by Fong Hong, almost everyone favored the side of letting Lu Kai-wei compensate for the company's losses. Alright, stop arguing. Fan Guanyao pinched out. His face was heavy. I also don't want to make things difficult for Kai-wei. How about this? Let Kai-wei subsidize the company with the money she has earned over the year. Although it may not be able to top it off, it's still a good effort. At those words, Lu Kai-wei completely froze in place, her face pale. All the money you've made over the year, you're giving it back to the company? Not to mention that she didn't earn much at all in a year, and even if she did, she had already spent it on buying a house for her grandmother in her hometown and other public welfare, and didn't have much savings in her hand at all. At this time, Qi Zhuo also finally understood. Fong Hong and Fan Guanyao is simply discussed in advance. They were singing one red face and the other white, just to squeeze Kai-wei one more time before driving her away. For a while, his head was buzzing with anger. After staying in the company for so long, he naturally knew that this Fan Guanyao was not a good thing, but he did not expect that it had now become so shameless to the point of being outrageous. What to do? If you don't take out the money, this shameless old thing most likely won't release the person. If not, then Lu Kai-wei will have no way to go to Jiang Mayan's side. The conference room was full of discussion. Some people insisted that Lu Kai-wei compensation for more losses. Only a few scattered people think almost on the line. Fan Guanyao swept a glance at the crowd, his sly little eyes flashing brightly. Since most of you have no comments, it's so. Before the word fixed was finished, the office door was suddenly kicked open. A slender and tall man in a black suit and a dozen or so black-clad, black-pantied, bodyguard-like men appeared in the doorway. Ah, sorry to interrupt. I'm here to find Lu Kai-wei. Jiang Mayan smiled faintly, but a pair of dark eyes flashed with a lingering dark light. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Then Fan Guanyao spoke out with a sullen face. What are you? Who let you in? Fong Hong frowned and shouted out to the outside. Where are the bodyguards? Why don't you stop the idlers? Don't shout. Jiang Mayan walked slowly to the front. Just those few rice buckets at your door aren't enough for my men to move their muscles. Saying this, she lowered her eyes and stared at Fan Guanyao closely. Mr. Fan, you don't know what I am. But I do know what you are a thing. What did you say? Fan Guanyao's two eyes glared and he instantly blackened his face. Kid, are you here to find trouble? No. Jiang Mayan waved her hands and said, "Our new century youths can all be good law-abiding citizens, so how could we just look for trouble?" After she finished speaking, she swept through the office crowd, and finally her gaze fell on Lu Kaiwei. "I'm here to take her away." It was only then that Lu Kaiwei came back from her shock and stood up with some excitement. "Mr. Jiang!" Her eyes were red and the tip of her nose was red, so it looked like she had just cried. Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes and looked at Qizhua. What happened? As if Qizhua had found a cathartic outlet all of a sudden. He poured out beans and told what had just happened. "So you mean you won't let go without paying?" Jiang Mayan said, without waiting for Qizhua to speak. Lu Kaiwei lowered her head and said, "This matter is all because of me. I am sorry," but saw Jiang Muyan walk straight to Lu Kaiwei and took her shoulder. "I'm going to take you away today. I'll see which of the cheeky ones below dare to stop me." It's hilarious. Still letting Lu Kaiwei give the money back to the company, so why don't they give her all the money they made off of Lu Kaiwei? Snort. This one surnamed Jiang. You've gone too far, haven't you? Fong Hong let out a disdainful laugh. Barging into our company without saying a word and taking away our artists. I seriously doubt you're out of your mind or just got hit, right? That's right. How dare he speak so wildly? Our Star Entertainment is at least a big enterprise. This kid is too fat with guts. This can never be lightly forgiven. Otherwise Mr. Fan's face will have no place to rest in the future. Listening to the words of the crowd, Fan Guangyao only felt as if his face had been slapped, hot and flaming. With a slap on the table, he said angrily to Jiang Mayan, "Kid, I'm still stopping you today. I'd like to see how capable you are of taking someone away from under my nose." Jiang Mayan looked at him askance and smiled. She raised her hand at Yuan Foam. "Bring over the gift for Mr. Fan and let him see if it's full." As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Yuan Foam throw a stack of file bags in front of Fan Guangyao with a cold face. "What is it?" Fan Guangyao looked shocked and uncertain, slowly opening the document bag and the eyes of the crowd gathered in unison. Then little by little, his face changed. Chapter 80 Robbery by Bullies. With a snap, Fan Guangyao violently closed the file bag, and sweat seeped out from his forehead in just a few seconds. He looked up at Jiang Mayan, his voice vaguely trembling. You. Everyone else in the conference room looked at each other in disbelief, not understanding in the slightest what was going on. Only Fong Hong's eyes widened a few points as if he understood something. Jiang Mayan had seen enough of the panic on his face before he slowly spoke. "Mr. Fan, regarding the matter of compensation, I just thought about it again and think that compensation should indeed be made." Fan Guangyao froze. What do you mean? "It means that Lu Kaiwei should indeed be compensated for leaving Star Entertainment Media." Jiang Mayan smiled faintly and lifted her foot to walk over. Fan Guanyao's eyes rolled carelessly for a moment. His expression was shocked and uncertain, but he still said with a stiff smile, "Since you have said so, then, it's good to let her look at her own meaning." That can't just mean anything. And, Jiang Mayan casually put her hand on Fan Guanyao's shoulder and laughed in a low voice. "And this compensation I'm talking about is not for her to compensate Star Entertainment. Instead, we, Star Entertainment, pay her back." She purposely trailed off when she said "you guys" and gave him a meaningful stare. And hearing her words, Fan Guangyao turned pale for an instant. We, Star Entertainment paid her out? The conference room exploded in a flash, and everyone had a look of disbelief. Where did that brat come from that threatens to make our company compensate a small star intern? Simply doesn't know the sky and the earth. That's right, this person is really out of his mind, isn't he? And he's afraid that he's not dreaming in the clear sky? What a laugh. It's obvious that Lu Kaiwei dragged the company down, but now she's asking the company to compensate her in turn? Even if the King of Heaven comes, it's impossible. Then some people pointed at Jiang Mayan and cursed. All of them were filled with righteous indignation, as if they were on the side of justice, and Jiang Mayan was a bad person who was unforgivable. In the midst of the intense tirade, Jiang Mayan just looked unchanged, while Fan Guanyao's face became even more unsightly. "Enough, all of you. Stop arguing." His fingers pinched the document bag dead center. His tone was very reluctant. "I've just considered it carefully. Although Lu Kaiwei has brought a lot of trouble to the company, but the achievements she has made over the past year are indeed not small, and it also allows us to learn to stand firm amongst the many entertainment companies. Now that she is leaving the company really should show a little bit of good faith." After the words, Fong Hong, who hadn't dared to say anything, snapped his eyes wide open. "Mr. Fan?" He had followed Fan Guangyao around for many years and knew that this man would often use the bodies of female artists to make deals in private, but he had never been caught. Just saw Fan Guangyao turn pale once he turned over that file bag. He immediately guessed that someone had seized the evidence, but he didn't expect that this evidence could really make Fan Guangyao compromise. Seeing Fan Guanyao's sullen face without a response, seemingly a little shaken, Jiang Mayan pressed on his shoulders a few points heavier. Hooking his lips and smiling, Fan always think that this gift of mine is not big enough? Then do you want to open it and let everyone judge it? Fan Guanyao pressed the document bag, forcing a smile on his face full of horizontal meat. No, this is not necessary. I am considering how much money is appropriate to compensate Lu Kaiwei. Take your time to think about it then. I have business to attend to, pardon me. Jiang Mayan smiled and patted his shoulder, but a cold light flashed under his eyes. But within 5 minutes, if I don't receive compensation that satisfies me, then the consequences. Mr. Fan imagines it on his own. After saying that, she waved her hand towards Lu Kaiwei and Qizhua, before leading the two of them to leave in a big way. Until sitting in the car, Lu Kaiwei still did not react, a pretty face full of confusion. Qizhua was the first to return to his senses, and was so excited at Jiang Mayan that he couldn't wait to clap his hands. You are truly divine. What exactly happened just now? Why did that old thing Fan Guanyao suddenly change his face? Old thing? Jiang Mayan glanced at him. Big economist Qi. It seems like you haven't terminated your contract with Star Entertainment Media yet. Qi's face stiffened. His mouth moved to burst out a national curse. But with this outburst today, I'm afraid he'll squeeze me even more in the future. Big brother Qi, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lu Kaiwei hurriedly started apologizing again. If it wasn't because of me, you wouldn't have torn yourself apart from the company. Okay. Jiang Mayan couldn't see her being so jabbering, knowing that you two have deep feelings. Big deal. I'll poach your big brother Qi as well. Lu Kaiwei was first shocked, and then showed concern. Mr. Jiang, Star Entertainment Media is at least a publicly traded company. If you are so anxious to provoke him to be retaliated against, how to do? Retaliate against me? Jiang Mayan raised an eyebrow. If he really has the guts to retaliate against me, I respect him as a man. Lu Kaiwei and Qizhua looked at each other in disbelief. Not long after, Jiang Mayan's cell phone came a message tone. She opened a look. The corner of her mouth suddenly raised a little bit. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. After counting the decimal places, she shook her cell phone towards Lu Kaiwei with satisfaction. Your compensation came through, and since I asked for the money, how about we split it 30/70ths? Lu Kaiwei subconsciously waved her hand. No, this money should all be yours. I don't want a penny. Otherwise, okay, then it's a deal. 3 for you and 7 for me. After saying that, Jiang Mayan directly lowered her head and transferred the account. It's really not necessary. I still have some money on hand that I can use. Lu Kaiwei was refusing when she saw the screen of her cell phone light up, displaying a transfer message. In the next second, her words came to a screeching halt and her mouth grew wide as she stared at the string of numbers. Oh, my God, that's a lot. And it's only 0.3%. For the rest of the way after that, she and Qizhua were both in a state of shock to the point of trance, until the car stopped outside the Disheng Group building. Mr. Jiang, if it isn't Disheng, what are we doing here? Lu Kaiwei wondered. Yeah, shouldn't we go to your company to sign the contract next? How did we turn here? Qizhua was also confused, but I heard Jiang Mayan say lightly, this is my company here. Lu Kaiwei, Zizzo, big brother, you quickly stop joking. Qizhua looked at her helplessly. You have to make a draft first to see if it's appropriate, even if you're bragging, right? He knows that Jiang Muyan is the daughter of the Jiang family. Can have a company is not so surprising, but take the Sikong family's company said to be their own. That is simply the equivalent of an ant pointing to the sky and said that this is the roof of my house. Well, oh, it does seem inappropriate to say that. Jiang Mayan thought for a moment and changed her words from good to bad. This is my boss's company. I'm currently just a small agent for an entertainment company under this headquarters. This is the right thing to do. Qizhua was just about to flirt with a couple of words when he suddenly reacted. What do you say? He was filled with shock. You mean, you work for Disheng and are an agent for a company owned by Disheng? Jiang Mayan rolled her eyes. You've at least brought a lot of artists. Why are you acting like an old man who hasn't seen the world? Qizhua was at a loss for words. His face was suffocating red, but he didn't know how to retort. Emperor Shang that its entertainment company can be said to have taken over half of the entertainment industry. They bring out the artists. 9 out of 10 inside the fire. There is a special fire, simply other companies cannot reach the height of. For a moment, Qizhua and Lu Kaiwei's eyes changed when they looked at Jiang Mayan. Chapter 81. Hello, I'm Jiang Mufei. After entering Disheng, Jiang Mayan directly let someone draw up a contract on the spot, making Lu Kaiwei and Qizhua even more nearly drop their jaws. Qi, big brother Qi, I'm a little scared. Lu Kaiwei shivered and hugged Qizhua's arm. Qizhua look at the opulent first floor hall likewise cannot be calm. I am afraid that she is a liar. What are you afraid of? Lu Chavez, I'm afraid I'm daydreaming. The corners of Jiang Mayan's mouth twitched slightly, biting her teeth and sneering. I see that you two are still a little bit attached to Star Entertainment. so why don't I have someone send you back to, again? Before the words were finished, the two figures whooshed and picked up a pen to decisively sign the contract. Jiang Moyen, the female employee in charge of drawing up the contract, looked at her for several times, and finally couldn't help but come over and whisper, "Ms. Jiang, why are you dressed like this today?" Jiang Mayan froze slightly, and only then did she realize in hindsight that the people in the company were sizing her up and whispering, "Cough, what's that? You've got the wrong person. I'm Jiang Mufei, the manager of Imperial Nest Entertainment, a subsidiary of Emperor Shang." The female employee looked confused. "Ha, yes that's right, you're recognizing the wrong person." Jiang Mayan had a serious face. "I'm a man, not a woman." The female employee was confused for a long time, and then her eyes suddenly lit up. "I know, you're Ms. Jiang's brother, right? Brother?" Jiang Mayan was stunned for a moment before affirming her more seriously. "Right, I am her brother." After saying that, she grabbed Lu Kaiwei and Shi Zhuo as soon as she pulled them out of the door. Shi Zhuo, who heard the conversation just now, gave her a complicated look. I'm Jiang Mufei, is there a problem?" Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes at him, a hint of threat in her tone. "Zizzo, nope." Lu Kaiwei gave the odd pair a look. "What are you talking about? What's the problem?" Jiang Mayan turned her head to look at her. "The biggest problem at hand is of course you. What other problems are you asking me about?" "Ah, I'm sorry. Lu Kaiwei immediately lowered her head in shame. "It's all my fault." Okay, it's okay, a good boy." Jiang Mayan pretended to be generous and touched her head. "Without the slightest hint of weakness after scaring someone, you go home first and get some rest, and let me know in advance of any arrangements for the next 2 days. Got it? Okay, I know." Lu Kaiwei nodded her head obediently. After sending Lu Kaiwei and Shi Zhuo away, Jiang Mayan went to Royal Nest Entertainment. Other than Zhang Yuanming, the general manager of the Imperial Nest, no one knew that she was Si Kongcheng's secretary, so she guessed that she definitely wouldn't have had smooth sailing in the past. What she didn't expect, however, was to meet a half-familiar person at the Imperial Nest, He Hongmao, the one who had previously disliked her in a high-level meeting at Tixing's headquarters. "Let me introduce to you all. This is our company's new agent, surnamed Jiang." The chief economist of the Star Economy Department introduced him to the crowd. Jiang Mayan nodded slightly in greeting. "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Mufei." As soon as the words fell, He Hongmao at the bottom abruptly widened his eyes. "It's you? Who is it? Manager, he knows this person?" the narrator asked, and the others immediately looked this way. Jiang Mayan looked over with a smile on her face. "This manager, he knows me? But I also see manager, he looks a bit familiar. Where have I seen him before?" She had a smile on her face, but there wasn't much temperature in her dark eyes, and the last sentence was said with a deep meaning, making He Hongmao almost instantly certain that the man in front of him, wearing a suit and tie with short black hair, was the Jiang Mayan that he had once seen at the head office. Thinking of his current situation, a trace of cynicism flew across the bottom of his eyes. Then he hung his head full of unwillingness. "I'm sorry, it's my mistake. How could I possibly know such a young and promising person like Mr. Jiang?" Right now it was uncertain what this woman was here for, but since she had changed her identity, she had no choice but to cooperate right now. However, even though he said that he didn't know, the tone of the clipboard had already aroused the curiosity of the surrounding colleagues, who all secretly speculated about Jiang Mayan's identity. Jiang Muyen did not move to measure He Hongmao, still the same Mediterranean head, the top position on it was different, and looking at the man's obviously sinking face, she was instantly more curious. From the head office to the branch manager, what did this man do wrong? Is it hard not to have something to do with himself? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chief Broker Sister Lu took Jiang Mayan to her office. "Little Jiang, I don't know what special status or ability you came in with, but I hope you're clear that the Imperial Nest is the largest entertainment company under Tixing. It's not a place where you can make a small fuss, and if you're here to muck around, then even if you're here as a janitorial worker, it's not your turn to do so." Lu Yan's stern gaze was fixed on Jiang Mayan. "Understand?" "Understood." Jiang Mayan looked at her and nodded. There was no dissatisfaction. A chief economist knew to come up and give her a head start first. It seems that this Emperor's Nest can become one of the top entertainment companies does have his good points. "Also, I heard that you signed that Lu Kaiwei?" Lu Yan asked again, her face visibly worse. Jiang Mayan nodded, then heard Lu Yan immediately lecture. "What nonsense! Can't you see what's going on with that Lu Kaiwei? A small star who hasn't even started to catch fire has caused so many things, obviously offended someone, and you even dare to dig her over?" she asked in no uncertain terms. "Have you ever been an agent before or not?" Jiang Mayan honestly said, No. Lu Yan almost dropped her jaw in shock. "No, what are you doing in the royal nest without having been an agent?" Ginger Moxie said good-naturedly, "Come learn to be an agent." Lu Yan, she was practically laughing with anger. If she was guilty, the president could have punished her instead of letting this kind of know-nothing white boy come to the royal nest to piss her off. Seeing that the originally calm and collected woman in front of her was exasperated by herself and beat her chest, Jung Mayan finally had a little bit of conscience. Sister Lu, you really don't need to worry about Lu Tsaiwei's matter. I guarantee that I will definitely bring her back from the dead within 3 days. Lu Yan rolled her eyes in a good-natured manner, not taking her big words to heart at all. Forget it, you go. I'll report this matter to the top to see how to solve it. Jung Mayan was helpless. The topmost Seacombe city already knew. To whom else to report? She didn't say much, though, and left the office straight away. Ms. Jiang, where to next? Yuan Feng asked. Jiang Muyan closed her eyes and leaned back. Send me to my mom's villa there. I'm tired today. Yuan Feng glanced at her, a little surprised that she wanted to go back so early, but he didn't ask much and directly started the car. Not long after, the car drove to the villa area. Jiang Mayan suddenly opened her mouth. Yuan Feng, many hands make light work. Either you also help Archie to find out about that Jean Laosan. Oh yeah, thank Archie for me. If it wasn't for him finding out all that about Fan Guanyao, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly today. At those words, the corner of Yuan Feng's mouth twitched. The main credit of this matter should not be in the body of Archie. Right, he is only to find out the Fan Guanyao unclean, but did not get the evidence, and today to Fan Guanyao to send something. In fact, simply our Zhang Muyan out of thin air imagination out of thin air fabrication. I know. After answering, Yuan Feng drove away. Seeing the shadow of the car gradually disappearing, a dark light floated in Zhang Mayan's pair of dark eyes. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, I have money in my hand now. The person on the other side let out a light laugh. Then I look forward to working with Ms. Jiang. Listening to the male voice coming from the microphone, Zhang Mayan's eyes flashed slightly. Good. Chapter 82, falling off the chain at a critical moment. Early in the morning, Zhang Mayan was woken up by the phone bombardment. Zhang Mayan, something's happened. Kaiwei is blocked by fans at the entrance of the neighborhood. Chiju's heartbreaking roar came from the phone, instantly waking Zhang Mayan's 7 souls. What's going on? Where are the bodyguards assigned to her? What's the situation now? She asked while already getting out of bed and starting to get dressed. All those bodyguards have been dispersed by people. It is said that the scene can't be controlled at all. I am rushing over there. You also as soon as possible. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Zhang Mayan called Gao Yi directly while holding her toothbrush in her mouth. Gao Yi, I need a lot of manpower to help. Coming out of the villa, she directly asked Yuan Feng to send her to Lu Tsaiwei's place. The car sped on the highway. She hurriedly put on a wig, trimmed her eyebrows, and then her eyebrows down a slight glance. Suddenly from a 28 years of age of the wonderful young girl into a face of youthful temperament but through the calm youth. Yuan Feng, wait, you cover me. I'll rush in and save the others. With a push of her bow tie, she coldly said a classic line from the movie. Yuan Feng, good, quickly arriving at Lu Tsaiwei's residence. Before they could get close enough to see the crazy and huge crowd, Zhang Mayan's face instantly darkened a little more. Nima, is this a fair? Men and women of all shapes and colors crowded together. Many people's hands holding a shiny sign, which reads Lu Kaiwei out of the entertainment industry. Social scum Lu Jr. Splattering people do not deserve to be a star. Lu Kaiwei bus and other insulting words. Everyone was shouting, cursing and pointing. Even the big mom with the vegetable basket was cursing and flinging vegetable leaves around. The scene was extremely chaotic. Lu Kaiwei, get out of the entertainment industry. Don't taint this industry, okay? You don't deserve to be our idol at all. You're not afraid of losing your mom's face by messing around in the entertainment industry. You don't deserve to live in this world. Yes, people like you don't deserve to live at all. Not worthy of living. The scene in front of her overlapped with certain memories from her last life, and Zhang Mayan's fingers tightened bit by bit until veins rippled on the back of her hands. Are you alright? Yuan Feng asked with a frown before making a move to get out of the car. I'll go help. Stand still. Zhang Mayan spoke out to stop it. What use can you top going over there alone? Yuan Feng looked at her without saying anything, and his eyes carried a heartache that even he himself did not notice. In the middle of the day, Zhang Mayan closed her eyes fiercely, and when she opened them again her expression had already returned to normal. Let me think of a way. Now what does this person care about the most? Destiny. Yuan Feng said back. Zhang Mayan paused, then slowly looked at him. No, it's money. On the other side, Lu Kaiwei was protected by a bodyguard-like man behind her in death, but the crowded people were still madly surging towards her. Lu Kaiwei, why don't you dare to admit it if you dare to do it? As an idol, is this how you set an example? A female fan accused in a stern voice. It's come to this and you're still pretending to be an innocent persona? You make those of us who were once proud of you sick. That's right, it's bad luck to have an idol like you. My mom said she'd break my legs. Stop running away. If you're a human being, you'll come forward and give us an explanation. Lu Tsaiwei's face was not dry from tears. Her eyes reddened once again at the words. She bit her lip and helped the man in front of her to get up with difficulty and bowed towards the front. I'm sorry, I know I've brought a lot of negative impacts to everyone's lives, but I really haven't done any of those things, so please wait a little longer. I'll be sure. A slap directly interrupted what she hadn't said. Don't you dare to sympathize here. We believed you in the beginning. But what happened? A woman with a hat pointedly said. As a result, you've been blown up in more scandals. You're a piece of trash born of a father but not taught by a mother. Before she could finish her sentence, a fist hit her face so hard that she spun halfway around directly. Don't you dare talk about her like that. The man in the bodyguard's clothes said through gritted teeth, his brow vicious on his grim face, as if he were an untamed beast. Lu Kaiwei exclaimed, holding his fist at once. Lu don't do it, don't fight. She panicked and comforted the person in front of her who was protecting her, but she was all but oblivious to the person in front of her who was hurting her, and the next moment she was pushed hard to the ground. Sister Kaiwei. Lu jerked back to help her, but he was instantly entangled by several people. Let go, you guys get the off me. Seeing Lu Kaiwei being pulled and abused by several fans, his eyes turned red. Get out of the way, get out of my way, don't touch her. However, none of them would listen to him. Those who moved their hands might not have hit hard, but the crowd was so crowded that not many could control their force. Countless hands in all directions toward Lu Kaiwei reached over, like the hell of the souls want to pull people into the abyss. Despair a moment to roam the heart. She clenched her fists and closed her eyes. Yet at that moment, a high-pitched voice suddenly erupted from outside the crowd. Someone is spreading money. There's money to spread. The crowd was stunned, then poked their heads in the back and quickly pushed and shoved their way to the back under a commotion. Crap, go check it out. Someone's spilling money. It seems real. I think I saw it was red. Hurry up. The expected pain did not come. Lu Kaiwei slowly opened her eyes, just in time to meet a pair of brimming starry eyes. Is everything alright? Jiang Mayan asked in a low voice, and then quickly took his jacket off and put it over Lu Tsaiwei's head. Follow me first. Aha! Lu Kaiwei nodded heavily, getting up to leave when she suddenly remembered Lu Mo. Wait a minute, there's Louis Mayer. Lumer's still over there. Jiang Mayan turned her head to see a bodyguard-looking man fall to the ground in a state of disarray, grimacing and clenching his fists, but not making a move with the people pushing and shoving around her. She's scared. What time is it and you're still kung fu minding the bodyguard? Let's go first. He'll be able to follow us for sure. But she heard Lu Kaiwei anxiously say, he's not a bodyguard, he's my brother. How did another brother suddenly appear? Jiang Mayan's head was practically spinning. She could really give her a hard time at critical moments. She found a person over there to spread money to attract attention, but in fact the use is simply red paper. After less than 2 minutes these people should be all reacted to. By then they are afraid to wanna go cannot go. However, looking at Lu Tsaiwei's persistent demeanor, she bit her teeth hard and turned around to go back to pull the bodyguard named Lu Mo. But as she was about to help the person up, a familiar female voice sounded from her side. Stop, are you guys trying to run? Jiang Mayan turned her head violently and saw Tan Rao wearing a big hat. All that money is fake. Everyone come back. They're going to run away. Lu Kaiwei is running away. Tan Yao yelled up towards the crowd as she grabbed Jiang Mayan's clothes. Jiang Muyan forehead veins protruding straight jump. This woman, that day in the Star Entertainment media downstairs to lead a riot is her, right? What is this, an undefeatable force? In less than a second, the people who had just been lured away instantly surrounded the few people again, and after learning that the money spreading was simply lying to them, they became even more furious. Jiang Mayan looked at the people in front of her who were spitting like they were going to fly out of the sky and tilted her face back in a deadly manner. It's over. She's afraid she's going to be the first in history to be drowned in spittle. Chapter 83, What you want is what you don't want. Liar. How dare you do this in broad daylight to avoid accusations? Lu Kaiwei, it's not enough that you cheated our feelings. Now you're even coaxing us with spreading money. Do you think we're fools? That's right. Originally, I still had a slight fantasy about you, but now it seems that people like you are simply disgusting from the bottom of your bones. Lu Kaiwei stood in place without a word. Her head almost guilt drooped to her chest. Of course she is guilty, not sorry fans, but because of their own hesitation to pull Zhang Mufei into this mess. Jiang Mayan, however, had no feeling for the accusations of the crowd and snorted. I think you guys are not fools but also a bunch of blind people. Lu Kaiwei was just blocked to death by you guys here. Where can she change into a doppelganger again to spread money to you guys? It's really a case of wanting to make things worse. Upon hearing this, a few fans instantly closed their mics, while Tan Yao, who had previously grabbed Jiang Mayan, shouted at the top of her lungs, "You're with her, of course you're speaking for her." It was only then that many people began to pay attention to Jiang Mayan. A stranger. Who is this person? Also a fan of Lu Kaiwei? No way. Looking at that suit, it doesn't look like an ordinary person. Rather, it looks like the young master of some family. No matter who it is, the one who is with Lu Kaiwei is definitely not a good thing either. Tanyao rolled her eyes and suddenly sneered. I know. This person must be Lu Kaiwei's new concubine. When this was said, everyone immediately felt that this was the case. Lu Kaiwei, why don't you say anything? Wasn't it just now that you were still arguing that you didn't do those things and didn't sleep with men? How come you're mute now? Ugh, you're morally corrupt. And anyone willing to sleep with you must be no good either. Between the words, a few of the men pushed and shoved towards Jiang Mayan, while Tan Rao, who had been leading the rhythm just now, laughed softly and quickly squeezed back into the crowd. Jiang Mayan's shoulder was pushed unawares, and immediately her face darkened and she clenched her fists in death. Anyone who tries to touch me again, believe it or not, she is lying on the ground and touching the porcelain. The words just fell, but Lu Kaiwei, who was beside her, suddenly tugged her. Mr. Jiang, be careful. With a thud, Jiang Mayan stumbled and fell hard onto the flower bed behind her, and a stinging pain came from her ankle. She raised her eyes with a dumbfounded face, only to see Lu Kaiwei standing aggressively in front of her, blocking a short and skinny female fan for her. Good lord, is this the legendary hurt the enemy 800 and lose 1,000? After carefully touching the bones of her ankle and realizing that it was only a minor sprain, Jiang Mayan was slightly relieved. However, facing a group of hungry wolves in front of Lu Kaiwei, she only felt that the future was dark. But at that moment, a commotion came from outside the crowd once again. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a few heartbreaking shouts, the seaweed-like crowd actually automatically separated into a path. In the middle of the road, Achi and Yuan Feng walked over step by step with an aura of solemnity. Seeing the wretched Jiang Mayan on the ground, the smile at the corner of Achi's mouth almost didn't suppress, and he tensed his face before he could hold it back. You also have today. Jiang Mayan ground her teeth and didn't bother with him, and then stood up with Yuan Feng and Lu Kaiwei's assistance, her gaze slowly sweeping over the surrounding people. The surroundings were silent for a moment, and then immediately erupted into a more heated discussion. Crap! What the hell is this person's origin that he has so many bodyguards? My god, did this Lu Kaiwei really fall for a big shot this time? Daring to condone his men to beat people on the street. This person is definitely not simple. Crap! Slip away first, slip away. A thrilling crisis was resolved in this way, and Jiang Mayan took Lu Kaiwei and Lu Emo to the car. All the way Jiang Mayan was in pain and didn't say a word, while Lu Kaiwei didn't say a word because of her guilt. Within a few minutes, the car stopped outside a small hospital. Jiang Mayan thought Yuan Feng was just looking for the nearest hospital, but when she got off the bus, she found Sikong Chang and Gao Yi at the entrance. Gee, rich people are different, haha. Sikong Chang had a cold face with a black aura vaguely entwined around his body, and when he saw that Jiang Mayan was limping and being helped over, his pair of black eyes suddenly became even more glittering. Jiang Mayan was filled with puzzlement as he looked at her. Why are you looking at me like that? I went to heroically save a beauty today. Really? Sikong Chang gritted his teeth. Then I should still praise you? Kudos even. It can be replaced with a more practical reward. Jiang Mayan rubbed his fingers. Like this? Sikong City. He had really underestimated how thick-skinned this woman was. He inclined his head slightly. Gao Yi, why don't you get the doctor over here to take a look? Can't you see she's not in her right mind? Jiang Moyen. Yu De Jiao. She's got a good head on her shoulders. After briefly seeing the doctor, Jiang Mayan was admitted to the hospital room. She glanced at Lu Mo, who didn't say a word in the corner, and asked Lu Kaiwei, how come I haven't heard that you have such a big brother? Lu Kaiwei also glanced at Lu Mo and whispered, not a real brother. Seeing that she didn't seem to want to say more, Jiang Mayan didn't ask any more questions. I don't blame you for what happened today, but now that your side of the house isn't safe anymore, come stay at my place tonight. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the ward immediately looked over, with different expressions. Sikong Chang's slightly narrowed eyes were permeated with an aura of danger. Gao Yi and Yuan Feng could not tell if they were happy or angry. Lu Kaiwei was filled with fear, and Lu Mo was filled with vigilance. Jiang Mayan flashed a bewildered smile. What's the problem? Not waiting for Lu Kaiwei to open her mouth, she only saw Lu Mo striding forward and said sternly, I knew that rich people like you wouldn't be so kind as to help Sister Kaiwei. Let me tell you, if you dare to force her to do anything she doesn't want to do, step over my body first. Jiang Mayan blinked, understanding in a flash. Oh, she's a man now. She's so awesome for letting someone stay with her after she just saved her little girl. The unmistakable air of embarrassment spread through the hospital room, and she laughed twice stiffly. Ahem, that what? Look at you, kid. Why can't you stand jokes yet? Lu Mo glared, expressing great skepticism at her words, while Lu Kaiwei, who was embarrassed, had her face reddened, and for a while she didn't know whether she should believe it or not. With a snort, Archie couldn't help but laugh out loud. Serves you right. Jiang Mayan was so embarrassed for the second time in her life. No, I was really joking. I really want to do something to her to wait until now? Archie snorted. The words are out of your mouth, that means that's what's in your heart. Me. Jiang Mayan gritted her teeth and glared at him. I'm a ing female. So what if I want it that much? But that was something she didn't dare say. Before Si Kong Chang promised to let her be an economist, but also said that she was not allowed to expose her identity. Not allowed to show her face. She thought for a long time before she thought of this method of disguising herself as a man. Right now Lu Caiwei's matter was still unresolved. She naturally could not be exposed even more. Turning her head to Lu Caiwei, she feigned pity. Caiwei, you don't believe me either? Lu Caiwei was a little embarrassed by her feigned pity. The tips of her ears unconsciously read. Cao Yi originally had a smile on his face, but when he caught a glimpse of his own young master's face that was so dark that it couldn't be any darker, he immediately withdrew a few moments of his smile and coughed lightly. Ahem. Miss Lu is now an employee of Royal Nest anyways. The place to live should naturally be solved by the company. Lu Caiwei froze, which turned her head to look at the one master and one servant over there, but she was shocked by the stern aura of the man in the wheelchair. I hadn't bothered to take a closer look before, but now I was shocked. Intuition told her that this man's identity must not be simple. Chapter 84, I'm blind to the fact that I don't recognize MT. Tai. When Lu Caiwei and Lu Mo left, the hospital room instantly became a pin drop. Even the temperature followed a few degrees. In the middle of the day, Si Kong Chang let out a cold snort, his black eyes staring at the person on the bed. Jiang Mayan, is this what you swore you'd do to help her clear her name? Jiang Muyen knew that he was in the wrong. His eyes looked to the side as if he had no intention of doing so, but his mouth was still hard. Today this is not an accident, and besides, 3 days are still to come. How do you know that I can't do it in the end? Saying that, she immediately turned to Archie with a slap on the bed, her face condemning. Archie, I asked you to help me to find out about that Jean Lao-san. Why haven't you found out yet? Archie looked incredulous. It's only been a day. Where am I going to find out all the nasty things a person has done? Jiang Mayan sneered with a sharp gaze. Don't look for excuses. Just say you can't even if you can't. Admit that you can't earlier. I can also find other people to check. When Aki heard this, she was furious and jumped to her feet. You're the one who can't do it. You're the one who can't do what you're doing. And your whole family can't do what you're doing. He has been with the young master for so many years. How to say that he has also an outstanding ability to excel in the subordinates, and now he is even frequently denigrated by this woman. It is simply intolerable. He pointed at Jiang Mayan and snapped, Okay, Jiang Mayan, you wait for me. Before tomorrow I will definitely dig out all the things that what's her name Jean Laosan has done, so you can see how strong I am in the end. After saying that, he angrily nodded his head towards his own young master and quickly left the room. Watching Archie's back disappear, Jiang Mayan was instantly happy. Ayo, this provocation is really useful. Fun? Si Kong Cheng's voice as if it was knotted with ice ballast came. The smile on Jiang Mayan's face suddenly stiffened. Cough. What are you talking about? How am I playing? This is how I am stimulating frequent development, striving to make a Chi's ability to go to the next level. Ha! Si Kong Chang let out a cold snort from his nostrils. Then you can pray here that he's capable enough. Throwing Jiang Mayan a cold look, he turned to leave. After resting in the hospital room for most of the day, the swelling on her feet subsided quite a bit, but Jiang Mayan's frown tightened. After learning about it, she realized that the rich merchant surnamed Jean did seem to be related to the Jean family she knew, and if that was the case, then I was afraid that this person was going to be very difficult to dig out. However, just when she thought things were going to go very hard, Archie called. Surname Jiang, if I can really help you dig out that Jean guy tonight, how are you going to thank me? Jiang Mayan's eyebrows peaked slightly. Yo! Listening to this arrogant tone, it seems that Archie has caught that Jean Laosan in something? How do you want me to thank you? Jiang Mayan let out a laugh. How about a favor in return? Archie instantly exploded. And you're giving your body in return? Is this gratitude? You're asking for my life. Jiang Mayan's face darkened. Damn it, as far as being so exaggerated? Chi over there was still cursing. She gritted her teeth and said, Almost done you. What have you found out? Humph, you still have to rely on me at the critical moment. Aki dejected again, and then said, I inquired that he will go to talk about a cooperation tonight. And, this cooperation involves a gray area. As long as we seize this evidence, the other things will still be solved? At those words, Jiang Mayan was puzzled. Most rich people have been involved in more or less illegal cooperation, but it's usually a minor maneuver between the black and white worlds that doesn't hurt too many people. But these things are no longer good. Once they are pulled into the open, it is the object of being made an example of. Is the news reliable? She asked. Don't go over there when it turns out to be a front. It won't happen. That Jean Laosan doesn't know that someone is checking on him, so how can he be so vigilant? Achi's tone was tinged with contempt and impatience. TSK, Jiang Mayan, you're not wimping out, are you? I wimped out? Jiang Mayan gritted his teeth, seeing as he had dug up such important information first not to bother with him. Endure. Send me the location and don't make any sudden moves until I get there. What are you doing over here? Archie was first surprised, then filled with disgust. Come over to cause me trouble? Jiang Mayan, I'll bear it again. My feet have gotten better, so I won't give you any trouble just watching from the sidelines, okay? Archie grudgingly said. Well then, consider this a chance for you to appreciate my abilities up close and personal. Jiang Mayan's white eyes almost rolled up into the sky. It better be. The sun will set in the evening. Jiang Mayan, Yuan Feng, and Archie smoothly met at the entrance of an incredibly luxurious private entertainment club. Archie, isn't this kind of place usually only accessible to members? You have a membership? Jiang Mayan asked. She gave her a contemptuous look. Are you a fool? We dark guards never go through the front door. Jiang Moyen. She pointed at herself and Yuan Feng with a dark face. What about the two of us? Archie spread his hands. What's it to me? I'm only responsible for finding the place, not thinking about how to get in. Holy! Jiang Mayan almost threw a slap on his face, but was stopped dead in his tracks by Yuan Feng. So a few minutes later, the three men went around to the back of the clubhouse and prepared to climb up the drainpipe and back window. The night breeze blew, and Jiang Mayan sighed heavily as she looked at the moon above her head. After some unspeakably arduous struggle, the trio managed to flip in. Jiang Mayan just about the same foot also managed to waste again. Can only let the two people to drag themselves even dragged in. However, they didn't expect to go out on a limb, and the three of them had just reached the end of the third-floor corridor when they bumped into a waitress. She glanced at the three of them. Jiang Mayan, her eyes filled with suspicion. And you are? Jiang Mayan immediately puffed out her chest and raised her head, her posture proud and her eyes contemptuous. What? You don't recognize me? The waiter froze, shaking his head in disbelief. Ha! Jiang Mayan sneered. You're new here, aren't you? And you don't even recognize me? Next to her, Archie and Yuan Feng looked at each other in disbelief for a moment, not knowing what she was up to. The waiter looked at Jiang Mayan cautiously. And may I ask who you are? Jiang Mayan scad lightly in impatience. If you don't know me, then you should always know the heir of the Sikong family, Sikong Chang, right? At these words, the waiter was frightened. His eyes suddenly widened. Sikong, young master? Upon hearing that this person in front of her dared to call that young master Sikong by his first name without avoiding it, the waitress was so frightened that her little heart fluttered. Oh my god, rumor has it that young master Sikong's legs are handicapped, so he has a bad character and a volatile temper, and if anyone messes with him, he will die without a burial place in the imperial capital. She shivered and didn't even dare to look at the woman in front of her a little bit, but she still asked stiffly, so, then may I ask what your relationship with young master Sikong is? Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes. TSK, the little girl was quite dutiful. A very dangerous light refracted in her eyes as she suddenly pulled out her cell phone and flipped out a picture and handed it over to her. Open your eyes and see. I'm the woman that Sikong Castle is rumored to have been infatuated with for a long time and even hated to imprison. In the photo, it was clearly the scene when she was pretending to act on the balcony of the villa in the royal court. Almost instantly, the waiter's face turned pale, apologizing and bowing. Yes, sorry. It's my fault. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize Tai. Although she is not sure whether the rumor is true or not, but this woman in front of her and the young master Sikong does have a relationship must be true, then she is really cannot afford to offend. Beside them, Archie and Yuan Feng were staring at Jiang Mayan in disbelief. A long time passed before Jiang Mayan lightly waved her hand. Forget it, go about your business. I'll call you if something happens. The waitress nodded warily and ran off in a huff towards the other side. Chapter 85, an operation as fierce as a tiger. Jiang Mayan, I've never seen a woman as shameless as you. Archie stared wide-eyed at Jiang Mayan and gave a thumbs up. One word, absolute. Next to him, Yuan Feng was similarly filled with black lines with a speechless face. A waiter can indeed be intimidated, but a little bit of brains will certainly suspect their identity, and at that time, in case they carry out a confrontation, they cannot reveal their identity. Then it is impossible to admit that they have a relationship with Sikong City. However, Jiang Mayan not only didn't realize what she did was wrong, but was rather proud of herself. I'm really witty. Archie, Yuan Feng. Half an hour later, the three of them smoothly came to the bar hall that they had inquired about beforehand, and it was said that Jean Laosan was very conceited and never hid anything when talking about this kind of business. Just see the corner of the honored card seat over there sitting 4 or 5 men, one of them shoulder coat, mouth dangling cigarettes, posture casual but through a kind of compelling momentum. But, Jiang Mayan frowned and swept her eyes at the man with a thin figure and a visual estimate of no more than 1 meter 6. Are you really sure he's that Jean Laosan? Jiang Mayan, what do you mean? Ah Chi glares at her in a bad mood. I went to great lengths to help you find out the information, and even if you don't appreciate it, you still doubt me again and again? He, if I had known this I shouldn't have come here to meddle in your business. Jiang Mayan glanced at him faintly. Then go away. I already know the information I should know anyway. You. She was instantly furious. You're unloading. Jiang Mayan slapped him on the head. You give me a little lighter, screaming. If you lead the people over to guarantee that you will not be able to eat. Ah Chi gritted her teeth and glared at her, but could not make a sound due to the seriousness of the situation, and finally had to hold back her anger to look at that Jean Laosan. Ms. Jiang, how do you plan to get the evidence? They usually use code words when they talk about that kind of cooperation. They won't say it explicitly. Yuan Feng asked with a frown. Jiang Mayan pondered for a moment and suddenly greeted the two men as they got up and helped themselves to the row of sofas closest to the card table and sat down. Waiter, bring me a bottle of Romani Conti. She beckoned to the waiter, her voice not too high and not too low, just loud enough for a few of Jean Laosan to hear. Archie was taken aback and hurriedly lowered his voice and asked through clenched teeth, what the hell are you doing? Yuan Feng on the side also looked at Jiang Mayan. Ms. Jiang, I don't really have any money on me, and I'm afraid the bottle of Romane Conti she just ordered wouldn't be able to pay for the three of them even if they sold it. TSK, can you two stop making a fuss all the time? Jiang Mayan smiled skinlessly. It's only strange to come to a place like this and not spend money, right? As for the rest, you guys just watch me operate. Ah Chi and Yuan Feng glanced at each other and saw the strong message in each other's eyes. They shouldn't have let this person come. In the following half an hour, Jiang Mayan actually tasted the red wine as slowly and reservedly as a lady of the mansion, and every now and then she even commented to herself. Not far away, Jean Laosan didn't move to retract his gaze towards her, and continued to climb up with the person on the opposite side of the room. Dude, are the goods sure they're top quality? That's for sure. You can ask around about my Ma Bing's name. I do business think it's child's play. The bald man on the other side returned. Jean Laosan slowly exhaled a smoke ring with a few wary eyes. So is it by water or air? The bald man laughed. This you can rest assured. We soldiers divided into three ways. The goods placed in which way are possible. Absolutely people or ghosts cannot guess. Then it seems you guys are indeed very cautious. Jean Laosan stifled two laughs. As for this price, the two men moved slightly closer together and spoke in much lower voices. At this moment, Jiang Mayan abruptly stood up and walked towards them. Clearly her ankle was still red and swollen, but her steps were unexpectedly steady, making Aki and Yuan Feng behind her so startled that they forgot to pull her back. By the time it came back, it was too late. The wineglass in Jiang Mayan's hand shook lightly, her gaze moving away from the reddish blood wine, and then unhurriedly skimmed over Jean Laosan and landed on the bald man opposite, and then stretched out her delicate hand. It's been a long time, Boss Ma. Since she had come straight from the hospital side, she hadn't changed her clothes. She had just let her long hair down and unbuttoned a few shirt buttons. The pure white shirt with the slim-fit suit pants instead gave her an additional sense of ascetic noble seduction, and with her pretendedly delicate eyebrows, it was just too much to handle. The bald man, Ma Bing, froze before stretching out his hand, a pair of eyes staring straight at the stunning beauty that suddenly appeared across the room, and subconsciously replied back, good, long time no see. Noticing that the man tugged at his hand and rubbed it for a moment, Jiang Mayan cursed fiercely in her heart, but the smile on her face was still just right. Boss Ma probably doesn't remember me too well, but the last shipment was very good, so as soon as I heard that Boss Ma was here, I immediately ventured over here. At those words, the smile on Ma Bing's face stiffened slightly, and he subconsciously looked towards Jean Laosan. The atmosphere was slightly stagnant, and Jean Laosan's sharp gaze swept over Jiang Mayan's body inch by inch. This young lady, we can't understand what you're saying. Jiang Mayan let out a light laugh. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You just need to know that I'm here to grab the goods from you. Upon hearing these words, Jean Laosan's face instantly changed. Ha, robbing my goods? Not a little bit of guts. Who the hell are you? Seeing that he was vaguely inclined to lash out, the horse soldier immediately stepped forward and pulled Jiang Mayan. He passed a you-know-what look toward Jiang Mayan and whispered, Miss, this Jean-san master's goods. You can't just say you'll let it go to someone else. So don't make it difficult for me, okay? Here's the deal. Next time, I'll definitely keep the next shipment for you, and the price is guaranteed to satisfy you. How about it? What if I don't? Jiang Mayan interrupted him with a faint smile, but her voice was steeply cold to the extreme, carrying a powerful sense of oppression. In an instant, the horse soldiers were dumbfounded, and Jean Laosan's eyes darkened as he looked at Jiang Mayan. Although he didn't know where this woman came from, he could guess that she was by no means mundane based on the aura she carried alone. After a long time, he waved his hand towards Ma Bing. Brother, you go back first, and I'll contact you when I've discussed with this young lady. This business is taboo to grab goods. Once a big deal, not only can not get the goods, the counterparty may also refuse to trade in the future. The horse soldier looked at Jiang Mayan several more times, swallowed his saliva and then left with a face full of unwillingness to lead people away. The card seat was suddenly empty. Ah Chi and Yuan Feng saw the opportunity and immediately walked over. Miss. Jiang Mayan gestured a condescending him and raised her hand to signal them to sit down. So they instantly became 3 against 1. Jean Laosan swept a glance at the 3 of them before taking the lead to open his mouth, first saying that he had been working with Ma Bing for a long time, and then making it clear that he didn't want to cause any trouble, and hoped that this matter could be resolved peacefully. The cell phone in Jiang Mayan's suit pants continued to record, and she immediately asked a few questions about the process of the previous few sales and the quality of the goods, saying that she wanted to compare them with her own. However, when Jean Laosan finished speaking, she just nodded. After all, what that laborious goods she didn't understand at all. So, what do you mean, miss? The man on the other side asked finally. Jiang Mayan stared at the man in front of her without saying anything, and when she thought that this man was the man who had forced Lu Kaiwei to die in her previous life and had harmed Lu Kaiwei in this life, her fists itched a little. All the evidence that should have been taped had been taped, and she now had a feeling of being emboldened. Ha, I wonder if you've heard anything about Lu Kaiwei lately, she asked back in a cold voice. The man frowned and said blankly, who is Lu Kaiwei? Seeing that he actually did not admit it, Jiang Mayan's anger suddenly went to his head. Jean Laosan, do not dare to admit that you are still a man? What do you mean? The man was suddenly even more confused. What are you doing calling our boss by his name all of a sudden? You, them, old, big? This time it was Jiang Mayan's trio who lost their colors in shock. In the next second, Archie's gaze flashed. You're not Jean Laosan. Chapter 86, Waiting for a Joke? Hearing Archie's questioning, the man also realized something violently. You guys, you're not here to buy goods. He drew himself up, the jacket on his shoulders abruptly slipping off, and his gaze toward the 3 Jiang Mayan people steeped in viciousness. Speak, who the hell are you guys? Jiang Imoyen? The atmosphere should have been very grim, but this person is not tall enough. Stand up and then a trace of momentum, especially if he is a person to Jiang Muyan 3 people. It is like a disobedient child in a temper tantrum with the adults. In comparison, the embarrassment of recognizing the wrong person just now dissipated quite a bit. Jiang Mayan came back to her senses and snorted coldly. Who are we? We are the ones who will soon make your boss lose his name. I already have the evidence of your illegal dealings. I advise you to hurry back and tell him that if all kinds of negative news about Lu Kaiwei doesn't disappear by 12 o'clock tonight, then he'll be the one who'll be in the newspaper first thing tomorrow morning. You. The veins on the man's neck rippled in a deadly clench of his fists, his eyes fierce as if he couldn't wait to eat them one by one. In the middle of the day, he coldly dropped a sentence and turned to leave. You want to make our boss lose his reputation? You guys are dreaming. After he left, probably because the commotion over here was too loud, the waiter came over, and it happened to be the girl that Jiang Mayan and the others had met earlier. Little, young lady, may I ask if you need help? Jiang Mayan's eyes rolled. What's that? Help me wrap up that bottle of red wine. Mister, Ma at this table is my friend. Just put the bill on them. The waiter didn't even dare to raise his head much. Okay. Archie rolled his eyes, practically not even bothering to spit at her anymore. On the way back to the car, Jiang Mayan summarized the operation. This operation was perfect under my command and operation. End of summary. Archie was full of speechlessness. You really know how to put gold on your own face. If it wasn't for my information and young master's identity, could there be room for you to play behind you? Ha! Jiang Mayan sneered. Any more than some people swearing to tell me that the news is reliable. But in the end, they ended up recognizing the wrong person. Archie choked and a look of chagrin appeared on his face. Damn it, I'll find the douchebag who passed the message some other time, but it's okay. Anyway, just get the evidence you need to get. Jiang Mayan waved her hand rather generously, and then suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Yuan Feng immediately asked. It's fine. Jiang Mayan slowed down for a moment, frowning as she picked up the red wine to the side and tilted her head back to take a sip. Yuan Feng frowned slightly, then saw her increasingly red and swollen ankles, and was shocked. Your feet. He glanced at the reddened face of Jiang Mayan, and then he realized why her feet wonderful step is still so steady. It turns out to be nothing more than drinking and holding back strongly. For a moment, it was as if something had gently touched his cold, hard heart. This woman. Because of the foot injury plus Lu Kaiwei's matter, Jiang Mayan was sent to the Royal View Garden. Time passed by, and soon it was nearing 12 o'clock. Jiang Muyan kept turning over the news in the cell phone, because of the wine eyes covered with red bloodshot, but completely ignored, and waited for Jean Laosan about Lu Kaiwei's negative news suppressed. The knock on the door came again, and then Gao Yi's voice. Jiang, it's so late, otherwise you'd better rest first. There's no rush. Jiang Mayan was just about to open his mouth to speak, when he saw a push suddenly flashing on his cell phone, revealing the recent negative news of Lu's star, which was actually all forced. Her eyes snapped open and her fingers quickly clicked in, and after a hasty scan, her eyes lit up a little. This, finally a piece of news that's on Lu Caiwei's side. Immediately afterward, she realized that quite a few photos, videos, and malicious remarks that she had just brushed off all disappeared, and finally let out a complete sigh of relief. It's settled. That Kim Lao-san is compromised. MS. Kong? Gaoi outside the door was still asking in a high voice. Jiang Mayan rubbed up and jumped over to open the door to the room. Gaoi. Housekeeper Gao. Uncle Gao. Things are settled ha 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 ha. Ha. Halfway through the ha, she suddenly realized that there was more than just a Gaoi standing outside the door. There was also Sikong Cheng sitting in a wheelchair, Yuan Feng leaning on the railing, and Ah Chi who was looking here from the first floor living room. Why are you all still up? Sikong Cheng lowered his eyes and inclined his head. Of course I'm waiting to see your joke. Gao Yi, however, looked at Jiang Mayan with a smile. Miss Jiang, young master sometimes likes to say the opposite. Jiang Mayan gave an expressionless "oh," but the tips of her ears silently reddened. She's not stupid. These people must all be waiting here specifically for her. Within seconds, the cell phone in the room suddenly rang. It must be Caiwei. Jiang Mayan clapped her hands in excitement and turned around to run to her room, forgetting that her ankle was still not healed. In the next instant, she was on her feet, and fell violently to the side. Look out! MS. Kong! Several cries of alarm sounded at the same time, and between the flashes of lightning and fire, Sikong Chung hooked his long arm and suddenly pulled her into his arms. With a swift turn, he managed to stabilize his wheelchair with his other hand on the doorframe. Originally already a little dizzy, Jiang Mayan experienced such a thing again. Suddenly her eyes blazed. Her slender white arm subconsciously circled around Sikong Cheng's neck, but her eyes were barely open for a long time. MS. Kong, are you okay? Gaoi said worriedly. Ginger Moxie's eyes were mesmerized. Something's wrong. Gaoi was startled. What's wrong? Did you bump into something? Or do your feet hurt? But she saw Jiang Mayan frowning. I see the house spinning. Is it an earthquake? Gaoi, Yuan Feng. Sikong Cheng's eyebrows jumped fiercely. Jiang Mayan, can you change your impudence? After saying that, he turned the wheelchair into the room without a word, picked up the cell phone that kept ringing and decisively pressed shutdown, and then coldly spat out 2 words. Sleep. I do not know whether the spirit of a moment of slack. Jiang Muyan before the wine all up. Just feel the eyelids are about to open. Just sleep. Why are you being so mean? She nuzzled into the slightly cool and cozy neck of someone and rubbed it, finding a comfortable position. Sikong Cheng looked down at the woman who was sleeping on top of him recklessly. His eyebrows jumped fiercely again and he moved his lips but did not speak again. Thus, Ah Chi, who thought something had happened to Jiang Mayan, ran up in a hurry and saw the scene. His own young master sat in the wheelchair with a dark face, while Jiang Mayan comfortably nestled on his young master's body and slept. His face darkened to the bottom of a pot, and he squeezed out 3 words through his teeth. Ginger, moo, smoke. Gaoi pulled him back with a deadly grip. Yuan Feng, on the other hand, directly reached out and yanked him by the collar towards the stairs. Miss Zhang's foot injury is very serious. Let her rest. Ah Chi resisted with kicks and kicks. Can't rest, go to the bed. Why does it have to be on young master's lap? I think she has ulterior motives. It's just a bitter trick. In the midst of Ah Chi's angry accusations, Gaoi quietly closed the door to the room. Young master, then you have a good rest. Call me anytime if you have any special needs. Sikyong in the room. It's getting cold. Isn't it time for a new set of men and housekeepers? Chapter 87, full of positive energy. Warm sunlight poured in from the window pane, shining on the half of Jiang Mayan's thin waist that was exposed. It wasn't long before she rolled over and slowly opened her eyes, stretching against the sunlight cast in. It's a beautiful new day now that Lu Caiwei's business has been resolved. She moved her ankle, which was no longer as painful, and rolled out of bed, wiggling her but in a rather good mood to start doing a set of exercises that could be popular on the internet these days. Get up in the morning, embrace the sun, fill the body with brilliant sunshine, full of positive energy. The corners of your mouth go down and you get lost. It wasn't until she finished the whole set that she suddenly realized the room was unexpectedly quiet. Not right. According to theory today there should be countless news about Lu Caiwei pushed. Why not a movement? Puzzled, he went over and got his cell phone, only to realize that it had been turned off at some point. Bewildered, she pressed on, thinking she had accidentally pressed off. As soon as I opened it, the overwhelming messages almost made the phone die, and it took half a day to finish pushing it. And then there were countless missed calls from Chizhua and Lu Caiwei. Jiang Mayan froze. Even if she wanted to thank her, there was no need to make so many phone calls, right? Just as he was about to call Zizou back, a message push suddenly popped up again. I never thought that Lu Kai-wei, the big star who attended the charity donation scene, just clarified a lot of negative news and then fell into the drug storm. Drug use? Jiang Mayan's heart thumped and she quickly clicked on the video, only to see a star charity event. Lu Kai-wei in a white dress out, won a burst of overwhelming exaggeration and hot discussion. Naturally, or about the previous negative news events. When interviewed, Lu Kai-wei picked and chose a series of recent events to say something, but did not mention the subterfuge, and only said that she had accidentally offended a certain tycoon, which led to countless negative news on the body, and took out some of her own evidence along the way to touch the ground. She apologized to everyone with a red-eyed bow, and then said that she would always remain true to herself no matter what she went through. This wave of maneuvering resulted in many of the crowd weeping and the reporters ceasing to be aggressive. However, just as this charity event was about to come to a successful end, a burst of agitation suddenly erupted in the group of journalists, followed by someone shouting, "Lu Kai-wei, this two-faced liar, she's been on drugs." With one sentence, it managed to make the whole charity event site completely boiling. The camera of the video also began to shake wildly, accompanied by the others rapidly closing in on Lu Kai-wei's side. Lu Kai-wei has not yet reacted, was swarmed by a swarm of journalists surrounded, the overwhelming microphone dead poked to her face. Body. She was at a loss and woeful. Looking at her through the screen, Jiang Mayan's fingers tightened into fists bit by bit, the bones rapidly whitening from the exertion. This charity event Chizhua had mentioned to her, but at that time, the matter of Jean Lao-san was not certain, so she did not agree. Now that I think about it, that series of missed calls was probably Chizhua calling with Lu Kai-wei to ask for her permission to clarify those things at the event, right? If they hadn't gone to this event without authorization, wouldn't, half-heartedly, she closed her eyes hard. No, even if there hadn't been this event, someone who wanted to make a point about getting high would have found an opportunity sooner or later. Now she only wanted to know if Lu Kai-wei, the pitiful child, had really knocked out the drugs or not. After changing her clothes and coming out of the Royal View Garden, she directly asked Yuan Feng to drive to the place where Seekong City had settled Lu Kai-wei. On the road, Yuan Feng hesitated for a long time before speaking, his tone heavy and hard. MS. Kong, fighting, drinking, and repeated injuries just for a stranger. Is it really worth it? Jiang Mayan shook her head with a deep gaze. You don't understand. No one can help her except me. Yuan Feng didn't say anything, but he heard Jiang Mayan continue. I am a street lamp in her dark journey, a star in her lonely sky, leading her in the direction of her life. A light. Yuan Feng. He didn't say another word all the way thereafter. Arriving at the apartment where Lu Kai-wei lived, Jiang Mayan took a deep breath and knocked on the door, ready to wait for the second she saw Lu Kai-wei to first give her a series of chained blows. However, the one who came over to open the door was surprisingly Lumo. Holding back another breath, Jiang Mayan silently rolled her eyes. What about her? She doesn't dare to come see me? Louis Mayer lowered his eyes and muffled his voice. Sister Kai-wei isn't high. She's all because of me. Jiang Muyan speechless choke. Good guy. A sentence to all her questioning and anger are blocked back. After a moment's pause, she sighed quietly. Go inside. After going in, they only saw that Lu Kai-wei and Chizhua were sitting face to face on the sofa, their eyebrows drooping one over the other. Jiang Mayan sat down on her butt. Are you two putting on this face for me? Lu Kai-wei glanced at him. Tears immediately overflowed from her eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. If I didn't have to go to the charity event, maybe it wouldn't have come to this now. It's all my fault. Don't blame her. Chizhua sank his face. She has always participated in this charity event before. I thought that I could just borrow the event to clarify it, and by the way, put the charity she has been doing for the past year into the open as well. So I agreed to it privately. So if you want to blame it, you can blame it on me. Jiang Mayan was speechless for a moment. Did she look that fierce? Why did one or two of them rush to admit their mistakes before they even started talking? Passing a tissue over towards Lu Kai-wei, she looked disgusted. A big star. Why does she cry and cry when she doesn't move? Lu Kai-wei immediately stopped her tears. Jiang Mayan swept her a glance. Am I angry about this matter of participating in charity activities? What pisses me off is that you've kept things from me until now, she said and clapped. You two are awesome. Getting high is such a big deal that you had to tell me through the news. Without waiting for the two Chizhua to speak, Lu Mo suddenly walked over. I've touched drugs before, and Saiwei-san went to rehab because of me, and that's why I was mistaken for touching drugs. At those words, Jiang Mayan was slightly stunned. She originally thought that this Lu Mo was just on better terms with Lu Kai-wei, but she didn't expect there to be such a story inside. For a moment, she actually didn't know whether to be happy that Lu Kai-wei hadn't taken drugs, or sad that she had actually been to a place like a drug rehab center. But he heard Lu Mo speak again. I can go on stage, can clarify with others, can tell others that Sister Kai-wei is not high on drugs. the one who is high on drugs is me. He kept his hands stirring, a hint of unease in his cold, dark eyes. With you alone, others will believe it? Jiang Mayan raised her eyes to look at him before her eyes darkened. If you're going to mess with it, it's going to be a big one. Chapter 88. Give it up. After coming out of Lu Caiwei's place, Jiang Mayan breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard to brush off the word poison, but it was good to know that she hadn't misjudged anyone. Lu Caiwei, most of the income is used to do charity. A year to participate in large and small countless public welfare activities, not to mention, but also personally to several orphanages, drug rehabilitation centers, nursing homes have sent things. She was abandoned by her parents when she was a child and grew up in the countryside, and the thing she couldn't stand to see was those who suffered. And that's how she befriended Lumo, who was an orphan and went astray. To summarize, things are still good, as long as let those who were helped by Lu Caiwei all come forward to make a statement. The masses of people. She does not believe that there will still be people scolding Lu Caiwei. After deciding, she immediately sought out Qizhuo to go with her to the various homes that Lu Caiwei had helped before. But I didn't expect the first place to get them. The headmistress of the nursing home was in her 40s, and her green bean eyes glared at Jiang Mayan and Qizhuo. How come you guys are this kind of people? You said before that you don't need to leave your name to do good deeds, but now you suddenly ask us to prove to others that you have done something good. On purpose, right, Dean? We don't mean anything else. Qizhuo said bitterly. If it wasn't for Caiwei's sudden accident, we definitely wouldn't have asked you for such a request. I think you guys are doing this on purpose. The dean was unforgiving. What, doing a good deed without expecting anything in return is simply using us to curry favor with the public. You guys stop talking. I won't agree. Dean, you reconsider. It's only out a statement. Qizhuo continued to persuade with a bitter face, but Jiang Mayan couldn't hold back and directly disliked her. Even if she's using you guys, so what? People work hard for their money but spend some of it on you old ladies and old men. What's wrong with utilizing it? Does it leave you with a missing arm or a missing leg, or does it leave you with one less meal? You. The dean's small eyes instantly widened to the extreme, pointing at Jiang Mayan and saying righteously, you don't understand at all. Even the elderly all have dignity and don't need anyone's fake sympathy. Alms with a purpose like yours, we don't need it. Jiang Mayan rolled her eyes. Letting you guys issue a statement is like asking for your old life. As far as that goes, how can you talk like that? You little girl? What an evil mind, the dean said angrily. Seeing that the scene is about to get out of control, Qizhuo hurriedly pulled Jiang Mayan. Forget it, let's go to the next orphanage to take a look. First, however, to the surprise of the two men, these relatively disadvantaged members of society share a common trait in dealing with the situation. That is, more is not as good as less. Lu Caiwei had helped them a lot, but it wasn't a great favor. So naturally it wasn't worth breaking their own stereotypes to stand out as proof. After successive setbacks, they only received support from the gatekeeper of the drug rehab center. Outside the janitor's room, Qizhuo patted Jiang Mayan's shoulder, his eyes glistening with tears of gratitude as he encouraged. It's okay, look, there's still at least one person who's willing to help us unconditionally. It shows that there's still true love on earth. Jiang Mayan glanced at the doorman against the wall. Master, why did you agree to help? After looking around to see that no one was there, he came over and smiled with his head full of folds. That little girl surnamed Lu can understand. Every time I come to bring me a whole strip of Huaziat. Zizzo, Moncler outlet store. Seeing his face was lifeless, he hastily pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket. Little old brother, do you want to have a Huazi? Until the afternoon. Jiang Mayan and Qizhuo found nothing. Ms. Jiang, is there not much need for this press conference tonight? Qizhuo leaned on the car seat and smoked Huazi, asking in a deep and low voice. Jiang Mayan threw a palm over to him directly to Huazi. Of course it's open. You first call people to get ready. Without the help of these organizations, then let Lu Mo first go up to the top. Imperative to stop the spread of public opinion in the shortest possible time. Qizhuo was beaten with an ow and nodded his head in response, not daring to disobey at all. Yet when he got out of the car to go to the phone to arrange things, his otherwise dull eyes had lit up. Should not give up until the last moment. Jiang Mayan, this person, he did not see wrong. Ms. Jiang, soft doesn't work, or let's try hard. Qizhuo suddenly proposed. I see that those few friends of yours from last time are good. They must be extremely intimidating once they appear. We don't need to do anything. Just bring them over. Maybe those few deans will agree once they are scared. At those words, Jiang Mayan looked at him like he was a fool. I suspect that you're an undercover agent sent by that Jean Laosan to bring them into the nursing home, and you're not afraid of a bunch of grandparents lying on the ground and not getting up? Breathless for a moment, she sighed deeply. There is only one last way now. Zeiser froze. What solution? Later I'll write a text that will move people to tears and tears of pain when they read it, and you go and print it as a flyer and send it out to all these organizations. Jiang Mayan's gaze was firm. At that time, they will definitely have a clear conscience and come to the scene to help Kaiwei clarify. Ha! Zeiser was deeply skeptical. Are you sure? Then what else? Jiang Mayan glanced at him without any good humor. Do we go and hire a group of actors and go straight to the stage for a scene? Shijua's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. It's just slightly costly. Jiang Mayan. Time passed by, and night soon fell. Arriving at the press conference site, Jiang Mayan and Shijua's cell phone still didn't have the slightest movement. What's wrong with people nowadays? Jiang Mayan had a pained look on her face. I've written a 500-word essay out of my heart, and they're all surprisingly indifferent in the slightest. The corner of Shijua's mouth twitched, relying on 500 words to try to reverse the pattern. More or less a little disrespectful to those grandparents. I wanted to encourage one more sentence not to give up until the last moment, but I moved my lips but suddenly I didn't know what tone to speak in. At this point, is there really any point in struggling? Lowering his head, he silently began flipping through his phone, ready to see how much it would cost to hire a wave of professional groupies. It didn't take long for Lu Kaiwei and Lu Mo to arrive. She glanced at Jiang Mayan and Shijua before dropping her head without a word, her eyes filled with bitterness. Mr. Jiang, I'm already grateful that you can help me clear up my previous grievances. If I can't solve this matter this time, I can quit the entertainment industry, and I definitely won't involve you in the company. Kaiwei, it hasn't gotten to that point yet. Shijua pacified. Besides, the body is not afraid of the shadow slant. Then this storm will pass sooner or later. The big deal is that your work arrangements in a short period of time received a little impact. Saying that, he also gave Jiang Mayan a wink. However, this time Jiang Mayan didn't have any response. Her gaze swept over several people next to each other, and finally landed back on Lu Kaiwei's face. Her eyes complex. From signing Lu Kaiwei, today is already the third day. Once things don't get better after tonight, there's no such thing as being affected or not. She'll just be hidden away. Damn. I should have begged that dogman Sikong Cheng for a few more days of grace. On the other hand, a certain dogman is going through the papers in his study. Yet a few minutes passed without a page turning in his hand. A slender finger pinched his brow. Sikong Cheng opened his mouth and called Gaoi in. Young master, what's wrong? The man paused for a moment. How are things going with Lu Kaiwei? Young master, I've had people find out about this matter of her being high on drugs. It's false. Gaoi returned respectfully. Sikong Cheng waited for half a day without waiting for the next half of the sentence, and couldn't help but look up at him. And then, Gaoi was filled with doubt. Sikong Cheng gritted his teeth and asked rather uncomfortably, where is Jiang Mayan? Only then did it seem like Gaoi realized. Oh Miss Jiang young master, why don't you just say it when you're worried about Miss Jiang? She ran back and forth all day today looking for people to testify, but in the end it didn't seem to have much effect, so tonight's press conference will probably be tough enough. Sikong Cheng's black eyes flickered slightly, and his sharp thin lips gradually tensed into a line. After a long time, he spoke again. Go, find a way to get those people to testify. Chapter 89. Boil it and throw it back. The press conference began with Shijua and Lu Kaiwei taking the stage to explain the situation. Before Lu Mo went on stage, Jiang Mayan pulled him down and solemnly instructed. I only have one request for you. No matter how unpleasant the reporters on stage speak, you can't hit anyone. Understand? Last time in Lu Kaiwei residence there, he moved because someone scolded Lu Kaiwei garbage, so that things quickly to the direction of uncontrollable development. This time in the face of so many multimedia, cannot be in the snow to add to the frost. Louis Mayer gave her a look, his eyes icy. Aha! Once he was on stage, Jiang Mayan exhaled heavily. A few minutes later, Lumer's short but forceful speech ended with a chorus of whispers from the press corps. This child is so pitiful. If it wasn't for being helped by Lu Kaiwei, he might have gone completely astray by now, a female reporter said with red eyes. Alas, many orphans abandoned by their parents are just like this. No one to control, naturally easy to make mistakes. But he saw a male reporter's face full of disdain. Quickly put away your flood of sympathy. I think this man may just be acting. His eyes are so cold. Where does he look like someone who has experienced so much pain? That's right. I also don't think it's like real. Don't forget, a year ago this Lu Kaiwei is not famous yet. At that time she will be willing to spend her own money to help this child? Right. And just now Lu Kaiwei didn't also say that she had done many similar things. Then how come no one else is seen to come forward to thank her and speak for her? I think must be all the people she purposely found in order to clear her name. For a while, there were a lot more voices disparaging Lu Kaiwei. Shizhou began on the stage tearfully told Lu Kaiwei had done every public service, for charity activities donated every time, even hate Lu Kaiwei's bank card balance or screenshot out to show people. While Lu Kaiwei did not say a word, looked down to the stage of Jiang Muyan. Jiang Mayan listened to the tumultuous sounds in her ears, and a wave rippled in her black eyes. Is that all there is to it? She tried so hard for so long, and in the end, still can't change anything? In the middle of the day, She made a slow gesture toward Lu Kaiwei. Forget it. Forget it. She tried her best anyway. The big deal is to find Lu Kaiwei another job after. Little girl. I'm late. In the next second, a neutral male voice suddenly came from behind him. Jiang Mayan turned her head violently, and saw the grandpa who had previously bonded over Huazi, leading a group of people who were either tall or short, fat or thin, old or young. Walking in, she froze for a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Without waiting for her to react, a figure whooshed past. Shizhua hugged the leading grandpa. Grandpa, I knew you guys would come. Everything after that was logical. Everyone took turns or groups to the stage, and instead of announcing anything to the reporters, they hugged Lu Kaiwei one by one to show their appreciation. A middle-aged woman with a dark green under her eyes held a half-grown small child. Baby, say thank you to Sister Kaiwei for mommy. The little child flashed a big smile at Lu Kaiwei. Thank you Sister Kaiwei for helping mommy to be cured. Lu Kaiwei suddenly covered her mouth and tears came to her eyes. This woman's family broke up because she was high and even nearly starved her own children, and it was only with her help that she slowly turned around. For a while, many female reporters on the stage began to be moved to quietly wipe their tears. Soon, the situation was reversed, and hardly a few people still spoke out to question Lu Kaiwei about being high on drugs, but of course it wasn't completely absent. When everyone was moved by Lu Kaiwei's deeds, a discordant voice jumped out steeply. Don't you guys think all these things are too coincidental? A slim, male reporter snapped. I now seriously suspect that all of this has been secretly planned lately. First she was slandered for her innocence. Then when everyone started to scold her, someone actually came forward to clarify. He pointed at Lu Kaiwei and said, just after clarifying what happened in front of her, another drug scandal broke out, and it was resolved again before the day was out. I suspect that these things are simply self-directed by her, just to attract heat. She's using us journalists as a stepping stone. There was silence in the crowd for a split second as everyone was subdued by his words and began to become skeptical. Jiang Mayan stared at the man who had spoken and narrowed his eyes. His teeth clenched. This man, is he here to get killed? He was about to walk over to this rat turd and carry it out, when he heard a reporter suddenly exclaim, why you again? He was short, but his momentum was not weak at all, pointing at the thin man and cursing, son of a, last time it was you who passed on false news to our Justice Society, causing us to make a trip for nothing, and now this is out to fool people again? Saying this he angrily began to roll up his sleeves. Humph, our Justice Society will not allow a liar like you to insult the word justice. I'll twist you to the police station right now. The thin man's pupils were shaken. How could he not expect that he would run into this what Justice Society again in his lifetime? He cursed and turned to run. Stop right there. The smaller man yelled as he chased after him. I'm going to sanction you on behalf of justice. The crowd was in a frenzy, and many people looked dumbfounded. Jiang Mayan stroked her chin and thought, Justice Society? Why does that sound familiar? The rat turd that had almost spoiled the pot of porridge was driven away, and calm was quickly restored to the scene. Seeing that it was about to end satisfactorily, Jiang Mayan's afterglow suddenly glimpsed a figure that flickered in a corner not far away. Her eyes flickered and she lifted her foot to follow. Walking to the girls' restroom, the person in front of me quickly entered a cubicle. Jiang Mayan moved gently to close the door, a cold light appearing in her eyes. If she was right, the person who had just gone in was Tan Rao. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, she had provoked Black Powder and the others to attack Lu Kaiwei several times, and it was Jiang Rui who had instructed her, right? At that moment, the sound of a phone call came from the cubicle. Miss Jiang, that Jiang Mayan didn't know where to find a group of people, all of whom said they had received help from Lu Kaiwei. Now no one even believes the news that Lu Kaiwei is high on drugs. I don't know what the person over there said, only to hear Tan Yao speak again. That reporter is also a waste of time. He ran away when he was intimidated. What he said was useless. Jiang Mayan's eyes darkened slightly, and slowly walked to the door of the cubicle. Then she heard Tan Rao's fawning tone. What Miss Jiang said is true. That little splatterer Jiang Mayan, even if she solves this time, she definitely won't be able to turn over any big storms afterward. Still think they are more powerful. I cannot see how long it will not be long before young Master Sikong will be driven out of Dishang. When time comes. A loud thud interrupted her unfinished sentence. Ah! Tan Rao shrieked, her cell phone snapping to the ground. Jiang Mayan raised an eyebrow as she maintained her kicked door position. Yo, excuse me, Jiang Mayan. Tan Rao blared unexpectedly. Her remaining light glimpsed the kicked door panel, and she was instantly horrified. TSK, I thought it was something yakking inside. Jiang Mayan's ice-like eyes stared at her. So it's you. The tone of her voice was not light, but the aura on her body was so powerful that it made people's legs go weak. Tan Yao glanced at the door panel again, shivering out. You, what do you want? I'm warning you, this is a public place. Someone will come in at any time. Jiang Mayan let out a light laugh and suddenly leaned in closer to her. Ah! Tan Rao shrieked and closed her eyes. Then Jiang Mayan crossed over to her and picked up the cell phone on the ground. It's just picking up something. What are you so nervous about? When she finished she fed into the phone. Jiang Rui, interesting? The person on the other side of the room didn't say a word, whether they were startled or didn't want to respond. Jiang Mayan laughed, her brows full of wanton coldness. You, now, despite suppressing me, denigrating me, and slandering me, but remember, now that you're pouring cold water on me, one day I'll boil it and splash it all back. Chapter 90, coming to demand someone in a straightforward manner. After the press conference, Lu Kaiwei fame, Zhang Mufei, the name of the economist, for the first time also hit. In the Royal Nest Entertainment office, Lu Yan looked at Jiang Mayan with praise on her face. The ability is not small. Such a tricky thing can also be turned into a danger by you. It seems that I underestimated you before. Jiang Mayan smiled faintly. It's all because Sister Lu taught her well. Lu Yan rolled her eyes. Less smooth talking here. I've only seen you once since you came here. What can I teach you? However, I heard Jiang Mayan say, you said before that this is not a place for small fights, and if I muck around I won't even be able to do the cleaning. I immediately understood as soon as I heard this. She clapped her palms together. Must work hard to become a certified janitor. Lu Yan, cleaning, purity, Powie. What can you accomplish with such little talent? She picked up the papers on the table and slammed them at Jiang Mayan. Get out of here. Don't let me see you again today. Jiang Mayan leaned back to catch the document, smiling as she retreated toward the door. Okay, Sister Lu. As you wish, Sister Lu. So coming out of the office, she directly crossed the crowd of dedicated workers and left the company in a big way. Sitting in the car, she leaned back like a grandfather. Yuan Feng, go to Dishang. I'm going to collect my debt from Sikong Chang. Yuan Feng had gotten used to her exaggerated way of talking and didn't take it to heart and directly started the car. Soon came to Dishang. Jiang Mayan nonetheless let him park the car directly in front of the company, ready to have a spirited appearance. After all, she, Jiang Mayan, had finally stood up. The car stopped, and she begged a pair of sunglasses from somewhere to put on her face, instantly feeling that her whole temperament had risen by more than one notch. Lifting her foot out of the car, she very pretentiously took a long leg first, before pretending to straighten her cuffs and walk slowly down the road. For a while, people passing by stopped and looked over. Jiang Mayan's chin was slightly raised, as if the ground under her feet was not concrete but a red carpet, and she, at this moment, was the center of attention. It was then that the first voice that praised her came from behind her. The bouncer. The fine for parking your car here is $200. Jiang Mayan stiffened, the condescension on her face crumbling away. Paul, the bodyguard? And a fine of 200? No, it must not be about her. She huffed and turned back slowly. Told you. The doorman poked his head out of the small window, pointed at her and shouted, why are you so ignorant as a bodyguard? Cars aren't allowed to park here. Jiang Moyen, you're the bodyguard. Your whole family is a bodyguard. Have you ever seen such a handsome bodyguard? However, under the pressure of $200, she finally pushed her sunglasses upward and pressed her voice to Yuan Feng in the car. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you park somewhere else? Yuan Feng nodded slightly, but the laughter under his eyes was not concealed, causing Jiang Mayan to suddenly become even more mortified, and hurried into Dishang without even greeting him. Arriving at the office floor, she was surprised to see the 4 remaining members of the Dark Guard squad besides Archie and that number 2. Seeing that they were sneaking around the office door, she narrowed her eyes and walked over to them silently. Hey, what are you guys doing? Yelling, she slapped one of them. Crap! The man was so shocked that he cursed out an expletive. And after, one accidentally pushed open the office door. The people in the office all of a sudden looked over, and eye to eye. The atmosphere was once very awkward. Jiang Mayan made a surrender gesture with her palms facing outward. I didn't do it. In the office, Sikong Chang, Gao Yi, Achi and Lu Mengfei were all there, except that Achi was in a one-knee kneeling position, so suddenly being seen by so many people, he was first confused for a split second, and then his entire face quickly reddened. You, however, he heard Sikong Chang speak in a faint voice. Get up. When he finished speaking, his pair of stern black eyes slowly fell onto Jiang Mayan's several people, his brows unconsciously furrowed. What are you making trouble for again? And came over here in an obtrusive men's outfit to make a scene. Jiang Mayan naturally sensed that today's atmosphere was unusual. Her gaze lingered on Aki and Lu Mengfei for a moment, and she was inexplicably a little worried in her heart. This Lu Mengfei, wouldn't he have already made a move on Archie? I'm here to make you honor your bet, she returned, but if you're busy, I can come back later. Gao Yi was a bit surprised when he heard this from her. How did this little ant change her personality today? She was never this considerate before. However, not waiting for him to finish his thoughts, he saw Jiang Mayan open stride. walked straight to the small sofa and sat down. I've already sat down. I see that you're okay. Embarrassed to drive me. Look. Sikong Chang's head was filled with black lines. He knew that this woman would not be so understanding. Without waiting for him to speak, Lu Mengfei took the lead and stepped forward. Young master, if it's alright, I'll retire with Qi and the others first? Sikong Chang was just about to nod his head, but he heard Jiang Mayan suddenly speak out to stop him. Slow down. You guys don't go yet. You're all acquaintances anyway. Stay here and bear witness for me. She revealed a harmless smile. Otherwise I'm afraid your young master will play tricks later. Upon hearing this, both the Dark Guard combined and Gao Yi threw very condemning glances at her. Qi was even angrier when she spoke out. What the hell are you talking about? Jiang Mayan, what kind of person is our young master? How could he play tricks with you? Gao Yi also couldn't help but say, that's right, Ms. Jiang, young master has always been a man of his word, and what he promised you will definitely be honored. Jiang Mayan nodded slowly, then looked at Sikong Chang. Is that so? With four eyes facing each other, Sikong Chang's pair of dark eyes slowly narrowed, revealing a hint of distrust. Let's start with what you want. Before indeed promised her, if within 3 days to solve the Lu Kaiwei things promised her a request, then only thought she was wanting something. Now it seems not simple. No way. Jiang Mayan insisted. You have to promise first that you won't go back on your word. Otherwise what's the point of me saying it or not? Seeing that she was so insensitive, Qi suddenly became even more infuriated. Jiang Mayan don't give an inch. Since young master promised he will definitely not go back on his word. Tell me exactly what you want. Ginger Moxie O's. I want you. Archie was confused for a split second. What? Jiang Mayan, you. Archie was bewildered. I what? Jiang Mayan, that's you. Archie was dumbfounded. What me? Jiang Moyen. Forget it. The kid's probably got a bad brain. However, he heard Sikong Chang speak nonchalantly. What do you want him for? Jiang Mayan looked at him with a smile. I want him to be my henchman, to follow me in the future and be obedient to me. In an instant, the others sucked in a breath of cold air. This Miss Jiang, and Jiang, little ancestor Jiang, why don't you go to heaven? Chapter 91. After a long time, a heartbreaking roar came from the office. You're dreaming. Qi glared at Jiang Muyen, with the look of a chaste and virtuous woman who wants to be that. Jiang Muyen, you don't daydream. There is no way that I will be at your beck and call. I won't even die. He glanced at his own young master and instantly became more confident. And young master won't agree. Jiang Mayan was filled with speechlessness. You said it yourself just now. She deliberately cupped her voice and shouted like Qi. My young master will not cheat. My young master has a word. My young master never goes back on his word. Jiang Mayan, you. Qi was so angry that she was almost speechless, and finally had to ruthlessly summarize with one sentence. In short, young master won't not want me. You're going to be delusional. Yet the words fell without any response for a long time. The remaining 5 of the Dark Guards all looked at Archie with sympathetic faces, as if they had already foreseen his miserable future. After all, this Miss Jiang's requests, their young master almost never refused. Perceiving the gazes of his brothers, Qi immediately blanched, and the undercurrent he had just felt disappeared without a trace. He turned to his own young master pitifully. Young master, I'm sure you won't, right? Sikong Chang's eyelids were slightly drooping, his brows lightly furrowed, obviously thinking about something. A moment later, his dark gaze lifted and looked straight at Jiang Mayan. I can promise you, but you have to make an appointment with me first. Jiang Mayan's eyes snapped open. Sikong Chang, that's not what you said in the beginning. Why is it that now you say that a covenant is a covenant? The peak of Sikong Chang's eyebrows slightly raised. You can also choose to refuse, but what I do with Archie is my business. Jiang Mayan gritted her teeth and glared at Sikong Chang, her nails nearly snapping a hole in the leather sofa. This dog man, he's so devious and cunning. Without waiting for her to respond, she saw Qi nearly kneeling down in front of Sikong Chang at once, and was only able to stand up again by Gao Yi's deadly pull. His eyes were slightly red. Young master, are you really going to be cruel and give me to that woman to use at will? Sikong Chang's brows and eyes suddenly flushed with a hint of coldness, and he paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Qi, how has your performance been during this period of time? Do I need to say more? Me. Archie was momentarily speechless. Young master. Lu Mengfei suddenly stepped forward, his expression full of intolerance. Although recently, Aki's performance has been dereliction of duty for a secret guard, but he's still young, that's why he's prone to go off on tangents on some matters. I still hope that young master won't be too critical of him. Besides, Achi's body skills are the best among the few of us. If he goes away, Lu Mengfei bowed his head and cupped his fists. I fear that my subordinate is not up to the task of protecting young master. Jiang Mayan lightly swept him a glance, but her mind was reeling with thoughts. Look at this double entendre speaking technique. this ability to see the needle in the dark and provoke. It wasn't clear what mistakes Archie had been making lately, but it shouldn't be too far off from what she had suspected before. This Lu Mengfei should have used Archie to do a lot of ambiguous things, and completely pushed the suspicion on himself onto Archie. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Sikong Cheng again. So what was this dog man thinking now? Is that how one begins to suspect Archie? It's not that stupid, is it? I don't know if it was because her gaze was too blunt, but Sikong Cheng suddenly turned around and his gaze happened to collide with hers. So what's your decision? He asked. Jiang Mian glanced at Lu Mengfei, who still had his head lowered not far away, and the corner of his lips slowly hooked up. Originally, I wasn't that obsessed with Qi, but after hearing no, to say it like that, I suddenly felt that the covenant was nothing compared to Qi. Jiang Mian, impulse is the devil, don't you know? Archie gritted his teeth. Impulsiveness is the devil? Jiang Mian laughed. No, I'm the devil. At those words, the light in Archie's eyes extinguished, so when she left from Tisham, Jiang Mian had an additional absent-minded Qi behind her. Yuan Feng looked puzzled. Qi? Archie did not respond. Woods got into the car and sat down against the window, the look as if the body has been emptied. He's fine. It's just that he just changed masters and needs some time to get used to it. Jiang Mian explained gently. Yuan Feng? He glanced at Archie again, before his pupils widened slightly. You, the debt collector you're talking about, is Archie? Jiang Mian nodded. Sort of. Previously, she specially proposed to let Sikong Cheng promise her a request. In fact, in order to come to Archie, but originally she did not hold great hope, but she did not expect that today's timing was perfect, and directly sent Archie to her hands. She couldn't guess how Lu Mengfei would deal with Archie, but if she could keep Archie away from Sikong City, even if it was only on the surface, then Archie wouldn't be set up somehow at least one day. As for how things will play out after that, it'll be interesting to see. MS. Jiang, you're like this. Are you really good? Yuan Feng couldn't help but take another look at Qi, his tone vaguely carrying sympathy. Jiang Mian scared in displeasure. What do you two mean one by one? Are you losing out by following me? Yuan Feng glanced at her and said in a muffled voice. No. Archie's residence is arranged in a small apartment near Jiang Mian's family villa, due to his refusal to live in a villa with her under threat of death. Looking at Archie, who was sitting on the room's sofa without saying a word, Jiang Mian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Archie, do you know what you look like right now? She stroked her chin and narrowed her eyes, like a big girl who was snatched by bullies and bandits to be a suppressed lady. As soon as the words fell, he saw the originally unresponsive Qi abruptly widen her eyes, her lips trembling as she quickly covered her chest. Good you Jiang Mian, no wonder you suddenly forced young master to give me to you, so it's because you've been coveting me for a long time. The corners of Jiang Mian's mouth twitched, unable to believe what she was hearing. Goddamn coveted for a long time. Although Aki looks good, but with Sikong Cheng there is still a big gap, so even if she wants to covet, that should not also be the first coveted Sikong Cheng? She then gave a dashing ruffle of her wig and posed like a male model walking on stage. I'm so handsome in my male attire that I'm guilty of having thoughts about you? However, I saw Qi suddenly become even more alarmed. You? Hardly you? Jiang Mian was puzzled. I what? Archie, it's hard to believe that you have a special fetish of dressing up as a man and forcing yourself on men. Jiang Moyen, why the hell did she bring this guy back? Looking for abuse? Taking a deep breath, she smiled. Archie, or you can leave. I don't want you. Archie rose with a mischievous sigh. Are you serious? Really? Jiang Mian continued to smile. Just tell the bear to get lost, go wherever he wants, and be used by whomever he wants. She can't serve. However, seeing her being so frank, Archie suddenly sat down again. Do you take me for a fool? The young master doesn't even want me anymore. Even if I leave from here I can't go back. Jiang Mian's eyes flickered, suddenly a little intolerant. Loyally protected Sikong City for so long, but now he was unceremoniously abandoned. Archie, actually Chapter 92 Tailor-Made Reality TV. Actually, there's a reason why I asked you to come here. Jiang Mian sighed. Archie, what reason? Because no man wants you? Jiang Moyen. Comfort. Where does the littler need comforting? Just about to open her mouth to speak, but she saw Archie's brows suddenly sink, glancing at her with some dislike. You don't need to say anything. Who has been by young master's side for a long time when comparing the two of us? Do you think I'm really a fool? Jiang Mian was slightly stunned, and her eyes gently blinked a few times as she looked at Archie. Oh, looks like she underestimated Archie. So, casually she threw a slap onto Archie's shoulder. Then who are you pretending to be all the way here with your ing sadness and chastity? Royal Nest Entertainment. After having Archie, Jiang Muyen directly let him follow her around as a bodyguard at all times, also saving her the trouble of having to take matters into her own hands. However, everyone else is a star followed by assistants and bodyguards. She is an economist also, so Big Ro really attracted a lot of people's attention. There's a reality show coming up that I'm going to let her try out for. In the conference room, Jang Mayan mentioned about Lu Tsaiwei's next development. Reality show? Yu Yun frowned. As far as I know, she hasn't been on any reality shows before, right? A middle-aged man sniffed and immediately said, I don't think so. This Lu Tsaiwei's previous matter has only just wrapped up. The most important thing now should be to come up with a good work. Yes, compared to the private life of the star herself, many people actually care more about her work. And once there's good work, those messy scandals from before don't count for anything at all. At one point, most people expressed disapproval. Jiang Mufei, first tell me which reality show it is. Lu Yan suddenly spoke out. Jiang Mayan looked at the chief agent. The corners of her lips brought a hint of a smile. That program is called You Can You Up, and it burst into flames for a while last season because of the addition of the movie star Yi Ran. Yu Yun swept her a glance. You're talking about that reality show where the stars are allowed to plant and dig up wild vegetables to raise pigs on the program? Jiang Mo. While it's true that that show focuses on letting celebrities experience a different kind of life, you don't have to be so blunt about it, do you, big sis? She nodded with some difficulty. Simply put, it's that. As soon as the words fell, a female agent was heard laughing out softly. Sister Lu, I think she's joking, right? The kind of program that will ruin your persona and drop your fans if you're not careful. Our Royal Nest's artists will never participate. Saying that, she glanced at Jiang Mayan, with contempt in her gaze, and that program, if there isn't a movie star Yi supporting it, absolutely no one will even watch it. Lu Kaiwei, no matter how you say it, is now a Royal Nest artist. Don't ruin your future because of some agent's impulse. Sister Dingy is right. Another female economist who didn't look too old also opened her mouth. As an agent you should be steady and steady. You can't spend all day thinking about getting to heaven in one step by some crooked way. After the two finished speaking, the others also began to whisper, from time to time using their afterglow to contemptuously sweep Jiang Mayan twice. Lu Tsaiwei's matter had a great impact from the very beginning when it spread in the company, and everyone was dissatisfied with Jiang Mufei, the agent who came out of nowhere, and had been talking behind her back about what relationship she relied on to enter the royal nest. If Lu Tsaiwei's matter hadn't been resolved in the end, I'm afraid she would have been torn to pieces by the other agents by now. Jiang Mayan swept a glance at the crowd, the corner of her lips slightly raised. I'm new here. I don't understand a lot of things. All of you may as well speak out explicitly if you have any opinions. Good for her to keep track of who all has a problem with her. However, when she said this, no one below her dared to be rigid to her face instead. After all, the person who was really in charge of the matter had yet to make a comment. The conference room was quiet for an instant. Lu Yan looked at Jiang Mayan and spoke again. Give me a reason to promise you. Jiang Mayan's gaze didn't hide. I'll find a way to get movie director Yi to agree to participate in this program once more. You? Lu Yan raised her eyebrows, distrust evident in her eyes. You know that Yi Ran, although often a smiling face, with whom all peaceful, in fact, is a very difficult to deal with the devil, and it is said that the family background is strong. No one dares to offend. Therefore, as soon as Jiang Mayan's words came out, the few people who had just spoken in a conspiratorial manner immediately opened their mouths again, explicitly and implicitly mocking her for not knowing the heights of heaven and not being afraid to break their tongues by speaking big words. Jiang Mayan was not the least bit indifferent, still fixedly looking at Lu Yan. Sister Lu, I don't deny that an artist should first have good works, but the series of things that Kai Wei has experienced lately has decided that the most important direction for her gaze is to consolidate her persona. So going on this reality show is most suitable, don't you think? The distrust in Lu Yan's eyes gradually faded into a murky uncertainty. She changed her attitude not because of what Jiang Mufei said, but because of her eyes, exactly the same as the day she assured her that she would definitely bring Lu Kaiwei back to life within 3 days. Sharp and determined. And that day she reported the matter to Dixing's side. But the manager sent a message for her not to intervene in this matter first. At that time she thought that the manager was disdainful of Jiang Mufei's business. Now think about it. Maybe this Jiang Mufei is really unusual? Halfway through the morning, she cleared her throat amidst a chorus of whispers. I think you've got a bit of a point there. The program could be worth a try. Not waiting for the crowd to respond, she added, but I'll tell you in advance. If you screw up, you'll be responsible for all the consequences. The corners of Jiang Mayan's lips rose a few points. No problem. She's lived 2 lifetimes. How could she even screw that up? How can you possibly take responsibility for yourself even if you screw up? After coming out of the conference room, she found Lu Kaiwei to talk about it. Brother Mu Fei, is this really okay? I'm afraid I won't be able to cope with it when the time comes. Lu Kaiwei was quite hesitant. Jiang Mayan raised an eyebrow at her slightly. Then what about catching fish and digging up wild vegetables? Didn't you do all that when you were a kid? What else can't you handle? She knew very well that this girl grew up in the countryside with her grandmother. not to mention doing farm work. Let her plant a vegetable garden on the spot is not a big problem. And compared to other celebrities who have never even seen what a crop field looks like, this show was made for her. Lu Kaiwei laughed very awkwardly. It's because I can. So would it be too ruinous for me as a star to grow vegetables and catch fish or something on the program? What if the fans don't like it? Without waiting for Jiang Mayan to speak, she heard a sudden snort from behind her. Jiang Mufei, even your artists can see that they'll be hated by their fans if they go on this show, and you still have to make people go and make themselves suffer. Ding Yi passed by the two, heavily patted Lu Caiwei's shoulder. I advise you not to follow this agent as early as possible. Save on a program back, fans are scared away. At that time the entire royal nest of artists can be counted in your disgrace. Without waiting for her to finish, Jiang Mayan directly threw her hand down. TSK, don't touch our family Kaiwei with your unwashed hands after a big day. You. Ding Yi was enraged, but she didn't dare to make an impulsive move. After all, although the person in front of her looked thin and weak, he was a man anyways, and if she really had to make a move, she would most likely not be able to take advantage of it. Che, I'm too lazy to bother with you. Throwing down a sentence, she lifted her feet and hurriedly left. Jiang Mayan stared at her back, and then took Lu Caiwei's shoulders in one hand. Don't listen to that nonsense. She to Lu Caiwei's ear to put together. The program's biggest point is funny in contrast Meng. The more you hide the end of the more unpalatable, and say there is not me it, and so I'll leave movie star to find. Let him take you point is certainly no problem. Warm breath sprayed on Lu Caiwei's neck, causing that skin to quickly blush. Good. I'll listen to Brother Mu Fei. She stammered back, then queried, but Brother Mu Fei, are you familiar with movie director Yi? Jiang Mayan choked. Yes in this life he seems to have never seen Yi Ran. Chapter 93, he wouldn't dare fart in front of me. Yi Ran, Tian Entertainment Media's legendary figure, a debut with the costume drama Fire, and then even won the International Golden Statue Award. Become the same period of the star killed a dark horse. All the people cannot be ignored the existence of. What's more, his background is very hard. It is said that there was once a then hot actress pulling him to rub the heat and spread gossip. He directly called someone an ant at a large event, and issued a statement afterward that it was not intentional. The actress lost her face and variously suppressed Yi Ran openly and secretly. However, in less than a month, this actress along with her entire entertainment company disappeared in the imperial capital. Almost no one knew exactly what Yi Ran's background was, but Jiang Mayan knew, because this person had another identity besides that of a big star, a friend of Sikong Cheng. So early the next morning, Jiang Mayan went directly to Disheng. During this time, she has been in men's clothing to show people, so Sikong City here directly missing a secretary Jiang. So many of Disheng's employees have guessed that she is out of favor. Behind the back of the discussion hot and heavy, she hadn't bothered to count, but suddenly stopped in her tracks as she passed the pantry, only to hear a slightly familiar male voice said, I said before that woman would be dismissed sooner or later. You guys still don't believe me. Now you see it, don't you? He said with a vicious yuck. Shameless woman. Deserves it. Jiang Mayan narrowed his eyes and saw the Mediterranean hairstyle that was identical to He Hongmao's. The same Mediterranean number one that he had abused before, He Jingfu. Keep your voice down. It's not good if others hear you, the other man advised. He Jingfu sneered. So what if someone else hears it? I won't be the least bit afraid even if that woman comes over in person. But she's just a straw man. And after she was kicked out she's probably selling it somewhere right now, and there's no way she's going to make it over here. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, and turned his head to see. Ah, Ginger Mayan. He let out a loud whoosh and jumped to the side as if he had seen a ghost alive. Jiang Mayan raised her eyebrows, her eyes cold to the core. Ha, He Jingfu gasped and slowed down, while revealing his doubts. No, how come it's a guy? He frowned. You're not Jiang Mayan? Jiang Mayan shook her head. No. He Jingfu patted his chest and was just about to let out a sigh of relief when he heard her continue. I'm Jiang Mayan's cousin, Jiang Mufei. He Jingfu was completely dumbfounded in frozen place without taking a breath. So what just happened, or sooner or later it's going to get into that woman's ears. It's over. I don't know if that woman will come back or not. Uncle was transferred to the branch some days ago. If something happens now, there will be no one to speak for him. Seeing the man's cold sweat keep coming out, Jiang Mayan's lips showed a hint of smile. Look at you give hot. This company's air conditioner should not be broken, right? It just so happens that young Master Sikong asked me to go up and look for him. Later on, I have to make a good suggestion to him. We can't suffer everyone in Tisheng. Upon hearing this, sweat immediately fell like rain on He Jingfu's forehead. This man, is he going up to sue? He swallowed and forced down his panic. I'm warning you to go up there. You'd better not talk nonsense. My uncle is the person promoted by the president. If he knows about it, he'll definitely make you suffer. Your uncle? Jiang Mayan smiled. Is that He Hongmao from Royal Nest Entertainment? What a coincidence. I work at the Royal Nest as well and I'd met him once before. But what? He Jingfu immediately asked. The smile on Jiang Mayan's face did not reach the bottom of her eyes. But he didn't even dare to put a fart in front of me. But I don't know how you as a nephew are more rampant than an uncle. She knew that He Hongmao must have felt that he had lost face when he was transferred from Dishing to the Imperial Nest. So that time, she deliberately mentioned that she had seen him before as a means of reminding him not to reveal his identity. And He Hongmao quickly compromised. And although he still spoke with sarcasm, he was clearly jealous of something. Therefore, she guessed that it should be that Sikong Chang had found someone to warn him. Or because of his recklessness, he had brought unnecessary trouble to some people. Like, Du Sham? He Jingfu looked at the person in front of him. His heart was shocked and angry. You fart. My uncle is the planning department manager of the Royal Nest. How could he be afraid of you? Planning manager. Jiang Mayan reread the words. Inside Tixing, Du Chuan can also be the planning department manager. Thinking of this, she swept a glance at He Jingfu and let out a light laugh. Then you wait and see if that manager position of his will still be secure in a month's time. When she finished, she turned to leave, but her eyes sank a few points in a flash. If this uncle and nephew were really related to Du Chuan, then there was definitely more complexity inside Dishang than she knew. Sikong Chang, this dog man, how in the world can he still live comfortably in such a nest? However, the main thing at the moment was that Lu Tsaiwei's matter had to be resolved, or else she wouldn't be able to stand her ground in the Imperial Nest. Not to mention Dishang, habitually walking into the president's special elevator. Her posture was very dignified and natural, making people feel that she was a gentle and elegant rich young master at first glance. Yet the reserve lasted but a second before she raised her foot with a grimace, fearing that she wasn't tall enough to intimidate others. She had been wearing leather shoes with heels, resulting in blood blisters behind her ankles that had recently rubbed out. Hoo! She cursed as she blew on her feet to ease the pain. Are all men's feet made of iron? Wearing such hard shoes all day long surprisingly didn't waste them. But at this time, the elevator suddenly came ding a sound. Was about to close. The elevator door began to slowly open to both sides. Immediately after, a person wearing a black cap, with a black mask and sunglasses covering his face, all wrapped up in a package that made it difficult to even recognize his gender, walked in. Jiang Mayan, on the other hand, still maintained the posture of wrenching her feet to blow hard. For eyes, time stands still. The masked man inclined his head slightly. Dude, are you picking your feet or eating? I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Mayan interrupted him sternly, her head shaking more than a rattle. Good lord, I've kind of disgraced both lifetimes today. The man swept her wrenched foot and made a show of backing out. I'm, interrupting. Then, Jiang Mayan swished her feet down. No, don't misunderstand what I just did. This elevator warmly welcomes you. With that she extended her hand towards the man, indicating a handshake. Hello, or I'd better get out. Seeing that the man was silently preparing to retreat, Jiang Mayan bellowed, stop, and then as soon as he pulled the person back, he quickly closed the elevator door. Good lord, if she let this person go out and just say a few words, then she shouldn't need this face at all. Crap, speak properly, don't touch me. The man howled at the top of his voice, while quickly snatching to the corner of the elevator. Jiang Moyen, oh, now that sounds like a man. This feels a bit inexplicably familiar though. Chapter 94, I'm here for a hug. The elevator moved slowly upward, the two people inside holding their hateful positions against the wall. Jiang Mayan thought that this person just happened to take the president's special elevator, and that he should go down when he went up to a few floors, so he kindly helped him press the floor. How many floors are you going to? The masked man said a floor, and she was about to press it when she realized that this person was actually going to Sikong Chang's place as well. I'm going to find Sikong City. Are you going to the 16th floor as well? The masked man also noticed and was the first to ask. Jiang Mayan nodded and gave the masked man a somewhat surprised look. To dare to call Sikong Chang by his first name, this brother was by no means a commoner. She admired the man admired her, appreciated a bit. His eyes were a little hard to describe. You went up there too, do? Jiang Mayan subconsciously returned a sentence. Harm, hugging the thigh chant, what else can be done? Accidentally said what was on my mind. As soon as he heard this, the face under the masked man's mask turned a few shades of green. Hugging a thigh? In showbiz, hugging the gold master means a lot. Being underwritten. On the other side, Jiang Mayan swept a glance at the man who suddenly pressed tighter against the wall, and her heart tightened slightly. Why does this man look not quite normal, but also dressed up in this ghostly appearance? It will not be. It's a pervert, isn't it? I'll go. Then she'd have to run out later and warn the dogman ahead of time. So as soon as the elevator door opened, she whooshed out and rushed into Sikong Chang's office without a care in the world. Sikong Chang, she whimpered. It seems like a pervert followed me up here looking for you. Behind him, the masked man hurrying after him. Who the hell are you calling a pervert? I think you're the one? He angrily threw his hat around and turned to Seokong Chang with a face full of accusations. Brother, how long has it been since I came to see you? And you've fallen to such a level. Shasin. The man then took his sunglasses off and looked at Seokong Chang's eyes as if they were glistening with tears. I know that you definitely won't be able to find any random woman because of your physical inconvenience. But you can't. You can't just find a male to compromise with. Saying this, he also pointed at Jiang Mayan in male attire. It's not even if you compromise. You're still looking for this kind of extreme product. Do you know what she did in the elevator? He was in pain. She picks her feet, you know, and eats herself after she buttons it. Sikyong. He slowly turned his head to look at Jiang Mayan, the peak of his eyebrows slightly raised. And Jiang Mayan died in place. Gamlin lady. It's not very hurtful and extremely insulting. She's going to get this man before she kills herself. The gaze with killing intent fell onto Seokong Chang's face as she gritted her teeth. Seokong Chang, tell me you don't believe his words. Seokong Chang, he's my friend. I think I should trust him. Believe your ass. Then do you believe I'll rip his head off and kick it as a ball? Jiang Mayan completely stormed out. However, after storming off for a second, she suddenly reacted to something. Friends? He's your friend? Jiang Mayan took another look at the masked man, and then was violently stunned in place. This ing, surprisingly, is Yi Ran. Seeing her suddenly freeze in place, Yi Ran and Seokong Chang looked at each other with a hint of doubt coloring their eyes. After a long time, Jiang Mayan finally came back to her senses and exhaled heavily. Well, since it's Yi Ran, I'll just wait until after the reality show before I ask for his head. So she gathered her mind and forced herself to squeeze out a professional smile, walking up to Yi Ran and extending her hand once again. Hello, my name is Jiang Mufei, currently working as an agent for Royal Nest Entertainment. Yi Ran glanced at her hand and swished back a big step. Sorry, I have a cleanliness fetish. Jiang Moyen. The second time, she endured. Maintaining the professional fake smile on her face, she curled her fingers back into tight fists, making a few cackling noises. It's okay, it's me being abrupt. After all, you're a movie star. Movie star Yi. I wonder if you recognize the artist under me. Lu Kaiwei? Never mind, it doesn't matter if you recognize it or not. Jiang Muyan interrupts him. You up, will you still be on this program this year? She smiled and stared intently at the man. Tell me you will, or I'll rip your head off right now. Yi Ran. He swept Jiang Mayan up and down, his eyes full of surprise. This person is actually an agent? Another look at Seokong City. He nodded thoughtfully. Well, so that a closer look. In fact, this person's posture does belong to the top, with his brother words is not. Seeing that the man looked like he was deep in thought, Jiang Mayan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She had only met the man a few times in her last life, and knew that he seemed gentle but actually had a temper. But now it doesn't seem that bad? However, in the next second, he saw Yi Ran shaking his head arrogantly. Although you have an unusual relationship with my brother, how can I possibly go on that kind of trash program for a second time? Jiang Mayan, really want to rip his head off? Are you sure? Yi Ran's chin lifted. Definitely as well as definitely. The second time on that kind of dirt and dirty program, you might as well take my life to be dry. Really? Jiang Mayan grinding his teeth as if sharpening a knife. Then it's better to take his life first. Turning back to Seokong Chang after a few moments, she sat down on her butt and pointed at Yi Ran. Seokong Chang, think of something. I must have him on that show. Since she said she was here to hug her thigh, then this thigh was definitely something she was bound to win. When she wanted to leave Archie earlier, she promised to make an appointment with Seokong Chang. The dog man gave her 3 requests. One was not to contact anyone else too closely in private. The second was to help him hide the leg thing. And the third was to say something about not bringing personal feelings into work. It means that since you have to work well and not take the opportunity to suppress and retaliate. When she heard this, she was immediately on fire. This is not a clear warning that she cannot work with Jiang Rui tit for tat? So she was allowed to bully Jiang Rui and not allowed to fight back? So she used her 18 tricks and finally got the dogman to compromise by promising that she could come to him with any future problems she couldn't solve and that she would have to promise to do so as long as he could. The woman in front of him who was looking at herself had a burning gaze, vivid and passionate, causing Seokong Chang to sway for a moment, as if he had once again seen the pair of eyes that had been looking at him after that person had rescued him up from under the water. Jiang Mayan, that person 5 years ago, was it you or not? Seokong City? Jiang Mayan narrowed her eyes, her tone revealing an aura of danger. Returning to his senses, Seokong Chang's thin lips slightly opened and slowly spat out a word. Chapter 95, Blitz. Good. Seokong Chang replied back in a faint voice. Not far away. The original posture leisurely Yi Ran stiffened, steeply wide-eyed full of unbelief. Seokong Chang, what did you say? Sikong Chang raised his eyes toward him, his amber eyes pale to the extreme. Do as she says. What? You're telling me to listen to her to go on that bull reality show? Yiran looked at his good brother and then looked at the man next to his brother. His face turned blue. Sikong Chang, you actually let your good brother die for a man. You simply disappoint me too much. The corners of Jiang Mayan's mouth twitched slightly. This person looked at her as if she was looking at a scourge of a fox Jing. Movie star Yi, don't be unreasonable, okay? Just go on a show. How is that letting you die? I'm being unreasonable? Yiran was so angry that she directly ripped off her mask and pointed at her nose with a face full of indignation. Please make it clear that it's you guys who are forcing me now. Okay, anyway, don't even think about it. There's no way I'm attending, he added with a cold face. Sikong Cheng's expression remained unchanged. Then do you need me to greet Uncle Nye? At those words, Yiran's face turned white. Then he jumped to his feet in anger. Sikong Cheng, are you still my brother or not? Sikong Cheng picked up his cell phone and said in a submissive manner. It's not too late to be a brother after the greetings are over. The implication is that this is the moment to stop being a brother for now. Next to Jiang Mayan listening to the heart very surprised. Nye family? Is it the Nye family? One of the major families in Kyoto? Wow. She's dying to know what the big secret is. Stop. Yiran shouted and rushed over to hold down Sikong Cheng's hand. His handsome face was livid with anger but he could not say a word. Sikong Cheng furrowed his brows slightly and withdrew his hand in slight disgust. You actually dislike me? Yiran's face changed from green to purple, angrily pointing a finger at Jiang Mayan. Then she's also a man. Why don't you dislike her instead of me? Sikong Cheng said indifferently. It's not the same. In an instant, it was as if Yiran had suffered a 10,000 ton blast. So, not only did his brother bend, he bent a true love? As if his soul had suddenly come out of his body. He trembled, his lips no longer able to utter a word, and finally rose and left without a word. Jiang Mayan blinked. So is this a yes or no from him? Sikong Cheng didn't hesitate at all. Promised. And what if he's not there by then? She asked again. Just in case. Sikong Cheng's tone was indifferent. He wouldn't dare. Seeing that he was so sure, Jiang Mayan suddenly became even more curious about what kind of story was behind it and went over to ask, Sikong Cheng, isn't Yiran's surname Yi? How did it get involved with the Nye family? Sikong Cheng turned his head and used two slender fingers to pinch her chin and move it back a few points. The movement was not rough, but the force made it impossible to break free for a single moment. He stared at Jiang Mayan, the color in his eyes obscure. Then tell me first, why did you change your face when you saw him just now? Jiang Mayan's heart gave a beat and immediately played dumb. Movie Emperor A. Of course I'm shocked to suddenly see the legendary movie Emperor. That's the dream of 900 million young girls. Oh, Sikong Cheng's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Meaning you like him too? Of course, male gods who don't like. Jiang Mayan's tone was firm. Not the slightest trace of lying could be seen. Yeah, Sikong Cheng's tone was strangely calm. Then in that case, go beg your male god to appear on the program yourself. After that, he left the office straight away. Jiang Mayan stood in place with a dumbfounded look on her face. What do you mean? The dog man's not going to help again? What the hell did she say wrong again? After pondering for a long time to no avail, she left Di Shang with a face full of resentment. Sikong Cheng, this dog man, doesn't count what he says, is full of talk, is ungrateful and treacherous, and is untrustworthy. Yuan Feng in the driver's seat shook his hands holding the steering wheel and almost didn't get on the turnpike. Fortunately, today He did not follow. Otherwise hearing this made me so angry that he jumped out of the car to seek death. Suddenly, a bony pink fist suddenly reached out in front of his eyes, causing him to subconsciously stiffen. Yuan Feng, I'm going to ask you a few questions, so answer truthfully, okay? Jiang Mayan said. Yuan Feng stared at the leaping fists in front of him. Good. 1. You know Sikong Cheng's good friend Yiran, yes or no? Yuan Feng froze slightly. Yes. Jiang Mayan. 2. Although Yiran's surname is Yi, he's actually a member of Nye's family, yes or no? Yuan Feng's eyes flickered slightly, his lips unconsciously pursed up, and he did not say anything as he gazed straight ahead. Seeing this, Jiang Mayan snorted. Okay, no need to say it, I know, didn't say no and didn't dare to say yes, so the answer is naturally yes. But Yiran, why not take Nye's last name instead of Yi? Wouldn't you change your last name just to hang out in the entertainment industry? Okay, I'm done asking what I wanted to ask. She still held her fist up. Now get me to the gym. Yuan Feng. After this time, Jiang Mayan found a way to get Yiran's private number. Movie Emperor Yi, is it convenient to meet and talk? I have some very sincere words I want to say to you. Jiang Mayan's tone was a gentleness never seen before, but her eyes were as sharp as a blade. She clenched her fists through the phone. Heck, when she really meets, she'll make sure to get Yiran to agree to participate in the reality show in the most sincere way possible. However, The moment Yi Ran on the other end of the phone heard this tone of hers, goosebumps fell all over the place. Can you speak properly? I'm warning you, since you're my brother's man, you should know how to behave, and I don't like men, so just die. Jiang Mayan, are you in too deep, brother? You're overthinking it, pro. I just wanted to see you to talk about getting on the show, lol, but not waiting for her to finish her sentence. The phone came beep 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 hang up sound. Jiang Mayan froze for a split second, then quickly called again. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please dial again later. Good lord, that reaction time is unmatched. Time flew by and soon it was the day the show started recording. Royal Nest Entertainment. Brother Mu Fei, didn't you say that you would invite movie director Yi here? Lu Kaiwei came over to Jiang Mayan and asked in a low voice. Why isn't he on the program's guest list? The reality show had already announced the guest list to the public a few days before, but because of the absence of Yi Ran, the reaction on the internet was not very big, just to the extent of a splash. Jiang Mayan was dressed in a gray suit, which made her even more fair and handsome, very bright, and those who didn't know thought that she was an artist under any agent. However, as bright as she is, she's no Yi Ran and there's no way to bring better results to the show. Patting Lu Tsaiwei's shoulder, she lamented, alas, it can't be helped. Film director Yi has had some brain problems lately. This program can only rely on ourselves. Ha, Lu Tsaiwei's face was bewildered. And Yi movie star, head out of the question? Just then, a sharp voice came from behind the two. Yo, if it isn't our famous Kong the Great Economist. Chapter 96. Jiang Mayan turned her head and saw Ding Yi and two unknown economists walking towards them, their faces filled with mockery. Sister Ding Yi, I remember last time. Didn't certain people blabber about being able to invite movie star Yi to a reality show? A short-haired woman next to her laughed. It looks like the program isn't going to be recorded today. How come there's no news at all? Ding Yi snorted. You'll have to ask our great economist Jiang about that. Maybe he accidentally forgot the big words he said the other day. The woman immediately turned to Jiang Mayan, her chin rising to the sky. Jiang Mufei, didn't you claim that you could invite movie director Yi here? Where is he? Jiang Mayan looked indifferent. It's not here yet. Why? Not yet? Ding Yi was almost amused by her. It's all this time, you still have to puff up your face. It seems like you're exempting this face and don't want it anymore. I can tell you. Sister Lu said that if this reality show doesn't make any big waves, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Jiang Mayan stroked her chin. Then tell me what the consequences will be. A reality show, even if the ratings are not good, the consequences at most that Lu Kaiwei will be more difficult to develop in the future. What other big impact? The consequence is naturally. Ding Yi looked contemptuous. Naturally, you, an agent who came out of nowhere, take your inline starlet and get out of the royal nest. The woman next to her immediately responded with two choruses. That's right, some of these losers never deserved to work in a place like the Imperial Nest in the first place. Jiang Mufei, I advise you not to record any program now, directly with your little star rolled up and rolled away. Save to finally bother Sister Lu to send word, then the face you lost is not a star and a half. Jiang Mayan interrupted her with a light laugh. Sister Lu hasn't even opened her mouth to let me go yet, so you're just screaming nonsense here. Her sharp eyes stared straight at the woman. Looks like you've been coveting Sister Lu's seat for a long time. A few people happened to be passing by, and when they heard this they immediately all looked over. The woman's complexion changed slightly and she hastily glanced around. What are you talking nonsense? How could I possibly covet Sister Lu's seat? Jiang Mayan said nothing with a smile on her lips as the others pointed and whispered. Who is this woman? How dare she covet Sister Lu's seat? Doesn't want to mix in the Imperial Nest anymore. Dreams can be had. It's just that I don't know if this word gets into Sister Lu's ears. If this person still has a chance to realize his dream. Sister Lu that is in the entire entertainment industry is one of the figures. These small shrimps simply even coveted the qualification is not good well. After a burst of cynicism, Ding Yi and the other three were almost too shy to speak, and after glaring fiercely at Jiang Mayan they hurriedly tugged one away. Brother Mu Fei. Lu Kaiwei tugged on Jiang Mayan's clothes with some worry. It's okay. After placating her for a couple of sentences, Jiang Mayan directly led her to the recording site. Just as she reached the door, however, she was met by an unexpected guest, Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui was dressed in a competent white small suit. The makeup on her face was not lighter than that of the celebrities, and she seemed to have come prepared. Beside her stood a tall girl who didn't look very old, but her eyes revealed a hint of shrewdness. Obviously not a simple character. Brother Mu Fei, what's wrong? Lu Kaiwei touched Jiang Mayan, who was not moving in place, and saw that she had been looking at those two people not far away, so she took the initiative to explain. That girl's name is Bu Yajing, an artist from Hualing Entertainment, and I don't know the artist next to her. The dangerous aura revealed in Jiang Mayan's eyes. I recognize it. With that, she lifted her foot and walked into the scene. It was all because of that pitiful bastard Yi Ran that she forgot to find out about the guests for this episode in advance. Yi Ran to come or not originally not so important. After all, Lu Kai-wei is really suitable for this block of reality TV programs. But if someone maliciously messed up to stir up trouble, then this program for Lu Kai-wei on the difficulty of too much. The two of them immediately attracted a lot of attention as soon as they entered. Look, that Lu Kai-wei is here. Is the narrator her manager, Jiang Mufei, the manager who saved the day before by himself? Someone asked. Che, what is the power to save the tide? It's all made up by people on the internet. The person next to him was full of disdain. I heard that those negative news are simply self-directed. There is no real ability at all. That's right. I heard that this agent said before that he could invite you Ran Yi movie star here. But now look, he hasn't even seen a hair. As the crowd murmured, Zhang Rui walked straight up to Jiang Mayan with the female artist at her side. You're Mr. Jiang Mufei, right? I've heard a lot about you. Zhang Rui smiled and extended her hand, but her pupils flashed with a meaningful light. Clearly recognizing Jiang Mayan raised her hand, but it landed on Zhang Rui's shoulder, and said with a different meaning, Miss Jiang doesn't sit properly in the office, but even runs here to accompany artists to participate in a reality show. It seems to be very idle indeed. I don't know if Walling can work with a manager like you or not. Zhang Rui's face stiffened, naturally recalling the previous incident where Sikong Chang had suspected her of not being capable of managing Walling. Then, she quickly adjusted her expression. Instead of worrying about me, Mr. Jiang should worry about his own immediate situation first. When she finished speaking, she heard the person next to her suddenly voiced out, Sister Rui, I heard that Mr. Jiang will invite movie director Yi here today. Can you trouble her to introduce me? I really like movie director Yi so much. Zhang Rui quickly put a smile on her face, glanced at her towards Jiang Mayan and introduced, this is our Hualing artist, Bu Yejing, wearing a white dress with lace and a cute style, and a few cartoon hair clips on her head. Bu Yejing clearly went for a lively and cute persona. She smiled brightly as she grabbed Jiang Mayan's hand. Hello Mr. Jiang, may I ask where movie director Yi is? Jiang Mayan didn't move and drew back her hand. It hasn't come yet. She said she didn't come, but it was already at this time, and she was clear that that pitiful thing was not going to come an 8 or 9 out of 10. Before she went to find Seacombe City twice, but that dog man back and forth are like eating gunpowder, chatting less than a few sentences to her angry headache, simply did not ask him to help, so I am afraid that this time. However, I heard Bu Yejing immediately ask again, then when will he come? This you should know, right? She had a face of pure innocence, but every word she said was insinuating the fact that Jiang Mayan couldn't call Yi Ran. Zhang Muyan narrowed her eyes and stared at the person in front of her. This little girl is not old enough to have a mind that is fast catching up with her grandma. After a moment, she slowly spat out 4 words, none of your business. Bu Yejing froze, then her eyes quickly misted up. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to annoy you. I just heard that you were able to invite movie director Yi here and thought you guys knew each other. That's why I asked. Seeing the young starlet watering, the people around them exploded for a moment. Chapter 97, Let You Connote Me. This Jiang Mufei is also too crazy, isn't he? I think it's because he's weak-minded and annoyed, isn't it? It must be because he's incapable of finding movie director Yi, so he's purposely looking for someone else to take out his anger here. And, the ability is not big, temper is not small. Do not know still think that this showbiz is his worldview. What's wrong with this imperial nest that it even wants this kind of scum? Before the rumors were so godly, what 3 days for the trapped actress to clear her name? I think it is privately do not know how many cunning means used, right? The overwhelming chatter spread throughout the recording venue, and almost everyone was pointing at Jiang Mayan. The latter raised an eyebrow, and the coldness under his eyes spread quickly. Oh, grow up so big finally met the legendary White Lotus Flower Banlian. In just a few words, she became a target, and I'm afraid that even Zhang Rui would have to bow down to her in this segment. Seeing the scene get out of control, Lu Kaiwei was so anxious that she almost cried out and pulled Jiang Mayan's sleeve to prepare to leave first. Brother Mu Fei, let's leave for a while. But before she could take a step, there were suddenly several tall figures in front of her. What's the point of leaving? Didn't you say you could invite movie director Yi? Where is he? Kid, I think you were pretty crazy just now. You're not going anywhere without the movie star today. Apologize to Miss Bu first, otherwise we won't let you off easily. 3 men seemed to be the scene of the miscellaneous, the height of each 1 meter 8 or so, standing in front of Zhang Muyan and Lu Kaiwei as if a wall, and now the wall seems to be about to come crashing down on the 2 of them. The atmosphere suddenly tightened. Those who only dared to go through the motions naturally waited with excitement on their faces to watch the show, while those who were worried about making a mess were nervous about what would happen next. Perceiving Lu Kaiwei's hand trembling, Zhang Mayan's lips tightened, glancing at Zhang Rui and Bu Yejing who were not far away. Her fingers clenched into fists a little bit. In her case, there was no such option as bowing down with Kong Ray. Fists clenched and creaking, it was already a touch-and-go moment. Jiang Mayan's eyes signaled Lu Kaiwei to stand behind her. Later if she moves her hand. I don't know how many times Archie will come out to help her. It's happening right now. There was a sudden roar of a sports car at the door, followed by the sound of screams rising and falling. Aha! It's Shadow Emperor Yi. Surprisingly, it's movie director Yi. My god, movie director Yi is so handsome. Mom, I've made it big. I can't believe I can meet movie star Yi in person one day. There was a gasp as a man in a khaki trench coat with black sunglasses on his face walked in. His long and straight figure was set off to the extreme by the waist-cinching trench coat, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised on his angular face, which was enough to make people feel like they were in the spring breeze even though they couldn't see their eyes. In an instant, the entire recording venue was abuzz. Is this for real? Movie star Yi is actually here once again for this reality show. Oh my god, it can't really be that little agent who invited them, can it? What kind of bull tour is he? Of course it is. Didn't they just say they hadn't come yet? Doesn't that mean they said they would come, but not for a while? But since he agreed to come over, how come he wasn't on the previously announced guest list? The crowd was discussing enthusiastically, unaware that Yi Ran, who heard this last question, silently shed 2 lines of tears behind his sunglasses. It's not all because of his own good brother who's been stabbed by 1,000 knives. For the sake of a wild man he even went so far as to make an alliance with the old man, rushing to force him over on the day of the recording. Sharp eyesight through the sunglasses accurately crossed the crowd and landed on Jiang Mayan, who took a big step forward. However, without waiting for him to reach the front, he saw Jiang Rui and Buya Jing immediately come up to him. Movie star Yi. Jiang Rui smiled very appropriately. I haven't seen you for several years. The last time I saw you was at my birthday party. Next to her, Buya Jing gave a very exaggerated wow. Sister Rui, so you also know movie star Yi. If I had known this, I should have looked for you directly just now, and saved myself from being scolded and cried by others. Cursing Jiang Mayan who cried at her, nice guy, casually saying something and having to step on her in the process? Jiang Rui looked apologetic. Before film director Yi came, I was naturally too embarrassed to brag to people about knowing him. Well, Sister Rui is always so humble. Buya Jing looked at her with starry eyes. It's not like some people who act as if they can't live without talking big. Jiang Mayan was forced to talk big. A word and a foot. Yi Jing, your male god, movie star Yi, is here, so watch your words. Jiang Rui scolded. Buya Jing froze for a moment before her face flushed red and she lowered her head. I'm sorry Sister Rui, I shouldn't have learned from some people and said some ungodly things. Jiang Mayan, it's like you're connoting me again. Sister Rui, I'm a bit shy. Can you help me ask for an autographed photo with movie director Yi? Buya Jing sneaked a glance at Yi Ran from time to time and quickly lowered her head again. Living like that hogweed eating food. Jiang Rui shook her head helplessly, then looked at Yi Ran. Is it convenient, movie Emperor Yi? Although the words were asked, what was written on that look was, I know you won't refuse me yet. Yet 1 second passes, 2 seconds pass, 3. Yi Ran yanked off his sunglasses with an inexplicable face and asked towards Jiang Mayan, who is this person? Ginger Ray. Yi, movie star Yi? She maintained the smile on her face with all her flooded strength. We've met before. Yi Ran suddenly realized. Oh, so I've seen it before. Right. Jiang Rui snapped in relief, her smile resurfacing her face. I don't blame movie director Yi. After all, you're a busy man. It's normal for you to forget sometimes. However, he heard Yi Ran continue. Do you definitely recognize me just because you've seen me? Then I've also met the president of M. Can I also tell people that my brother is the president? Almost instantly, the smile on Jiang Rui's face instantly crumbled. The atmosphere was awkward to no end. The little white lotus immediately stepped forward and said, Brother Yi Ran, you don't be angry. Blame it only on you being too good. Sister Rui is impressed with you, and only then will she treat you as a friend. If Brother Yi Ran, stop. Yi Ran suddenly voiced out to interrupt her. The corners of his mouth hung a smile as usual, but his tone was filled with coldness. Don't recognize your relatives indiscriminately. I'm not your brother, and my mom didn't give birth to a daughter who talks in a teeming manner. TNT. Buya Jing stiffened, her entire face instantly turning snow white, but it looked very much in tune with the dress on her body. In 3 words, Jiang Rui and Buya Jing were petrified in place like statues, unable to say another word. Yi Jing, I kind of want to go to the restroom, Jiang Rui said. Yes, yes, Buya Jing hurriedly responded. I'll accompany you. I happen to want to go on as well. Jiang Mayan almost stifled a laugh and hastily averted her eyes. Good guy. Urine disappearance used. Rui's sister also dare not shout. Yi Ran these 3 or 2 words is simply absolute. Then we'll excuse ourselves. Jiang Rui said through clenched teeth and hurriedly left after glaring fiercely at Jiang Mayan. Her flushed cheeks still hadn't gone down until she went into the restroom, and she didn't know if she was ashamed or angry. Ray, what now? Booya Jing anxiously said. Originally, we had planned that if he did come in the end, we could let me go over to get close to the relationship and hype up the scandal in the meantime, but now it's just screwed up the moment we meet. Jiang Rui was already annoyed, and hearing that was even less favorable. Stupid. Is it so easy to speculate on a movie star's scandal? Besides, if you can't stir up his scandal, will you stir it up with others? Even if it's not a big star. When something like gossip breaks out, it's more or less hot. At those words, Booya Jing's eyes quickly rolled. Chapter 98. Well, water doesn't violate mineral water. After Jiang Rui and the two of them left, Lu Kaiwei couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the corners of Jiang Mayan's mouth also curved in a rather good mood. This Yi Ran, or can be well, before really wrong blame him. Glancing at the three tall men still standing next to him, Yi Ran pushed his sunglasses to look at Jiang Mayan. These are your bodyguards? Jiang Mayan glanced at the trio with a look of disgust. I generally don't want limbs that are developed but not sound in the mind. Three men. I want to retort. I want to curse. I want to beat him up, but I don't dare to do so. Oh, Yi Ran responded, and then hooked a hand around Jiang Mayan's neck threateningly. Oh no, it was a smile. Let's come and go to the restroom together as well. Ha? Jiang Mayan looked embarrassed. It's not good, is it? She wasn't feeling embarrassed about herself, but she was mainly afraid that this Yi Ran would not be able to accept it later if he knew that she was actually a female. What's wrong with that? Yi Ran, however, couldn't help but lead her away. What's wrong with being a big man and still being embarrassed? The two hooked up and left, leaving Lu Kaiwei with a bunch of clueless faces. Men's restroom door. Jiang Mayan clasped the doorframe. What's that? The environment inside isn't very good. Or else if you have something to say, let's say it here. Yi Ran stared at her eyebrows and frowned for half a day, but finally compromised. Men of your group can be so troublesome. Can it be that apart from Sikong Chang, you don't go to the toilet and take a bath together with other men? Jiang Moyen. Are you kidding? If she goes to the bathroom and takes a shower together with another man, I'm afraid she'll be taken away by Uncle Police Inspector, right? Seeing that she even frankly admitted it, Yi Ran froze for a moment, then looked complicated. Then you guys, these feelings are indeed quite deep. Jiang Mayan froze. What feelings? Whose feelings with whom? But right now, what she cared most about was why this person had suddenly appeared. By the way, movie star Yi, weren't you dead set on not coming before? Yi Ran's face quickly turned cloudy. I'm not happy to come now either. If it wasn't for your family's coercion, I wouldn't have come to see this kind of reality show. So you remember, don't tell anyone about our relationship, and after the recording is done, we'll keep our wells clean. Later, Jiang Mayan froze. The one in my house. You mean, Sikong City? Or else? Yi Ran was shocked. Do you have a wild man besides him? I'm not. Jiang Mayan subconsciously retorted, but felt as if something wasn't quite right. In her mind flashed through Sikong Cheng's cold face. She didn't know what was going on. Actually, a little heartbeat accelerated. Muttered. What's the matter with this dog man? On his lips he said that he wouldn't help in the end, but he still put out his hand. What are you mumbling about? Leaf Render wondered. It's nothing. Jiang Mayan prevaricated carelessly. What kind of well water doesn't commit mineral water? How can you compare yourself to well water? That one's unclean. Yi Ran's eyes burst into flames. I'm talking about you. You are the well water. I am the pure and flawless mineral water. Oh, whatever makes you happy is fine. Jiang Mayan returned in a faint voice. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Yi mineral water. After saying that and without waiting for a response, he lifted his foot and left outside the men's restroom. Still, well water does not commit mineral water. Just now that wave of operation down has made the two of them mix together well. Now the whole program is estimated to feel that their relationship is very unusual. That's a relationship where you go to the bathroom together. Back in the inner recording hall, Jiang Mayan heard the two directors discussing whether or not to resend the guest list again. After a moment's pause, she walked straight over. Director Liu, I have a suggestion here that you can consider. The two directors turned back, the assistant director's face showing impatience. This is our business. It's not for you, an agent, to worry about, he said, and also gave her a glance full of deep meaning. Don't think you can do anything just because you know how to play a little trick. All of them are like you. Then what else do you want us professional directors and producers to do? Get on with your business. Just watch your artists and stay out of trouble. Seeing that he didn't appreciate it, Jiang Mayan didn't take it to heart and shrugged her shoulders as she prepared to leave. Wait a minute. However, he heard Director Liu suddenly speak. Young man, tell us your suggestion. Jiang Mayan didn't mind the difference in their attitudes, and the corners of her mouth always rippled with a smile. Right now a lot of people are already not optimistic about this program, and if you rechange the names of the guests, you're bound to still need to spend a fortune on publicity. And maybe a part of the people will think that the program is temporarily forcing movie director Yi to come because they're afraid of not getting any results. So I suggest simply not to leak the news first. Wait for the first issue to come out and release a wonderful clip first. By then the word will spread and the audience will naturally come. And movie director Yi can be explained as a special guest that the program group had already invited. Set her clear gaze straight at the Lu director. Special guests. That which period to come is naturally uncertain. When this whole season of the program attraction will be stretched much longer. As the words fell, he only saw director Lu's face smiling, while the assistant director made a 180-degree turn in his attitude and smiled broadly with both eyes glowing. Good. I think it's fine to do it this way. At that time, the viewers will always be looking forward to the next installment of whether or not movie director Yi will come. Then the ratings of the program will definitely be high. Saying that, he took Jiang Mayan's shoulder and patted it heavily twice. Young man can cough cough. Jiang Mayan was almost choking on her saliva from the shot, and was speechless. Brother, it's not time for you to look down on me just now? She forced herself to squirm without shaking off the assistant director, forgetting that the least of these recording sessions were cameras and camcorders. So within a few minutes, photos of her slapping shoulders and chatting with the main director and assistant director, and having a good time, went viral in the Economist community. Of course, it wouldn't be enough to distress her if it was just these few pictures, but in favor of surprise, movie star Yi Ran Yi hooked up with Royal Nest's agent and went in and out of the restroom together. Explosion. On what kind of secret is hidden behind an agent who can talk to the director on his first day on the set? A small short article quickly circulated with accompanying photos all about her. One moment it's the scene surrounded by three men, the other moment it's the figure hooking up with Yi Ran, and the other moment it's the photo with the director. Because of the program's restrictions, the photos were blurry and didn't expose the entire venue and personnel, but only Jiang Mayan's face was clearly exposed, even with a magnifying effect. After reading a series of messages, Jiang Mayan directly sat paralyzed in the chair at the recording venue. Nice. This is going to kill her. The first rule in Seacombe City's covenant is not to socialize too closely with others. Lu Kaiwei quietly looked at her several times before coming over with a complex face. Brother Mu Fei, what exactly is your relationship with movie director Yi? Jiang Mayan rolled her eyes breathlessly. Haters. Lu Kaiwei then breathed a sigh of relief and stroked her chest. That's good, that's good. Seeing Jiang Mayan turn her head to look over, she immediately changed her words. No, okay, I don't mean that. Waving her hand, Jiang Mayan turned to ask, how are the preparations over there? What's the first recording? Lu Chavez, the first one went right out and recorded it, supposedly helping Uncle Farmer Weed. Jiang Mayan nodded slightly. Have the others gotten to know each other? Are there any bad ones to get along with? Lu Kaiwei bit her lip and said with hesitation on her face, that Booya Jing doesn't seem to be too good to deal with. What? I saw her looking around for someone to talk to, probably trying to make a companion out of someone else, Lu Kaiwei said. Jiang Mayan's eyes flinched slightly as she got up and said, Go out and take a look. Let's see what kind of cargo companion this guy can pull in and get a pair together when he holds a grudge. However, when she came out and actually saw who Booya Jing was pulling the strings, she was completely baffled. Good grief, this man. Surprisingly, she recognized it. Chapter 99, White Lotus Power. Ling Xiao's trickery. Little brother, which entertainment company are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Booya Jing pinched her voice and asked sweetly, her big eyes flickering constantly, looking very cute. However, the person on the opposite side of the face froze and drew his arm out. Lousy. No, I mean I'm just a small, unknown company out here just to make up the numbers. Little brother, what are you hiding for? Let's get to know each other. Booya Jing immediately wrapped her arms around her again. Not far away, Jiang Mayan came back to his senses, pulling Lu Kaiwei, then moved a few steps to the corner next to him, just enough to hear the conversation over there but not be discovered by the people there. Don't make a sound yet. Both men were silenced when they heard another voice from over there. Little brother, do you dislike me for being ugly? That's why you don't want to get acquainted with me? Booya Jing skimmed her mouth full of aggression. I didn't say you were ugly. The man glanced at her with a look of impatience. But honestly, you're not my type. The smile on Booya Jing's face froze. So, what type do you like then? The man stroked his chin thoughtfully, but he didn't know what came to mind, suddenly blushed a little, and then also laughed lowly twice. Seeing him smile in a very lewd manner, Jiang Mayan in the corner shivered fiercely. Why did she have a bad feeling about this? The corners of Booya Jing's mouth twitched at the sight of him in the same way, but her face pretended to be shy as she said, although I don't know what type you like, but I like a type like you. Saying that, she hugged the man's arm again, her eyes sparkling. My name is Booya Jing. Little brother can call me Ya Jing. Let's form a couple CP, okay? What? The man looked shocked. What couple CP? Booya Jing immediately blinked her eyes and came to his ear, her small hands restlessly roaming around the man's body. It's just a little bit more interaction when recording the program to make others think that we're a couple, so that our hotness will definitely rise a lot. Saying that, she changed to a pathetic look. Don't worry, little brother. I know that you don't like me, so as soon as the program is finished recording, I definitely won't bother you anymore. In the corner, Lu Kaiwei said to Jiang Mayan, Brother Mu Fei, I saw her talking to another male star like that just now. Jiang Mayan didn't say anything, but just looked over there and pinched her brow with a considerable headache. What's going on with this douchebag? His college studies shouldn't be over yet, so why did he suddenly come to be a star? If his mom finds out, won't she break his legs? That's right, that man with a lewd smile just now was no one else but the second fool, Ling Xiaoyan. Since the last time in the hospital after a goodbye, she left the school also did not see this person again, but did not want to meet again would be such a scene. Looking at the two people with ambiguous postures not far away, she was a bit helpless. This fool wouldn't really agree to speculate on a CP with Booya Jing, would he? However, soon enough, young Master Ling gave an answer. He shook off Booya Jing's hand, the dislike on his face not hidden at all. Isn't it simply that you want to play ambiguous with me? Let me tell you, Ling Xiaoyan, even if I'm trashy and have no fans, there's no way I'd do such a thing. How else can I live up to the woman I've been pining for? The expression on Booya Jing's face crumbled as much as it could, her eyes glaring like copper bells. You, me what me? Ling Xiaoyan frowned and swept a glance at her. I can't see that you look innocent and harmless, but you turn out to have such a heavy heart. You're simply 100,000 miles away from the person I like. After saying that he was ready to lift his feet and leave, but unexpectedly Booya Jing suddenly spoke. Wait, there's something else? Ling Xiaoyan's face was puzzled. Booya Jing bit her lower lip fiercely, her eyes instantly flooded with watery mist. Since you're so unkind, then don't blame me for not being polite. Saying that, she suddenly yanked over Ling Xiaoyan's hand and pressed it on her chest, before screaming, ah! Her body twisted and struggled violently, her voice filled with sobs. What are you doing? Quickly let go of me. Ling Xiaoyan was so frightened that he subconsciously tried to shake her off. However, Booya Jing's hand was even harder, so the two looked like Ling Xiaoyan was holding onto someone's breasts for dear life. In a flash, everyone in the recording venue looked this way. Lu Kaiwei in the corner was dumbfounded, but Jiang Mayan next to her just raised an eyebrow. Well, it's worthy of the White Lotus Hanlen. Professional tactics. As the people around him quickly gathered, Ling Xiaoyan finally shook off Booya Jing. He grimaced and looked at the woman with eyes full of anger and disbelief. You're sick. Booya Jing covered her collar and quickly dodged back 2 steps, tears rushing out like an open flood. Brother Ling, I genuinely want to make friends with you, but how? How could you do such a thing? What the hell did I do? Ling Xiaoyan's face was full of shock. Just now it was clearly you who kept shamelessly sticking over. Booya Jing's face turned white. It's not even if you make a move on me, but you even slander that it's me who shamelessly posted it? I'm a star no matter what. Why should I think twice about sending it up to be insulted by you? Saying this, she tearfully swept a glance at the crowd of onlookers and sadly said, please believe me, okay? If even you guys don't believe me, then I might as well die now. Of course we believe you. A man, full of indignation, took a tissue and handed it over, before pointing at Ling Xiaoyan and saying angrily, where is this little star from? Speaking without moving a damn thing. It doesn't look like a good thing. Me. Young Master Ling was suddenly speechless, unable to utter a single word even though his entire face was suffocated in red. He was originally a foul-mouthed punk with no good qualities, and several times earlier almost blurted out how the old man how so, and now he wants him to quit swearing all of a sudden is simply impossible. Before entering the entertainment industry, his mom had advised him that the water in the entertainment industry was too deep for him, but he didn't realize that this circle was not only deep, but also full of schemes. Which company's N-line starlet is this? I don't think I've even seen it before. Someone asked. You don't have to have seen it before, do you? If he had, he'd have the nerve to do such a thing in broad daylight. It's disgusting. What kind of messed up celebrities have been hired for this show? Shouldn't this be reported to the police? It's not a good idea to call the police. It's a star at least, and the show is about to start recording. Isn't it not a good idea to make a big deal out of it? Still recording the program. This kind of social scum plus scum should be kicked out quickly. There was a lot of name calling, and many people were so righteously angry that they wanted to go up and hit someone. However, no one saw that on one side. Booya Jing looked at Ling Xiaoyan with a hint of resentment in her eyes, and the smile at the corner of her mouth could barely be suppressed. Toasting the wine but not to be punished. If he just politely rejected his request to form a CP like other male celebrities, it would be fine, but who let him dare to speak sarcastically and even call her out for having a heavy heart? With this incident, Maybe she can also make a name for herself before the show starts. Just as she was thinking about her fans rubbing off on her afterward, a calm and clear voice suddenly rang out from outside the crowd. I can testify that he's innocent.